Yo. You know how we do? It's G Blocker in this bitch. Trust me. Heartbreak Hotel is now back open. Gee. Oh God. Yeah, right. I was out of the people there with the chat, yeah. Got a couple man waiting in the shadows, yeah. He said, yeah, man. It's like a new PlayStation just got released, and all the man them are at the door, and that, like, yo, you only grab mine first, B. Jeez. All right. Oh, yo. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Sorry, just looking at my jobs, man. Yeah, I got a decent day's work today as well, mate. All local. Get me, clap on the roadside. Yo. Remember the remix? Quack on the roadside. Yo. Jeez. God, man, you know how we do. Alright, let me do a quick register real cool, man. So shout out, Sosa, shout out Buddha Bing, shout out Ultra Funky, shout out Vortex Light, shout out a Kingo Gold, shout out Lutty Says. Yeah, man, you know how we do, man. We up in there, man. Yeah. Heartbreak Hotel is now back open. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, man. So, yeah, we come with our question of the day is sort of leaning towards this a little bit of mental health, yeah. So me and another member of the blockery was having a discussion where we understand um, there is mental health issues in the air quotes community, yeah. But in my personal opinion, yeah, some people are finding mental health to say shit online because they know that they're sort of going to get away with it, and they're not going to get. There's no repercussions to it. You know, 'cause people are going to say, oh yeah, but they're mad. Oh, but they're sick. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. And people will tread tiptoe. Even their own friends will tiptoe around them and let them get away with stuff, which and nah makes me feel sick. I'm like, nah. I can't do that, man. I can't do that. So, yeah, me personally, I'd rather not be around someone like that. Yeah, because the truth is, bruv, you're faking it. There ain't fuck all wrong with you, man. There's nothing wrong with you at all. You're just a fucking idiot, attention seeker. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. There ain't fuck all wrong with you, and you're just an attention seeker. You're lying. Furthermore, you're not even lying, you know. Yeah. Other people will say that you've got mental health issues. You've never come out and said that yourself. So, are you lying? Or are they making up excuses on your behalf? And that's what it is, man. Man, people come with excuses for people's heinous shit and bullshit. Yeah. Trust me. It's like, bro, you could just say whatever you want about whoever you want, whenever you want, but you don't want to hear nothing at all. Shut up, man. That's no mental health, bro. That's just fucking got your finger in your body. You got your thumb in your own ass, bro. You hear me? Dickhead MC. Mm. that fake shit, man. That's mad. Yeah, because then if you got people with fake mental health issues, when the real people who really have mental health issues are on the scene, are holding out their hands looking for help, yeah, people are gonna slap them away because there's fake people with their fake mental health issues pretending. You know what I'm saying? That nah, shoot. It's not just better, you know. There's bare nutters right there, bro. But me personally, yeah, I'm saying this is what I'm saying. I'm making this bold statement that none of them motherfuckers have got any fucking mental health issues. None of them. Anyone that acts up online on this YouTube thing, Hangouts thing, or whatever, none of them have got mental health issues. None of them. It's just like fucking spoiled brats. They just used to get in their own way all the time, and people just fold to them. Yeah, you fucking fold to spoiled brats, bro, and it just makes that's gonna make your life terrible. Terrible. If your child is a spoiled brat that you expose to every second, their life is going to be terrible. Friendless, dreg. That's what they're going to be, a friendless dreg. You get me? Yeah, man. Trust me. I'm like, yo, people do this fake mental health stuff, man. Oh, you ain't really ill. There's nothing wrong with you. Yeah, there's nothing at all wrong with you, man. You're just a cunt. You know them ones. You know them ones. There's nothing wrong with you, but you're just a wanker. Like, yeah, ain't nothing wrong with you, man. You're just a bitch, bro. So, a selfish cunt. Like, what I'm saying, bro. The people with real mental health issues, yeah, have real issues, man. These fake finding injuries, yeah, feigning injuries, yeah, fake illnesses, people pretending to be sick so they could get away with chatting shit about whoever, whatever, whenever, wherever. Yeah, I don't like it. Right close to my fucking back. That was. You better leave it, yeah. Yeah, man. Allow them your fake sickness, man. You ain't fucking ill, man. You're just a dickhead. You're just a cunt, bro. That's it. You too, man. Yeah. That's one of the worst things to be as well, like a liar. Don't lie for people who ain't ill. They're just wankers. They're just a bitch, bro. Just tell them the truth, bro. You're a bitch, bro. You get me? You are a horrible, nasty bitch. You need to fix up. Yeah. Your insides are fucking dead. It's the truth, bro. I don't know what people are scared of the truth, man. The truth hurts, man. I slap them in their face with the truth, man. I make them know, cuz. Like, yeah, box them with the truth, man. The truth hurts because it's real. You get me? Trust me. But that's what I think, anyway. You just gotta be true, mate. Who's got a spot in the first room in the Heartbreak Hotel? Huh? The House of Pain is open. You've got rooms letting in the House of Pain. Slap the link in the chat. Yo. man. Streamlabs is back in the game. I can put Streamlabs on the other channel as well, you know. Bitch. He didn't got caught by the police. Yes. Yo, put up. Well, go on, bro.
Morning. What's going on, man? You okay?
Rise up yourself, brother. Yeah, man. I'm good still. I'm good, man. You know, yeah. So today, yeah, we're having a little convo. You know how the Chinese whispers go, yeah. We'll start off with one topic and it will flow into whatever, yeah. But like the question of today is like, see there's people with mental health issues, yeah, real mental health issues,
Right.
yeah. And then there's people that act like cunts and try to find sane mental health issues. Like they're not really ill, they're just a wanker, they're just a bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
The issue is, how would you distinguish who is legitimately
that's what I was just about to ask you, man. That's what I
Okay.
was just about to ask you. How are we going to distinguish the difference between someone that's legitimately ill, that's really ill? You know what I'm saying? Like they're actually ill, so that there might be things where you need to give them a bit of extra breathing space. Yeah. Out of 9 out of 10 people wouldn't mind doing that. Yeah, when someone's actually really ill, giving them an extra bit of breathing space because they're really ill. Yeah. But there's other side where people are not really ill and they're just acting like fucking. They can act like a cunt, and people are like scared to tell them anything,
Right.
just in case they go on a rage fit at them.
Yeah. Well, I think for me, all right. So I suffer with mental health issues. So, and I've been in at least, well, 2 adolescent mental health units and 1 mental health hospital. So throughout my lifetime. So I'm quite au fait when it comes to people suffering from mental health. So for me, I look at it like this. The telltale signs of mental health would be things like paranoia, feelings of persecution, having delusions whereby you feel like you know something somebody else doesn't. Do you know what I'm saying? And just people being irrational and unable to. I think those, for me, those are the prime examples of someone suffering from mental health issues.
If someone can be like that without having mental health issues.
Well, let's give you an example. So if someone's paranoid because they've just smoked a joint or they've just had an alcoholic beverage or whatever, and it's an isolated incident, then you know you can give them a blight still. However, if people are all the time coming with the same kind of energy, it's still every time they come online or every time you interact with them, they're talking some madness, that's, you know, some aggression, they're irrational, then you can only assume that they're suffering from some sort of mental health issue. Because, you know, to not do so would indicate that you haven't got one, and to do so would indicate that you've actually got a legitimate mental health issue. I mean, there's so many myriad of mental health complaints. There's people who've got paranoia, there's people who self-harm, there's people who do all kinds of madness under the literal, pardon the pun, but madness under the umbrella of mental health. So, you know, unless you're qualified and you've got these, there's these tools they use where they ask questions and stuff like that. Unless you're au fait with those and know how to use them and how to collate that information and do something, then how are we gonna know?
Alright, man. Listen to this then, yeah? What if people are trying to give a particular person an excuse of saying, they've got mental health issues, but the person in particular is adamant saying there's actually, no, I've not got no mental health issues.
Well, okay, so you know when you're in a a nut house or something like that, none of the people in there believe that they've got mental health issues. It's very rare for someone to turn around and say, you know what, actually, I'm mad. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
You'll get people that...
Bro, I'm just about to go for a tunnel, yeah? So it's going to cut out for me, yeah? Ultra Captain, put up, big up, yeah? I'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right, cool. But yeah, good morning, gentlemen. What would you guys make of this whole question?
Good morning, good morning. Big up Ultra, big up Buddha. How are you?
Very well, sir. Very well.
Yo, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, listen, just quickly, Buddha, I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't hear everything you said because when you was talking initially, I was jumping on the panel, so I missed a bit of what you said. I heard you say you suffer from mental health problems, right? Now, I didn't hear the rest, right? But is obviously as a sufferer, you probably know better than most. Like things as minor as stress are clinically diagnosed mental health problems, right? And I think when people say mental health, they immediately just assume that you're a paranoid schizophrenic and like you're on track to being in a psych ward, dribbling down your shirt, heavily sedated, and that's just not the case. And I think today we should use the opportunity that we have to bust up myths.
Well, to be fair, Ultra, in my experiences of being on psych wards and all the rest of it, I've never met someone in there who's in there because of stress. They might be in there because they're stressed.
No. I'm not saying you go to a psych ward for stress. I'm saying stress is a clinically diagnosable mental health condition. Just something as trivial as stress, right? But obviously, stress could be a catalyst for other things, but it wouldn't be stress per se that lands you in a cycle. I mean, you're not sectioned because you've got money problems and you don't know where to go. That's not what it is. My point was, we need to be able to bust up myths about mental health, because as I said initially, when people say mental health, they just think, oh, you need to go to a psych ward, take drugs, and be separated from society. That's not always the case. I mean, a lot of the time, I don't know, obviously I don't know you, but we know that early childhood trauma, and not even just early childhood trauma, just trauma in general, can put you on a downwards fucking spiral that unless it's fucking identified and treated, you can end up in a place where now suicide looks like a viable option. It's really sad. And again, if you don't realize you have a problem, you're not even going to go out there and seek help.
Yeah, I would agree with everything you just said.
So would I, Ultra. You made perfect sense. And to top it off, you got stress, anxieties, yeah, and all of those things was picked up, could be from your childhood, losing your job. Some people's had working on Ultra and did nothing.
Hey, Rambo, people are killing themselves because they lose their
Ultra,
jobs.
Ultra.
It's mad.
Please, Ultra, allow me to talk, man. I did allow
Sorry,
you.
Rambo. Sorry, Rambo.
I was saying that
Sorry,
you had
sorry.
Yeah, no problem. You had people who had jobs, loved ones, dogs, you know what I mean, for years. Dogs passed away, caused that little episode. I had friends who's like I had friend because of his cousin passed away. He took it and went and had they said that he had bipolar, mixed emotions, because sometimes it's the death of your loved ones, the death of your family, breakups, losing work, as I was saying to you. Many of these stuff take a toll of us. Like some people had everything when they were younger. And that's another thing, that a lot of people didn't have a hard fucking childhood sometimes. You understand? Some people had it easy and just lost a loved one. You understand? But yeah, Ultra, big Buddha, what you say, you don't know that you don't nailed it on the head. Stress or mental health is developed through all sorts of things, bro. It could trigger you in all sorts of ways. Like you could lose your grandma, your grandparents, or your friends, your family. You know what I mean? You could lose possessions. What could cause that? Yeah, man. Ultra, what was you saying on that?
Yeah, no, I was saying, imagine like this is the thing. Like we know, well, no, we don't know. It's a commonly understood fact that in high pressure jobs, right? If you fuck up, the only way out is to kill yourself. Like how many times have we heard, bankers, investment bankers,
Debts.
and
Yeah, yeah,
as
yeah,
as as of fucking like murdered themselves and chucked themselves out of windows because something went wrong and stuff like that. And I tell the truth, Rambo, right? The mind is such a fragile thing, right? Because imagine, I think you hit the nail on the head as well. I've seen somebody lose their head because their dog died. Now, obviously, I'm not a dog owner. Oh, I wasn't. I haven't been a dog owner, but morning, sir. You okay? How's your mental health? Yeah, you surviving, yeah? All right, all right. Yeah, yeah. I've seen somebody lose their dog, and they lost it. They started like hoarding, and they stopped washing, and they started collecting garbage in their house and all this stuff. And you think to yourself,
yeah. You're dead.
fuck, like,
Holding the fence.
do you know what I mean? And like this is the thing about trauma, especially like for me, early childhood trauma is something that needs to be avoided where possible, right? However, that just all that does is just reduce the risks of you being imbalanced as an adult, right? But adults, we process information differently. Like for instance, and I think Rambo, you hit the nail on the head. Like let's use the passing of Brother Isa as an example. It affected so many people in so many different ways. And for me, just to watch and listen to the stories, the reactions, it was it was enlightening, and it actually made me have to check myself because like people who conversed with him online, in person, people that had his number, people that would go to his house, you know, visit his family, his friends. We all processed his passing in a different way, and some people took it harder than others. Some people showed like a callous lack of understanding and empathy, and it's such a broad scope on the reactions, and it was interesting to watch as a sociological observation. It was interesting because whoa, trauma can smash anyone. Like for instance, I'm gearing up to lose my nan. Obviously, I'm not I'm not I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sort of beat behind the bush. It's like, look, my nan's on her way out. My dad's even on his way out. His health on the fritz. But at the moment, when I come online, la 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 la, oh truggy, everything's fine. But I'm not sure how I'll be able to process the trauma or deal with the trauma of losing my nan or my dad because I haven't really experienced losing anyone like I love more than anything. So it's weird that I think I'm gearing up to take a hit, but I don't know how to prepare for it. And even if you prepare for it, remember your mind is fragile.
Yeah, and ultra, and at the end of the day, even you try to gear for it, you don't know how it's going to smash you, bro. Yeah, seriously.
Exactly.
It's like a lot of
Exactly.
this is where drugs and alcoholic comes into it, or alcohol or drug
Yeah.
abuse comes into it,
Uh-huh.
because some people's escape is drugs and through alcohol, and that is
That's
a
right.
real fact as well. And that
That's
is
right.
another thing what could lead you down to your mental health path if you go talk like that. Because one thing about us, we forever try to gear up for the unsuspected, didn't it? Yeah. And what happens? We spend half of our life preparing for certain things to happen to us. What might not ever happen to you. And that's another thing what could create that mental illness. Like, there's somebody who's always suspecting that you go switch on them,
Yeah,
and
that's
the moment
anxiety.
the moment they hear your voice and on the panel with you, and the moment you say their name, they just attack you. That's another sign, bro. Because don't forget, like most of our mental illness is really your last resort of your psychic defense. Do you get where I'm coming from? And once your defense can't handle that, it breaks in it into mental health or mental illness. You see what I'm saying? Because your mind creates walls, create still fences, create that. But once that gets broken, or you can't, or you don't know how to put these mental defenses up, or they call it psychic defense. You like, and a lot of us don't know how to use our psychic defense, and that what causes mental health as well, bro. Some of us are not strong as some of us supposed to be, bro. Like if you look at any army training, do you know that most soldiers do not pass through their training letting know to become a soldier, bro? Like they go through all certain tests, and some people crack up, some people can't handle water. The mind go all like you put a man in a frozen lake, it could break you, but simple stuff, you know. Ultra's been tested about the human psychics. That's why you will see a lot of people drop out by the time they actually become a soldier. You see what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to use a soldier to say this is how they. This is I'm using that as just as an example. Really. Like many of us go through many different training or like to become something, and I have to realize that it takes a lot to become a marine. It takes a lot to become a fucking uh, a black op. It takes a lot to be a SAS. Not everybody is able to become a soldier. Not everybody. You could become a soldier and can't handle the war traumas. Once you saw children's or human bodies die, death, it fucks people up. That's why they call it post-traumatic war trauma. You understand? Ultra.
Yeah, I hear you, broski.
Yeah, so I don't like see this subject here. This subject could be spoken for hours on. Yeah, really. If you go make a good subject of it. But big up Vinny though, if you're still there. Yo, Vinny, what you got to say, fam?
Yeah, yeah, I'm here, man. I'm here, man. Like saying, I understand with the people that actually have mental health issues, yeah. But there's some people that are doing this fake mental health thing.
Yeah, as well.
You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's some people that have had hard lives or whatever, yeah, and they feel like they've been downtrodden, yeah, but they ain't got no mental health issue. They're just actual wankers and cunts.
Oh, okay. So no, I'm not laughing at you, though. Vinny's putting another twist to it now. Okay, Vinny.
No, I'm
But
telling the
it's true,
truth, bro. Because everyone, that's what
yeah.
because this is what happens, yeah, on this hangout thing, yeah. All someone has to say is, "Oh, they got mental health issues," yeah? And that's it. They can just get away and say basically anything, whenever they want, however they want.
And all of that shit. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, there's no fucking doctor's assessment. There's no medical records or nothing like that. It's just, this person's mad. Now they can just say anything they want, whenever they want, to whoever they want, whenever they want, however they want, and feel like it's nothing.
No, that's not that.
All they're gonna say basically what happens with that is like all everyone's gonna say is this one's got mental, this one's ill, that one's crazy. So you should allow them or blind them or whatever. And I'm like, right, really and truly, yeah, I feel like the truth is, yeah, for people like that, yeah, is that them like I'm saying, yeah, there's not enough people, yeah, that are telling them, bro, you're actually a wanker, you're actually a bitch, innit? You're actually a cunt. You get me? Yeah, that's what it is.
They let them get away with it. Yeah.
Just let a man just get away and just do whatever they want, bro.
Yeah, it don't go that really, truly. I hear you, man, fully. I hear you, man. They're
People
fully,
with a
bro.
real mental health, yeah. Obviously, anyone with mental health issues that deserves help or that should be getting help, yeah. Of course, that's different, isn't it? You've actually got an issue yeah, that needs that you need help with, yeah. But not everyone has got that them issues like that.
No,
You
you're
get me?
fucking right, bro. You're fucking right. You're right. So that's another thing that what fucks up people. The other people who plays and I get exactly what you're saying, bro. So when people look at mental health, they just look at it as a joke business. Because man, them who's playing on it. You know what I mean? I get exactly where you're coming from. Really.
Yeah.
Yo, so Ultra, come take over, man. Huh?
Yeah, no, do you know what it is? The one thing I will say to
And
Veli is,
next time,
if I'm honest, I hear Veli, right? But I would ask, how do we go about determining who's faking and
You
who's
don't
not?
know. Obviously,
No,
you
you
don't know.
won't. You won't. You won't. You won't know.
You won't ever know. You won't ever know. Like we ain't no doctors out here. Like I ain't no psychiatrist or anything like that. Yeah, I ain't no neurologist studying man's brain and shit.
All right, okay, Veli. All right, hold on. Let me read out some symptoms to you, yeah, of narcissistic personality disorder, yeah. And I want you to tell me. No, just say yes or no. Don't say no names, right? And I want you to think outside the box now. I want you to think about everybody, whether it be on a panel, whether you go on the panel or not. Also, the live chats on any channel that you frequent. Yeah, I want you to tell me if any of these traits is displayed. Like, and I don't mean just like one out of the two. Like, I'm going to read the traits, and every single one of them, there are particular people, in my opinion, that meet all of this criteria. Yeah, just give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. How do you spell narcissistic? Okay, here we go. Narcissistic personality disorder. Here we go. Oh, it's loading. I hope you can still hear me, Veli, because I've had to switch apps and my phone likes to act up. Oh, okay, perfect. All right, perfect. There we go. Oh, we also need to talk about postnatal depression as well, because I've got potentially a bout of that coming up with the pregnant missus and that. That's really important, guys. When your woman gives birth, your mental health can take a knock. You need to step up. Hold on. Personal.
Oh, you cut out, Ultra. Oh, he's gonna cut off.
Ultra.
Ultra.
Yeah, he's good, man.
No. I'm here. It's just it happens when I switch. Like, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy and paste it and put it in the back chat so I can read it off the app. Yeah, because it's acting up. 1 second.
So how's your mental health, Ultra, not working? Huh?
You just copying and pasting the thing still.
See. So what, you working Veli still?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a plumber, innit? Heat engineer.
Yeah,
you're right, man, you're right.
Yeah, well, it's like 2 ways, isn't it, man? Because it's like, obviously, man wants to. A lot of people are getting a bit of extra time to spend with their kids or whatever. Man's at work, innit? So.
But what helps you out is this: when everything's lifted off, you'd be going on holiday straight, man. I could tell. You're earning your piece now. You don't really give a fuck because you're working in people's houses and that, really. All you do is just have your bandana on, innit? Yeah, man. But you're gearing up for your holiday. You got a little piece booked out for like your holiday, yeah? Like when this shit is lifted. because I'm a little flat. So
Yeah, I'm saving for long term rather than short term.
yeah,
Take that
so,
holiday or whatever. If I told
well,
the truth.
but you're better off though, innit? You get to that time in life where you just want to think about the long term effects.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
But big up yourself, bro.
yeah.
Bro, don't be hard on yourself, man, because you at least you're making a foundation for your youths, bro. Yeah,
Mm.
you know what I mean? Why everybody's here but and not working? Better off just working while it's there, bro.
Come on.
Yeah, man. At least when the roads ain't busy and everything kept busy, get me? But you your own boss, innit? You like PAY, innit?
Yeah, no, I work for a company.
Oh, that's even better for you, bro. You got all the perks. You guarantee for fucking holiday anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So you,
paying all that.
yeah, man. No, you just anyway. No, like you
Yo,
got
Vele,
holiday.
I'm
Yeah.
back. I'm back.
Ultra.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Quick question. How's your mental health now? You not like at work and that, bro.
Do you know what's
Yeah,
funny? I had this discussion with my wife yesterday. Yeah, like
Yeah.
I've been working for most of my adult life non-stop. Yeah,
Yeah.
and this little break, because that's what it is. It's a little break. It's actually taken me a while to get used to. Like,
Yeah. The days
yeah,
off and that.
yeah, because you know what it is. I'm not used to not working for long periods like this.
Yeah. And
Do
your
you know
wife
what I mean?
must be talking to you and saying, look, man, she must be reassuring you as well, but like, yo, you
To be
work
honest
hard.
with you,
Right,
she's pregnant, innit? So it's up to me to make sure that she's okay because we're almost over the line, innit? We've got like a month left. So
Hold
just
on.
yeah,
Your youth is gonna be born in June, yeah?
yeah. Hopefully, yeah. As long as she's a Gemini, like I'll be happy, innit?
Yeah. I hope your birthday, your youth's born in the same week as mine. Get me?
Yeah,
I'm the first
yeah,
week of June, in it.
yeah.
And I might have to come up on these shows and have a Rumble special, in it, birthday special. No, I might have to.
Yeah, man.
I might all do it, but I know the man will do that for me. I can just
Mm,
either this channel or Jedi's channel.
yeah,
I'll let my birthday on
yeah, man. Yeah, we can arrange a thing for you. Don't worry, man.
Come on.
So,
But
One
no,
second.
listen.
you know
Just
what?
Still,
I'm being real. I can't link no one up. I can't link you up, Ultra. I don't know Corona from you.
yeah,
You
you have to
must
do
spread the most disease.
right now.
Big up the
People
man
leaving
name,
their
big up the man name, big up.
Yeah,
yo,
big up, Freddie.
Big up,
But
man.
Freddie
yeah,
Z.
right now, man, are doing their birthday parties and all fucking events doing like live shows and shit, like Freeman
Yeah, that's how it has
and
to
Jack
be,
and
bro.
all that.
Yeah, but hear this
Yeah.
though. Ready. I got a hall already booked up. But what is, yeah? No, like later on in the year.
Mm.
I'm going to dance for the man. The man just come. You don't have to pay or nothing. You just pay for your drinks. It's a wine bar, a good place. I wouldn't make my go there when they can't take their girl either. I'm a bit like that myself. So Ultra,
Yo, Rambo. Listen,
it will
Rambo,
be
let me
good to
read off.
it will be good to see you. But read that thing what you was gonna read that anyway.
Yeah, let me read off this thing 1 second, yeah? So this is narcissistic personality disorder, yeah? Now, I need you, like, I don't want you to, like, pick out just one thing and say, haha, this applies. No, all of these criteria need to apply in order for you to have narcissistic personality disorder, yeah? So check this out, right? Narcissistic personality it is human nature to be aware of your own needs and to express them, and to want others to be aware of our abilities and our achievements. There are not bad traits. However, if these thoughts, feelings, and behaviors are very extreme and cause problems in relating to others, you may get the diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder. Okay. if you have narcissistic personality disorder, you may believe that there are special reasons that make you different, better, or more deserving than others. You may have fragile self-esteem so that you rely on others to recognize your worth and your needs feel sorry and your needs. Hey, hold on a second, I didn't put fucking any full stops in it, that's why I'm getting it wrong. Sorry. You may have fragile self-esteem so that you rely on others to recognize your worth and your needs. You may feel upset if others ignore you and don't give you what you feel you deserve. You may resent other people's successes. You may put your own needs above other people's and demand that they do too. You may be seen as selfish, dismissive, or unaware of other people's needs or feelings. Now, how many people do we interact with online that meet that criteria? I really need to put some grammar in that because I just made it really difficult for myself.
To be honest with you, Ultra, I don't think I've encountered anyone online. I've encountered people in real life that suffer from that, but not online.
No, you wouldn't say there's nobody online who fits that criteria?
Not really.
The thing is,
you know what?
Big up, Fred.
Sorry. Big up. Sorry, bro.
What I was gonna say is, Ultra, until you meet one of those people in real life, then you can make a decision whether those people are online. You get what I'm saying? Right about now, you're reading a definition, but unless you see them face to face, you'll never know. Kind of thing. There may be people who have elements of an enlarged personality or something like this, but not a real narcissist.
Hold on.
Because it's hard to demonstrate real narcissism on here because man can lock you off and all that. You know what I'm saying?
No,
You'll
it's
end up
not hard.
looking
It's
dumb.
not. What do you mean it's hard to demonstrate narcissism? Are you crazy?
No, I'm
People
saying
do it
real
all the time.
narcissism. You know, like real. Like,
No,
look at me.
no, bro.
I'm
Listen,
over here.
no. You
like,
can't say real
Yo,
narcissism.
Hold on. Ultra. Sorry, but I know you got yourself chocolate something, yeah. But I'm not doing no chocolate this morning. Yeah, too much sugar. But anyway, food boy. Yeah. Right. What listen, narcissism, yeah, right, to me, yeah, will be mistaken to the mass as somebody who's got ego. Like he's an egotistical person. Being a narcissist on those levels, we had that trait from a kid. We want to be better than this person, or we want to do better than this person, or we want to be successful than that person. Half of that's all in human nature or humans conscious to be better than to be better or to stand out more. That's our characteristics as humans, Ultra. Like half of what you're saying could be mistakenly to a person who doesn't know mental health, who will say that to somebody, oh, you have mental health according to those factors. Yeah? That's what I'm saying. You hear what I'm saying, Ultra? Am I making sense to you?
You are, but what you're describing and what Freddie was describing was different levels
will be
of
more
narcissism.
ego,
You can't say that real narcissism is X, Y, and Z because there are different levels of this thing.
No, the only reason why I say that, Ult, is because just a definition won't give you the full understanding of a person, a human, a whole human. You'd have to see them behave in different circumstances to know whether, do you know what I'm saying, they really display everything you was describing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
so,
I hear you, but remember, this definition is only a broad overview of what narcissistic personality disorder is. It can't this definition can't tell you about who the person is, what food they eat, where they shop, and what they've been through in life. Like it's
So
not that.
And
So,
all
it-
them
So
things
yeah,
will contribute to narcissism. You know what I mean, big man?
so Ultra, look at this now. In
yes,
the
sir.
years that me and you have spoken, yeah,
Yeah,
bearing in mind there's been so many times people have mistaken me for you and vice versa and all the rest of it.
yeah.
Would you have known that I myself suffer from a personality disorder just by speaking to me?
If I'm honest with you, Buddha, I've kind of known because one of the first conversations we had, you mentioned it.
Yeah. But prior
But the
to
thing
me
is, and
mentioning it,
remember, I won't lie to you. This mental health is my niche, innit? And if I'm honest, like I try to listen to everybody,
yeah.
and if I'm honest with you, would it have been easy to have told if Buddha had? I wouldn't say personality disorder. I think personality disorders can be difficult to diagnose if you're not trained in the field, right? And I'm not,
Right.
right?
And I think that's the point. I mean, for instance,
Mm,
allegedly, I'm supposed to have these traits of narcissism within me,
mm.
and
But
because
who gave you that diagnosis? A clinical psychiatrist or
absolutely, yeah, clinical psychiatrist.
I
Um,
see. Okay.
so 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 one of the traits of my personality disorder is narcissism. So, and it's only when they explain what narcissism is, then you kind of see it in yourself, and you have to be very open-minded, okay? Because when I got my diagnosis, I was like, you guys are taking the picture, trying to label me and blah blah blah. When I actually came home and sat down, it took me a few days, but I had to mull over it and accept it. And this is why Buddhism saved my life, because in Buddhism you have to kill the ego. You can't have an ego. Everybody has an ego to a certain degree, but with me, my ego was very big, and I had to recognize that. And this is one of the things Buddhism helped me with. I'm still suffering from it now. I still have somewhat of an ego, but I try to be humble as best as I can. You understand? So, for the people that have spoken to me before, nobody would have known this, and I don't mind talking about it because you know what? I feel like everyone's experience, somebody can get a little knowledge from someone's experience. You with me? So mental health is a crazy thing. And like, some people present and some people don't present. It's hard to define. You with me?
Yeah, I hear you. And
Oi,
the thing
oi,
is,
Buddha.
the thing is, brother, this is why I was saying the reason why I read out the traits of narcissistic personality is because when Brother Issa passed,
Yeah.
there was somebody I believe personally suffers from a narcissistic personality disorder specifically, and it could be other things, of course. And it's not really my place to start dishing out diagnoses and what have you. But like, it's painfully obvious to spot somebody who's not in touch with the reality that the rest of us are.
Okay.
And
So I would agree with you, Ultra. However, I wouldn't be so fast as to
I don't think it's so
diagnose.
obvious, you know, brother.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example, Ultra. Read out my personality disorder, yeah, and tell me if you think any of those things match with the Buddha you know online. It's antisocial personality disorder.
okay.
And anyone listening, tell me if you feel that those match up to the things that I present online, because I try very hard to try and fight the label. You can't fight the label unless you know what the label is. You with me? So, for example,
Look, big up everybody. I'll go come back in a bit later.
big up,
Okay,
Rambo.
bro.
Yeah, big up, man.
So, for example, one of the things that quite common with my personality disorder is lying. This is a very common thing within this disorder. So I make an active effort not to lie. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But had I have not known that, I would have probably still be alive today. You get what I'm saying?
Mm.
So it takes a lot of effort to acknowledge what it is and accept it. Acceptance is a big thing still.
Mm.
And you know what, bruv? I was gonna
I agree.
ask you, but do you think that like this was like the society we're living in, the greedy like nature of the society we're living in, and the fucking bills orientated, the debt orientated way we're living, is it conducive to mental illness, isn't it? Like that's what I believe personally. I think like this place we're living in and the way we're living, sometimes it can contribute. It's a big contributing factor towards mental illness. Do you know what I mean?
So for me, it was so basically what happened was I went undiagnosed. I should have been diagnosed as a child, but I wasn't diagnosed up until my 30s, right? So what was supposed to happen, if I can remember this correctly, is I was supposed to be diagnosed as a child with this disorder, and then I should have been in therapy up until, well, for life, basically, because there is no cure for this. There's no medication. There's nothing. Do you know what I'm saying? So does environment and society play a part in it? I don't know, because of my experience of society is not like everybody else's. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll give you an example where, in fact, you know what? I'm not going to give you an example. I'm just going to say my experience in society is not like everybody else's. That's all I can really say.
Yeah, no, but I believe that, man, 100%. I just think that sometimes the way we're built up and the way we don't get no help with mental illness, like look how late you got your diagnosis, especially when you're of a color. Do you know what I'm saying? They instantly label you as some sort of antagonist or some sort of crazy person. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a crazy person, some sort of real antagonist. Like you're gonna do mental harm to either others or yourself. And like some other people in society, especially white people, they don't get the same diagnosis. That's all I'm thinking. You know what I'm saying? So
What do you mean they don't get the same diagnosis? Do you mean
like
what do you
like
mean?
basically, if I do a crime, like obviously when I was going to the Old Bailey for my little crime, basically what happened is there was a man that done a much more heinous crime than me, like 20 million times more heinous than me. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? And they had sympathy on him, innit? It was like he suffers from mental illness, he's confused and he don't know what he's doing and da-da-da-da-da-da. And when it came to me, I was fully able. I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was doing from 15, and I'm a continuous. I keep doing it. Like, to be quite honest with you, and there's no remorse. There should be no remorse for me. Do you know what I mean? And I thought that was strange. I thought that was fucking weird, man.
So I'll tell you, give an example how society, in what you're saying, Freddie, is interesting. Yeah. So one of the other traits, and it's a major trait, is the lack of empathy. For my diagnosis, is the lack of empathy. And me and my psychiatrist have this conversation quite a bit. And I say to him, like, look, you're saying that I lack empathy. But look, 9 times out of 10, if you look at society today, does society have empathy? If an old woman walks down the street and she falls on the floor, are people going to have empathy for her and try and pick her up, or they're going to reach for their phone and film it and laugh?
Facts.
This is how society is, right? But what they're saying is that's fine. That's a learning curve, and people learn from their mistakes and all the rest of it. But because I've been like this since I was a child, it shows a pattern. I don't know. I can't really. I try not to listen to him too much, because if I do, I'll end up like second guessing myself all the time. But these are valid reasons I put up to him, and just try and get a better understanding.
Buddha, can I ask you a personal question now, please? I'm gonna ask it, right? But please feel free not to answer the question, because it's quite personal, right? But early in life, did you suffer any type of trauma?
Yeah, lots. Remember I told you I was in care and all the rest of it, so lots.
Oh, yes. It's all coming back now. Now, I won't lie to you, Buddha.
Sorry to cut you.
Oh
Sorry
no,
to cut you
go on,
off
bro.
here,
Yeah.
but I need to jump off. I need to jump off here because like I'm outside outside the customer's property. I need to ring them to go get access and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no
So
doubt.
yeah, big up Buddha, big up Ultra Baby
Yeah.
on the
Yes,
panel,
man.
Ultra everyone in the chat. Yeah, big up everyone that's interactive. You know, the Heartbreak Hotel is back open. The House of Pain has got rooms to let. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, yeah.
God bless all
Yeah,
them
so there you
people,
go.
man.
Yeah,
Nah, just for the
rest
thing.
in peace,
Yeah,
brother Ethan, yeah, as well. Yeah, Jack sent a message saying there's been quite a lot of money being raised for his family.
we need more. We
You know
need
what I'm saying?
more. We need
But that
more.
doesn't
We
mean
need
that
more,
people
man.
can
Then.
stop donating.
Seriously.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
it doesn't
need
mean
more.
that people can stop donating though, or whatever. Anyone that hasn't donated yet, or whatever, yeah. Like Ali Darwa's got a link on his channel, yeah. I posted it as a my brother posted the link
And
to it,
so
yeah,
has
and I
Jordan. Jordan
reposted
M's got a thing
my
running
brother's
as
post.
well, you know.
It's to Ali Dar.
So you can go to Jordan M's page as well.
Yeah.
I
You can
think
go on his
Raspect's
page
got a
or
thing running as
whoever's
well.
page, yeah, because it's all to the
Raspect's got
same.
a thing running as well, so you can go to his page. I don't know if it's all linked up. Yeah.
Well, they all
It
go
might
to
be
the
all linked
same.
up.
To be honest with you, I
Yeah,
think
they
they're
all
all the
go to the
same. I don't think they've got separate ones. I think it's the
account.
same link being shared around.
Okay.
Yeah, they all go
Okay.
to the same thing. Yeah, but it's just different. It's just
Bro,
different,
donate to
posted in
all of
different
them.
places, isn't it? Yeah, so I've not seen anyone else's one. I only saw that one that I reposted, innit? Yeah, so same thing. Yeah, it doesn't matter that there's been quite a lot of money raised. That's a good thing. Yeah, but if anyone still wanted to show their appreciation and donate some, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be a lot. Like it's literally the thought that
Most
counts, isn't it?
definitely.
Really, innit?
Just
So
if you think about the brother.
yeah, so big up to everyone. Sorry, Freddie, bro. Yeah, but let me big up everyone that's already donated. Yeah, especially in the Muslim community, because that's one good thing you can say about religion. What the people do in it when, like, say someone passes away, or when it's time to raise charity, that at least them man are willing to put their hands in their pocket to support their causes.
Yeah.
What they
One thing.
I'm saying, like, whether it's a good cause or not, still. So
yeah.
Big
One
up.
thing about religious people, they live around money. It all combinates. Church on Sunday, all this shit combinates. But what I'm saying though is, brother Isa, bruv, listen, the man was one of the finest. You get me? God bless anybody that's dead out there. You know, anybody that's lost a loved one. Do you know what I mean? Because I can know there's families that's grieving. You know what I'm saying? So if you know that your family's all right and you can help someone else's, try. And God bless all the people that are going to work and fighting for their family right now. They're not listening to none of this foolishness. You get me? And they're still going to work, innit? They didn't get the memo. They have to go work and deal with it. So God bless all of them too. You know what I mean?
All right, yeah, man, big up, man. So Ultra and Buddha, yeah, sorry to cut you off there. Yeah, you man can carry on with the convo. I'm going to be listening from YouTube again. Obviously, if anyone needs to be added, just let me know and I can add them real quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Peace.
Yeah. No, take care, bro. No, I was saying, brother, that like the studies showing that early childhood trauma is like largely responsible for a lot of the mental health in adults. What I can't remember. Do you know what? I'm letting myself down. I should have pulled it up. Hold on. I'll see if I can find it later. But the study was done where it said when they speak to people with mental health conditions for things such as stress, depression, anxiety, all the way up to the harsher levels of mental health. One of the key factors was early childhood trauma, right? And
Yeah,
I
that's
won't lie.
very true. Very true.
Hey, do you want early childhood trauma? I'm on the internet. Quiet. Basically, the baby is getting his bum changed and he's behaving like his mum is assaulting him with a knife.
That's a good vibe, man. That's a good vibe.
Hey, dirty boy, change your bum. Stop
He's
your
alive
noise.
and kicking. Come on.
This little boy is 3 years old, yeah, and he thinks he runs this house. You know, he's getting on my nerves. Change your bum.
Yes,
Close your
man.
noise. Shut up.
In run things, man. In run things, man. Yeah, top.
Yeah,
You
no,
get him.
yeah, sorry, brother. Yeah, I was saying, and not to make this about you, but just like, because obviously you've spoken about your situation, you said about this before, but just in general, it's early childhood trauma is a factor in the mental health in adults, and it's crazy when you think about it, because every time I speak to somebody who does have or suffers from some sort of mental illness, including myself, who has had poor mental health, there's
You
been
have
some
to
sort of
include yourself, Daddy, because this
they have
country is
to,
not conducive for mental health. It's not conducive for good mental health. So you have to include yourself. You have to. Because me, I suffer bad
I'm not
from mental
entirely
health.
sure about that. No, I'm not
Nah,
entirely sure about that.
definitely, Ouch. Ouch, try
Nah.
somewhere else and then you can compare it.
No, don't get me wrong. If you're talking about living, I would say yeah, but to say that it's not conducive with good mental health, I would disagree, because remember, for instance, like if our children, we're supposed to be able to guard our children, say, listen, like X, Y, and Z happened when I was young. I didn't like X, Y, and Z, and this potentially could have been the reason why this is happening to me now. So what I'm going to do with my children, I'm going to avoid the X, the Y, and the Z, and therefore increasing or reducing the risk of having your children have poor mental health.
No, 100. I love that. That is big, because there's steps that can be done to secure that your child's mental health isn't going to be the same as yours.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And not even that. If I'm honest with you, this is the thing. That's why for me, I'm just like, listen, you see all the bad shit that's happened and we just need to do better. We need to, like, you and me, we need to do better. And that's why, if I'm honest with you, like, listen, there's certain things you have to do. You have to do discipline and self-sacrifice, right? But the problem with mental health is, I think it's misunderstood largely, right, Freddie? Because I don't know if you heard me yesterday, but one of the things that I saw online where mental health was mentioned, and the brother said to cure mental health, you just have to pray. And I was just like,
yeah, but you know what though, fam?
And then, Freddie, it got worse. It got worse, Freddie. I hear somebody else said to cure mental health, you have to man up.
You have to what?
Man up.
Oh, there is an element of that. There is an element of that. I would agree to a certain degree that there is a element of manning up. I mean, okay, one of the things is self-harm. I don't know if you guys have ever seen somebody who's got scars on their arms where they've been cutting themselves.
Of course, sir.
So when I see, all right, so it's more understandable for me when I see a female do it. For some reason, I don't know why. I mean, one of the children's homes I was in, there was at least 3 girls that were self-harmers, and they had good reason. Through their childhood experiences, you know, some of the stuff they told me, I can understand why they would self-harm. I could understand why they would want to be on drugs or alcohol, because they've had a very terrible life. But when you get to like 24 years old and you're a man and you've got a wife and you've got kids and you've got all of these types of things, and then you want to start self-harming, and bro, I've seen a guy cut his own fucking throat. Like, and I think to myself, bro, what you did? You're 24 years old. Fix up. Whatever's happened to you in the past ain't fucking killed you. You're still here, but you're determined to kill yourself.
Yeah,
that don't make sense to me.
No, but Buddha, it wouldn't make sense to you because you're not suicidal. Remember, this is the thing about
neither was the guy. He was just a self-harmer. There's a difference between self-harming and suicide attempts. This guy wasn't trying to kill himself. He was just he was self-harming.
Yeah, that's facts. Because when you're self-harming, it's like a self type of depression. You don't really want to top yourself, but you don't care about yourself. So you'll do drugs, anything. You'll just anything to mash up your body or like harm yourself physically. You can do that. You don't necessarily want to.
Imagine this, Freddie. This guy was covered in tattoos. You know, like he was a Scouser, a guy from Liverpool, covered in tattoos. Like, you know. You look like a scaffolder. You understand? One of them type of guys.
You know what that is? You know what that is, Vel? I mean, Vel, Buddha. You know what that is?
Oh.
Fucking hell, man. When we was in care, yeah, they used to say that's a shaming. Like, obviously, if you've been fucked about with as a you just want to cover the shame. So you change up.
Okay. Yeah.
Switch up to be someone else. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I mean, I don't want to demean the guy's reasons for self-harming and all the rest of it, yeah?
No.
But the guy, when I sat down and asked him, because I had to have a conversation with him, like, you're stuck in on a lockup ward, you understand? They call it an observation ward. And the guy was telling me, he couldn't take it no more, his cat died, and I'm looking at this guy thinking, rude boy. I don't want to fucking be in here, right? I've got people telling me I've got to be in here, blah, blah, blah. And you're in here because your cat died and you cut your own fucking throat. I can get someone crying and all the rest of it, but I don't know. I don't want to demean this guy's pain for whatever reason he wanted to do it. I suppose that's what I'm saying. I don't think like other people. I'm not wired like other people. I don't get it.
Buddha, I just looked up self-harming, yeah? And on this thing it says self-harming is when you hurt yourself as a way of dealing with very difficult feelings, painful memories, and overwhelming situations and experiences. Some people have described self-harming as a way to express something that is hard to put into words, turn invisible thoughts or feelings into something visible. It's to change emotional pain into physical pain, reduce overwhelming emotional feelings or thoughts, have a sense of being in control, escape traumatic memories, have something in life that you can rely on. Wow, that's deep. Hold on. That something to rely on is nuts. To punish yourself for feelings and experiences, to stop feeling numb. Sorry, to stop feeling you self-harm, to stop feeling numb, disconnected or disassociated, to create a reason to physically care for yourself or express suicidal feelings without taking your own life. That's mad. That's crazy. I'm telling you this, bruh. I tell you, people don't realize. People don't even know, like, this self-harming. It's a lot.
Do you know, Ultra? As you're reading that, this is where my narcissism used to kick in, because none of those things I couldn't give a shit about. Do you know what I'm saying? And I think even the narcissism is like a self-defense type of thing. Like, all right, guess what? You know, you've had a shit life. You can either sit there wallow in pity and fucking pain, or you can go the other way and say, fuck it, what? I'm the fucking greatest. I'm still here. I'll still do it. I'll still rock and roll. You know what I'm saying? And that's the narcissism kind of overcompensating for past traumatic experiences.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
That is the biggest facts, because that was me. Because I grew up really poor, like super poor, not like really dumb poor.
Yeah,
I was scared of not ever having money. So me, I swear to God, I would do anything to get cream. Like, that's what's really kept me alive now. Like, that and God. Like, God first, obviously, but I'm saying the love for money has kept me up. You know what I'm saying? Like, throughout all my madnesses, I give up my life, but once I've got chips on me, I'm all right. You know what I'm trying to show you? Or once I've got chips in the bank, you know what I mean?
Let me tell you something, though, Freddie. Let me tell you something. I can remember it very vividly. All right, we broke into a storeroom in one of the children's homes. Yeah, all the rooms had smoke alarms, and so we was bunning us up. I don't know, 4 or 5 of us, not many, 4 or 5 of us inside a storeroom in the children's home smoking a joint. And we were debating this whole thing. Like, why is it we're 14 years old and we're in this situation we're in? Yeah. And this is the stage where I'm an atheist now. Like, we contemplated God. Why would God let this happen to us? Now, I'm thinking my life's pretty bad. But when I hear some of the girls, some of the sexual abuse they've been put through, my shit's humble compared to theirs. Mine was nowhere near as bad as theirs. And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, all of us in this room have been fucked over in one way or another by society, family, or whatever the circumstance may be. And I'm very ashamed to say it, but I cursed God. I was like, my ego was so big. My ego was like, I felt like I was greater than God at that point. Because I thought to myself, do you know what? If you can't look after me as a child, I will look after myself. I will rob, cheat, and steal to get wherever the fuck I want. And that's exactly what I've done. That's exactly what I've done. It's exactly why I ended up in fucking prison. It's the same reason why I ended up in nut houses all over the fucking joint. Do you know what I'm saying? And again, but that's immaturity. With age comes wisdom, as they say. So
yeah, I got home from school, you know, brother, and the foster people said your dad's dead, innit? I was like, your dad's dead, bitch. You fucking whore. Started switching out on her. You get what I'm saying, fam? And then I ran from where I ran. I must have run from the foster yard to my mum's house. But this is like a 15-mile running, blood. I'm telling you.
Was the foster place in London?
Yeah. But I didn't even jump on the bus or nothing. I just ran, fam. You know, I could have bare buses, trains. I just ran. You know what I'm saying? Because you know when you get the news, like, you just want to know, innit? Yeah. You get what I'm saying? And these times I've already gone young offenders and all that. But I just ain't told my dad because obviously, you know what I mean? You can't tell your dad them things. You get me?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So
my dad died when I was in Felton, funny enough.
Yeah, so when I got there, fam, and realised the man's dropped out, lad, this is when I said, okay, I've got to, like, there's no one to rely on, nothing. I ain't gonna do my thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, because obviously I used to be good to protect his name and make sure he was all right. How old
was you when this happened?
15.
Yeah, she's young, man.
You know what they say, though, Freddie? You know what they say, Freddie? An old saying, want to kill us, make us better. Understand?
Yeah, definitely.
Want to kill us, make us stronger. You get what I'm saying? So, and I'm a strong believer.
Facts, family, man. Come on, you know what it is, Buddha, man. My mental illness after that, you know, was just greed, innit? Just straight greed. Because I know the society is not fair. I never want my mum ever to suffer for anything. So I'll make sure she's topped up. You get what I'm saying? I wanted to make sure I shine because my dad was quite wealthy. So I wanted to make sure I represent him and have the wealth and the jewels and the this and the that and the da. So I just went extra ham. You get what I'm saying? To get it all. And my thing was like, I'd do anything wrong. I don't give a fuck. It's funny. So if I chop off your head, we got a new football. Don't worry about it. We got a basketball, innit? You know what I'm saying? Like everything was funny to me.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You know what? Let me give you an example. That same funniness or humor is another coping mechanism. So a lot of people, when they get in stressful situations, they end up laughing. And for us, well, when I say us, I can only say me, but coming from the background you're describing, you're us as well. But when we see a situation, we've got two options. What do? We either fucking sit there, scream and shout and cry about it, or we just bust joke and say, you know what, fuck it, what? You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, you know that I don't know, Freddie, you're old enough to know, man. I swear you're about my age, innit? And you know what the meaning of ghetto fabulous means from back in the day?
Yeah, family.
All right.
No, I haven't heard that for ages.
I haven't heard that for ages, Ultra. But here's the maddest thing, right? Here's the maddest thing. When I was coming up, kids were pretty good, you know. Most kids were cool. You understand? They go to school, get an education, whatever. But people like me were so fucking deranged. We were acting out, doing some mad shit. Not because we wanted to be I don't know, wanted to be some sort of quasi gangster or some shit. We were doing it out of necessity. So if we're turning over a fucking post office, we're not turning it over because we want to be gangsters. We're turning it over because we need money. Like, we've got to go put,
That's right.
That's got money in the
Sorry to
electric
cut
and
you, big
everything.
man. Sorry to cut you, big man. That's why I love them times, fam. That's why I trust me. I've dove right into it. Like, if it was work, I dove into it. If it was licking it, I dove into it. I'll be the best at licking it. I'll go to the gym just to make sure I practice on my legs. So when I spring over the cap, you know what I mean, fam?
Yeah.
If it was work, I want to be the best on site. I want to make sure I drill all the holes. You know what I'm saying, fam? I used to get best at everything. Like, just that was another mental fuck up I had. You get what I'm saying?
So the point being, you know, like the point being is this: we were doing these things out of necessity. Other young people around my age or my peers or whatever you want to call them must have thought this was cool, and they thought, you know, we'll start doing the same shit. We'll start, bro. When we was out on fucking pavement selling drawers and all the rest of it, we weren't doing it to be fucking cool. We're doing it to make paper, because we had bills to pay. We had fucking all sorts of shit to deal with. Do you understand? But then, notoriety comes with it. Do you really think the notoriety? We wanted that notoriety back in that day. We weren't interested, you know. Just wanted to make money. But then other people look at it and think it's cool, and this is where they become ghetto fabulous. You're coming from a good background where you got parents that look after you and check for you and all the rest of it. Yeah, there's no need for you to stand on a fucking corner. There's no need for you to be on pavement. You understand? But because you think it's some sort of, gangster, Scarface fucking lifestyle, you want to adopt that thing. But really and truly, and now look at us today. Look at the society today.
And you see, brother, when you're in the limelight, you know people are chatting you. You know people are watching you, but you couldn't give a fuck. You get what I'm saying? And some, even if they're admiring you or they're disliking you, you don't care because you're in what you're in. You know what I'm saying, brother?
Bro, you know, I remember, I think I told Ocha this one time, right? So back in the day, I must have been selling a few tickets, yeah? And guy takes me in the car, goes, go drop a ticket on that yard over there. Knock on the door, woman comes down, it's my fucking French teacher from school. Imagine that. Imagine that. Yeah, it's a different. And then when you're a child and you're exposed to those kind of adult behaviors, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. Because they couldn't do nothing with me in school. They couldn't do nothing with me in school because I've already been jailed. Like, I've got a mobile phone, it rings in class. What are you going to tell me? I'm not giving problems, but at the same time, I'm running my BI, my whole operation. So what are you going to tell me?
You buy the fucking pager. Where did you get mobile phone from?
No. Straight 1-to-1, blood. Straight
1-to-1.
Yeah, remember the whole credit card? You had to put the whole credit card in there. And you get what I'm saying? Yeah, all of that, blood.
Man had a fucking pager, bro. You had to phone up the fucking operator, tell them the message, and they send it and all that bollocks.
Yeah, I remember all of that, the green Motorollas. I remember them. And then fucking man used to drive to school as well, which was a good thing. I was so grateful. You get me? Grateful by God. You get me? God taught me how to drive from early. You know what I mean? So I was loving it. Because as soon as my dad did, I bought a car from him.
Okay. See, do you know what? I had a couple of friends that used to do that, right? But one thing with me, right? One thing I always learned from my elders was that don't ever. It's a ninjutsu thing, yeah. So in ninjutsu, there's a saying, no wasted movement. Do you understand?
Yeah.
No wasted movement. And like, my elders were saying to me, listen, if you're gonna break the law, you're gonna risk down the jail. You're gonna break the law, make sure you're getting money out of it. Otherwise, don't fucking do it. Like all my mates back in the day, they used to have a thing about nicking mopeds and fucking driving them around. And I used to say to myself, you're not even selling the fucking thing afterwards. You're burning it out. You're just setting it on fire. Where's the fucking money in that? Where's the logic in that? Never understood it. So thankfully, that's one thing that is clean on me is my fucking driver's license. I mean,
give thanks to God for that, Buddha, man, because you knew that was the difference between you and like paying the rent on time and you obviously having a nicer yard, a better yard. Like, fuck paying the rent on time. I want a better yard. You know what I'm trying to show you? You know what I mean?
Realsies, man. Realsies.
Yeah, I won't lie. I feel like both of you two gentlemen have experienced things far too early in childhood, and I was just looking at antisocial behavior disorder, antisocial behavior disorder. And it's just like it even mentions like early, early age as well. It's just it's crazy. The one thing I will say though is that it's important that you identify if you are suffering from mental health. It's important that you identify it, address it, and or get it treated, because it's like what Buddha said. One of his things is lying, and like through various techniques, I'm assuming it's the Buddhism as well that helps. Yeah,
It
he
does.
makes a
Believe
conscious
me.
effort
Believe me, it
to not
does.
lie. Yeah, and that's for me is important, right? Because essentially, Buddha, right, and I don't mean this in a disparaging way at all, but a mental health condition means that your brain isn't functioning the way it should be, right? But the fact that you have the mental capacity to understand that you have a problem and you make the necessary adjustments to make sure that you're conducive with a functional society is a testament to you, bro. And it's a credit to you, because a lot of people will just be like, you know what, fuck it. This is how it is. And not not address the issues. And the fact that you've addressed it and you make concessions and you make a concerted effort to not allow the mental health to affect your interactions is a it could only be a good thing.
Right.
It could
But
only be a good thing.
but you know what? I think they diagnose us, or they say 1 and 2 is what we might have, but we have to self-diagnose. So man have to realize like exactly what you're saying, what went wrong, and like use a religion if you can, because God did help me. Like taking time out of the whole thing helped me. You get what I'm saying? Them 2 years away, like that was the best 2 years of my life. I keep saying it. You get what I'm saying? I don't know if I sound like a broken record, but trust me, you know what I'm saying? Those helped me. That helped me. You know what I'm saying? Like
You
finding
know,
the God.
you know what? I'll give you an example. Fulton, that 23-hour bang up in a single cell. Yeah, it made me see that I never ever want to go back into this fucking place. It's a complete waste. It's a waste of intellect. It's a waste of life, and it's a waste of people's like what's the word? Production or positive, like what they could be, potential. It's a waste of people's potential. You understand? So what? Coming out, and lucky enough, I was only doing remand, yeah. So coming out, I said to myself, I ain't fucking going back in there again. You understand? But Ultra, let me ask you something, yeah? You there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
All right, so after reading that, would you say that was atypical of me? Would you say that's the kind of thing I come over with?
See, the thing is, I would say from what you described as the person you were, the things you experienced, the care, I can assume that the diagnosis does match. But the Buddha I know is post Buddhism, post understanding, accepting that there is an issue, post understanding, accepting, or making changes, receiving help, addressing the said issues. So for me, it's not as obvious, it's not painfully obvious that you are suffering with any mental health, to be fair.
Okay, cool. So this is the point I was trying to raise earlier. Okay, although I may not exhibit the telltale signs of mental health disorders and all the rest of it, I still am suffering from it. Do you understand? I still have times where if I could find someone online that were talking to me rude, would be a problem. Do you understand? These are legitimate things. This is why, you know.
That's big facts. I swear to God. That is, I was just thinking the same thing, brother. I swear to God. I was saying, look, so if this was back in the day, me and my brother would be coming to some people's house and I would be coming to talk to you with my fist. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're saying. So although I don't know, sometimes I lose my shit and I do exhibit some of these things, but I try very hard not to. So this is what I'm saying about people online. Although some people may not have a diagnosis, or you may not know that they have mental health issues, but some people do. It's very difficult to on an online thing to turn around and say to someone, you know what, that person's got mental health issues. They quite could be trolling, they quite could be fucking, I don't know, high, drunk, who knows? It's a very difficult thing.
I would disagree respectfully. I would say to point out that, for instance, yourself, Buddha, has suffered from mental health. If you didn't tell me your story, it would be very difficult for me to say, "Aha, Buddha's suffering from X, Y, Z." It's difficult.
It's not. This is the point. It's not has. I still do suffer with.
It's ongoing.
It's ongoing.
Yeah. No. Because what I mean, sorry. What I was saying was just like, for me, my primary focus is the early childhood stuff. So I used the wrong phrase there. But the point I was making is, it would be difficult for anybody, I believe, to say, Buddha is suffering with mental health issues. However, if anger management is also a mental health issue, and if you're prone to losing your temper, that's that for me is a red flag. Like that for me is a red flag. It's not like, oh my God, Buddha lost his temper, therefore X, Y, and Z. No. What I would say is, right, for instance, this person's lost their temper once. You know what? Everyone loses their temper. But if this person's losing their temper once a week, once a month, then we know. Hold on, one sec.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Ultra, but like I'm saying, I don't really want to go too much into details, but let's just say aggression is one of the things I really suffer with. In fact, if I didn't have the aggression, I'd be all right. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, brother. And the wickedest thing is, I had to find God. God blessed me with the intelligence to go to speak to people, and they gave me simple analogies, because I'm quite simplistic, innit? If it's not ABC, fuck off. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm very, very simplistic, innit? So when I went to where I went to look for spiritual guidance, the man told me, if you're driving a car and every day people are cutting you up, or people are bad driving you every day, I'm trying to show you, they're not the bad driver. You are. I'm trying to show you. Do you know what I'm saying? Because if
address the issues in yourself before you look at other people.
Yeah. Do you know? And it's something as simple as that made me realize, fucking hell, oh yeah, it's me fucking up. It's not really them. I need to concentrate on the road a bit more.
Let me show you something, though, Freddie.
That's a good analogy, to be fair.
Let me kind of share some of my observations in society. Right? So, a soldier goes to another country and he fights another man's war. And while he's there, he witnesses certain atrocities. He has to kill someone. He has to do all of these things. And he has to be in fear of his life. He doesn't know if he's going to step on an IED. He doesn't know if he's going to get taken out by a sniper. These are legit fears a gentleman or a man might have whilst being a soldier in another man's country. Now, we're not talking Call of Duty. We're talking real life situations. All right, cool. That guy returns to England. Guess what? He's diagnosed with PTSD. And this PTSD is a legitimate mental health issue, and he has to have therapy for years, and he never actually gets over it. It's manageable, but he's always going to have PTSD. All right, cool. That's a big man. That's a big man that's been trained. It's a big man that's been having a crew around him and all the rest of it. All right, cool. So let's like turn that down to the micro level. Let's say there's a young youth that lives on the blocks and his life is always in danger. Every time he steps out foot outside his door,
That's a good point.
yeah, he might be
That's a
at
good
risk
point.
of getting shanked. His family might be. He's always at risk. You understand? There's always an element of danger. There's always an element of the police catching him. There's always an element of someone trying to kill him. Is that not the same on a micro level as the PTSD experienced by the soldier?
And not even that, but a couple that with like a traumatic upbringing. Maybe he's from a single parent household, or he's got two parents and one of them's abusive or struggling with addiction.
Yep.
Like all of these things, brother, I'm telling you, it's near enough the same, but it affects us differently. But you're right, brother. That's an excellent point.
It's exactly the same
point.
But because the kids are black and brown, they're not getting the right treatment, and that's my point. Where I'm
it's not even the treatment, Freddie. There's not even a diagnosis that I'm aware of.
No, but I'm saying, fam, if this was happening in Buckinghamshire or one of them prominently white areas, you know what I'm saying, like Trafford in Manchester or one of, you know what I'm saying, like the nice part. I'm not talking about the shitty part. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about like the Essexes and the Upminsters. If this was going mad over there, they'd be fucking onto it. There'd be a big rehab with orange colours around it and all that.
So
do you know what I'm saying? A big mental institution dedicated to it.
I absolutely understand, and this is why when I talk to young people, most of the young, and I don't really like mix it up, like Rastas like on the G walks and all the rest of it. I'm not really, it's not my bag because I don't understand young people that well. But what I do, I talk to them like they're afflicted with this PTSD. Like I would talk to a soldier that's had PTSD. This is exactly how I talk to the young people. Because I feel like that's the life they're living. They're literally, like when they go Summer Leighton. What do they call Summer Leighton again? Not Gaza, what do they call it?
Baghdad, fam.
Baghdad, that's it. Thank you. Baghdad. It's literally.
I mainly got my head chopped off over there.
Okay.
You get me? I had to rescue my brethren. Long story short, he went over there like an idiot. They said to him, come over there. He went over there like an idiot. So they said, you're not coming off of here alive. You get what I'm saying? So man had to find a little money to get it over there. to get him out. But...
yeah. So literally, there's no therapy for these young people. They're just criminals. You know what I mean? They ain't afflicted by anything. They haven't got no PTSD. If there was a diagnosis,
do you know why? Do you know why? In the UK, if they were to treat youngers the same way they treat soldiers suffering from PTSD, it would cost them too much money, brother.
Yeah. I mean, you're right.
I'm being honest. That's all it boils down to when we're talking about the UK.
I'll make you right.
Fam, right now they're earning so much for their criminal activity, they don't want to adjust nothing. They don't want to change nothing. And remember, they're attributing it to certain sections of society, so that it's not affecting the mainstream at the moment. You get what I'm trying to show you? Like, if a kid from a middle class or well-to-do background does even find something up his nose one day, or gets into trouble, or starts doing crime, his family can buy him out of it. If that makes sense.
To be honest,
yeah, I'm saying
that's neither here nor there. I'll tell you what.
No, they can send him to rehab though, fam. If you come from a middle class to well-to-do family, you can get bought out of crime. We can say, you know what?
That's a good point. That is a good point.
You know what I'm saying, bro?
Rehab. Yeah, if you can afford rehab.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
What have you, then
like counselling, if you can afford all these things, you get me? And you can turn your back on crime. Because some people, once they're in, they can't turn their back on crime. Because if I know your secrets about your family, you're not letting me loose, bro.
Yeah, I hear you. And obviously circumstances are a big factor as well. And I think Buddha hit the nail on the head when he said, like, what's the difference between a soldier going to war who's trained, sees some sort of atrocity and then comes back and has PTSD, whereas a you on the road lives in a block where he's got ops to the left, to the right, and you know it's a chore to go to school, and mom or dad has got alcohol or drug problems, or you know, and remember, it's not just like one little tour of war. This guy is living this for years on end, and where is the help for this for Seji? And remember, this isn't just some like isolated case, bro. This is a reality for most dudes, young dudes. If you're in a socially deprived area of the country, right, and not even just black kids, just kids. If you're from a socially deprived area in the country where you're involved in madness,
1 second.
It's the
1
same
second.
thing.
Sorry, Ulch, I don't want to even make it seem like a black thing or I'm harping on about black people. This is mental illness. So mental illness ain't got no friends or colours or nothing.
Yeah,
so I just want to rephrase it.
Discriminate.
I just want to rephrase it. So,
Freddie, but also you raised a good point as well, though. You raised a good point. If your circumstances allow you to identify and treat certain symptoms early, then you've got a much better chance of getting out unscarred, right? But this is why.
It's only because I've seen it with my own eyes, Ulch. The ones that went bad, like the celebrity ones, they got drawn out of it. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? And the ones that had to stay on the road, because obviously they have to bills have to appear. You know what I mean? Those are the ones that still in it. You know what I'm saying? They didn't have a family to rescue them and take them out. I had to follow my rich brethren's example, because his people followed him up and took him up and put him in America. So what did I do? I said, rah, he went to America and fucked off from all this, and now when you see him on whatever, he's looking good. You get me? Let me take my thing and fuck off too. You get what I'm saying? So that was my little, I had to discipline myself and say, you know what? I ain't got no use, and if I stay here, I'm going to die. Let me go. You get what I'm trying to show you, and just live a new life and look about God for a change.
So look at this now, Ultra. Look at this now. So, I gave you the analogy of the young man living on the block, and clearly going through that kind of stress and that kind of trauma is going to have some sort of a mental health effect on that individual.
Absolutely.
Right. So he's at a young age, and he gets to 24, 25. Does that mental health issue go away? No, it don't. It stays with him. It's ingrained.
Not if it's not been identified and or treated.
Well, this is the thing,
and it's going to shape his reality.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. This is how it shapes my reality. You know, I think I was speaking to someone not too long ago. Could have been just before last year, just before like November, something like that. And this person was a little bit younger than me, not much, but maybe in the mid to late 30s. And I was talking to him, and he goes to me, and I said to him, like, you've never been in a fight? The guy goes, no, I've never been in a fight. I'm looking at him like, he must be trolling me. You mean to tell me in all your 30 odd years, you've never thrown a punch at someone, never been in a fight? No, never. To me, I find that bizarre. Because all I've ever fucking done is fight. Do you know what I'm saying? So even
that's weird. It's crazy.
That's mad, isn't it? Like everyone I know has always been about that, or you know what I mean? Like I'm sure even Ultra must have had a fight. Like after you left school,
you definitely had a fight. You definitely had a fight.
After you left school, so say after the age of 21, Ultra, have you had a fight?
No.
What?
No.
Did you say no?
No.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, I haven't got into any physical altercations since I left uni. No, even before then, even before college. No. Yeah. Yeah, no.
So you mean to tell me in your day-to-day when you're driving and somebody cuts you up and like your wife and your kids in the car and that guy could have potentially fucking injured someone in your family pretty badly. You mean to tell me you don't get out and like fling two tump or nothing?
No. I've never been in a situation where I've had to use or been. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a bus driver, So people call me all kinds of pussy and black bastard.
Yeah, but that's when you're at work. I'm talking about when you're in a car with your family.
If I'm honest with you, bro, the last physical altercation I can remember having was in high school.
You know what? No, but he's right though, you know, fam. Because man said cease and it had to done, innit? Do you get what I'm trying to show you? You know, like cease the violence and it had to finish. Man said cease in my own mind. Because the wickedest thing about mental health, you have to prove yourself wrong. I mean, right, sorry. Bare times, you have to prove yourself right. And then by proving yourself right, you end up proving others wrong. Do you get what I'm trying to show you?
Do you know what, Freddie? I hear what you're saying, but in my mind, right, like, all right, so I've always struggled with violence. It's always been, because it's a long story. I don't even want to get into it, yeah? But imagine I got kicked out of nursery, yeah, because the parents were complaining that their children were coming home with bruises and bloody noses and stuff like that, yeah? So it's not something, it's quite normal for me, like, and this is why I don't understand other people when they make such a big thing about violence. I don't get it, yeah? Okay, maybe too much of a reliance on it, and it is addictive, I'm not going to lie, but, you know, we look at things like boxing and all these MMA and all this, men like violence in some shape or another. Do you get what I'm saying? We're predisposed to it. So I'm not quite understanding, like,
fam, remember my thing was based off of evil, you know, fam, because I used to laugh when things happen, innit? Like, you got thrown off the roof. Hi, you didn't have a parachute. What, you know what I'm saying? My thing was based off of evil and like probably worse. I don't know. It might have been, I don't know, it's demonic, bro. You get what I'm trying to show you? So I had to cease. You know what I'm saying, fam? You get what I mean? It has to full stop done. That's it. No more, nothing. I don't want to, if I walk with a life, they're going to take my life.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
So I
don't want to say too much, but I used to walk around with a certain thing and it wasn't a knife. So, but then again, I had to make those changes and say, listen, you know what? I'm not going to do that no more. I'm not about that life. You know, you hit a certain age and you hit a certain maturity and you hit a certain spiritual realization and you think to yourself, be the change you want to see, innit? So I had to stop all of that kind of behavior.
Remember, I had that one from young, you know, and what happened with that one there, I knew the power of it straight away. So what I done is I put it back in the tool case. You get what I'm trying to show you, and used it as for the right tool. I didn't walk with that, but I chose the knife. I chose the knife.
You know what Bridget said? God rest his soul. My brethren taught me this, yeah. God rest his soul. He goes to me, bury the thing, vacuum pack it and bury it. If you really want it, you'll have to dig for it. And by the time you've done all that digging, you really have enough time to think, do you really want that? Do you know what I'm saying?
Big facts. Big 100%. The biggest facts ever in life.
Yeah, that's true. And the funny thing, you know, well, I shouldn't say it's funny. I had to get rid of it in the end because the things that go inside it, I didn't keep it together. I kept it separate. Do you understand? Just in case they find it, because if they find it, it's problems. If it's together, then it's problems. And I forgot where I put the other bits. For the life of me, I couldn't remember where the fuck I hid it. Like, I hid it.
That always happens, you know. That always happens. You're not the only one, so you're not the only one.
So I had to get rid of it in the end. Like.
Yeah, no, I ceased, man. I ceased. I said, if they're going to take my life, they're going to take my life. But I'm ceasing, innit? At least I know I ceased myself, innit? I had my own choice to cease. No one made me cease. I ceased. You know what I'm saying?
That's it. What age was that, roughly?
About 28.
Okay, so I was a little bit behind you, 25. So, yeah. Veli, could you let Ultra back in if you're listening?
So, just to double check, lads, mental health is real, yeah? That's the decision we've reached.
James, if I ever fucking find you, you'll know how real it is. How about that?
Yeah, JJ. Yeah, JJ. You know how fucking real it is, mate. Yeah.
No,
I'll
no,
pin
I'm
you
being
up
serious.
against the
though,
wall like a fucking poster.
Yeah, yeah. If you say so, lads. Oh, seriously though, yeah.
Good.
Obviously the question is, like, I think if I'm wrong, or like when people use mental health as an excuse for certain behaviors or for certain actions, right? So they say, oh, it's a result of mental health. So do you not? Because based on what I'm understanding from at least Buddha, I'm not 100% on you, Freddie. Buddha's saying that he's made a conscious effort to change what he believes was a symptom of mental health, i.e., his behavior, and he's changed it. Therefore, there seems to be some control. I mean, I know Buddha doesn't speak for every person that suffers with mental health. So if someone's using it as an excuse, are we to accept their excuse, or is it there? Unless their responsibility is completely diminished, shouldn't they
Yeah.
still be held accountable?
No,
Irrespective
everyone's at different stages. Everyone's at different stages of mental illness. Mental illness
Yeah,
ain't really,
it
you know what I'm
depends
saying?
on the type of mental health it is. So for example, someone who's suffering from schizophrenia will hear voices and stuff like that, whereas someone who's got my type of diagnosis won't have any of that. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's different
What's
forms.
your diagnosis?
It's an antisocial personality disorder. So, but I'm interested to understand what you mean by Buddha's coming like John Wick. What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? You like to elaborate on what that comment meant? Like,
At least
you
now I
mock
know
it.
that you're one of the people that reads the chat, so I'll be careful in future. Nah,
Okay.
you know what you're talking. I just meant like fucking where you talk about putting down violence, and that's the John Wick storyline. And then someone kills his dog, and then he goes full John Wick mode.
Yeah, but that's Hollywood, man. That's just fucking. It's not real, is it? Do you know what I mean? Not real.
You know when you're not talking about violence, you know what's interesting, say, Freddie as well. What are you? Do you consider yourself sadists, or do you consider yourself? Do you think that's the only medium with which to respond to, I don't know, man, threatening situations? Or are you saying you actually
Me,
enjoy
I'm
it?
done with violence. I'm ceased violence from whenever, innit? A long time ago.
Nah, but when you
Plus
said you were
the-
evil when you was young, yeah.
Huh?
So were you using
Yeah,
violence
I
as a
was.
way of responding? So you enjoyed
Nah, it
seeing
was just a way to just obviously I wasn't like, remember my thing's quite mild compared to my peers. Do you get what I'm saying? My peers are like evil times personified. You get what I'm trying to show you, like, so I'm quite cool compared to them. You get what I'm saying? But I'm just saying I grew up around it. It's just so evil. Like it's you know what I'm saying? The things we're laughing about, joking about, it's not really righteous. So it's got to be
I
evil.
think for me, it's like this. If I give you this analogy, it's probably the best way. When you're used to eating with a knife and fork, and then later in life, someone says to you, "You know what? Use chopsticks." It's like, all right, cool. I'll use chopsticks, but I prefer a knife and fork, like, because I've used a knife and fork all my life. So, for example, the analogy basically means that when you've been surrounded by violence the best part of your life, and you've used it to resolve situations, and people used it against you and all the rest of it, it's very hard to transition to not using it. And this is why I was saying I'm surprised with Ultra, when Ultra turns around and says he hasn't had a fight. That's a strange, like, James, when's the last, like, I don't know how old you are, but since you left, since the age of 20 something, 21, have you had a fight? Have you punched someone?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. See, that to me, that's normal, natural.
To be fair though, I haven't had a fight in years. Like God knows how long.
But is there a potential if somebody was to provoke you or piss you off? Is there a potential for you to become aggressive?
Yeah, no, that's why I was interested in you lot's thing, because I was saying when you the way you, I'm like most of you. Well, it's not even about what fucking path you've chosen in life. Most people have a sort of a threshold, or there will be a violent response in most human beings. I reckon it's human nature. If you reach a certain point with anybody, yeah, like even someone who's a pacifist, eventually they'll defend themselves or defend someone they care about, whatever. But if you take pleasure, so if violence is a currency, and ostensibly you take some pleasure in hurting other people, That's where it would be different, in my opinion.
Of
Then
course,
it's like,
violence
I
is
don't
a
want to beat
currency.
people up.
That's how slavery got run. That's how the modern society runs today. Of course, violence is a currency. If police don't use violence as a currency, they can't police Britain. Do you know what I'm trying
No,
to
but
show
like
you?
I'm saying
They have to
now,
slam kids on the floor
no,
and kick them
I
in the
get,
face.
I
and
get
all
what
that
you're
stuff.
saying.
You
I
get
get what
what
you're
I'm saying?
saying. I get what you're saying, James. And the question you're asking is the element of sadism in it. But look, I'll give you an example. Do you remember we was in a B&B, yeah, and one of my neighbors had two of those turntable things. What they call Technics 410s.
Yeah, technique decks.
Decks, yeah, that's it. Yeah, decks, yeah. You know, somebody broke into his fucking thing and stole it. Yeah, we managed to find out who it was. So he got slapped around the place a bit, and like, you know, we might have kept him for a couple of hours and like from
Mash
cigarette
him up.
box. Mash him up, yeah. And there's an element of like revenge, and that is it's not, I wouldn't say pleasant, but the retribution, the feeling of retribution of being wrong
Revenge is the sweetest thing next to getting pussy.
right.
Remember, I
So
fucking told you that.
so
If you're
so
into it, you know what I'm saying?
there's an element of joy from seeing someone suffer because they've wronged you. So if that's what you're alluding to, James, then yeah.
that's interesting, because I would agree, but I guess that's more of a punishment. The reason I said that is, I guess, so that's almost like, I don't want to say justified, right? But that's a punishment. So you believe that was you feel that you were punished in a way, and therefore you believe it's fair to punish them. I was looking at it more like, take Ultra for an example, and me now in my ripe old age. Am I willing, like it? Is violence going to be as frivolous?
There's man in the back trying to get on. Veli. There's people in the back trying waiting to get on. Sorry, James, go through, bro.
No, they're good. Would I use violence frivolously now? No. And mainly because the smarter I get, though, the smarter. Like a random example, but I remember one time in school we used to do this thing where we'd like high five people, or like go for a high five and punch them in the stomach. Yeah, it was fucking like it was deep, obviously, and it's not like we wouldn't do it amongst our peers. We do it to youths younger than us or youths that like, yeah, basically it's bullying, really. When you look at it, it was bullying, but like it wasn't seen as deep because it was just one punch and that was it. And you know, and I just remember, I think it was, I don't want to say his name, but I remember I did it to one kid, yeah, and he was crying, and obviously I got in trouble for it because he got like he had to go home from school that day. And then, you know, I don't know, that allowed me some perspective, and I was like, Red, like I'm just bullying random people every other day, and that, let alone the happy slap thing, that took me a little bit longer to realize that's actually even worse because these people are having their shit recorded. But from that moment on, I realized that I am not allowed to do that. And it's the same with violence. It's like, if someone insults me now, whether I could be, if I feel like hitting them, is that the right thing to do? Does what they've done warrant that kind of a response? Or how would I feel if someone broke my jaw or something? That kind of mature perspective lets me know that violence is wrong and immoral. So even if I get the urges, which I think is human nature, I think I just wouldn't be violent because I don't enjoy hurting other people. But people
But
that
do you trust yourself not? Do you trust yourself not to be violent in a situation like that? Because that's what I struggle with. Right? I can never predict how I'm going to react, and that's why I'm kind of cautious of getting myself into situations where violence might be a factor.
I'm not. I don't think you are.
Morning, Buddha.
Yeah, big up
Eddie. Morning,
Rob.
Ultra Funky. Morning, Rob. I can't stay long. James, sorry, just wanted to quickly say, James, I've sent you a DM, 2 other films with the Aborigines.
Oh, yes.
So I don't know if you've got them. If you've got it, I just sent it to you this morning.
I think you have to go on Hangouts, yeah?
Yeah, I sent it. It keeps on saying it's waiting for a response from you or something. I don't know. But
yeah, I need to do that invitation. Go to the invitations page thing, yeah.
Yeah, but I've sent you 2. One has a link to the film, to one film, the other film called Sweet Country. I haven't got the link for it, but The Chant of Jimmy Blacksmith, that one has a link. So they're both good films. They're quite brutal.
I was just going to ask any of the panel, James, Witness, and Rob, have they suffered from mental illness at any stage? If it's a personal one, you don't want to answer. You don't want to answer.
I can be quick. I don't think so.
No. But if you were mentally ill, would you know you were mentally ill?
Yeah. Yes. Some people can self-diagnose. Some people
you probably don't know at the time. If you're suffering from mental health, you probably don't realize it at the time. But once it's recognized, identified, and you're receiving treatment, I think it's impossible to deny the fact. Also, I did fuck up your mental health once on Dan's panel, James. So, yeah.
Wait. In regards to the mentally ill thing, any of you, if you have a chance, there's a brilliant thing on Channel 4. You can watch Channel 4 on demand. It's a TV drama called Catch-22. It's based on a book based during the Second World War. A pilot who was a bomber, and it shows his life and how he tries to get out of the army by claiming he's mad. And then there's an interesting part where he keeps on seeing the doctor coming up with problems, claiming he has an abdominal problem, liver problem. And then he finally comes up to the doctor and says, okay, I'm crazy. And then the doctor says, no, it's Catch-22. He goes, what do you mean Catch-22? He says that everybody here is crazy. But if you think you're crazy and you come to tell me that you're crazy, then you're not crazy. I have to think you're crazy. So when you do something, I have to be the one who tells you that you're crazy. But if you believe you're crazy and you're telling me that you're crazy, then I can't let you out of the army because you're not crazy, because you have enough mental capacity to diagnose that you're crazy. Catch-22.
Have you
Thanks
seen my
Thanks for the spoilers, but I'll still watch it.
Very, that's a good one.
Are you listening? Yeah, I wrote a comment just random on that topic. The first comment I wrote when I got here was if you're hearing voices, if hearing voices makes you crazy, then don't ask yourself if you're crazy. See what I did there? Because
if hearing voices say that again, James.
If hearing voices makes you crazy, then don't ever ask yourself if you're crazy. You know,
now we got your one, Witness. We ain't got no. Your one was a good one, actually. Well done for that.
Yeah, thanks, Fred.
James. I pray to God you never hear voices. Like I've heard voices once in my life, and the maddest thing is the medication they gave me at the time. I put it down to that making me hear voices. It wasn't like
what, like, can you explain the? I'm not trying to say like but can you explain the phenomena? Because technically we all hear voices, right? We all speak to ourselves.
So literally, they call it an audible hallucination, and so they gave me this mad fucked up medication. I think they actually banned it now. I'll tell you the name of it. It's called chloral nitrate. Yeah, and the maddest thing is, if you look at Rob's avatar, you know the hand that's moving, it's got that red pill in it.
Morpheus,
more or less looks like that, but it's pink. And that shit there I'll never forget. I took it, I think, about 3 days, and by the end of it, I was literally hearing voices. So, and the funny thing is, I was sitting in a chair and I felt like someone was talking behind me. So I turned around, trying to see who the fuck's talking to me. Oh my God, I'm laughing about it now. But yeah, I pray to God nobody ever hears voices in their life. It's the most disconcerting, craziest thing.
Really?
Yeah.
How loud were the voices? Were they very loud or was it faint?
It was faint. It was more like So do you imagine being in an office and you're on the phone, but there's other people behind you talking. That's what it was like for me.
Wow, I see. Wow, that's. Whew. But well, you know what? We're all crazy anyway. We believe there's some invisible force called gravity that's keeping us to the earth. We can't see it.
true. Yeah, that's so true. That element there. When you look at it like that, for real, we believe some silly things.
But I didn't want to diminish. I didn't want to diminish what Buddha was saying, because it is very serious what he was saying with the voices thing, and you know, it's very scary.
Wait, Buddha, was it the medication that brought this on?
Yeah. Well, I've never heard voices in my life prior to that, and I've never heard voices since that. So I can only.
So imagine they gave you a chemical that fucked you up.
Yeah. Let me try and
insane.
Over 60%.
Hey, family, that's nothing new. Remember Fraggle juice. Remember Fraggle juice, fam, in the green container. They used to pour. They used to come in one green fucking bottle, like. Yeah, bro. Can you hear me?
Can hear you, yeah. I don't know, but the only Fraggle juice I know is the liquid kosh. And
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they used to give it to you to drink as well, though.
No, the maddest thing is, when I was in this nut house, they injected this guy with this liquid kosh, and I'll be real with you, right? They said he was mad. I thought he was hilarious. This little white kid, he was such a funny fucker, but okay, he was a little bit unruly and whatnot, but it was so funny. And so they gave him this liquid kosh thing, this injection in his ass, and he was never the same. He was dribbling and all sorts of shit. And I thought to myself, right, I thought I better behave myself before I end up like this guy. And then
that's exactly what made me behave.
On leaving the place, on getting discharged, they gave me a prescription. They said I have to take this prescription. So I was taking this prescription, and it was fucking me up, man. I was putting on weight. I was like fucking sleeping all the time. And then I come to realize, after only a few months ago, in fact, right, that same thing was the tablet version of the injection that they were giving me. It's called chlorpromazine. Imagine that.
Fucking
so I'm taking these tablets thinking, fucking, I've got to take these. It's literally liquid koshing me, but not liquid. Tablet koshing me. Imagine that.
Yeah. Because they used to liquid it as well, you know. They used to put it in a green sweet juice. It was like a sweet juice.
I thought that was methadone, you know. I thought I'm sure methadone green. They give it to the
Nah, this thing was green, king. You got all there to tell you. And anytime you're unruly, you get a shot of that. Or if they can't give it to you physically, like where you take it like by your own accord, they just throw you down and chicken wing you and fling it in your ass.
Yeah, for roses. Yeah.
Can I ask a question for you? Yeah? Buddha, you know, do you? I'm assuming this. Correct me if I'm wrong. You said in the nut house, you were there forcibly. You weren't there by choice, right?
Well, so the first couple, when I was a teenager, they put me in there for like an observation type thing. Yeah. So I was going through a court case, and they wanted to do they call them sentencing report.
Pre-sentence report.
But I hadn't been convicted of anything, so it wasn't even that. It was just trying to get me to go to this thing to find out if I was nuts or not. And then the last couple of times, the last time was I had to go there. So what they do is they do this. They say, listen, you can go in on a voluntary basis, or we can go to court and apply for an order, and that way we can detain you indefinitely. So you make the choice. That's how they drop it. And if they did detain you indefinitely, then boy, that's literally indefinite.
But do you think that given where your journey so far, do you think then ultimately it's had a positive effect in the grand scheme of things?
That's a difficult question, because at the time I never thought I was crazy. I still don't think I'm crazy.
Listen, hell no. If they give away the diagnosis properly, like if they actually care about the people, their children that in England are growing up, they wouldn't make them go through these traumas and then recover from the traumas and then say, oh, don't you think that was good for you? No. You'd help the
You know,
people
for me, it's
before they
dependent.
go through this.
For me, it's always dependent on the psychiatrist. They're like social workers. Sometimes you get good ones, sometimes you get shit ones. You know what I'm saying? Thankfully, the one I've got now is a pretty down to earth type of guy. You know what I'm saying?
But this problem of mental illness is quite serious, because I remember a time when I was growing up in Streatham Hill. My life revolved around Streatham Hill, Brixton. I used to see mad black people all the time on the streets. And there was a big controversy during that period called Care in the Community. And a lot of people felt that the Tory party were releasing people out of mental institutions back into the community because they couldn't be bothered to, use the money to keep them there to help them in the wards or whatever. So there was a period you would literally see, and I've been on a bus that got held up by a black guy who was walking around with a gun on the bus. I don't know if he was.
Sorry about that, man. I didn't know he was on the bus, bro. I'm sorry. But anyway, but you say Streatham Hill. Do you know what? Have you heard of the Bethlehem Hospital down Streatham Hill, between Streatham Hill and Brixton?
Yeah, I would probably walk past it. Probably.
Right. So the Bethlehem is basically the mental health hospital within that area. That's why there's so many mental health people walking around Brixton. So even Liam Court Road, there's a massive hotel there, and what they do is they take the people that have been released from the mental health hospital, and they place them in there. That's why you get a lot of people. And it's
in the Liam Court Road Hotel, there's a hotel. I remember that road, and there was a big hotel there.
There you go.
It was almost like a bed and breakfast, like almost, not quite like.
That's right. No, it was. It is literally a bed and breakfast. It's more or less that. So all these people that got mental health issues that have been released, they release them into that hostel. Well, it's not hostel, it's a hotel, basically, bed and breakfast.
That explains a lot, because there were lots in Streatham Hill, people walking. It was sad. Black men, black women walking around.
But don't forget, you got Brixton Prison on.
Yeah, it's a Brixton Prison. If you walk down to past Brixton Hill, you walk past Brixton Prison. Yeah. Right.
So Brixton Prison is basically for people with mental health. So if trust me. Like back in the day, it was a very notorious prison back in the day. But nowadays, if you've got mental health, instead of them putting you into a mental health hospital or something, they stick you in one of those places. Especially if you're elderly. So if you're elderly and you've got mental health issues, you go to Brixton.
That explains why when I used to grow up there, I used to see black men and women who were mentally ill just walking around a lot. It became.
Sorry.
What were you saying, James?
You're saying the HMP is doubles as a medical institution, medical facility.
No, it's not a medical institution. It's a prison. If you're a prisoner, so if you go to court and you're of a certain age and you get convicted of a crime, you'll go to, 9 times out of 10 they'll send you to Brixton, because it's where they do.
If you're in that area, but it's just a remand center, isn't it? It's not mental health.
No, it's a prison. But they have a high. So every prison has mental health.
They can use them prisons for anything, because the dispersals, there's places, them, especially them ones in London, like our locals, Pentonville, innit? They can use that for anything. Yeah, so every prison will have a mental health with them. Same like a hospital. Every hospital has got a mental health with them. So, yeah. But instead of having
what was going on in the community, because there were too many people I would see about skin color.
Again, there's drug psychosis as well with this. You get
all right.
A lot of people who drink themselves stupid or take drugs until they go crazy. A lot of that as well. So.
Do you think, that like junkies, that arguably perennial self-sabotagers, do you believe, or saboteurs? Do you believe?
No, they're not self-saboteurs. No, don't be silly, man. Some of them come from beautiful homes, man. Like rich families.
No, that's a self-saboteur, isn't it? That's someone that's fucking.
Nah, it's not. It's addictive drug. Remember, the drug's got addictive.
The question is,
so obviously, if the drug didn't have an addiction and it was just overdosing, then I could say they're saboteurs. But where the drug
I'm saying, do you think those people that willingly engage in the use of them kind of opioids, do you think that they're suffering, that's evidence of them suffering from mental health?
There'd be a good case for it, I'd say. Be a good case for it. Like I explained earlier, I don't know if you was listening, but you know, like some of the girls in the children's homes that I was with, their stories of abuse when they were kids, for me, I could understand why they would take drugs. In fact, you know, I can understand why they become drug addicts and alcoholics and all the rest of it. So
yeah, all of these things are symptoms, I think, isn't it? They're just symptoms of it. You get what I'm saying?
And I feel like
they're not the problem.
I mean, if we look at like the tablets that they give you for depression and stuff like that, and all of these types of medications they give you, at the end of the day, they're drugs anyway. Well, there's no big difference. Do you know what I mean? I think
any person that was depressed logically would stay clear of antidepressants because it literally increases their chances of committing suicide.
Okay, but how
can you stay clear on something that's government recommended, bro?
Exactly, that's after the fact.
Yeah, that's dumb.
If a psychiatrist is saying to you, take this, what are you gonna do? Turn around and say to me, yeah, psychiatrist, yeah, it's gonna make me commit suicide. Next thing you know, yeah, you're proper mad. You need sectioning. You get what I'm saying? It's a thin line, bro.
You can point to any statistic in the world and say it's more
likely.
You
can now, but when those things were being dished out, there was no like. What did you do before internet? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know. I was like, when the internet came out, I was like 9.
Well, if you was poor and you didn't have a lack of education, you couldn't speak to your doctor about shit, especially if your liberty depended on it. Like that was a part of your conditions, your liberty conditions to get out of somewhere.
No, yeah, but if you're in a position where you're being sectioned or you can be forcibly treated like that, then arguably you are in a compromised state anyway. 9 times out of 10, obviously there's a few exceptions. So I don't think you'd be thinking coherently enough to make a compelling argument to a doctor. But generally speaking, like now, let's say, just take example.
But some people get like misdiagnosed. You know, like when police turn up and then they say stay calm and you're calm already, and they presume that you're in an angered state. Like some people get misdiagnosed. It happens all the time. Like people get sectioned and it wasn't supposed to. It happens every single day.
I personally know people that are not crazy that have been sectioned, but I have to be honest, they definitely did have an episode. Like for what happened to them, they definitely did have an episode. Because if you're drunk and you're wilding the fuck out and you get nicked, you're gonna have an opportunity to redeem yourself in the morning. But if you're in one of those, you know, amped up states and you what's the word, man? Like, you know what I'm talking about. If there's absolutely no getting through to you for an extended period, then ultimately, yeah, bro. Like you're at that stage, you're gonna have to.
Who are they to feel they can get through to you though? That's what I'm saying. You might just want to see a regular face, like a friendly face. Like these people make some crazy decisions. That's what I'm saying.
No, but then you're not. But
the criteria for who's mad and who's not is crazy. You know what I mean?
No, but if you're not under the influence of any drug, yeah, and you're just going on sick for no absolute reason, I'm not telling you, listen,
schizophrenia.
Do you want to get nicked? If you keep doing this, you're going to get nicked, and you persist. I don't see who else's fault it is but your own. Like at that stage, what can you do if you're not under the influence of any kind of drug? If this is, then you are exactly what they're describing as a risk to public safety, because you can't even be like man can't speak to you.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, James. You are a risk, but you're not a mental risk. That's like a separate subject matter. That's someone who's like a habitual thief or a kleptomaniac. Just keep doing it. That's different from someone who may or may not have a mental problem. That's
the reality.
If you're arresting a thief,
James. The reality is this: the police are not in a position to make diagnosis. So the best they can do is detain you for a psychiatric evaluation. So psych evaluation, they call it. Yeah. Because let me give you an example. You know, if someone suffers from diabetes, and I can't remember if it's too high or too low. No, it's too high. If their blood sugar levels go too high, they can start acting in a very bizarre way with it. That is fact. that is not a mental health situation. Do you know what I'm saying? The police wouldn't be able to discern whether that's a mental health situation or whether that person's diabetic or not. So they have to literally detain and wait for psychiatric evaluation. In fact, more time they call an ambulance. An ambulance takes them away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this is my, whether or not you are suffering from mental health, if you are unresponsive, then ultimately you're putting yourself in under their fucking remit of
you're putting yourself in line for a beatdown if you're unresponsive, to be quite honest with you. You know, in London,
no, but there is two types. There is
for a beatdown.
If you say to a Fed, yeah, if I had to do this, and you're like, well, suck your mum, I ain't doing anything, yeah, you're gonna get, I doubt they're gonna be like, oh, mental health. If you're fucking talking to yourself, you can't make eye contact, you know what I mean? They can't smell alcohol in your breath, and you're going on loopy, then eventually, I imagine, and they ask you a few times, like, mate, calm down, please, fella, or whatever the fuck it is, and you don't. I imagine at that stage, they're gonna be, I won't say well within their right, because they're not mental health professionals, but it makes sense. It logically would conclude that they would say, this person's crazy. And instead of just arresting them, going through the regular process, we're gonna have to go through the mental, detain them under the Mental Health Act, so on and so forth.
Hey, you know what? I've seen police come turn up to the spot, bro. Man ain't doing nothing to no one, innit? Man's relaxing. He grabbed man's hand and then tell him, man, come with me, and then he tell him, man, calm down. At the same time. So they're very, very sly with the tactics they use. You get what I'm saying? And the mental, how they use that mental act to prosecute people and persecute them at the same time. You get what I'm saying? So these people are very, very underhanded with the mental tactics they're using, you know, especially in this country, isn't it?
You see but in regards to, sorry, continue.
Really quick. This is random, but I just remember this. See where I used to live, yeah? And when I was young, I never really understood. But there was some brother, some people that lived close to me's older brother, yeah? And he was like well older than him, like 10. So when I was like 10, he must have been like 25 or something, yeah? And this guy used to come out of his yard, yeah, in his boxer shorts, like outside his little front gate area, and do like boxing, but like serious shadow boxing, and like making all type of noises and shit. And he used to make relatives of mine and other people live in my area real uncomfortable, like making all the sound, but fucking like nut job, yeah. Now I don't remember him ever getting nicked. I remember him disappeared. Well, we moved out as well, yeah. But is that okay? Like, because if a Fed come and people are like, he's not hurting nobody, like it's not okay. And if Feds come and arrested him there, I think everybody in that area, in that neighbor, all the old women and that would have been very happy, bro, that he was nicked under the Mental Health Act. So I don't know, man. Sometimes it's like I feel like
I think we're living in a country where you got to question man's shadow boxing. That's dumb. But anyway, like I don't like it, innit? I don't like it to know that you've got to question a man's shadow boxing. When I used to grow up with a woman, yeah, a Caucasian woman, and she used to fucking flash her skirt to little boys. She used to run, and we used to run away from her. We used to call her Mad Mary. Do you know what I'm saying?
You should have caught her nicking.
Huh?
You don't think she should have caught, or you don't think that, let's say, people in the area that didn't want their children shown that thing had a right to
they didn't, but police never used to do nothing about her.
The question is whether she was mentally ill. The guy you mentioned, the question is, was he mentally ill?
He was.
This is the thing. You have to start looking at it from, we're not qualified to make that decision. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Because I can say to you, I go through parts of London and I see young black men walking around, no shirt on. They've got their trousers pulled down and they're showing their pants. Now that to me, is that a mental illness? Are they mentally ill? You know, or is there? It's not. You can't just make decisions. Does it look socially inappropriate? Yes. What this guy was doing, could you argue it was socially inappropriate? Yes. But does it mean he was mentally ill? No. It doesn't mean he was ill.
I mean, again, yeah, like, rather than it just literally just popped into my mind because I always remember thinking like, it's scary for me. I'm a little youth, but imagine like, because obviously there was like old women and that lived in that area, Imagine how uncomfortably and unnerving it is for them. Because obviously, G, like he's bugging out, like he's in his boxer shorts, he's in the front of his yard in the fucking morning in the cold and shit. Yeah, like doing all these noises and shit, bro. Like, yeah, like no, it's not the correct time and place. And the fact that you can't observe that you're making other people uncomfortable puts you into that realm of like of being a danger and risk to society. Because if you can't see that's uncomfortable, then if someone asked you politely to stop, what would you do? And obviously, because they're so scared, it was a big youth still. Because they're so scared of him, they can't ask him. And let's say they did ask him and he attacked one of them. Is that what we need to wait to see? Is there absolutely no indicators? Is an old woman getting knocked the fuck out the only indicator of someone being unstable? No.
But
Like,
true, even if he did physically assault her, that doesn't mean he's mentally ill. What he did was wrong. It was immoral. It was criminal, but doesn't mean he's psychologically deserves to
no,
be
but
committed.
that's like saying everything that happens within the natural world is therefore natural. So you can't say anything is an unnatural occurrence. And while granted there is logic to that statement, it's like then any mental state is arguably a human mental state that we can't criticize. No, it's mentally wrong if it deviates from what is accepted. If everyone was a schizophrenic, then schizophrenic would be normal, and anyone that wasn't a schizophrenic would be irregular. But that's not the case. The case is what is the sort of most conducive attitude for or towards society, innit? And not knowing that you make other human beings uncomfortable or not caring is, I reckon, could be an example of what did you say? Like bad mental health, or what did you say?
Yeah,
Mental
that
health.
doesn't make so. Then someone could say, walking past and seeing a group of black men sitting down on the street corner smoking weed makes them feel uncomfortable. So that's a form of mental illness.
No, but why though? No, but
Why?
why? Like feeling like somebody is going to attack you, and them not caring that it appears that they're going to attack you is, and them not being able to understand that that's what it implies. Their behavior implies isn't the same as someone smoke. It doesn't affect you if someone's smoking their weed, or
No,
if they're not.
it doesn't affect you. Just like you were affected when those people were affected when they saw that guy doing what he was doing. I'm sure there's some people who would have walked past who wouldn't care. It was no big deal to them.
I guarantee you, if in the middle of a cold fucking Monday morning, you saw a man in his boxer shorts in his front little gate garden bit. And brother, like I'm not gonna lie, like from my memory, it wasn't good. It wasn't like shadow boxing, like someone that knew how to shadow box.
I know, but I'm kind of biased because I did grow up in an area, as I mentioned earlier, for a bit, where there was an abundance of mad people walking about. And I guess I kind of got used to it. Like I remember one time I had a part-time job in a cinema, and there's a guy who came in there and he spent time talking to himself and pointing to an imaginary person, but I just took it as the norm. I didn't think he needed to be committed. I don't know. I guess it's subjective, James. It's subjective. The people, the way they felt about that guy doing what he was doing, made them feel uncomfortable.
I didn't get a consensus, by the way. I don't know how anyone else was, and I only just remembered it now because I always remember thinking like exactly how like what Freddie was saying. Like if feds come and nick him, he's got an excuse, right? Like what? It's in my yard. But there's a other part of me that's like, but I know because obviously I've lived near this guy. He's actually a psycho. You know what I mean?
But
I know that.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because that goes into the question that Belly was asking. Mental health, is it real or a get out of jail free pass? If you behave or you're taken in to be locked up for you, it's not a get out of jail pass because you still get taken in by another group of people and you get given all kinds of medicine and you get surrounded by people who are mentally ill. So it's not like it's going to be a walk in the park from not being in prison. You're still going to be in a way under duress because you're going to have to take stuff you don't want to take, and people are still going to be dictating your life to you, and you're going to see people all around you doing crazy things. So it's not really an easy. I don't think it's an easy way to get.
An argument can be made that it is easier.
Sure, yeah, okay, yeah. If you put it that way, it could be construed as being easier. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, but being derogatively being put in the funny farm, amongst people who are not right in the head could make you become crazy yourself. But yeah, it could be seen as easier than going to a real, well, I say real, but going to jail. Yeah, it could be seen that way. But it is real in regards to the first question. Mental health is real. Most people who have it don't realize they have it. Some are able to detect that they have it. The question is, and I don't know if we got that from Buddha, when you're then taken in, because he was talking about in the court, there was a decision he had to make. If he didn't agree with something, they could keep him indefinitely. He used the word indefinitely. I remember him saying that. So, wow, so they could keep you in for years. You have no power over your life. They could just keep you there. Jeez. Well, it'll be good to know what is leading to mental health. Is it genetics? Is it the life people are living? Is it the social?
I think a large degree is obviously social pressures, isn't it? Like, so trauma, shit like that. I imagine.
Yeah, because I was. What? Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh no, so no, I was just checking something. Like social pressure, social trauma. I think main factors. I think even if you're genetically sort of, you carry the markers or the genes or whatever. I think or it's hereditary. I think the expression of these sort of heritable genes are as a result of environmental factors, isn't it? So yeah, maybe a combination of your diet, your climate, your atmosphere, as well your diet, your climate, and your social atmosphere. I would imagine all three play a part.
Nahanda Sankofa in the chat says, but I think you have to weigh up logic. When it comes to a man shadow boxing in his boxers, how much of a danger could he be, especially if he's staying in his own space? So there's a level of awareness.
Listen, there's going to be his family. Actually, that is an example of genetic, of mental health being a sort of a genetic, being innate, genetically, because literally, my man, his younger sister and his younger brother, actually went in order. Him, his younger brother, his younger sister, were all. The younger sister was actually in my class at school. She was insane. And her older brother, he was a bit. He wasn't in my year or anything, but I know from what I knew, he was a bit crazy. And then their older brother, who was like a lot older than them, was, again, I didn't see him as much as I saw them lot, so I don't know. But he was nuts. In my opinion, he was nuts. He did other mad shit as well. Like, you know what I'm saying? And their yard was just constantly had things going on, be it police or whatever. But yeah, arguably, anyone can make a strong case to say, you know what? No, police have no right, man. They have no right. But as somebody that's sort of lived with it, that unless I was one of these, nosy neighbors that's taking notes and stuff, and being, giving them the evidence, it's not even about man being dangerous in so much as it's it was just an instability. Like, it just showed man's mind state was unstable, so he was more likely to be dangerous.
Sure.
Or,
yeah. All right.
You know what I mean? You're right. Like, that's why I brought it up, because it's someone like Freddie would say they have no right to arrest him.
Yeah, what I would say, because you've mentioned that twice, which I think is important to mention. When it comes to right, I think they have the right to do whatever they want. If you have the power, you then give yourself the right, so you can do whatever you want. They have the power, the police. The law has the power. So if it determines that your behavior, they can use it to arrest you and prosecute you, they have that right because they have the power. With right comes power. So that's it. People try and talk as if emotionally or morally, well, people don't have the right to do this. They don't have the right to do that. You have the right. If you have the power, you can create whatever right you want and you can implement it. That's the real world. So
I witness. Just a quick move away from this topic, because I don't know anyone else that's seen this movie. Alright, cool. That guy, that is like one of the worst ways to die in history. You're literally seeing someone grab your baby and rape your wife and those are the last things you saw on Earth.
Yeah.
You know the husband.
Yeah.
The husband of her.
That was the thing. Yeah. And to top it all, he was killed with his own rifle.
And then the way they killed the baby, I was like, Jesus Christ, bro.
Yeah. Or what was even more painful was the scene when that Aboriginal kid saw his mother get taken away, and he just witnessed death, seen Aboriginals get killed. He's with his mother, they're trying to hide, and then those white men grabbed the mother, and you saw the way the way the baby was crying as they took his mother away. Man,
yeah, Charlie went out like a G after seeing that shit. Charlie was like, "Yo, fuck." And I said, "Look, you can be the fucking rulers of all that. You can be the major of all of this shit, mate."
He was straight away. He made me laugh the first time you get introduced to him with his accent. Fucking stupid white man. Fucking what was it? Fucking bastard. You ain't gonna fucking pay me. It's like, whoa, this guy's obviously seen a lot and experienced a lot. And yeah,
wait, you're talking about my man, the kid or the old man?
No, the older guy. I'm talking about the older guy. When the older guy says, "You know what, sod this," and he's going back there to just finish the job, finish the business. And Charlie was cool. Charlie, the guy you mentioned, Charlie's the older guy, isn't he? He's the older guy.
Yeah.
Charlie clearly saw stuff because he saw them when they were raping that woman and beating her up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's I knew, like when that kid was like, why the fuck would they go up this way? And then there was, obviously it made sense that obviously because you could say maybe they're trying to avoid the other. I wanted the other tribe to catch them though, to be honest.
Yeah, because that was the first time you saw a group of guys who were actually like on that warrior thing. And you could see, I was wondering, why is he being so, they've just been involved in killing one white man. Why are they now being peaceful? Then you realize he knew that woman and he was hoping that she wouldn't get killed, but that bastard killed her.
Yeah, that was his wife, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was.
I thought it was his wife, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but that old man, like you said.
Yeah, that was gangster. That was gangster. You fucking bastard. fucking bastard.
He took him all the way up to that hill, and then he just turned his back on him and just walked off.
You know, it's a sick movie as well. Yeah, I fucking usually hate dream sequences. Yeah, but those dream sequences were scary as shit, bro. You know, like what the one where she wakes up and the guy's fucking walking towards her.
Yes, and it's her husband. Well, she sees the silhouette, and I think at one point she thinks it's her husband.
Yeah, it's her husband and the baby.
Yeah, and then it changes to the guy she killed, and it was like, whoa. And she, I don't think she could then continue being aggressive because she was having these psychological problems. She kept dreaming of the deaths, you know, her husband.
I know the fucking idiot. She fucking messed up that fucking shot, bro.
She did.
Donut.
Fucking. But I thought it was badass the way that in a part of the movie they just boom switched to their language. Her and her husband, their Gaelic language.
Yeah. But what you say? I think that the Irish folk singing is cold, fam.
It is. It's damn
hard.
Yeah. Even the I'm calling his name, the Aboriginal guy, after he sang his song and she started singing, he was just like,
yeah, I was gonna say that was a nice little thematic thing. They sort of are they're both songbirds, isn't it? Basically, that was the thing, right? That she's the nightingale and my man was that was it Marina or something?
Yeah.
I know. You know when he's doing that, yeah, and my man just hits him in the stomach.
Yeah. I was like, shut up, nigga, I hate you. And he wouldn't shut up. But it was really harrowing, the whole thing with the slavery. You had the Aboriginals being treated like slaves. Even the whites were being treated like slaves, the poor working class ones who came over as convicts. Because then they were literally owned by somebody else. And they had to do their term, 3 years, 4 years, and then they would be officially released. But then, like what happened to her, he didn't want to release her. He said, you belong to me, I own you. And he wouldn't give her.
That's his little private fucking his little squeeze, like he wouldn't let. You know what I mean?
Even though she had actually gotten married and had a kid, this despicable scumbag, and he was like, he wanted to be a captain. She
To be honest with you, like, you know, that's the irony of like, well, I mean, obviously it adds to the sort of what do you call it, man, the like emotive value of a movie. But it's like, if my man had asked him, he said no and just let him go, he could have gone to the north, got the job, and been gone from that area.
Yeah.
And even though she may have still been stuck there, like he wouldn't have been there fucking raping his wife. But because he got so emotional, that man gave that was a
it was the way they just treated women in there. I mean, you just 1 minute he's raping the Irish woman, the next minute he's raping the Aboriginal woman, and
that I ain't gonna lie, that, you know what the most powerful scene of that movie is when my man lets him onto the when my man lets him into the fucking when they bring him into that house, you know, the old couple, and then and he's like, and he's just crying. He's like, "This is my country."
Yeah, because he's sitting on the floor like a dog, and he's giving his food. And then the husband decides, no. He says, come and sit with us at the table. And then he takes his food off the floor, puts it on the table, and he sits down and he starts crying. And you can see the pain. It's like, it's like you said, this is my.
I like that. I like the honesty of whoever wrote or directed that, because it's like, who the fuck are you to do me favors, bro? This is my country. This is like, it's not. I feel sometimes like in most scenarios, that's how I rate the movie. In most scenarios, they would have used that moment to glorify or to show how magnanimous this old white fellow was. Yeah. But like, in reality, it's like it gives you the most honest. Like, it's so random. But I've got a mate, who the other day we was talking about COVID, and I was like, I was talking about the ONS statistics, and I was like, oh yeah, I was like, you know what's fucked? I was looking at the statistics, and when I looked at the age breakdown, I was like, you know, on average, 12 to like about 20 toddlers die every month. Like, how fucking cold-blooded is that? Like, every month there's 20 well, I mean, this is being optimistic. Like,
they die from what though? What are they dying from?
No, so this is just a mortality rate. So from anything from, you know, it's sad, you know, because obviously some of it must be child abuse as well. So, but let's just talk about the families that aren't. It's like, that's 20 families that are broken every month. And this person who's not African was like, yeah, but their kids die in Africa every day and no one gives a shit, bro.
Yeah, that's
I was like, the fact that you're actually European and you care more about things just shows that it's not about being that you're not a biased person, right? And it's the same like this movie. Like, we could use this moment to say at least there's some white people that really cared. It's like, no, bro, even those ones, like, this ain't even your country, bro. Like, what are you doing?
True, that's true. I like the way when he would be leading her, all of a sudden she'd be looking around, she'd look forward, he would disappear, and then she's wondering, where the hell is he? And then as the camera comes up, you see a group of white men.
Yeah.
And then she would go past this group of white men on her horse, and then he would suddenly appear again. And she was like, where the fuck were you? Why didn't you help me? And she goes, you don't pay me to help you. You don't pay me to fight.
When she was like, you need to get the horse, I was like, bro, you need to leave her to die, bro. I don't give a shit.
Yes.
All of this extra shit he's doing for you, and you still don't appreciate it. Yeah. You literally fucked it up. He's come on this, you know, I think it's Call of Duty. They say when you set out upon a mission of revenge, you must first dig 2 graves. Yeah, really? She's acting like she's gonna get away with it. He's joined you on this kamikaze revenge mission, and you're telling him to go get the fucking horse.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah. I was surprised when he did help her. But you know what even surprised me? You know when she gets on the carriage, and then the carriage is taking her away.
Oh, she tells him to stop.
And she sees him, and she goes, stop. And then she runs back to him. It's like, bleeding hell. I mean, they're now like linked, I guess, emotionally.
I'm glad they didn't hug or kiss, because then it would have cheapened the movie. It's like, bro, your husband are dead like a day ago, you're
True.
obviously not looking for a new male companion. So
Yeah.
it showed like the bond was not that kind of bond. It was like, you know, that's my friend. You know what I'm saying? This person's helped me, and now it's no more slave master relationship.
Yeah, that's true. I love, but you know, the only reason he then came on the warpath is because the old guy, I think Charlie got killed, and he saw
Charlie,
his. You know what I mean?
fucking white fella, fucking white fella, take my fucking land.
Fucking bastard.
Yeah, his song was sick. His tribal song was actually hard.
But I was really affected when they were going down the road and they came across those Aboriginals who were chained together. Yeah, they were going to hang them. Yeah, that part. And then the guy starts giving a chant, and then the other Aboriginals start chanting because they don't care, even though the leader's getting constantly hit in the face by the rifle. He didn't care. He was just giving the chant, and the others were chanting, and then they just killed all of them just like that.
No, the others were cowards, man.
But they when he then started chanting, they then gave the call.
No, they were like stop there, because he was like the Lemuras. He was like, the Lemuras are dead.
All right.
You man.
Yes.
Yo.
What's up, Billy?
The man that have been typing in the chat for about 20 minutes asking you, man, what film you talking about?
Oh, The Nightingale. So it's a 2018 film called The Nightingale. So 6 brothers. Witness brought me in here. These times he's like, don't read the thing, man. I read the thing. And I was like, nah, it's a little young revenge mission. But it was a cold movie, bro. Fucking cold, bro. It's dark, though. It's dark as hell. I don't really like slave movies as well, Witness, but I fuck with that one still, man.
Yeah, but that's what it's called. It's called The Nightingale, if anyone's interested. It's a good film, The Nightingale. Yeah. It shows you what was going on in Australia when the people were being suppressed, their land was being taken. It's a damn good story, good film. You should watch it, The Nightingale.
The captain's a sick actor as well, because I actually still want to kill him now.
Yeah, he's a brilliant English. He's brilliant, that guy. Do you know that the main guy, the Aboriginal guy, do you know that he's not an actor? That he was a street dancer? I've seen like interviews with him and footage of him, and he's breakdancing on the streets. That's what he was. He was a street dancer, and then someone put him.
The moves, though.
Yeah.
when he's doing the death ceremony and all of that stuff.
Yeah, when he's doing that.
He's pecky with it, bro. But I was gonna say, the last scene when she's singing to the pub, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, by the way, the lyrics were like perfectly chosen, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, they were.
That little song. But do you think? I feel like that kind of ruined it as well. Like, why? Like, you're just gonna break out into song randomly, like.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yep.
Is it on Netflix?
Probably. Nah. I don't know. It should be. Sorry, what were you saying, James?
I'm saying, do you download torrents? Like, how do you watch movies?
No, they're just various sites that allow you to watch movies. They're out there. I mean, you can just type in the name of any film, and in 2020 you'll get an abundance of websites that just let you.
Like, have you got uTorrent?
No, I don't bother with torrent. I don't need to in 2020. I mean, I can just stream and watch the movies online. Back in the past, I used to do the. I might have been interested in torrent, but I don't need to now. They're just lots of channels. It's like that link I sent you in the DM for the other film, the Ballad of Jimmy Blacksmith. I sent you a link. It's the same thing. It's just a website, and you just stream it and watch it there. You don't need to download or anything. It's there.
I got I don't know, man. I watched The Nightingale. I downloaded the torrent as a Blu-ray one still, but I don't know. I feel like I prefer it because. Yeah, I don't know. I just prefer torrents, man. It's just easier to control.
So wait a minute. So do you watch The Nightingale again after the first time? Wow.
No. What do you mean?
Because I'm saying that film is just so intense. It's like I need.
No, but I only watched. What do you mean? I only watched it once. Why did you say?
Okay. I thought because I'll probably.
I'm saying to watch it, I downloaded it. Like to watch anything, I downloaded it.
I see what you mean.
I've got in trouble a few times with my ISP. Like I've got emails like, you fucking downloaded the Avengers at this date.
Yeah.
It does depend on the ISP you're using. Absolutely, yeah, it depends. Yeah, because I know some people whose ISP, they can't go to the sites that I go to. Their ISP won't allow it for whatever reason, legal reasons. I don't know. They just won't allow it. So it
I
depends.
don't like. To be honest, I don't like. Once I feel like I worked out torrenting in like 2014 or something. Yeah, and since that moment, I've never looked back. Like I just download a whole season of something. I've probably got like 50 movies that I haven't watched. Yeah, in a file on my computer. That like if I ever go in a place where there's no internet or whatever on my laptop, I can just watch any of the movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that part I didn't know. So they were telling him to stop, and he was still doing the chanting. Okay.
Basically, no, it wasn't chanting. He said, all your people are dead. And then my man said, no. My man said, what tribe are you? He said, whatever tribe. He said, what tribe are you? He said, whatever tribe. He said, all our people are dead and all your people are dead. Then my man was stressed. And then he kept asking him questions. And then he just went on a mad thing. He was like, blood, you come to my country. You rape all our women. You kill all our people. These times they'd say, shut up, you black fella, shut up. And then the guys in chains behind him were like, bruv, stop. And then boom, one gun.
Because you see, when I watched it, when the Aboriginals would speak in their language and when the Irish would speak in their language, the site where I was watching it didn't give me subtitles. So that was why. So those parts, I didn't know what they were saying. I was trying to figure it out. But yeah, now you cleared it up. So that's what
I mean. I hate to be honest with you. I don't know how exactly I can do it. I'll see if I can work it out. Maybe it's like an email job or something. But are you on a Mac?
Yes, yeah.
You got QuickTime, yeah?
Yeah, I've got QuickTime, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, when I download these files, I mean, conceivably I could send them to you. I'm not sure exactly how it works. They're like 3 gigs or something, 3.5 gigs.
Yeah, true. But imagine her situation. The baby literally just been smashed to death. Husband's body her husband's body is to the left of her. Blood is coming out, and she's been pinned down to be raped.
Yeah, that shit was like, I don't think there was any sex in that movie without it being rape. Like, that was a tough watch, bro. That was actually tough. Like, she couldn't catch a fucking break, mate.
Yeah.
She could not catch a fucking break, bro.
But then that film was tame in comparison to the historical fact. Because I remember watching one documentary, and I'm still looking for it, where they were desperate for women in Australia. And what they were doing in Britain is they were taking prostitutes or women who'd been convicted of the most petty crimes and just automatically chaining them up and then deporting them to Australia. And they were already being assigned to people who already owned them. And I remember reading there was one time when one ship docked at Sydney and there was like mass rape on the beach when the women got brought out, the guys.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was.
It's fucked up, bro.
Because they didn't. I guess they were tired of raping Aboriginal women. So when they saw the white women, they just went nuts. And I don't know. That was for one ship, not every single ship, but it was just one ship that was filled primarily with like prostitutes or women, girls who had been convicted of crimes in England being brought over there. So yeah, it was.
Big up all the cultural relativists that think that's just as good as how women get treated now, boy.
What? What is a cultural relativist?
Those people that say no culture is superior to another culture. All cultures are equal. You've got mass rape on the beach, yeah, and then you've got the female version of affirmative action now, and people are going to say, yeah, well, there's no difference for a woman.
Yeah, but that stuff in that film was it's tame. It's hard, but it's tame compared to the real historical facts. I mean, I read one historical incident where an Aboriginal woman talks about how her and her group were captured. They tied up the men, and then they cut off their penises and began to laugh as they were jumping around in pain, as they were bleeding to death. And then they raped the women for, I don't know, an hour, about 5 to 10 soldiers, and then killed some of them and walked off. Because you saw in the film, it's like life was
Hold on a sec, yeah? Water just said it shows the nature of man without God. But weren't those Christians that were there?
Yeah, they were Christians. Yeah, they were Christians.
All right.
If anything, England was far more Christian in that period, and the default position to be a Western European at that time was Christian. Like the percentage of people that were pagan or atheistic were fucking minimal.
And I don't want to say too much for that. The link I sent you for that film, The Chant of Jimmy Blacksmith, but in there, he gets at one point brought up from a Christian household, missionary, and you see how he gets treated. Well,
yeah, you know, all of those people were, you know, for God, Queen, and country, fam, doing all that raping. Doing all that rape. I don't know how them man are talking about it when literally you have people that are meant to be closer to God than regular worshippers that are literally abusing children. Like, I don't know where people like Walter get the temerity, but I imagine it's because he's stupid. Like, I don't think there's anything particularly dishonest about him. I just think he's quite dumb.
But I still want to know, how is it that those people in that continent, Australia, were able to develop the way they did, but they never progressed to having like weapons that could really protect
the Aboriginals.
Yeah, because you know they never had bows and arrows there. The bow and arrow never came down there because I guess
they were real techie with those spears, though.
Yeah, which I was like, it's just wood, slim wood, and it's like because their weapons weren't even as scary or deadly as the Maoris in Aotearoa, New Zealand, or the Fijians. When I was in Fiji and I went to a shop to buy like weapons, and you see their traditional weapons, their war clubs, and the Fijians, their weapons.
You fucking 007, bro. You didn't buy any weapons in New Zealand, bro.
No, I was in Fiji because there was a shop there where you could. I came back and I brought gifts for my family members. I brought a war club for one family member. I brought a ceremonial cannibal fork for another family member. And I brought like a war mask, which I think I still have the war mask. But it's funny, my brother always tells me, because he's got the war club, when friends come to his house, the way the war club is shaped, they think it's like a bong to smoke marijuana or to smoke something. They think it's a bong. And he goes, no. Then he holds it. And when he holds it, they're like, what the fuck? Because then they see that it's an actual weapon that you can clout someone's head with and split their skull. And I find it funny.
But how do we know, yeah? How do we know? How do we know that was the extent of the Aboriginals' weaponry? I mean, obviously, wherever it was primitive in comparison to the British, but
yeah, but it's primarily because what little I know they had the boomerang thing, and then I know they had the spear thing, and then but apart from that, the I don't know. I haven't seen anything significantly like the Maoris or like the Fijians and the Samoans, or even like the Native Americans. Their weapons as well, their war clubs, their bows and arrows. They had some serious weapons like the Iroquois and the Algonquians when they were fighting against the British and the French. But for the Aboriginals, I haven't seen any hand-to-hand weapons that have been really, scary or anything. But then I don't think historically they were able to amass rifles to fight against the British. So they just got massacred.
Yeah, I mean, clearly not. Oh yeah, what do you feel about that period where she was like, "I'm Irish," and he was like, "You're a white fella, you're a white woman, you're white lady." Yeah, and she was like, "Oh, I'm not." Things, you Irish? I don't know, man, because you are white, and whether it's privilege or whatever word you wish to use. Like, I put out this. Do you feel like there's any responsibility on somebody that's Western European but not specifically English?
Responsibility for when you say
for benefit, like he's black and he's identifying her as white.
Yeah,
and she's like, I hate the fucking English as well. I hate him just as much as you. Are you not a bit uncomfortable with the fact that? Because I get it. By the end, she went on like a little character arc where she realized, I probably had it better than some of these Aboriginals, yeah. But even at that moment when they're discussing, and she's making it seem like we're on equal footing. I'm Irish, and he's like, they've come to my country, and like what happened in Ireland was bad, but not nearly as bad as what was happening to them.
Yeah, but even though she's Irish, she still saw herself as racially and culturally superior to him. She kept calling him boy.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, I mean, she's still guilty because a lot of other people were also taking part in the plunder and the oppression. So they were in the army. They were working their way up. They were settlers. A lot of them became settlers, and they were killing off, like in Tasmania. A lot of them were settlers who came there. They linked arm with the soldiers, walked from one part of the island down to the other, killing all the indigenous people. So they were all part of the
like she's calling him boy. She's talking about voodoo spells and ritual. Yo, oh my god, Shaka would love this movie, you know?
Yeah. There's the part where he was gonna do the stuff for her, and she was saying, "Hey, you don't want your fucking voodoo and all your
you don't put no curse on me." You know, like you know what? Yeah, no, I bet you like. And this is why like it's funny. Perspectives are funny, and this is why it's a sick movie. Because at first you're like, I can't remember his name, Dwayne. I was like, whoever her husband is there, you're like, oh no, he killed her husband. Oh no, they killed a baby. Oh no, like you're stressed for her. And then as it's obviously the baby, whatever happens, the baby's innocent. You know, like as you're going through the movie, she's walking my man down with the gun. You stop liking her, yeah. And then you're like, I bet your husband was a cunt to black people anyway. Like, you know what I'm saying? I bet her husband was a wanker.
I suspected when I saw her being brutalized, I'm like, yeah, I'm feeling sad for her, but I'm thinking, but she wouldn't give a damn about but the black people. And there's this part in the film where she decides she's going to go after them. And the guy who's the friend of her husband's telling her, no, don't go. He goes, listen, if you have to go, I'll get one of the blacks to be a guide for you. She goes, I'm not going with no fucking black. I was like,
yeah, that's what I mean. That's exactly that. And then when she was sitting down like, I'm not English. I hate the English. I was looking at her like, yeah, but bitch, bitch. You're racist too, like don't try that shit. Exactly. The only reason you're not racist now is because you need this man to survive.
Yeah. Did he never got paid in the end? No, he got half the money.
He got the 1 shilling. I hope he didn't die, man.
He must have. I mean, he must have. That wound. And he wasn't going to a doctor. It was almost like the dance he was doing was the dance to go off his soul, to go off like the bird. And then he sits down. It's like he's accepted it. He's going to the next life. Yeah. I think he did die. I don't think he survived. I wonder what happened to her though. What would she have done with her life psychologically? She's messed up.
She's getting hung, bro. Are you dumb, bro?
Yeah, but
everybody in that town, or hanged, sorry. Everybody in that town saw her do a little impassioned fucking, you know what I'm saying, song and speech and shit. And then them man die. And then the other family see, like bare people have seen her on the road with my man. And then the original place she's from, seen her saying she's going to look for the captain. Like, yeah, she's getting hanged, man. And she went into the jeweler store, tried to sell some army issued shit, and then she also went to the original place and tried to snitch on the captain. Like there's too tough evidence, bro. She's getting is it drawn and quartered or whatever. It's over for her still.
Yo.
Yes.
Hey, you know what? Yeah. You know you're talking about that Australian slavery. Yeah. It's a little bit the same, but obviously it's not in Australia. But there was on that slavery documentary, the trafficking of the history of human trafficking. Yeah. On the last part 4, there's a lady who was raped by a slave master. Yeah, and she was raped, and she had a child or whatever by the slave master or whatever. She killed the slave master. Yeah. And they took her to court and found her guilty of murder, even though they she described the rape, and they were saying that the reason why she was found guilty is because the slaves are not allowed to fight back.
Fucked up, innit?
Colonization. Yeah.
So that sounds like the Islamic thing still.
No, in the Islamic
Oh,
thing, the
blood
slaves
being halal.
they're treated better. So it's not slavery, it's servitude.
Nah, but obviously, at Gold, hold on, the Nightingale. It's called the Night. At Gold, it's called the Nightingale. Yeah, what was I gonna say? But no, but in Islamic slavery, the woman's not allowed. The woman's not allowed to, what do you call it, innit? The woman's not allowed to give her testimony. She's not allowed to be a witness. So if a woman gets raped and kills someone, the only crime that's been committed is a murder. Sorry, if a slave gets raped and kills someone and there's no one to see the rape take place, like no one else to report it, then technically she just murdered somebody.
Well, she needs 4 people that's not slaves.
What? Yeah, exactly. And the wicked, you know what the dumbest part about that is? I was having an argument one time with someone, yeah, and I was like, bruv, if there's CCTV evidence, yeah, of a murder happening, yeah, or of a rape, let's say. So the CCTV of a woman getting raped, or DNA evidence of a woman getting raped, for example.
Yeah, I remember this debate. I was there.
Yeah. Then the woman comes to the court and says, here's this DNA evidence, or here's the CCTV of me being raped. If she doesn't have full witnesses, then the punishment that was meant to happen to the person that raped her or murdered her happens to her. So she gets stoned to death for coming ill-equipped.
Oh, wow.
A man are talking about Islam is what's the word, like Islam is scientific and Islam embraces technology and them thing there, like. And if you don't do that, if you accept the CCTV, then why didn't Allah tell you back in the day that there will be a time where this will be admissible or this would be admissible? But man just told you it's always 4 witnesses, in it, and this 4 witness strategy is the best way. And the flip side of that is, what if you have CCTV evidence or DNA evidence and you bring that to court, and the person that's raped this woman brings 4 witnesses to say that it was a lie?
Hey, you know what, yeah? I saw a video on... Yeah, you know what, yeah? Carry on anyway. Shit.
No, that's it. Go on.
Nah, man, nah. Carry on.
What you saying, Benny Robinson? You shook at that man there?
Yeah, nah, man. Benny Robinson ain't shook on no one, man. But like I said, carry on, man. Carry on.
No,
Since we're talking about videos, I watched a video yesterday where Muhammad Hijab was comprehensively exposed as a charlatan.
Yeah, you were on Cosmic Skeptics channel watching him complain and show evidence about Muhammad Hijab there.
Yeah, it was bad. Like,
yeah, but I remember I actually watched the real debate of them two, and I remember my man, I think it was John Stuart Mill, talking about a chat. But this nigga does this all the time, though. I don't know anyone that takes more L's than that guy.
Which guy?
Because he goes, like, even him and Skydive Field did that. He was like, a brute fact is X, and a brute fact is just a necessary fact cannot be any other way or something, and a brute fact it cannot be any other way. Therefore, they're the same thing. And the Skydive Field's like, no, that's not true. And he's like,
no, that's not true, you moron.
And then my man's like, no, it is. You don't know. And he started quoting radio interviews with fucking Bertrand Russell. It just was so embarrassing. And he did the same with Cosmic Skeptic. He was like, in chapter 4, titled X, and then that Cosmic Skeptic, he was like, it's not titled that. That's not the title. And he's like, it is. I'll bet anyone. I bet you it is.
Google it, and then somebody from the audience Googled it. And then he just moved on swiftly, like, because he was wrong.
that is, you see that is an L machine. Like, I don't think he's a proper dead debater. Like, in my opinion, still, he like Raj. That's the one thing Raj gets right. He tries to baffle you with bullshit and a lot of filibuster and But yeah, there's little to no substance.
But that's another thing you should do is, if any of the theists come to you and they say to you, can something come from nothing? before you even entertain that, ask them to define what something is and what nothing is before you do that.
You know why it's so dumb? You know the actual Salafist position is Allah created the universe out of nothing. That's literally their position.
Really?
So dumb. Yeah. The only reason I entertain people like Ziryab is because he's not a classical Salafi in that. Like, I mean, he arguably follows the way of the Salaf, but he's not a classical Salafi. Like, he doesn't, you know.
The laws get changed when it comes into their God. So their God can do it. He can create something out of nothing. Yeah. So it changes metaphysically, it changes.
Yeah. And that's, you know what the beautiful, I can't remember who it was, but I heard an argument one time and I was like, that is the most simple way to approach this argument. Show me what a true nothing is, and then I can demonstrate whether or not something can come from it. But until you show me that, we both don't know what we're talking about. There's no testable nothing, is there? So how do you...
Exactly. That's what I was getting at when I said get them to define what nothing is and what something is. Don't be courteous and then just indulge in the discussion. Say, no, what is nothing? Prove to me what it is. Show me what something is. Define it. Then let's talk about that. Let's move from there.
One thing I hate about philosophy, and I don't know if this constitutes as high level or formal philosophy, I'm not sure. But I remember going on one of those, those like messaging board, is it Quora or something, where they answer questions, like you Google a question and they'll like answer.
Quora, Quora. Yeah.
And I remember going on it one time, and I think I typed in, can something come from nothing or something like that. And bruv, the actual absolute nonsense that was being spewed by one of the responses, and like people were not congratulating the man, but they were giving credence to the nonsense. And he was like, I mean, if something, nothing is technically something. Like, just for me, literally, he used something and nothing at least 60 times in a paragraph. Yeah, and I was like, bro, it is really like, I hate when philosophers overcomplicate things. Like, it's not.
James, somebody in the chat said the person you was corresponding with was Walter.
What do you mean?
On the Quora website.
Classic. That was classic. Well done, Archer. Yeah, still fucking so what happened, Archer? Talk me through. I still need to.
Well, it's ridiculous though. How can you, as a theist, attempt to go down the road of rational and technical belief when you believe that a guy raised his staff in the sky and split the Red Sea and thousands of people walked through it? How can you then try and start nothing?
He had a sapphire in it.
A sapphire.
He had a sapphire on the end of his staff in it. Obviously, that's how.
That explains everything. Thanks. I understand it. Or how Jesus brought Lazarus back from the dead. What is the rational scientific method for bringing someone back from the dead?
Basically, do you know about the Baghdad battery?
Oh no, Baghdad.
Yo, Maku, and who else was it? Or someone else, man. Shifa. Where's Shifa, man? But you see them, man, their thing is actually nuts. They actually believe that the current edifices, the fucking gargantuan structures, the modern architecture is the people that have constructed these things could never, with modern technology, build a pyramid. Like,
I heard that discussion. Yeah.
They literally believe that. I'm thinking, bro, whoever's talked, like, people have done a job on you if that's what you actually think. That 5 tons is an unmovable object. Modern, like, people with wood. There
was someone. There's a theist who comes on this channel. I can't remember who actually said that the bricks were moved through teleportation or
acoustic levitation.
Yeah, that was, who was it? Who said that? It was
Isa the Great. Isa the Black.
Wow. He said that. I was like, I'm not even gonna bother. Because
And you know he's smart. He said, he basically said teleporting, telekinesis, and then a man dismissed it, and then he said, Google acoustic levitation in it, like Google that in it, like Google that in it, like as if it was gonna catch me out. Like reading that would make me say, oh my god, of course it's possible. What, 5 fucking tons, mate? If that's
So
what you
they had
think,
like
then
loads of empty bottles and was blowing the and then the shit started floating, yeah.
But you know, it's so dumb, yeah. All of that kind of logic, shit like DARPA and whatever the Russian version of DARPA is, yeah, like the advanced research, military research facilities and that. Like these men be coming up. They had robots in the 60s, all this weather control shit, the internet. They had the closed network system of the internet in like the 60s and shit. These men are at the cutting edge, yeah, the vanguard of technology. If acoustic levitation was possible for fucking people in the fucking Bronze Age and the Stone Age, yeah, these people, you would see tanks getting lifted up on a battlefield. That's what you'd see. You'd see tanks getting lifted up in the battlefield. You'd see fucking soldiers flying all about the gaff in Desert Storm. You know what I mean? Like you'd see fucked up shit. You'd see Taliban floating. You'd see Taliban floating out of caves. Like, don't tell me about no acoustic levitation, bro. In the Stone Age, when if it's possible now, whenever there's been military conflict, but we ain't seen none of that stuff.
True, very true. The point is they had some technology, or they were doing it one way, but somehow that knowledge has been lost. But the idea that it was from Atlantis or it was some Star Wars supersonic technology, I think that's just. And of course, if you ask for evidence, there's no evidence. They'll just get emotional and lose their mind.
But there's like, I don't see why it's so illogical, like why it's so difficult to understand that. If I don't know exactly how you've done something, and like there will come a point where the variables are there'll be some part of the equation where the variables are not limitless but very high. So unless I have the sort of funding to bother trying every single variation of an approach, and it's quite a big task in it to build a whole fucking pyramid from scratch. Unless I have the money, the amount of time and the amount of resources to fucking do every single variation, then it's very unlikely that I'm going to know exactly how you built the thing without any information other than the structure itself. You see what I'm saying? Like there's a structure there. I don't know exactly how you built it, so I'm going to try and error. If you say, have you fucking seen the Louvre?
Yes, yes.
I'm not going to build a Louvre and not be able to build a fucking pyramid out of stone.
Exactly. Empire State Building, Eiffel Tower. What else?
There's a casino. There's a casino that's a pyramid which has like a fucking spotlight on the top. Forget
that, the one in Vegas.
Yeah, that one. So 20,000 tons, I think. 20,000 tons is the heaviest weight. It's like statically lifted by a crane. And Maku said, 20,000 tons. And Maku said, bro, man can't move around them 5-ton blocks.
Flipping, I don't know, man. That's I don't know. It just seems when you want evidence to have a serious conversation, in a lot of these conversations, the people just avoid the evidence and just start bringing up some weird fairy tale stuff, man. Some people even change history. I remember when Ezra was on here saying that the Spartans are black, and then he was saying, what else was he saying? Sparta and Corinth are the same city. Then I came on the panel, I said, no, they're not. They're two different city-states. They ain't the same. And then I brought up information for the First Corinthian War that happened BC, where Sparta was fighting against Corinth. So it's like...
Yeah, I remember that.
Just making stuff up to like create some new fantasy. And
but I remember...
And people trying to... Yeah?
Go on, sorry.
Yeah, people trying to make out that the Spartans were somehow glorious and honorable people. They had slaves. They were practicing chattel slavery back then. To the west of Sparta was a region called Messenia. They fought against the Messenians for 20, 30 years. They defeated the Messenians and turned that whole region into a freaking slave region. The Spartans never did anything with agriculture. They weren't farmers. The Spartans were working on being soldiers, being killers. So the farming was done by the Messenians, who were now slaves, who they called helots. That's basically like England declaring war on Wales, defeating Wales, and the whole of Wales becomes like a slave region for the benefit of England. That lasted for like hundreds of years. It's like, so when I see movies like
Messenians are God's real chosen people.
I don't know. And they call them helots. They then renamed them helots. But guess what helot translated into English means? War captives. So then some scumbag can probably say, oh no, they weren't slaves, they were war captives.
But you know there is because one of my, I don't know if you saw my images, yeah, it was based on an article I was reading about. To be honest, I didn't really give it much credence, but it was basically the fabled ancient Greeks, like, you know, people from Homer's Iliad, those kind of people were supposedly black. And there's like, I don't know if it's, what would you call art on pottery? You know, like art on like fucking vases.
Yeah, I've seen some vases where they were black people who were there, but the idea that 90% of the people in the Peloponnese were somehow black skinned, I think that's BS. I don't believe it.
Can we, like, let's just keep Achilles and Odysseus as black, yeah?
Yeah, no, it doesn't end there. I've read where people have made the claim that Heracles or Hercules was black as well. Or Richard. But I do know this. You know Clash of the Titans, right? The story of Perseus and Andromeda. If you read the original Greek story, Andromeda is actually a black woman. She's an Ethiopian. Her father's a king in some place in the region of Ethiopia. So according to the stories, Andromeda is an Ethiopian. She's not
but Ethiopia in Greek, sorry, Ethiopia is named after, I think it was Alexander, one of them called it Ethiopia because it's Etihop, and that's like land of the burnt faces or something.
Yeah, Ops's face, Athenian is burnt or black face. So Ethiopia refers to Africa. So they were just using it. Africa, so they were just using it to refer to black skinned people. They'll say that that's an Ethiopian, you know. So she was the daughter of a king in the region of not modern day Ethiopia, but from Africa. So she would have been black. Andromeda, she would have been black, but in the movies, she's always depicted as a white woman and stuff. And
that's what. Who is it? I was arguing. I probably went online. It was probably my mate. Yeah, but I was saying that blood. You know what irritates me? Yeah, when they give these like roles of historically white people to black people, it allows for the kind of, because I don't want a white character, someone, because you know, like there's always this outrage from like the, you know, the comic community, comic book community and all them, the Comic Con fans or whatever, whenever there's a white person that's become black, or whenever there's a male character that's become female. Blood, how about we just try to be as authentic as possible, yeah, and not make Moses Christian Bale? Let's just do that. Like, so let's characters that are historically black, allow them to be black. The ones that are historically white, let's allow them to be historically white. I don't think there's any reason to conflate or to
but there's no information on historically who Moses was, because he didn't exist historically.
He wasn't Christian Bale.
He wasn't Christian Bale, and he wasn't Charlton Heston. Yeah, but he wasn't Denzel Washington or Samuel L. Jackson. We don't know.
Oh, you know what? If you're gonna do this whole, you know, it's diversity, intersectionality bullshit, make fucking Denzel Moses. Let's just make Denzel. Let's not make Noah.
No, but that's already happening, and the number of those who are already complaining, because like Henry V, like some of the plays in the theater and on BBC, you will see the king and the queen being portrayed by a black person, like Sophia.
Yeah, why? Because they're trying it. They do this thing to trigger people. It creates outrage. But then when it's a fucking blockbuster film about a region that is historically more of a darker skinned individual, then they're making that a white person. How about if you were just honest across the board then there would be roles for black people. Then you wouldn't have to fucking shoehorn them into these random roles.
Yeah, that makes sense. Have you seen Gods of Egypt? Watch Gods of Egypt.
Oh, bro, stop it. Man. All of them are the one with Noah, the what do you call it? The ship, Noah's fucking gladiator, fucking Maximus Decimus. It's fucking ridiculous, bro.
Just want to say big up to everyone. Veli, Ultra, James, Witness, Walter.
Big up, bro.
Big up,
broski. Come on.
Yeah, man. Rest in peace to Issa. I never chatted to him, but I used to watch him, and he's a cool brother to listen to still. So rest in peace to him. Bless up his family and that. Just want to say that quickly before I start talking rubbish.
Listen, just quickly, Dope Feed. Have you ever has your mental health ever taken a slip, or do you know anyone that's got poor mental health, whether it be stress, depression, or...
I grew up in Hackney, bro.
Yeah, say no more. Say no more.
Hey, with the quickness. What else?
Fuck's sake. Yo.
Nah, it's real though. You see what, like, mental health, like, when people say mental health, they think of just going crazy, and it's not really that. If you feel down for a week, you're in mental health, bro.
Yeah, it could be like stress, depression, anxiety, you know.
Yeah, people get panic attacks. Have you noticed? Has anyone noticed that people get panic attacks more now? There's a lot of people getting like panic attacks and stuff.
Yeah, but do you know what it is? I think it's brought on by anxiety.
Yeah, they get anxiety, then they get their panic. You think that's all the responsibility laid on everyone's shoulders?
Nah, there's not really any responsibility. Just listen, act like you have COVID, and even if you don't, just act like you do. Mask up, wash your hands, don't touch your face, social distance, don't leave your house unless you have to. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's not responsibility, it's just different.
Yeah, I've been doing that, but it is getting a bit jarring being indoors though, not gonna lie.
Not having that. I've been working consistently straight for like 20 odd years. I'm glad. Like, I've spent time with my kids. Well, I've wanted to strangle my wife for the last. What's obviously because my wife's not getting paid anymore because she's a driving instructor. And my wages are 80% of what they usually are. We've had to like forego certain luxuries and rare. But the truth of the matter is, because we're not spending as much money, it's not that deep.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But then no, saying that though, my electricity bill's gone up and my food bill's gone up like exponentially. It's serious.
Yeah, because you're indoors all day. Minimum 2 to 3 mil.
Yeah, it's a mad thing.
Plus munchies.
And you know what the wickedest thing is? I have to go and spend like £15 on water tomorrow. Now, if you're spending £15 on water and you're bringing it home yourself, I need you to understand how much of a task that is.
Yeah, I could imagine that'd be this heavy. Why are you buying water from the? Are you? Why do you don't drink tap water?
No, you're mad.
Why not? What are you talking about? Fluoride and all that rubbish.
No, I don't drink tap water, man.
Why not? Why not? What's your reasons?
I don't drink that fuckery.
When was the last time you drank tap water?
Probably, I don't know.
Has it been that long, Ultra?
Yeah, I don't drink it. Like, I ain't drunk tap water since I've been on the buses, and I've been doing the buses for 10 years.
Right.
Because do you know what it is? I'll tell you the truth. It's one of those things that my dad just put into me. He's like, John, listen, Tap water is fuck.
Where's he from? Jamaica? He's Jamaica.
Yeah.
He's born in Jamaica, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, come
Yeah.
on, that's why, bro. Come on, man. We're
Yeah.
English. You can drink the water's good for you, man. Especially
Nah.
around London Fields, yeah? They got the cleanest
Nah.
water in Hackney.
No. See, I'm just not on it. Like, and it doesn't taste nice, and then like the water
Yeah,
tastes
where
like
you're
pipe.
from, E5's water's dead. E9
No, it's
water.
E9.
Okay, E9 water's meaty. It's meaty. I live around there. Their water's meaty. When you go Mare Street side, like towards Fields, Haggerston, they got clean water around there, bro. I'm telling you.
No, do you know what it is? It's what, babe? Order something from Uber, please. I'm tired. Please. I'm tired. Yeah. Yeah, because doesn't fucking stress me out to move my lips. I'm trying to, but you're disturbing me. Oh my goodness. Right, yeah, I'm from E9, man. I'm from E9, and I won't lie to you. Huh? Listen, yeah, fucking.
If it's square sides, I can see why you don't.
No, I'm from Homerton.
Medium one.
No, I'm from Homerton.
Yeah. Medium, I'll say it's medium. It's medium.
No, but this is the thing. Yeah. Like, huh? Don't feed the trolls. What do you mean? Because he's from Hackney. He asked me a question. Of course it matters. It's important.
I'm praying.
And he's crying now. He's crying now. No, how does that make you feel? He's crying. He's crying. How does that make you feel? You've upset him. Online. No, because you wouldn't let me talk to him, you've upset him. This is serious, and now you messed the whole thing up. You feel guilty now. Look at your face. Why don't you feel guilty? I apologize for my wife's rude behavior. And my daughter's co-signing it as well because she's hungry.
You said you got to make dinner, yeah? Lunch.
His name's not Troll, it's Don't Feed the Troll. Oh my god. Yeah, man. Nah, listen, don't oh babe, you drink tap water?
Yeah.
Not you, I'm not talking
Yeah,
to you. Why would I call you babe? Behave yourself. Babes.
Oh Jesus.
Shan, do you drink tap water? Yeah. I just asked my daughter, she's 12, if she drinks tap water. She screwed up her face and said no.
Why? What's wrong? What happens if you drink tap water? I'm fine, bro. What happens?
Huh? What? Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, give me 5 minutes. Yeah, go on.
Maybe because your kids never had it, they might get a bit ill if they drink it. Or they might come up.
But you see, shouldn't that be cause for concern?
No, because
that should be cause for concern.
No, because bottled water, like that comes from a different country, bro, and it's obviously a certain way. You know what I mean? But you got to drink your country's tap water, man.
Nah. If you take this is the thing. If you taste tap water, yeah, after you've drunk bottled water for years and years and years, it actually tastes like the inside of a pipe.
Ultra doesn't trust the people who test the waters of the tap. He trusts the people that test the waters that come out of the wells.
I don't know what any of that means, but like, shut up.
Well,
so
it means that the water that's going into the bottle,
water that comes out of a pipe, it tastes like pipe, and I don't like the taste of pipe.
Then let it run a bit.
I don't like the taste
That's
of
fair
pipe.
enough. I could see that. If you haven't had it for a long time, and then you drink
but you
it,
cook with it, you wash with it, you do everything with it.
Yeah, of course. I'm happy to put the water on my skin and not ingest it. Complete difference.
But your pores can absorb all kinds of stuff too. So
listen to me carefully, Walter. I am prepared to wash myself in it. I am not prepared to ingest it.
Well, you eat it in soup, no?
Necessary.
You ever make soup? You use tap water for your soup?
Yeah, I had soup yesterday.
What did you use? Bottled water or tap?
Boiled.
It wouldn't make a difference
water.
though. Yeah, it's boiling.
No, I don't think it would. Huh?
Yeah, it wouldn't make a
difference. Leave me alone. I don't know what's for lunch. I am taking your question seriously. I don't know. Give me 5 minutes. I'll sort something out. All right, cool. Listen, you guys are trolling me. Stop it.
So wouldn't you boil the tap water and cool it down and drink it that way instead of buying bottled water?
I use kettle boiled water in my cooking.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can't just open your pipe and put it in a glass and consume. Come on, bro.
I'll do that right now.
You're from the hood, bro. Listen, I live in Battersea now. Okay, I don't have to behave like that anymore.
You saying bougie, yeah?
Yeah, man. Trust me. Hey, this is what I'm telling you. You see, let me tell you how I know it's fucking.
How
Yeah,
long
because
does that £15 worth of water last you? Like a week?
Ultra's rich, so he could afford bottled water all day.
yeah, like I don't know, cause like it's how much is it? It's like £2 for 8 liters.
Yeah.
It's like £2 for 8 liters.
How long would the £15 last you if you bought? How long
Well,
would that?
normally it would last ages, but because everyone's home now, it's just disappearing at an alarming rate.
But yeah,
we're using like 2 bottles a day. We're using two 2-litre bottles a day.
Yeah, man, you got all 2, 3, 4 kids, bro. I mean, shit, when I was a child,
no.
I used to put my mouth under the tap and just let it stay there.
Yeah, no, yeah, 100%. Don't get it twisted, 100%. I used to swing open that tap, put your mouth under it, and and all the rest of it. But you see now, yeah, it's like the fact that they tell us this water is recycled, period, and piss, which has just been treated. I don't want that.
All water is recycled.
Yeah, but I don't want recycled, period, and the River Thames. Some guy dipped his cock in it.
Groundwater, it's like it's going through dirt that cows, animals, everything is. It's just being filtered through the earth. That's it.
But that's
just
natural,
a different way of filtration.
I like spring water. I like Evian. Like Evian for me is the best tasting water. Like if you want a good water that tastes good, it's Evian all day. Volvic tastes like plastic. I don't mind Buxton. I don't mind Buxton at all, actually. I like the bottle because it's quite thin, but you only get 1.5 litres.
So
I don't
what
mind
about
Highlands.
Like Tesco, 17p a litre?
No, I don't like Tesco's Ashbeck water, right? Even because it tastes.
Bougie, bro. You're bougie. You're bougie.
No, bro. Listen, don't get twisted. I've tried all these waters, yeah, but the Tesco water tastes like plastic to me. It's not nice. It's not nice. The Sainsbury's water is all right. Sainsbury's water is all right. Yeah, but for me, the best water, like the taste, like is Evian. I don't like. I had that. You know that I can't remember. Is it Voso or Voso? Some stupid water that comes in a sick glass.
Vossi
container. Oh, that's it. That water tastes like garbage. Oh my lord, it tastes nasty. I was like, what is this? What have you? This ain't even water. This tastes like liquid chemicals. Just, I kept the glass bottle though. The glass bottle is hard.
Yeah,
I love
the bottle's nice still.
Yeah, the bottle's hard, but nah, not having it.
Okay. It's interesting.
I had smart water as well. That shit is just it's an idiot thing, man. Yeah, it's an idiot, bro. It's an idiot thing. Smart water's like idiot. As soon as I saw it, I was like, "Yay, smart water!" And I was like, "Yeah, no, this is an idiot thing." There's another one called Fiji. I can't remember. That water's not the best either. It's really not. It's not. It's just like, and I refuse to put anything in my mouth that doesn't taste nice. Take that how it's however you want.
Yeah, please, you can't talk like that. Yo, let me put these pills till my tooth starts hurting, bro.
Take that anyhow you want it. I don't put nothing in my mouth that don't taste. That's another reason I don't even smoke weed. I don't smoke cigarettes. All of that stuff tastes like shit. I'm sorry.
Hey,
like,
do
listen.
not disrespect the cannabis. you understand?
Bro, listen, that Sweet Mary Jane tastes like junk. Yeah,
It
and I don't
depends on
care
what you're
what kind
smoking.
of, flavored blunt you're putting it in, and strawberry
No, that's
flavored blunt
disgusting.
and all
Just
this
normal Rizla.
fuckery. Bruh, listen to me. That shit tastes like garbage, and that's the reason why that shit can't touch my lips.
And plus, it fries the brain.
Huh?
Doesn't fry your brain, man. He told you that, man. Did you see Elon Musk smoking weed on Joe Rogan? Did you see that?
Mm-mm. Is that how Elon's getting that? Listen,
So what? What does that mean?
most people out there just smoke
You
weed,
just said
innit?
it fries the
But
brain.
no, but you know, Water's one of those
Because
zombified morons.
somebody
You know what I mean?
popular is smoking drugs doesn't mean it's right.
Hey, cannabis is not drugs. It's a plant.
What's his name? Woody. Remember that guy Woody? Ever heard Woody Harrelson? He used to play this. He played your game like for forever. Like, oh, that's not drugs. That, you know what he just did? He quit smoking drugs. So 20 years he was pushing that narrative, and then all of a sudden, why'd you stop? Oh, you know, I just want to stop.
Yeah, hear what I'm saying?
So because
Weed
he
tastes
stopped,
like
it's drugs now.
garbage. No, listen, weed tastes like garbage, innit? So
No, it
it
doesn't.
can't
No, it
touch my
doesn't.
lips. Hear what I'm saying? It cannot touch my lips. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then also think about the fact that tap water's free. Yeah. What is this
No,
government
it's not.
giving
You pay
us? That's
water rates.
free. No, I don't pay
Pay
for it,
water
man.
rates, man. It's not free.
It is. What, 5 minutes?
You don't pay water rates.
What do you want me to do? What's the problem? What do you need? Go and make an egg.
You need food. What about Noe? He can't make his own.
Yeah. Wait, Walter and Charles, can you just hold down the G block while I strangle these women?
That's fine. It's fine. Where did James Jones go, man? I always talk to him about these pyramids, man.
Don't skin no teeth with me and you. You're both bastards.
Right. Let's talk about these drugs then, Walter.
You want to talk about drugs?
Oh, let's talk about cannabis. You call it drugs, I call it cannabis.
Giving it a different name is not going to change it. I know.
Have you ever smoked?
But I know people who have, and people close to me who have, and it pretty affected them pretty good. So.
But you've never partaked?
So a bad experience.
Oh, you had a bad experience.
Excuse me?
Have you ever partaked?
Well, I mean, family members, obviously, it created, caused them problems. So obviously, I don't. Plus, I have had friends also. Plus, I've also seen how in my field of work, I've met all kinds of people, and I've seen people before and after they have drugs.
Okay. What
and
field of
obviously
work
they have a big mood swing. It's like they're taking. It's like they're just basically medicating themselves. And medication should be used for times of need, not for pleasure.
No, now medication is drugs. Doctor's medication is drugs. Cannabis is not drugs. But can I ask what field you work in? Is that okay?
I was just a production manager.
Oh, on TV. So you see a lot of people strung out on all different type of things. Prescription
You
drugs.
see, all my years, I've noticed people different, the way they behave, depending on the day, depending,
Okay.
And
so have you?
And it's like 1 minute they're stressed out, the next minute they're all calm and cool. So I see that
I don't think that's cannabis, but we'll get to that. Have you ever smoked cannabis before? You still
No.
haven't answered that. No. Okay.
But everybody keeps on talking about cannabis, but people are not smoking cannabis. They're smoking marijuana. So why are we talking about, what very few people smoke?
Cannabis, marijuana, same thing. What do you mean?
Why do you say it's not the same thing? Why did you say that then?
Cannabis, marijuana is the same thing. That's why I'm confused. I want you to explain what's.
That's why I'm talking about. I said marijuana. They smoke marijuana. He said it's not marijuana. It's cannabis. I said okay. So what's the difference?
No. I must have misunderstood you there. No. Marijuana, cannabis, weed. Chronic. It's all the same thing, isn't it?
Well, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So now, when you're saying you see people that get ratty and they get mood swings, what type of drugs are they on? Are you talking about marijuana? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, mostly marijuana. Yes, smoking
Seriously?
drugs. Yes. Yeah.
So what? They come to work, and then because they haven't had a spliff, what? They're ratty or what?
No. Let's say a guy comes I could notice it. It's like say I know guy comes to work, he's really edgy. He's edgy. You talk to him, you ask him something, he's like, bah, bah, snap, snap. And then all of a sudden break time comes, and I mean, they go out, they have their break, they come back, they're smooth and cool. Vie belle. And of course there's like a hint of smell, and this guy,
Okay, so
there's a relaxing now. If it's just like any other drug, once you pull away from it, you're gonna have your withdrawal symptoms for a while, and then after, hopefully you can normal well.
Yeah, but
once you're on alcohol or drugs or anything,
alcohol's different. Okay, wait, hold on. Alcohol does have withdrawal symptoms. You can die if you get addicted to alcohol and you stop drinking it. You can die. Okay, you need to wean yourself off alcohol. Cannabis does not have withdrawal symptoms. Are we in agreement on that, or Walter? You muted up. Cannabis doesn't have withdrawal symptoms. What do you think of that?
Get addicted to marijuana.
Okay, no wait. Forget we will step there, but let's
start.
With the withdrawal
Can you get
symptoms.
addicted to marijuana? Yes or no?
Well,
it's a simple question.
I would say. Wait, let's just talk about withdrawal symptoms, and then we'll talk about the addiction.
No, but we gotta see that if you tell somebody, say, you need to stop.
You broke up. I actually can't hear a thing right now. Hello. I think it was your internet. It broke up.
Oh yeah, it was my internet.
Yeah. So I heard you say you need to stop, and then it cut out.
It's possible. My signal looks half.
Okay.
Yeah. So do you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now, loud and clear.
Yeah. So for me, it's just like if you tell somebody, look, this stuff is hurting you, you got to stop, and they can't stop. They're obviously addicted. Now, addiction means that if they stop, they're going to have some anxiety after they stop.
No, that's why it's hard for me to say people are addicted to cannabis, because you don't have withdrawal symptoms. Addiction comes with withdrawal symptoms, right?
Addiction, you could be addicted to, let's say, alcohol. You could be addicted to anything. And as soon as you can't stop it.
Okay, so like, you see, when you stop alcohol, you need to go to a doctor to help you because of the withdrawal symptoms, right? When you stop smoking, pardon?
You don't have to go to a doctor if you quit drinking. Who said that?
Whoa. My friend, if an alcoholic stops drinking, he can die. He needs to be in a medical facility to help him. You do know that, right? Did you not know that? If you stop drinking, if you drink alcohol for 10 years straight every day, you're an alcoholic, you're addicted, and you stop drinking, you can die. I mean, do you not know that, Walter?
Maybe a few cases that could happen, but not.
You can't
be talking about the 0.5% when 98% of people say I stopped drinking. It was enough for me. I stopped.
Oh, that's different. That's people.
So it's not like cocaine. Cocaine, you go in withdrawal, you start getting or heroin, when you start getting all these panic attacks. It's not the same thing.
Alcohol's worse than cocaine, and I think alcohol withdrawal to me, from what I've seen on TV, because I've never, so alcohol seems worse than cocaine, and I'm not sure about heroin. Heroin's pretty difficult, but it won't kill you. It won't kill. Say like you heroin addict for 20 years, you put it down and didn't smoke it anymore. The withdrawal symptoms won't kill you. But if you put down the bottle after 20 years without any medical help, it could kill you. Right?
As you wish. Like I said, I've been around. I know a lot of people, because my father, like I said, was in that situation, and a lot of them did stop. They stopped. That's how you stop. It's cold turkey. You don't, and then you go to AA. You go to places like AA to help you.
The alcohol. You're talking about alcohol. Alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're talking about alcohol right now. When they stopped drinking alcohol, they will go in AA and they were fine, yeah?
Maybe, maybe if he started smoking marijuana, then maybe he could stop drinking. I don't know.
Ooh, he's kind of cutting in and out at the end there. Hello?
Hello?
You cutting in and out at the end.
Yeah, my email, let me see if I can get it better. Move it around a bit. How is it now?
What time is it? Oh,
how is it now?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly now. So, what do you consider? Okay, could you call cannabis, marijuana a drug? What do you consider a worse drug, cannabis or alcohol? Wait, do you consider alcohol a drug? That's one question. Yeah.
Well, I mean, anything that plays with your brain, consider some kind of a drug. Let's say. I mean, alcohol is you could, let's say, maybe have a glass with your food as an imperative. Well, the minute you start drinking it to the point that you just want to feel a buzz or anything, now you're not using it you're using it more as a drug than you are just for the pleasure of drinking a glass of wine with a meal.
So wait, hold on. So the pleasure of drinking a glass of wine with your meal is not like having drugs with your meal. Is that what you're saying?
No, because alcohol. If you have one beer, it's not going to affect your system. It's not strong enough to get there. It's not potent enough.
How do you? Excuse me. So why do you drink it then? If you don't feel, why would someone have a beer with their dinner if there's no effect? They're obviously getting a buzz. They're getting something out of it.
Marijuana. That is what you for the high. Don't tell me when you smoke marijuana, you're going for the high. Yes or no?
112%.
You're not smoking it because you just want to see. You're not smoking it because your meal tastes better, or because it gives you a high. Yes or no?
Okay.
Just like alcohol. When you drink, there's young kids that go to parties and everything. When they're drinking beer, they're drinking it to get a high.
Mm-hmm.
They want to keep on drinking until they're like high, until they're
drunk. Yeah, so they're drunk.
Exactly.
Poison.
Exactly. So there's certain things that could bring you there faster. Alcohol brings you there, but it gives you a lot more worse, bad effects after the fact. Whereas marijuana gets you there, but it's not as bad after when you cool off.
It's not bad at all when you cool off. But
basically, exactly. It's a drug. It's a drug that you could you don't have to go through the hangover type effect. However, you get the edges sometimes.
I wouldn't call it a drug.
You're always high.
I wouldn't call it a drug because there's no, as I've said, there's no withdrawal symptoms. So I can't what do you call it? Categorize it as a drug in my eyes. I mean, I understand why you do.
But it is a drug. It is a drug. Marijuana is drugs.
I would call it more of a stimulant.
You don't want to call it that, but that's what it's. That's what it is. It changes you. It makes you feel different.
Yeah, it stimulates your body when you smoke.
Bingo! It stimulates your body. It gives you, it brings you. It makes you more cool. It takes away anxieties. It's a drug. That's all. Now, for some people, that take this marijuana could affect their mind, especially young children or young men who are 13, 14, 15.
I don't disagree with.
But that's the problem. That's the problem with our society. The problem with our society is that we never understand that the people who get hit hardest are always the young ones. Alcohol wouldn't be so bad if our young kids didn't get to the cabinet.
Hold on. Kids drink alcohol too. They do smoke
exactly.
weed. I don't. Exactly. Me personally, I don't think anyone under the age of. I think there should be an age limit for weed.
We all say that. We all agree, but the problem is that kids always get it.
Well, that's just the way the world is. I mean, you can't have blue paint without everyone getting some.
Because most people are not willing to give up their everyday pleasures in order to save a few kids. It's just a natural fact.
So these things like cannabis are here on the earth for us. Okay, our brains are hardwired to want
What?
to use these type of ailments to help us. Definitely. That is why I believe the human society seek out all these drugs and highs, which are not natural, like cocaine, alcohol, the worst drug of them all. Okay. Wait, let me just get my iPad so I can Google some stuff. 1 second. Hi, yeah. I just want to see how many people die from alcohol, yeah, and how many people die from cigarettes or weed. What do you think is going to be the highest?
Weed has only gone. Weed has only gone.
I couldn't hear you, Walter. I don't know if it's my reception or if it's yours, but it seems to. I can't hear anything. Yeah, I can't hear a thing. Well, let me just talk until you come back. So, alcohol-related deaths, an estimated. Oh, I can hear you now.
I don't know. It keeps on cutting out. Must be where I am. Maybe the satellite.
It might be you. It might be me. I don't know which one of us it is.
Well, I think at this point it was me.
Okay. Well, they're saying an estimated 88,000 people. Okay, approximately 62,000 men and 26,000 women die from alcohol-related causes annually. Okay, making alcohol the third leading preventable cause of death in the United States. The first is tobacco, and the second is a poor diet. I don't see weed. I don't even see cocaine.
Well, that's gonna get. You're gonna get to weed if you keep on start going up to 10.
Wait,
you'll get there sooner or later.
How many people die from weed every year? Okay, let's see what it says. Okay, they're talking about alcohol poisoning. Like, people don't die from weed, my friend. You won't get one death. I'm telling you that now. It's a fact. You can Google as well. I'm using Google.
Well, I can't. I'm not on my computer.
Oh, I cannot. They haven't got one death. It comes up with arrests. It comes up with marijuana arrests. Yeah.
Like I said, like I said, it's not legal yet. Usually when the things are legal, then they start doing it. They start figuring out. They start.
Walter,
the
don't
numbers
try it. Walter, don't try it. Walter, how long?
You will see. Look. You want to say that? I mean, I see the effects. We all see the effects. People don't deny it. Okay, keep on denying it. It will go legal, just like alcohol was legal when we said the effects that it had. Just like we said about cigarettes, we keep on telling everybody before things happen that these things are going to be bad for you. Everybody, no, and then all of a sudden they are.
Yeah,
marijuana is going to be no different. Marijuana, the minute it goes legal, kids start smoking it.
Smoking marijuana, it's legal. How many states is it legal in your country? You're in America, right?
Listen, are you telling me people? Are you telling me you can't smoking up and driving is not going to kill people?
Oh, whoa. Okay, so you're saying?
No, I want to know. Most of the effects of alcoholism is drunk driving. Now, are you telling me that when people start smoking marijuana and start getting behind their cars, they're not going to kill people?
Okay, I've watched 2 documentaries on those. Okay, you can watch them too. Just put it in YouTube. Okay, and then they had them driving on the driving simulator. They drove on the driving simulator when they were sober. Wait, can I finish, Walter? They were sober, and then they inhaled cannabis. They gave them weed to smoke. They got high, then they drove again. The results were they drove better when they were high. I can't make it up.
Okay.
I can't make it up. And they've done many of these tests. It's not just the 2.
So then why aren't we all high then? Why not just get everybody get stoned?
It's not everyone's flavor.
Since we do everything better on weed.
Whoa! I didn't say we do everything better on weed, my friend.
Well,
I said they
come
drove
on.
more carefully. I said when they were sober.
Listen, if weed is so good for you, let's all just get high.
What you're doing, you know what you're doing right now. So let's see how many states it is legal in America. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Listen, they say that. Look,
7, 8,
I have
9, 10,
advertisements
11,
on. There's advertisements on TV every day about weed. Yeah. Don't drive. Don't work hard. Don't work heavy equipment. All stoned and all that stuff. But yet you're saying no. It makes you drive better. It makes you work better.
Wait, whoa. Don't say I said. I said I watched.
But you just said it.
I watched the documentary and the results.
You watched the documentary. I watched the documentary that said space aliens come down every day. What does that mean?
That's stupid. That's. There's no proof for that. I mean, they done an experiment here. You know, they drove sober.
So then why have an advertisement of saying do not drink under the influence of marijuana? Did they just did it? They didn't do any experiments.
Do not drink or drive. Do not drive.
Marijuana, because we're in Canada, certain provinces are already.
You shouldn't. Okay, so when you do inhale or intake marijuana, it will impair you in some sort of way. So you shouldn't be operating.
But you just said it's going to make you a better driver.
I'm just showing you what the results said. You said to me, people are going to smoke.
Okay, but you see, I have. Okay, we have. Listen, we have government establishment.
No, Walter, I've been letting you get away with it. This is what you said, right? This is what you said.
Okay.
You said first of all, you said, "Oh, it's not legal anywhere. If it was legal, then you have people smoking, driving, and crashing their cars."
And it's not legal all over the world yet.
I haven't finished.
It's going to get there.
Walter, see, when you're making a point, I don't speak. Right now, the second part of that is, I said to you, "Well, it's legal in America," and then I counted out 12
No, not all of America is legal.
Then I've counted out your 12 states. Yeah, there's 12 states on this map that show it's legalized to buy and sell and grow marijuana, right?
Okay.
Then I said to you, then you.
And how long has that been? How long has that been? How long has it been legal?
What's it? 4 years?
2 years?
I don't know. 3 years? I don't know.
Okay.
You tell me. How many years?
Now the effects of 3 years is we'll see it in 20 years when the younger generation comes into play.
You see it in 20 years. Are you, mate? When alcohol, okay, so when
alcohol
came out,
kids
right?
Everything, the effects are happening are going to happen now. So in about 15, 20 years, and maybe if I'm still alive, you will see some people coming and saying, "Oh,
okay, Walter, can I give you an example?" So you know the prohibition happened, right? Alcohol was illegal, yeah? After the prohibition, when they made alcohol legal again, how many alcohol-related accidents and deaths
we'll
were
be talking
there?
about the cigarettes.
Wait, Walter, in the first year,
I hear you.
You're telling me wait 20 years to find out about weed. How many years did you have to wait to get your statistics on your alcohol?
Well, it was what 1920s. There was something, and then the 1930s.
We're going after prohibition. So the first year after
then
prohibition.
The 40s it started, and then I mean, people started to people started to notice science. You know, people started to realize that.
Mate, why did they make it illegal in the first place?
You know, cars start to get faster, and
why did they prohibit alcohol in the first place? I actually don't know the answer to this question myself.
Well, number one, it was very religious time at that time, and they believed that alcohol was no good for you.
I'm gonna Google it.
And it was no good for the mind. It was no good for the soul, because it was also prohibited in a religion to drink alcohol.
Okay. Alcohol prohibition was a failure. National blah blah blah, a noble experiment. They call it the noble experiment. It was undertaken to reduce crime and corruption. So alcohol causes crime and corruption. Social problems, reduce the tax burden created by prisons.
Well, yeah, because alcohol was being sold under the table.
No, this is before prohibition. That's why they made it prohibited. That's what I'm reading to you now. The reasons why your country prohibited alcohol. Okay, so alcohol prohibition, okay, was the noble experiment in America, was undertaken to reduce crime and corruption in America.
And it didn't.
Your social problems, reduce your tax burden. I'm reading from your shit. Reduce your tax burden created by the prisons and poorhouses, and improve health and hygiene. I don't see any of that when I Google weed.
No.
I'm just, you know what I mean? That's what, can you see why I'm confused at what you're saying?
No, but I'm saying it didn't work. Prohibition didn't work. Crime was even worse.
No, because why? Because you want to get
You lots. America is where prohibition was happening. I don't think Canada had it.
America. Okay, so weed was legal in America at one point. They had to make a law to make it illegal, right? They made the law to make it
in America.
illegal.
I don't know.
Yes. I've watched the history of weed in America. They made it illegal. Well, they was watching black people smoke it, said they enjoyed it too much, so they made it illegal. They made it illegal, right? Now, when they made weed illegal, you didn't see the same thing that happened when they made alcohol illegal, did you? You didn't see the same circumstances. People wasn't carrying on the same. Okay?
Look, if you believe, you could smoke. You could listen. DFT. You guys can smoke weed. I promise you, do your marijuana. Everybody could do whatever they want in this world. Do whatever. I'm telling you that it's no good for you. Now, you don't believe me. Most people don't. Do as you wish. The world does as it wishes. The world does as it wishes. And that's it. I mean, I'll give you my opinion. My opinion is based on what I've noticed in the history of my life, seeing kids get affected, seeing family get affected, seeing workers get affected. I see it I saw it all the time. You guys don't want to believe me? Don't believe.
No, what I'm saying to
what
you,
are you going to say?
It's what you said, right? It's what you said. You said.
I'm sorry, I can't make an essay and put it in a university and put it in a whatever they'll call it. What do you call this?
Okay. All right. Let's do a ranking. Let's do a ranking system from 5 to 1. Okay, 5 being the least dangerous, 1 being the most. Okay. I'm gonna list my 5. My 5 drugs are: 1 will be alcohol.
As you know, as a university.
As the most lethal.
I'm breaking up.
Wait, can you hear me?
Huh?
Can you hear me now?
Which is the most lethal?
Alcohol.
Yeah.
I'm putting 1. Alcohol is 1.
I agree alcohol is lethal. I never said it wasn't. Why do you keep on bringing it up?
I'm not saying you're saying it wasn't. I'm just giving you my gradings and you can give me yours. I've got alcohol, heroin, cocaine, prescription pills, and sugar. Give me your 5. Walter?
Yes.
Do you want to give me your top 5?
Somewhere else. I'll go somewhere else. Maybe it's because I'm in a bad place. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Must be the connection. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, again, it's what I've seen. I go with my experiences. I mean, I can't be one guy, and I see all this all the time. You know.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the people you're around.
I hope you're right. I hope that you're right, that maybe when it legals, hopefully it's more pure and maybe it doesn't affect, hey, we'll have a cigarette that doesn't kill people. But at the end of the day, from what I've seen so far, it's not looking good. That's all I'm saying.
For me, the only downside of cannabis is having to burn the actual flower and smoke it, which is not good for you. To smoke, put any smoke into your lungs is not good. So apart from that, I don't really see much.
But it is affecting your brain, DFT. Don't you understand it? It's affecting the hormones in your brain, and just playing with your brain is not any. It's not something that you should be doing. Even people that take depressants and all that. I mean, yeah, they're giving it to them because people already have an underlying condition, and so. But it's still not. That's not. Hopefully, they could have cured themselves by themselves and not needed to take any medication. At the end of the day, the key is not to take medication. I mean, it's like cancer. You're taking pills and chemos and all these things to kill the cancer. But at the end of the day, you don't want to take this anymore. You want to end it and you want to stop the treatment. And it's the same thing goes for pills and anything. At the end of the day, you take it to help you. And then once you get back to your 100%, hopefully it's over. But today, and sadly in this world, there's certain things that happen that people cannot pull off certain medication, even though there's effects to your mind.
Look, I really don't.
Science and all this type of stuff still hasn't found a way of curing certain mental disorders. It's sad, but we're not there yet.
Okay, so are you talking about you correlating cannabis with mental health?
Maybe some people, let's say, example, who have a mental disorder may use cannabis. Yeah, some people may use cannabis in order to control their anxieties and all that stuff.
100%.
However, sometimes it could make their anxiety worse if they stop it. It's not gonna. It's gonna be there still, but it might be even worse for the time they stopped it.
Yeah, I would say with stuff like anxiety and stuff, maybe you want to see a therapist to try and work through that. If you're using cannabis, maybe you want to not do that. But
yeah, but we all know that cannabis. We know that alcohol, like when people use alcohol for pleasure, when they use cannabis, cocaine, anything, we're using it to have an effect on our mind. We know that, right?
Yeah, of course, because that's how you.
I mean, it's like it's an effect, you know. It's like cigarettes was. People would smoke cigarettes because it cooled them, it would calm them down, even though it was killing them. They would use it to have an effect. Now, if you could stop smoking, let's say it didn't kill you, but it would be better to stop smoking than to be putting it into your body. Because why are you anxiety? Why do you have this thing? Why is it there? Like, luckily you have people making tobacco and growing tobacco, and you could go buy tobacco. Because let's face it, most people back in the day, I mean, they probably had to grow their own tobacco. Like, cigarettes weren't being popped out. Yeah. I mean, maybe half of this stuff was being done only in the Industrial Revolution. Mm-hmm. You know, mm-hmm. You didn't have like farmers growing tobacco in a corner so they could have a cigarette.
Yeah, I understand.
It wasn't a normal day thing in the days before production. You know, somebody did, some people didn't, some people grew. Some people didn't. Some people drank wine. Some people didn't. Depending who grew the grapes, who gave the wine. You know, only the rich probably had the luxury of getting these things, like the rich, like the kings and the royalties and all this stuff. Now today, anybody can get it. You know, so to say that that's the way we were brought up, to actually have cigarettes, alcohol,
no, drugs. I didn't say cigarettes. I did well. Now,
well, tobacco is tobacco. It's natural. It's there. You could roll it up and smoke it.
Yeah, but you do get naturally occurring alcohol, obviously, when fruits ferment. As you see in Africa, animals will go and eat it and get drunk.
Yeah, of course. But in order for the fruits to ferment, you still have to create the fermentation. It's not just going to ferment on the ground and become wine.
No, they do.
Or alcohol.
Obviously not become wine, but they're alcoholic. Like whatever's dropped from the tree is alcoholic. And the animals get drunk.
No, but when the fruit drops, you have to put it through a process in order to get alcohol. You see, it's fermenting. Anything ferments. Even grass can ferment after you cut it. But it's like you put it through a process. You put it in a container. It ferments. You let the stuff separate. Once it separates, you take out the liquid. Then you put it through another process of bottling. There's a process involved of creating alcohol. It's not like just squeeze the grapes and here we go. Somebody developed a process.
I'm not talking about the alcohol we drink now. So I'm talking about naturally occurring. Okay. So
you mean like in fruits, regular fruits?
Yes, in fruits. Yes.
Maybe so if I eat an apple, are you saying that if I eat an apple before it went bad, it contains alcohol?
Well, I could only tell you what I watched. Okay, so this may be about 7 years ago. I watched.
Are we talking about after when it starts to rot?
It was a national GL thing.
It's more when the fruit starts to go bad is when it starts.
Yeah, exactly. So what happened is there's a certain tree in this place in Africa, and the animals know that after a certain time, like the fruits will drop onto the floor. They won't touch them. They leave them. And then they'll go back a week, 2 weeks later, and they'll all start eating the fruits, these monkeys and stuff, and they get drunk.
So you're telling me that the sun is not evaporating the liquid from these fruits that have fell on the floor? They're becoming fermenting on the
Telling you,
ground?
man. Telling you, man. This is what I watched, man. The animals got
I
caked.
gotta
They
see
were
this. I mean, I've
fully,
never seen an apple for. Maybe in Africa, there's this place. It's very possible. Maybe the
man.
ground is
The
rougher.
monkeys were falling all over the place, bro. I'm not lying to you. I watched it. I watched them eat the shit off the floor and get drunk off of it. Okay, that now I'm just talking
Maybe.
about natural drunks, right? So that's that. Now weed, yeah, cannabis, it's a plant. It grows naturally. You ain't got to do nothing to it before you smoke it to get the effects. Not like cocaine. Like coke.
I know.
So you got your
There's
coca leaves. No, I'm
but
just
there's natural fruits that could kill you too. It doesn't mean just because it grows naturally, it's good for you.
Oh, whoa. Okay. I didn't say it was good for you. All right. I was saying what my point is, right? I'm making a point that a certain amount, because you said that you was refuting me when I said that we have it hardwired into our brains to seek out some sort of stimulants. Yeah. You said no.
I didn't say we are hardwired. I never said we were hardwired.
I said we're hardwired. I said we're hardwired. You said we wasn't.
No, we're not because we're not hardwired because, like I said, the reason why the person did it is because they felt good. They got the buzz and they say, "Hey, let me try this again."
Yeah.
Because it brought them to another state. Now, probably back in the day, they thought this was some kind of spiritual thing. Who knows? You know what I'm saying?
Who knows? But see, that's what I'm talking about.
But at the end of the day, when you start to crack the numbers and you start to see the way it affects people, we start to see that even though it's there, it's like
you see the way we use it affects people. No, the way that we have decided to use it and change it affects people. It's not the same way. We can't say let's just call it all drugs, right? We don't use drugs the same way people back in the day, in ancient times, would have used the drugs. We use it differently to them. Yeah, we use it differently to them. So I would say, like, because you got your hallucinogenics, all your mushrooms and stuff like that. These sort of ancient civilizations were doing these things, but the way we do them is different to how they done them. You understand?
Like I said, DFT, I mean, if you could smoke it and it doesn't affect people and people don't, and as long as it doesn't affect, the mind, hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully in 15 years, when the numbers start to come in, we don't hear people saying, "Oh, that's because kids were around this smoke or secondhand marijuana smoke was affecting your children and all this stuff like they did with cigarettes." That's all I'm saying. Be
Fair
careful.
enough, but let me just Google. Has anyone ever died of cannabis? Sorry, I'm just Googling that.
Probably, I mean, died of cannabis. People don't die. People die of alcoholism if they could drink a lot. I mean, obviously it's liquid. It's not like smoke. Smoke, you're constantly throwing it out. You get high to the point that you just lie there.
No way. There's no way. Let me have a
There's
look.
no way that you can get high to a point that you just like you're out of it.
Yeah, no. Well, out of it? How? Like
you don't even remember the next day? Can you get stoned that far that you don't even remember what you did the day before?
Do you know what? As being a smoker, I've realized that it obviously affects everybody differently, and I have had someone say, "Yeah, like they went home and then they just fell asleep. They can't really remember they were high." That doesn't really happen to me. Even when I drink alcohol, I remember everything. So I couldn't really attest to that. But it does happen to people. I'm not saying some people that I know that smoke haven't said, "Oh, like I got so high, I don't really remember." So yeah,
right. And that just proves that there's something happening in your mind, right? Let's be honest here. Something is actually affecting your brain, right? You can't say no,
mate. I've never said no. I've smoked.
I mean, have you ever drank 20 glasses of water and then not remember the next day what you did?
If you drink too much water, you can die. Did you know that?
Have you ever eaten three steaks and then the next day you don't remember what you did?
That's
it's like 2 + 2, right?
You're putting food in your body. Obviously, I'm smoking. Like you're either smoking or drinking to get a stimulus, 100%, or there'll be no point. Because you're not doing it to sustain yourself, are you? You're doing it for an extra bit of whatever, chilling or whatever.
Pleasure.
Pardon?
Most people, like I said, Most people are not using it for medical uses. Most people are using it for pleasure or relaxation.
100%.
They're not
Well,
going because, oh
relaxation, I
my
would call that
God,
a
doc,
medical
I'm
use.
having a bad day, or I have this thing, my life is going terrible, and I need something to calm me down during this tough time of mine. Okay, go on this.
Okay, no, look, I've got a death here for you.
Once you relax,
Walter.
once you
I actually
okay, go back to normal. It's not being
wait.
used for that. Now
Wait,
imagine.
Walter,
Now, okay,
Walter,
now
could I just
imagine
quickly
for you.
read
Okay,
this?
let's go to another. Let's go to another way. DFT.
Go
Let's
on.
go another way. Let's go another way. Let's go another way. DFT. Suppose marijuana is the best drug out there for anxiety. The best. Like they're gonna find out that this is the best anxiety drug out there. But
Okay.
because everybody's been smoking it for pleasure all day, it's not having the effects that it should have on people who, could have been using it for anxiety.
Yeah, okay.
You understand? Because your body has gotten so used to it that now it's not the good drug anymore for a lot of people who've been using it as a pleasure thing. And, so when they finally get into anxiety, like, they'll be taking the drug and it's like, it's not enough. They need something else. This could happen too. I'm not saying it will.
It could happen, but it hasn't. So from what we know now, because America has got their legal states and they do their medical marijuana over there. Very serious business in America it is as well. It does help kids with epilepsy. They use it with kids with cancer.
That's great because, like I said, I have no problems with that. I have no problems with using.
Yeah, I know, but
I have no problems with using natural.
Walter, I let you speak. You don't let me speak, please. Right? They use it. I'm getting to your one now. Okay. People with, what did you say they had? What was it again?
Anxiety.
Anxiety. Right. Now, people that have been smoking weed before to cure their anxiety some people have now gone to the medical marijuana, which is it's like a non-high. It's like a pill or tablet or whatever, but it's marijuana, which takes away your anxiety. They take that instead, which still works. So what you're saying, it's already proven to not be like that. Just saying. So you can smoke, and then you could take your medical marijuana for your ailments. I'm done. I will quickly read out this death for you as well. In 2018, a teenager died of dehydration due to cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. I don't know. They're calling that CHS. Okay, CHS is a condition that can occur in regular cannabis smokers and cause nausea, vomiting, and abdominal pain. I've never ever seen that in my life, but that's what they say. That's on Google. Medical News Today, that's on. Oh, is this the white kid? Oh man, he died, man. I feel so sorry for him. It's like a normal white kid. Yeah, CHS causes abdominal pain, nausea and vomiting, dehydration. This dehydration can lead to kidney failure that experts refer to as cannabinoid hyperthermia. I don't know. Acute renal failure. And in severe cases, it can result in death. The reason why I know so much about this is that it happened to my son. Okay. And then she's got like a long sort of letter. CHS diagnosis. Are you interested in this, Walter?
I'm listening.
Yeah. So, okay. We had never heard of marijuana causing nausea or vomiting, and were only familiar with its various health benefits. So we did not believe that CHS was what Brian had. He was not a daily smoker. He had been smoking on and off for about 3 years before he developed symptoms. Brian was also experiencing symptoms even after he had quit smoking, which caused us to doubt the diagnosis further. However, the these doctors, some mad belly doctor, agreed with the CHS diagnosis and ordered more blood work. In the meantime, Brian began using marijuana again. and for several weeks, he did not have any symptoms at all. In October 2018, Brian began vomiting, and I decided to take him to the ER. I told the doctors about the CHS diagnosis, and tests revealed that his kidneys were shutting down once more. The doctor decided that Brian needed to be at a children's hospital to receive specialized care. They agreed with the CHS diagnosis and ordered monitoring of his levels, which improved
How old
within
was this?
the
How old
rehab.
this kid? How old was this kid?
How old is he? I don't know. I think he said it was 18. It actually doesn't have his age here.
Oh, 18. Okay.
Yeah, no, wait, it actually doesn't have his age here.
It's
By
Children's
the
Hospital,
look
I'm
of him,
thinking.
yeah, wait, let me put my camera on. Hold on, let me. I'll turn my camera on again. Is that on? That's the one. So that's what he
It's on
looks
your
like
camera.
there. Yeah, that's what he looks like
Okay.
there. He looks about 18, 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what they're
Yeah.
saying. They're saying that this caused
The
him to.
experimental age 2 is usually 16, 15.
Oh, he's 17. Yeah, so my first.
Kids start to experiment with all kinds of stuff at around 14, 15, 16. So
Yeah, they do. And I think we should try. I think there should be tougher laws, and people should try harder to stop that, because at those ages, your brain is still developing, and the things you take and ingest, any type of stimulants, alcohol, cannabis, cocaine, heroin, any of those things, all of those things, you shouldn't be having until you're. What age is it that the brain stops developing?
I think it's like around 18 years old, 17, 18. It starts to it's going to be at full growth.
It's older than 18. It's older than 18.
Yeah,
older.
even older. Wow.
Brain maturity extends well beyond teen years. Under most laws, young people are recognized as adults, but emergent
That's
science.
right. It's 21 was the age of alcohol.
Oh, no.
They changed that.
Yeah, so the brain doesn't reach full maturity until the age of 25. I thought it was 25.
25 even. So you guys could be smoking smoking marijuana for 5 years before you realize it had an adverse effect. Wow.
And I wouldn't say adverse effects. What I think is that, because obviously I'm not going to say that I haven't seen people smoke cannabis. I don't know what other substances they might have had, but then have gone into a psychosis, have had schizophrenia or had a breakdown or something through smoking cannabis. You know, I personally have a friend that's gone through that. So I'm not going to say that cannabis can't do that to someone. Cannabis can definitely do that to people. It just depends on, we don't know how your brain works. Everyone's brain works different. But cannabis can mess you up.
I just want to say, if you want to be a doctor or a lawyer or something, you want to keep that brain sharp.
No, I don't think it's like that. It's not like that. It's not like it dumbs your brain. It's just that some people have adverse effects in their brain still developing, I believe. And I believe even after 25, because, I don't know if it's the chemicals in someone's brain, how certain psychotropics, is that what you call it? What kind of effect does weed give you? One second.
Excuse me? Hello?
Yeah, marijuana can do stuff, but for most people it's fine. But some people are very sensitive to things.
If you could get on board here. I don't want to just cut out that way, but I'm going to be going in about 5 minutes. Sorry, DFT.
That's all right, cool.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, just be careful,
So you've never tried it before?
Most of the guys that even though I talked about the guys at work, most of them were, everybody was cool guys and everything, but you did see an effect when it didn't become crazy people or anything like that. But there is an effect on the mind. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, look, some people might just be like you might get a person that's naturally grumpy. They're always grumpy, but when they have had a spliff, they're like more chilled. Obviously smoking will chill you out. If you're having a bad day, you have a spliff, go back to work, you'll smile at your boss again, But have you ever taken 2 pulls or anything? You've never had anything?
2 calls?
Heartbreak Hotel.
2 what?
Have you ever
Oh,
smoked
boy.
anything?
Oh, that's really,
Very, very.
Okay, so I'm gonna get going. Maybe I'll come back. Maybe I'll come back in an hour or so. But thanks for listening to me. I'll
Yeah,
see
man,
you
it's
later,
good
guys.
conversation.
Yeah,
Have a good one.
what's going on, Chief?
Nah, man, chilling, bro. Yeah. I jumped on to talk to James Jones about the pyramids, but obviously he ducked out. Man. What are you saying, Novelli? You working now?
Well, yeah, man. Start work, man. Start work, man. I'm hating on everyone that's getting their little days off. You get me? Paid leave and shit.
Yeah, bro. It's been a couple, about 3 months now, isn't it? Almost. It's mad.
Yeah, man. Well, you work for a company as well? You've been on paid leave or you just been
Nah, no paid leave,
no
nothing.
pay?
Yeah, self-employed.
Man.
I could go back, but I've just been safe. Well, trying to be safe.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause
I
a
don't
couple
know.
buildings after that. Got a couple people on there now still. I literally did that
Yeah,
one today, like.
I'm waiting to see. If the numbers go up or whatever.
Mm.
I'm waiting to see. Yeah, I don't want to go back and then man catch it. Then I think, why did I bother? Why? I'll be mad at myself.
What did you want to say about the pyramid thing?
Oh no, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions because I don't know. I've watched stuff. I don't retain information very well, but I know I've definitely watched experts saying that they haven't got cranes that can lift like one of the blocks of the pyramids and stuff, and you know the way it's cut and stuff. But James Jones said that they can build a pyramid, but I've seen otherwise. I just wanted to know where he saw that.
I think what they've said is what they said is that they don't know how they built it with the materials of them days. So
Nah,
they can't rebuild the stuff with
nah. I've watched them
nowadays
say
materials.
they can't rebuild it. Like, okay, so there was a stone. I'm watching. So let's say even the way the stone's cut, right? You need to cut the stone or heat the stone, do whatever you're doing with the stone. There was a stone cutting expert there saying that he can get it close, but he couldn't replicate what they've done here. It's paper thin, like how to put them together, if that makes sense. I can't. Yeah, I'm not very good. Let me get this up. That's what I just wanted to know because I've never.
Check this though, guys. Listen to this though, guys. Man, them are making 3D printers right now.
Yeah.
When you're saying that man can't cut the stone with laser precision. Some shit's laser cut now, you know, bro. I've heard of that diamond drilling and all that shit.
Yeah, I have.
This shit's laser
That's what I
cut
mean.
now.
Maybe.
So it's like I feel like when they were saying that, yeah, they were talking about how they got it such precision with the tools that they had at them time. So finding out exactly what they did to use them things, say, without the updated technology. But like, well, be real. If them man draw a couple cranes and diggers and so, they can stack the pyramids together.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna lie.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, as I'm thinking back now, I did watch the documentaries maybe 15 years ago. So so I jumped on Google, yeah, and the first thing, I don't know what this is, www.quora.com. I've never heard this place, but they're saying they can replicate. They're saying they can replicate the pyramids. That's what they're saying. That's what they think they can do.
You know what? Yeah, Quora is just like people like me and you giving answers on the website too. So,
okay, see, no, I don't want to hear that. Let me see.
It can be wrong as well, isn't it? So, but
yeah, that's why I like watching
that,
like
but I'm just trying to think of it like logically, like now where man are building different buildings and like you see like Dubai, they've made the place even bigger. They made an island of houses and shit for rich people. You know, like,
but you see that to me,
they must be able to.
That's all baby food, isn't it? Because they built these pyramids on the ley lines of the. Oh, Jesus Christ! So when I watch National Geographic, right, they had experts for every little bit. Like, so they've got expert for the stone saying he can't do it. They've got expert crane people, construction man saying they ain't got nothing that can lift these blocks. But this is 10, 15 years ago I'm just talking about. They've got expert people that are saying that it's fucking, I don't know, geography people that are talking about how they've lined up all these pyramids with the stars and the land and the it's all mad, bro. They don't build like that. When they built Dubai, they've just built Dubai. They just put Lego up in the area. You know what I'm saying? Don't mean
No,
that.
but I'm
It's just
saying,
Lego.
you know that there's a I can't remember, man. I was working on building sites this time. It was when these times, well, Michael Owen was a good footballer and shit. Like, man, they built a fucking island off of Dubai with it looks like
Sand
the
and all
shape
that.
of a palm tree. Yeah,
I remember that.
like the
I
shape
remember
of a
that.
palm tree. And
That
remember?
was sick. I remember in the sea. They just done it in the sea. I'm like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? How do you do that?
That-
I was
that-
confused.
So I'm saying, well, if the world's got the technology to do something like that today, and obviously the technological advancement is greater now than there wasn't then, why wouldn't they be able
That's
to
what
reconstruct the pyramid?
they can't though. They actually can't. They actually can't. I'm telling you, if someone needs to find me experts saying they can do it on a documentary, and then I'll take it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'll watch the doco and I have to watch these experts and I'll Google them, man, and rah. Because the ones that I watched, let's say early 2000s, innit? Because I haven't really investigated pyramids for a while. Ones that watched early 2000s, them lot, they were saying they can't do it. It's amazing. But
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. I feel like it can be replicated, but what they were saying was that they wouldn't be able to, or they would find it a hard task to replicate it
with their tools.
With the tools that they thought they was using in it, because there's no way for them to 100% say exactly what tools they did to use what, that and the other, with whatever tools they thought they was using, for them to replicate that same thing would be hard work.
Okay. Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that point of view. But I'm on the thing where they can't do what they done in Egypt. That's what I'm on right now. And it's not even just Egypt, because there's pyramids all over the world. So I'm talking about all pyramids. Mexico, everywhere. India, all your little countries, everywhere.
I'll tell you why I say that, Trolls, yeah, is because you see, like the building technology and the stuff that's coming out later on, like obviously after the pyramids and shit, there was stuff like railroads, roads, motorways. You know what I mean? Like trains, underground and shit. If them man were building so technological advance, they should have been having some. You know what I'm saying? Like some technological advancements that are still relevant today or something. I don't know.
Do you know what I think?
Or
With that part,
the building on that advancement should be much greater today, innit? Because really and truly, it should be always built on top of what's already working.
what's there? Yeah. So you see, with my point of view on that is that they had a greater moral standard than us. We build stuff that will destroy our environment every day, every second. We've created this thing. It's destroying everything around us, bro. What I've seen, what they've done there, and how they've done it, they're not destroying nothing. They're not. Do you know what I mean?
You
make buses,
you really think
trains.
that their morals were so high
I think they were more in tune, more respect for the earth, bro. More respect. Maybe they could have done certain things. I don't know. Maybe they couldn't have. Maybe they worked with what they had. I don't know.
I feel like if it was like, because they got stuff like a priestly caste, a kingly caste, and so like that shit. Obviously, there has to be a lower ranking working class, innit? Plebs and all them shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
there were definitely classes.
The architect's not going to be a labourer. You know what I'm saying? Like,
true.
You know what I mean? Like the head foreman's not going to fucking be a cable puller.
Yeah, but then the architects didn't create something that would be destructive to the earth?
What's created that's destructive to the earth? Like, what do you mean, like how?
Let's just say cars. Cars are destructive to the earth. The way we burn fossil fuels.
But would you say that with the use of cars or the technology that we use for cars or whatever, like the engine or whatever, the pulley and all them sort of things, then that's like the advanced technology, isn't it? Like chariots.
100%. I couldn't do that. To me, that's crazy that someone made that up. I think it's amazing that someone made that up. It is amazing, but it does destroy our environment.
Yeah, but it's like, don't you feel like it's a building on top? So the first ones built, the Sumerian ones built the chariot, like the wheels and whatever, and then everyone built on top of their chariot from whatever was the next thing.
Yeah, and just made it better in the way we can make it better.
Yeah, just advanced on technology. Like it's not designing it to destroy the earth. It's really to improve the actual machine that you're building.
Yeah, you're improving the machine to improve what we can do. I understand that, but then, so like, is destruction worth having
like
something?
That they're doing that to, in mind, thinking, yeah, we don't care if the earth is destroyed. We just want our technology to work. I don't think people are doing that.
Did you turn the helper on?
Say that again, Billy.
I feel like, yeah, it would be more like people are doing things to advance in whatever they feel like is their group, air quotes, their in group. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The man would be doing, like the engine and so and so might be made here to advance the group of people who is surrounding that sort of industry. But the people of the industry at that time wasn't thinking, if we use petrol for 1,000 years, it's going to cause holes in the ozone layer.
Yeah,
the man was thinking that advanced like that.
No, they was not. They was not. 110%. So you make it, right? You make the thing, you start driving it, say like 10, 20, 30, 50 years. And then you realize, like the smoke that this thing gives out makes people sick. It's not good for the environment. Let's build
Remember, there
more.
used to be lead in diesel. There used to be lead in petrol cars. And now they made it unleaded. As soon as they found out it weren't good for the environment, they made it unleaded.
But that's still bad for the environment.
Yeah, but it's better than the lead one.
It is, but it is.
And even now, the diesel, the new diesel, city diesel. What's city diesel's the improvement on the old diesel, isn't it? The red diesel.
Yeah. You got red diesel for the track. They use that for tractors and that now, isn't it?
Yeah. Imagine one time, they must have made everything was running on that red fucking diesel.
Yeah. But then, so you don't think that they don't, you think that they care about the environment when they're making these things? Or further in the industry?
I'm not saying that. I don't think that they care about the environment. I feel like a lot of technological advances are literally to advance the actual people who are surrounding
humanity, that
technology at that time. Not like all humanity. We care about everyone. So if it's like a group of Turkish people that made the first car or whatever, they made it so they can do whatever business in Turkey to make Turkey supreme. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're making this to make humanity a greater place, and because we're all humans together and we recognize we're all one man. Or you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it was that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, that's naive, isn't it?
That makes sense. Still, it's mad though, isn't it? Isn't it mad though? Because I have to think like that, bro. I have to think. Could certain invention? Could we do without certain things, bro? Do you know what I mean? Because a lot of things that we do are detrimental to our society. I mean, look how much species are dead off all over the world.
from? That's from the plastic in the ocean and that. Yeah, he's talking about.
Yeah, you got the plastic, got us cutting down trees, us putting farms where there was once trees, and all these type of things have equated to these things. But obviously, everyone's doing for their self gain. I just personally think that I don't know, but
because imagine, yeah, think about it like this, then, yeah. At one time, yeah. So if you're talking about the way that, say, the Europeans was decimating America, yeah. First of all, then, yeah. As far as the Europeans in Europe was concerned, yeah, America's a whole nother world. You know what I'm saying? The Earth's so big and so vast. We're just going over there to fucking lick down that piece. It's not going to affect over here. You know what I'm saying? We're still going to be all right. That's why they man can feel like, right, it's cool for us to go over there and do what we're doing over there, innit?
Yeah, that was at that time, though. So, okay, then, what time would you say that the world became self-aware that the things that we are doing are more than destructive to the earth that we live on? What time would you say?
I feel like that there's. I don't feel like that is fully like that now. I do still feel like it's economic, yeah, and it is for the advancements of the few rather than the many. But obviously, for it to be for the people to stay in the position like of the world police and the high and mighty, they have to be looking like, right, we don't say that anything that is wrong publicly or against what do they call it?
Against the convention?
Anything like human rights or anything like that, yeah. They'll publicly say, "Oh, we're against that. We're against that." You know what I'm saying? Like, but
behind the doors, they're doing whatever deals.
Behind the doors,
to make their country
some man
better.
might not be really, obviously fully like that. Man are trying to do what man is trying to do to line man's pockets, innit?
So so when we're talking about like moral code, then we're gonna talk about moral code. So the moral code of the people today, obviously we're talking about Egypt. But we don't know how them people were.
Carry on anyway.
Yeah, I've talked myself into a circle there.
Yeah, but we can still talk hypothetically, innit? Like we're just guessing, innit?
Okay, so the moral code of the people in Egypt, right? I personally feel I'm just going from how their workings worked, the buildings, you know what I mean, their agriculture, how it affected the earth. The people from that age, what do you call it? It's not a era. From that era, had much more respect for the earth than people from this era.
I would say, that may have been true with, say, like the ruling class. But for me, to say that a society cares about its people, it's really, you have to look at the poorest people in the do you know what I mean? Like how the poorest people in the country, what's done to make sure that the people are literate and part of the society and be able to feed and clothe themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like all them sort of things, isn't it? Like, so maybe that might be a bit too advanced for a brand new society that is a new society at the time, innit? Like maybe that's a bit too advanced for that still, but
it's mad still. It's mad. Yeah, but I like talking about pyramids and that. That's why I think James Jones, because I know he's well researched in something, so I thought he might have researched and then I could question him like, what's he found? You know what I mean? Well, you found that while you're talking so tough. You're talking with his chest, you know. They could build the pyramid, they could do everything they did. I was like, what's he talking about?
I do feel like a wild one lady D. Yeah, man. I do feel like I do feel like the pyramids can be rebuilt with today's technology. You get me? I feel like it would be a struggle for today's builders to try and rebuild it with the technology of them, sort of thing. So
Yeah,
if they
no,
use, they actually found out exactly what was really used here, and they actually knew everything they was doing there with it, yeah. And they got all like the master builders, you know, like the master
yeah, but alright,
stonemasons,
Veli,
some of the top of
look
the
what
top
they
or
do in
whatnot.
this world, Veli, look what they do in this world, right? Someone would have built it and said, look, see, we used our normal technology, we built the pyramids. No one's done that yet. No one's built a pyramid
Yeah,
yet.
but they have though, like them
What they call it? It's
my man said
a
about the
megalith,
casino.
you know, Veli. It's a megalith, you know.
Yeah,
Is that what they
I
call it?
understand.
It's a megalith. They ain't built no megaliths, pyramids. Hold on, let me Google it.
Yeah, but because there's no use for them to build an actual pyramid now. Like where they built the pyramid in the casino thing in fucking Las Vegas.
Oh, that's a plastic thing, Belly, man. Come on, man. That's a plastic thing. I heard James Jones say that, and I span around in my bed. I said, Ross Clark, that's a plastic thing.
Yeah, but what you say? You want them to build the actual casino
them
with stones?
No,
Limestone
bro,
and
they
shit,
need to go. They to build the pyramid means build the pyramid. You need to get the
Some
megalith
sandstone.
stones. You need to get the megalith stones, make them look nice, like how them man made it look nice. Build your thing, build it on the ley lines of whatever the earth and all this rubbish, and align it with. You build it like that. Do the exact same thing.
You honestly don't think that with today's technology, yeah, they could remake one of the Great Pyramids of Giza or anything like that?
I would say with percentage. After what, but because I did watch the documentary thing, it was in my mum's house, so it's a good 15, 20 years ago still, I'm not gonna lie. And I watched it on Sky as well. So, but yeah, I'm 30% they can do it. Because I haven't seen anything saying they can do it. I haven't seen no thing on TV. Last thing I saw, they had experts, they had their best experts, stone cutters and geographers and all type of people saying, right, like it will be difficult, even with the stuff we got now.
So what about any buildings that are built in the new era that you think, what, is there no buildings that compare to their pyramid sort of structure?
For me, so they got that. Do you know, I am amazed by skyscrapers. I used to watch a lot of skyscraper documentaries. I do like the way they built their skyscrapers. Like they built someone in China and the wind and it bends, the thing sways. I understand. He's done this great stuff. It's great stuff. But it's not a megalith. Like, if you left that skyscraper there, it's not a megalith. If you left that skyscraper there, in 100 years, it would be covered, it would degrade everything, or 200 years, I can't remember how long they said, it's going to break down, bro. Yeah? That pyramid ain't breaking down, bro.
But unless it gets refurbished or whatever, any of the ones that don't get maintained, they do break down.
Yeah, but the pyramids ain't been maintained. Look how Egypt treat the pyramids. They don't maintain them things there.
And that's why they're breaking down, isn't it?
Well, that's why things are starting to break after how many years? We don't know how many thousands of years it's been. You know, that's what I'm saying though. But
you know what it is, is man not saying that it's not a massive achievement, is it? That was done by the people at the time. That's definitely a massive achievement, and it's a great thing to be proud of. And all that.
No one said that though. James Jones never said that it's not a big achievement or nothing. Nah, he just said that.
No. I'm just saying it. But what I'm saying is that I do feel like with today's advancements, that could be recreated. That's my own personal opinion. I do feel like it can be recreated.
You know, I'm gonna go and have a look. You know, I don't think they can. I personally don't think they can. What are all the ancient stone circles for? No, they can't build the thing. Really, they can't do it. They can't.
Yeah. So you don't think fucking Rob McAlpine and them man can't build the pyramid, yeah?
Yeah, no. They can.
Dango Rourke and all them man there can't build the pyramid, yeah?
Nah. They ain't got the wit. They don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
What's my man's name that built the bridge, man? What's my man's name that built the bridge, man? Is a UK architecture. And the UK architect, man, is it Brunel? Brunel, yeah.
I don't know. You're asking the wrong
Brunel
man.
is,
Yeah, no, them man can't. Them man can't build it, bro. They can't. I swear, can they even lift the stones at Stonehenge? I see someone put up Stonehenge there, but can they even lift them stones there that are Stonehenge? Do they have a crane that can lift those little baby stones?
Yeah. Come on, man.
Can they?
What are you saying? What are you saying
limit,
that they can't lift the stones at Egypt now? James
can't
already
lift them
pulled
stones.
up the ton. The stones are supposed to be 5 tons, yeah, and the crane that lifts
They're more than 5 tons.
lifts about like 200
they're more than
20
5
tons
tons,
or
bro.
something like that.
Wait, hold on. Let me Google it then. They're more than
5 tons.
How much do the stones in the pyramids weigh in Egypt? Okay. 2.5 tons. Wait, hold on. Each stone block within the pyramid weighs approximately 2.5. So you're actually saying it weighs more than what it actually does.
Right.
Okay.
Got it. So,
do we have a crane that can lift the stones from the pyramids?
What crane?
Yeah.
Easy.
Oh,
that's easy, bro.
What crane can lift 2.5 tons?
Well, come on, man. There's cranes that can lift tons like that, man.
Hold on, man. Wait, hold on. I'll rule a farm, £400,000. They ain't got a crane. They ain't got a crane that can lift.
What's that? They ain't a crane that can lift 2 tons. Yeah, really.
Bro, 2.5 tons. Wait, how do they even know that thing weighs 2.5? How do they know that? Let me back page. I don't believe them. I've got to be careful. Let me research this quickly. You see, you got to be careful here, bigger, because they lie to you. You see, when you research things, sometimes they'll lie to you so that you don't think of it in a certain way.
Yeah, obviously, Google's the 100% fact in it, yeah?
Nah, yeah, this is...
There can be a wrong answer.
Sciencing.com.
As I say that.
Science.
Yeah, but like we're just guys with like what we can do that just for today.
Yeah.
If it was like a paper what we're submitting for peer review, then obviously we'd need to do some deeper research than just typing in the old fucking Google, looking up Quora and shit. And saying, yeah, don't worry, it says on here. You know what I mean? Like, we'd have to cite sources and whatever. But
yeah.
Like,
but the relevant, yeah, the
so,
spin. I've clicked on 3 places. It's about 2.5 tons. They're saying still each block.
yeah, coming in. What's the heaviest lifting crane?
You know, it's acting funny when I done that. What's the heaviest lifting crane? New overhead gantry cranes. Let's have a look. It's like I've got to click on it and look at the specs. They ain't got the specs up there.
You got to remember, yeah, the time when people, when the buildings are being built, yeah, when there's structure, they're like the actual first steel structures getting built. Them fucking steel girders weigh fucking lumps, man.
They ain't weighing no 2.5 tons, bro. Wait, oh shit.
They weigh something heavy though, still.
So they're saying this mobile crane can lift the heaviest items safely. Efficient lifts of 152 ton. It lifts 15.4 meters off the floor. Wait, hold on. Holds the world's heaviest lift by a crane.
Bro, you know, I'm telling you, Charles, you know why I already knew that, yeah? Because James has already had this argument, and I was already listening to this argument.
Yeah.
The man's already had this argument about, bro, can the cranes lift so and so? Yeah. The only thing that weren't brought up here was, has anyone ever attempted to rebuild a pyramid to the same sort of spec?
And I say no because they can't. I say no because they can't. All right. One of my reasons have been disproven right now in front of my eyes. Definitely, 110%. They can lift the stones. They're saying the heaviest lift is 20,133 metric tons. Okay. That's the heaviest lift the crane has done before. Okay, cool. Okay, so they can lift the stone.
Bro, listen,
Can they align
you
them?
come on, you know what it is, yeah? You gotta think about this as well, yeah? This is like thousands of years ago when man didn't have fucking cranes. Yeah, so obviously man's using some sort of pulley to lift this, innit? Yeah, like bro, right now,
Yeah, no,
yeah,
but I
man's
would
able to
allow.
use some counterweight things that can lift some badness to do a bad thing, bro. Like man can reach
Well,
heights of buildings that are crazy right now.
let me find out what's the heaviest counterweight lift. What's the heaviest counterweight lift? Because I personally think 20,000. Wait, oh shit, 20,000 metric tons.
That's what I'm trying to say, cuz. I'm trying to say,
Okay. Okay. But all right, so nah, man. You're trying to get me here, Billy. You're trying to get me here. All right. They cannot rebuild it. Why ain't they rebuilt them? Why haven't they rebuilt them then?
because they built other shit that's like could actually people can live in. Like how much people can live in the pyramid, and how much people can live in a skyscraper or flat.
Okay, yeah, they can house people. There was no bedrooms in the pyramid. Yeah. So
yeah, it was just like what was in the pyramid. I don't even know what was in the pyramid.
Like burial chambers in some of them, and
a graveyard.
They really don't know what the pyramids are for. That's the fact of it. We don't know. Like, don't know. People think they're power stations and all type of stuff, but you know, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, Coach, man, about that thing, man. It's like man, I gotta think about like some of the buildings or some of the ways that we're living now, innit? And some of the places or whatever. Like there's Google Maps here that of the whole world and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a madness. That Google Maps is a madness. You could go look at
you know
your old
houses. Man just about knew that the Earth was round in them days.
Yeah. Well, some people think it's not round now, though.
Yeah, but that's not the majority.
Yeah. The majority know the truth. The majority do know the truth. Ah, man, I don't think they can build the pyramid. I really don't. I don't think they can. With everything we've got now, no. I'm still saying no. I'm still saying no.
And you gotta think, yeah, how long they took to build the pyramids, yeah? They built entire estates in that time. Right, if it took man like 40, 50 years to build the pyramids, yeah. One pyramid, yeah. They built a fucking estate in London in them years. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, alright. Nah, bro. Nah, man.
They chose not let go. They chose not let go.
Holding on to Egypt, holding on by a thread. Holding on by a thread. Egypt's on spot. Egypt, not even just Egypt, there's pyramids in general all over the world. I loved it. I thought, yeah. You know what I mean?
Obviously it's good to marvel and understand at the people that came before the previous. You know what I'm saying? Like the previous one before us, obviously. So, you got a little echo there, you know.
I got echo.
Yeah.
Gone?
Yeah. All right, yeah, echo's gone still.
Yeah, man. All right, let's drop the pyramids for a minute then. To mental health. Oh, what's the question of the day? Return of pain. Mental health.
Return of pain, yeah. Oh, mate. Hey, listen,
get out of jail 3 parts.
Well, it's been mad still, fam. Yeah. It's been peak still, man. But you're going to be back in this bitch, man. Trust me.
Mental health and all that.
Yeah, man. Yeah, bro, like, obviously, like, like I said a few things before, yeah. What like obviously Kemet gets on my nerves, yeah. But why I said that, yeah, was because every time man when they talk about anything in Africa, Kemet straight away. It's not nothing
Okay,
else, no other places. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
bruh,
just Kemet, yeah.
come on, man. You know,
See, that's why
there's
I don't say like Kemet or whatever. I'm just talking about everything in general. You know what I mean? The whole time period. It's the whole time period. How did they do it? You know, all these type of questions come to mind. But why did who was you talking to when you said that?
I can't even remember, man. Probably some of my pro bet firms still, but yeah. It wasn't a bad mind thing, yeah. It was just that it was like telling the truth, innit? Like, but, man want to hear more about the whole of Africa rather than just one corner of the northeast. But that's like what? That's like one place in the whole continent. There's a whole continent of different thousands of fucking tribes of different people that were doing different things as well, like different, like very different great things. Weren't just Kemet.
Well, you know, like I don't know. Some people attach themselves to certain things they like, innit? You know.
Yeah, but what it is here is that because people have tried to teeth Kemet and make it theirs, it feels like right, man, them are going to try to do anything to prove that Kemet's. No, Kemet was in Africa, even though Egypt is in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, Kemet was African.
It gets intense. Yeah, it can get intense. And people, you know, I realize there's a lot of different people that make this world go around. Some people, I used to think they live in the past, but I wouldn't call it that. I would say they're more the historians, innit? More historians.
Yeah, I don't even mind any think about history or whatever. That's all good still. And even I'm glad to know about Egypt and Kemet and Nubia and all Ethiopia and so on. So yeah, I mean, but obviously, mine's issue come from the west side, bro. So I'm just trying to learn about what was happening on the west side. You get me, cuz? Yeah. Obviously, there's the whole of South Africa and the whole of North Africa as well. So just finding out what's going on from northeast to north in the central and the south, you know what I mean, like south part of East Africa. Yeah, it's just like that's just one part in it.
There's too much information, man. You learn new things. Like I learned something today when I was listening to James and I think it's Witness talking. Witness was telling him that, like, because they watched that movie and then Witness was telling them that, yeah, like they would ship over prostitutes and little petty thieves, women, and that Australia. Obviously, we know there's the criminals, but I didn't realize they were sending them women as well. It's mad. It's mad. Human trafficking, bro. Human trafficking, dog.
Yeah, man. I'm saying like, yeah, there's very other like great things. There's like something called the Great Zimbabwe. You know what I mean?
Great Zimbabwe.
I
haven't heard that before.
I want to try and understand what this Adam's calendar thing was and why it was used, like how they used it, why was it important, and then obviously some stuff about like again in West Africa or whatever, just for historical purposes, man. It's like,
so where are you going to research this information? Where are you getting it from?
About what?
Like, let's say Adam's calendar. Where are you gonna go to research this?
Start on Google and then sort of go from there, innit, man? You know what I mean? Like, like, if there's like a book in a library or something, or if there's like a museum or some something like you might go to the museum and then like you see like Natural History Museum, yeah. If you go
Yeah,
there
they've got
and
a lot of
actually
things in there.
you can go on a tour with the actual person, yeah, and actually ask them questions because they know shit about it. So then they could point you in different directions. There's the what's it called? It's like a documents library in London as well, near King's Cross. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so you
A
can find
documents
documents
library. What's
about.
in there?
I can't remember. Obviously, I've butchered the name in it because I can't remember exactly what it's called. In it, or somewhere where you can go to look up like old documents or old artifacts and shit like that. So,
Like slave
just
ship
wherever it
logs
points you to,
and
innit, man. You don't know. You don't wherever, innit? Like, you don't know. You just start off doing your armchair shit, and then obviously get out of your armchair and follow the steps down to wherever, innit?
yeah, it'll take you on a travel still.
Wherever the truth is, yeah.
Take you on a travel still. You know that Natural History Museum? I need to go there. I haven't been there since I was a kid.
There you go. Taking my kids there 3 times, man. I'm actually gonna take them there again once this mob's over, because I wanna film it on YouTube or whatever, and let the guide then like film the guide doing the tour and talking about what
Yeah.
the bits are and whatever.
Okay.
Shit like that. You know what I mean? Yo, what's up, man? Like Terry is in the building. What's popping, man? See, that's that. Just as man was talking about, yeah, that's Terry's department still.
Is it?
Old documents and artifacts and so and so and so and so. Like even what the pyramid might have been used for, you might be able to give man a bit of an idea of what it is. Again, he does museum tours and shit.
Okay. So he's a proper historian type of Donny. He does his research. Yeah, man, I love to see people like that. Questions for days, really. Questions for days.
Yeah,
Because
man.
I don't know what they use the pyramids for. There are shafts and chambers.
Could be, but it could be. I don't know what it was. Still, I tell the truth. I couldn't tell you. I've not got an answer in my head to say that.
Yeah, someone wrote in the comments that don't bury kings in there. No, someone wrote in the comments they don't bury kings in there. I think I said they put their kings in there or something. I don't know what they did in there. But you know.
Yeah, man. When you gotta do, bruh, it's like the research and everything's all out there as well. You just have to just look. You gotta know what you're looking for. That's the only issue there, because you'll type in something and it might flash in front of your face and you don't know that it's that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you don't know, you didn't know what you was looking for, innit? And then when you find out something else about something else, you've typed in the same thing again. That's come up and you thought, oh, so that's what that is. Yeah, I mean.
Now you know what you're looking for. You can find it, but it's easier.
It takes you a step closer to what you was looking for or whatever.
Adam's calendar, yeah. So what do they use? Do you know anything about Adam's calendar then?
No, man. I don't know about it. I heard it was just the earliest calendar. Like a sundial sort of looking thing, where obviously at the different months of the year, the shadow was cast over different parts in it to make them know what structure.
Do you know if they had 12 months or if they had more or less? Do you know if they had 12 months in there, yeah, or more or
I
less?
don't even know, bro. I don't know shit about it, bro. I just heard about it one
Yeah,
time,
that
which
sounds,
I never read properly about it. So.
sounds quite interesting still. I've never heard Adam's calendar.
Yeah, so man, I didn't really know what the pyramids are used for, man. Do you get me? Like differently. If imagine if they was actually used for something, you know, then they would recreate them because there's a use for them in it. But if they don't know what they're used for, why would anyone try to recreate them?
Well, some people believe they were
So
used like power stations for free energy all over the place, isn't it? So some people believe that they don't want everyone to have free energy. Yeah. Wireless energy.
What, like
Wireless
they used to get
electricity.
what's it? Like electricity, wireless electricity.
Yeah.
Or like Wi-Fi and shit.
Yeah, like wireless electricity. Like
Man,
wireless.
yeah, man, no fucking wireless electricity. Man, that's man, come on, man. Charles, man, you're
No, Tesla, I think, was it Tesla? Someone developed a wireless electricity, but because they can't put a meter on it and they can't charge for it, they said nah. Then they went with what we got now.
Yeah, but what would they have been using the electricity for though?
Who knows? But baby mama thing. Yeah. Say it again.
What would they be using
What would
the
they use it
electricity
for?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, okay, so like the pyramids, inside the pyramids, one thing is there's no solder. Is that what you call it? There's no soot from from torches or anything. You know what I mean? They believe they might have had bulbs.
Bulbs?
Yeah.
What, like light bulbs?
Like a bulb. Yeah, like a light bulb. Yeah. They were saying that in one of the things I was watching because they were looking for like, because obviously when you've built the pyramid and then you're drawing in there, whatever they do, you need light, don't you? You need fire more time. What the fuck is it? And there was no burn marks or soot. There was no evidence of them using a torch in there per se.
Light bulb.
Yeah, that's what some people believe. I don't know, me personally.
Still. But man saying that, you know, like the light bulb thing, yeah. You know, like obviously it's the live and neutral, and then it's got the wire in the middle of the light that causes the light in the glass to brighten the room.
Yeah.
So that means they was able to manipulate glass and wouldn't. How come they never had glass windows?
Glass windows? No, so light is measured in lumens. There you go. Yeah, light is measured in lumens, and the CFT Tesla had the first idea, and it was taken by the US. Yeah, I'm gonna go on that thing as well. DG had no soul.
Yo, hey, my bad. My phone got me off still.
Yeah, I was thinking, what happened there, bro? Don't leave me on there on my own, bro.
Yeah, that was mad still.
Yeah, no, with the light thing. Yeah, with the light thing, I don't know, but they definitely done something to light up that room. You know what I mean? They might have used some I don't know, some insects or something that produce light. We don't know. But
You say like firefly.
Fireflies in a bottle. We don't know. We don't know. Can't prove or disprove these things. You know what I mean? But that's one thing I would like to know. What did they use for light inside the pyramids?
Yeah, just what their actual life was like, man. Really, innit?
Yeah. It's all mad.
You got to
So
think,
what do
yeah,
you?
obviously, we're just normal people, innit? Yeah? Like, in this time here, yeah? So, we speak about the greatness of that time, man. We got to try and see what the life of a normal person was at them times there. You get me? Yeah, if we was born in them times there, where it was just like that, yeah, man, we might have been fucking 4 man uplifting 2.5 ton stones, innit?
Yeah, I'm not feeling that. I'm glad to be born in the era I'm in. I like living now. I would never want to live then. I would never want to live then. No way. No.
Yeah.
Man's got flushing toilet and sink and them thing there. You know what I mean?
Dual flush, yeah.
You get me? And then jump in the shower with the hot water in the car. You know what I mean? I couldn't go back to any eras apart from the one I was born in. No way. No way. Would you?
What go back?
Yeah, if you could choose to like just be born in a different era.
In a different era. Probably not still. Nah, I'm saying that, realistically, yeah, you'd have to go if you'd go back and make a change in the past. That means you'd be coming back to a different future as well, innit? Like, you might be able to
but
make
you're not going back. You're not going back with no knowledge of this era. You're just going back to be born.
Just going back. Okay, you're just going back to whenever the time is, and you're just normal at that time.
Yeah, you're gonna live with them, bro.
I don't know about that, B.
You're gonna live with them, bro.
Yeah. Same way. Imagine you just go back with your rank and face yourself, and they're talking about, bruv, you need to help build the pyramid, and you're like, what? Shut up, man. What do you mean, shut up? Man, we'll brush you up, cuz.
Lick you with 2 club over your head quickly. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I wouldn't go back. I wonder what a religious person would say, though. Religious people answer these things differently.
Yeah, they'll say, yeah, they want to go back in it, but they don't really want to go back.
Yeah, you want to live with all the necessities, you know what I mean? Primark, all these type of things.
They'll say they want to go back to when their chosen favorite deity was alive. They want to go back to that time there. So and so was alive, and then realize that, boy. That means go back to Jesus' time and he's punching you up and shit. You get me? You're like, Ross, Jesus I read about different, man. What do you mean? All peaceful and that. Jesus got you in the full Nelson and that. Yeah? And Peter's banging you in the ribs. You get me?
He said, give in to
What's hallelujah? What's hallelujah? Who's Jesus?
Peter into man. Give in to Christ. Give in.
Say praise the Lord.
Yo, that's bad.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Pumping you up.
Do you think? Here's a question: do you think religion will ever die out?
No, because you can't ever prove God.
Do you think
if you're born into like if you're born into some family structure where everyone has to believe this, whatever it is, man, it's never ending cycle, bro.
I think it will end eventually. Still.
You think so?
Yeah. When the further science gets, just the worse it is, isn't it? For them man there.
What do you think? Like in 1,000 years, yeah, do you think that Christianity and Islam will still be prevalent religions in the world?
No, I think they might have little small sects, but like once the technology and once your knowledge is gonna like what they teach the kids in school today, like compared to what they taught me in school, in primary school, it's crazy. You know what I mean? So the more you learn, these things are going to become obsolete.
My son fucked me up on a maths test the other day, boy. Fucked me up, bro. I was like, oh, it's probably all fucking clever as hell.
Bro. Telling you, they teach them stuff now, boy. They do algebra and they do a lot of stuff. So in 1,000 years, where science, things that would have been proven, not theory, fact, proven science, not theory science, should enlighten. I think that would enlighten a lot of people. So
Yeah. So what do you think, yeah? Because I thought this as well, yeah. I thought, yeah, if there was never no such thing as religion, yeah, but there was people walking about with a scientific method book, yeah. So they was teaching things like how things actually worked or whatever, yeah. Instead of going around colonizing people in the name of religion, yeah, they went around colonizing people in the name of science and fucking self-sufficiency, yeah. We're gonna colonize you until you can work for yourself, until you have an understanding of how to work, yeah. So there's nothing else you can do but feed yourself. Yeah, then boy, we'll be living in some Marty McFly's fucking hoverboards and shit. You get me?
yeah, the world would be a better place. I don't think it will be in the position the world is in now. The world would have been a better place. But yeah. Religion, I don't think it saved humanity. Some people think religion saved humanity, makes people like behave better and shit.
What did it save humanity for?
Well, from themselves, isn't it? From themselves. A lot of religious people think if there wasn't like Christianity or Judaism, whatever, that like men would have like destroyed themselves.
By doing what?
Just, well, as they say, because a lot of like religious people, they've got all their sins that they don't do, and basically doing what they would want to do. If that makes sense.
It don't make sense to me, sure, because it seems like man is saying if there ain't no God, man is just going to be evil.
Yeah, that's a full path of a religious person. Yeah, definitely. Wouldn't you say? I think that's a full path of a religious person. Yeah, because they follow God and God's rules. He gives them rules to follow because they don't know how to behave, basically, or they want to know. Let me not say like that. They want guidance on how to behave. Yeah.
It's crazy, isn't it, man?
It is. When you think about how religion works and how a religious mind works, it is different still. But yeah, man. Wow. Hopefully none of my kids become religious when they're older. Please don't walk through the house or something, please. No.
It's like, boy.
Couldn't take it in my own household, I tell you.
Like you just saying about if certain men think that there was no such thing as a God, then they would just be doing heinous things, you know. But I'm like, ain't that like quite fucking low thinking of yourself?
It shows you that the moral standard, isn't it? It shows you a moral standard of what their moral code would be. If someone says, oh, like if I didn't have this religion, I'll be doing this and that. It's just like, all right, cool, you know. The shows
but why though? Why would you need to do heinous crimes just because God doesn't exist?
True. I don't understand that. I don't know. I don't understand that. Yeah.
That's what it's not made sense to me when people say that before.
Yeah, I don't get that either. But it's a common sentence. Islam stopped human sacrifice. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Sacrificing humans is not good. It's not good.
It's not good.
But
Sacrifice. What are we talking about?
someone put that in the comment, blood. They ain't even got a name. They just got a.
Oh, no, no, no.
Yeah,
That's
the
Abby.
comments.
Oh, Abby, you might as well just comment your name now, man. Yeah, you might as well put your name in the shit.
Yeah. Someone else put no, it didn't. Give me chill. Oh, my tooth. Hey, who else out there needs to go dentist but can't? Boy. Boy.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I don't know where East gone, man. I ain't seen East for a little piece still. Since we got the shutdown, you get me? Well, not got the message, man, but he probably jumped back on in the week and whatever. You know, the block's back open, you hear me? Heartbreak
Yeah,
Hotel taking.
you changed channels though, man. I was like, where's Vinny like in this
Yeah,
lockdown, in this coronavirus?
yeah, we got fucking strike, innit, man? Right, switch channels real quick. Yeah. Anyone doing other than killing out of accident or self-defense has nothing to do with true Islam. All right, Barony. If you say so. Religions are confusing, man. Everyone in different sects, yeah. But I feel like they've got the true religion. They've got the true version of the right sect. Yo, what one is still there? Oh shit, you dropped off here? Right, man. Come on, man. There's room to let in the house of pain, man. I'm gonna jump on that. You get me? The house of pain now. Mad thing. Yo, welcome, G. Cut off here. Yo, can you hear me? Can't hear you still if you're talking. Hammond. This is the House of Pain, B. The Heartbreak Hotel, B. Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. My phone rang, innit? Someone called me.
Yeah. It goes quiet when your phone rings.
Oh, shit. All right. Where was we? What was you saying?
I can't even remember, man. Saying some stuff about religion. Yeah, but how there's so many different sects, yeah? How comes everyone thinks they've got the right sect?
You know what? I think brainwashing. All brainwashed.
Mm.
And then when they change religion or change sex, they've been re-brainwashed. That's what I call it. Like it's that guy from Speaker's Corner. It's the Jamaican guy.
Zachariah.
I think his name might be- Yeah.
Mm.
He's brainwashed, bro. You could see it. Like when he was Christian, Muslim, then he was Christian. He's just getting brainwashed and re-brainwashed, and he wholeheartedly believed everything he said when he was each religion, you know. So
Yeah,
and that's
it's like my man has to have a religion, innit? Like, he has to have a
yeah,
God to follow.
yeah.
Poor kid.
Well, I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, though. I wouldn't say there's anything wrong with that.
No, nothing wrong with it, but it's like sad to think that man has to be independent on.
I think as humans, we like to be part of groups.
Yeah, but sometimes it's like humans passing on the responsibility, innit? Or their own responsibility of it. Yeah. I'll say more like with for me it's with Christianity, and it's got loads of messages about being poor. Or the rich man will find it hard to go to heaven and all this sort of shit. Yeah. And it's like nah. You just want me to be poor for my whole life and then wait for my second life to get the goodness.
Well, that's it. Yeah, nah, I ain't gonna have none of that shit. Nah. I'm here and conscious and aware right now. I'm gonna do what aware people should be doing. You waiting for something that you bro. I feel sorry for them people still that don't drink and like not like you should get drunk, but just to taste a little juice here and there, you know. Music thing and all that. Like Carmaine, I was chatting to Carmaine one time.
Yeah, for the people that don't want it, yeah, no loss for them. But for the people that really want to do it, yeah, but they don't do it because they think they're gonna go to hell, that's when it's sad for someone, isn't it?
Definitely. Like if you're a musician and then you turn into Muslim, you can't make music though. Well, people still do make music. I'm not say that, but some people don't.
Let me clarify that, yeah. Before someone makes a throw on it, yeah. That only works out for shit that has no like moral consequences. Like going to a rave, having a drink in a club, in a bar, and then going home. You know what I'm saying? Like shit like not like fucking killing people or stealing stuff or whatever. Like, yeah, man. And what I see, like what Bernie Moore's writing in the chat, is that Muslims are consistent. The only thing Muslims are consistent, yeah, all Muslims are consistent with, is that they believe that Prophet Muhammad is a prophet, and they believe in Allah. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, like the Quran. Yes. The rest of it's you.
Oh, what are you talking about? Across the sects? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, that's. You know what I'm saying? There's bad things that you disagree with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so same thing with Christianity. Like you got everyone believes in the Bible, God and Jesus and all that. Yeah, but they got bare different sects that got like, small little differences. Because we do this, we're definitely doing it the right way. Because we do that way, doing it, we're doing it the right way.
And you know what? The worst thing is, yeah, it's not like I never knew. I thought there was only one. It's just Muslim, back in the day. You know what I mean? And then
Same
this
with
girl
me.
told me, this girl told me about different sects and And then a couple years later, I must have been chatting to a Muslim who's trying to convert me. And I said to him, "Hey, you like got different sects and that, like, ain't there like different types of Muslims?" He was like, "No, there's one Muslim. Like, you believe in Allah." I was like, "All right, cool." And then I realized later down the line, now there is all these different like.
Yeah, because what my man was going to you then, was well, he's not a Muslim because he don't believe in so and so.
Yeah. This Don as well. He wasn't the best representation of a Muslim. I met him in jail. He was trying to blow up Ministry of Sound. Him and his brothers.
Oh,
yeah.
Trying to blow up Ministry of Sound.
Yeah. I was in
Why
jail.
Primo?
Yeah. And you know what? If you looked at the guy, you would never, ever, ever think like the glasses.
He would do something.
Yeah, he's just like a normal, like polite, cool guy on the wing. You know what I mean? I used to chat to him and then he tried to convert me, and that's when I started asking him what's he in for and all that. You get me? And he told me I didn't do it. The first thing he said is, "I didn't do it." I said, "You didn't do what? What did you do?" Then he's talking about fertilizers and all type of things I had no idea of. I'm like, what the hell?
Man said, "Man was gonna blow up Ministry of Sound."
Yeah, I think they might have been.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, bruv, I could have been in the.
I looked at him like, "Mad? Are you mad?" But he said he didn't. He said he tried to blame it on him and his brother, and I think 2 friends. The 4 of them got shift. But I don't know.
Yeah, their shit was fucking. They was all in court blaming each other.
Yeah.
The 2 brothers against the other 2 brothers. Was it 2 brothers against 2 other 2 brothers?
Well, I was only the one on my wing. I was only on the wing with one of them. So he was basically saying that he's not sure if his brother was involved with his friends, but the 2 guys were his brother's friend. And he was, I don't know what involvement. He lived in the yard as well. So he was trying to say he didn't have nothing to do with it. But, you know, I think he got sentenced as well. I think he went down. Yeah.
But most people were going to tell you that they're not guilty, innit? Obviously.
Yeah, of course.
You see, man, all fucking man tonight, bang to rat. You get me? Super bang to rats with bare fucking rat.
I didn't do it. I didn't. It wasn't me.
You stand on the screen with the murder cream covered in blood, dancing with the man's money in your pocket, and you're telling me that you never done it. Come on, man. Don't do that.
No. The blood splashed on him somehow, and he found the money on the floor. You know? Yeah.
Crazy.
But that was like 2000. That was early 2000, 2003. I think that's when there was like. I didn't realize it, but they were heavily recruiting in the jails at them time. They turning a lot of man out. Yeah.
Because look at what my man wrote. He said, if I had the option to save an atheist and the devil, I would save the devil. You probably wouldn't have that opinion in the option because like atheist is real, definitely. So
yeah, I mean, the only well, if you believe in God, then you're going to be dealing with the devil, innit? So I ain't gonna be there.
So, really, you should have said you would have made the devil die, because that means there's no devil to.
There's no devil. No, but they need, as a religious person, you need the devil to have your God. It's part of it, man. 2 sides.
I made a contract on both the Abrahamic side, the devil sort of make slight contracts with man, because he said that, like in the Christianity, he says like, right, I'm gonna try and tempt your favorite one, and God says, God, then you can't tempt him. It's my G. You get me? Job, you can't tempt Job. Job, no, you must be dumb. You can't talk to Job. He's my best worker. You get me? Yeah. You know, man, put Job in some hardships and back him up. Just for a test. And it's just a blood clot test, B.
Them things
All these tests that other people have to go through to please flipping a most high or whatever, man. It's mad.
Well, if they look at it like this, this is the way I look at it. Would I put my child through pain, torture, and torment to prove their character?
No.
So why is God doing this? That's get me. What the hell?
Hey, listen, yeah. You see, listen to this, yeah. If your daughter, listen to this, yeah. If your daughter cheated on 20 of her husbands, yeah, would you put her in the oven to burn forever?
No. Never that. Never that. Look, people are people. Say like, I don't know, your daughter is doing the worst thing that you can imagine, you know, that you wouldn't want her to do. And you found out she did that. This is your child at the end of the day. And you've raised them. And now they are individual, you know. They're going to do what they do. Oh, no, man. People are crazy, bro. Oh, no. Like, obviously, you'll be hurt and stuff, but... we put hands on each other too easily with our mentality. That's what I think. That's why I try and...
So stay away from it.
Yeah. Because... I don't know. Like, you would... say, like, I don't know. I can't even talk this, but say, like, something happened, bunch of guys, and then she came home and, you know, she's happy about this rubbish. You would want to break her nose. Do you know what I mean? But you can't put hands on people.
But would you want to put her in the oven forever?
No, I wouldn't want to put them in the oven. I think that.
What about if she just didn't acknowledge your existence, and furthermore, she was dissing you all the time, saying how much of a pagan you are? You know what? My dad's a pagan. Actually, furthermore, my dad is a waste man. He's a dickhead and everything. Yeah. I hate him and blah 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 blah. Stuff like probably a teenage girl would say to their dad. Probably not in front of his face, but behind his back. After he just took whatever he's taken away. So, would you put your kid in the oven to burn forever for that?
No.
What's the things you can go to hell for? So, if your daughter praised another man as her dad and said that this man is her dad, is my dad, but she'd never met him before or whatever, would you put her in the oven forever?
No.
What would you put your daughter in the oven forever for?
Having sex with her brother. I'll put them both in.
You put them in the oven, yeah?
I think I know I've just said that flippantly. Let me think about it, because I've realised I need to think about it.
Yeah, because I was thinking, boy, that sounds peak still. I don't know if I'd put them in the oven, though.
I just thought about it, like, what would be the thing?
Disappointed.
Yeah, what would be the thing that if you caught someone doing that, you might stab someone to death? Like,
what if your son was a paedophile?
Oh Lord, oh God.
Worstest paedophile in the world.
Not that lie. I brought him in.
He was the worst, super nonce. If he was like,
I have to take him out.
Nonce McNoncy.
I've got to stop that bloodline there. You know, I've got to take him out. He's the bad one. I don't know how he got through. Yeah. I'm sorry, but for that,
forever.
Yeah, for that, yeah.
Would you kill him? You wouldn't want him to just go to jail. Some specialist helping on them shits.
Nah, when it comes to that crime there, I'm not really into specialist help. If it's like statutory rape situations, I would view that maybe a little bit different. You might not go into the oven, but there's definitely going to be a punishment beyond punishment for that. But under the statutory rape age, I can't even think of any other punishment apart from an oven. And I'm sorry.
Well, like
I'm sorry.
forever, like forever, not like, I don't mean like for 10 minutes, for an hour.
No, forever.
I mean
To
like
burn eternal for what you done, and
forever.
for people, yeah, and let
Like,
people come
you see how
and look
long
at
your
the
life's
screen.
been, yeah? All the times you've waited in the queue and you thought this is long or whatever, yeah. And it's been a long time, or however long it's took you to get to this year. That's still not forever. Yeah. How long, the world or the universe has been created is not forever. So that's why I'm saying, like, when man are saying forever, I don't think man really realize what forever is.
Ever means, true. Wait. Maybe there'll be the oven, and if we could extend it for some years, maybe 10 years oven.
10 years in the oven, but man's dead,
Yeah,
isn't it, man? Anyway, man's dead after fucking, I don't know.
Yeah, no,
20
that's what I was
minutes
saying.
in the
If there
oven
was
or
a
something.
way,
Shit.
if there was a way to keep them alive and keep burning them, like keep turning them over, give them like 10 years.
Yeah.
I like to
still.
meditate that. What about you? What you saying? Your son?
Boy, if he was like
Smeagol.
Noncy McNonce of the nonciest nonces, man, I'll be extremely disappointed, man. And like, I don't know
There's
if I
no
would
oven
want
for 10
burn
years.
man forever. Yeah.
But for 10 years.
I would definitely want man to go to jail and get some psychiatric help, because there's got to be something mentally wrong with you to be the nonce of the nonces. But yeah.
So do you think that can be
this
fixed?
burning forever thing? Like, forever, I don't know. I really don't think that anyone alive has really thought about how long forever is.
Yeah, that's eternity, isn't it? It's the rest of eternity. That's never ending pain, anguish for you. I could understand, but yeah, I'll give it a 10-year thing. Yeah, I'll say, because 10 years.
10 years, not what you. But do you think like the death penalty is warranted for certain crimes? Because shit, I thought Ref was in already.
Yes.
Yeah, because like you're saying, imagine if it's like a crime that's happened to your child or something, you'd want the person to die or whatever. But if it was your child that committed the crime, because you're saying this now, obviously we're just talking on YouTube, but like that would be a hard thing to face, that your child is actually going to die.
I don't know, but the way I look at it is, if you've taken a life, it depends on the circumstances. That's why I say, like we said, in some cases, isn't it? So if someone blatantly just, they went out there and they took a life, you get me? When I lick man down, you deserve to be licked down too. That's just what it is. That's why it's the same with the road, isn't it? In the law, it's the same, sort of, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I was saying, man, when you're on the opposing side of, like, say something heinous happens to a family member or whatever, and the person gets caught by the police or whatever for that crime, you would want them to die in it for that crime. But like, if it was your child that committed a heinous crime and was caught about to get killed or whatever for that crime, like death penalty and shit, I don't think you'd want that, man.
I wouldn't
You
want
were
it,
talking
but I'd
about
understand it.
Yeah, I mean,
So
yeah, sorry, no, it's an interesting question, because I remember there was an interview by Vlad TV on a guy called Mark Lamont Hill, and he was asked that question about the death penalty and whatnot. And yeah, pretty much I kind of agreed with what he was saying, in the sense that obviously a rational, like, thinking person would want someone to suffer for, if it was a family member that was killed, let's say like your daughter or something like that. But like, sometimes you have to think with you have to remove emotions from situations and try and think logically about certain things in it. And really, when that really truly what it comes down to is who has the right to take another person's life.
But did
Boy,
you
I
got to
listen
think?
though, yeah. Big up
Mhm.
Renegade for jumping on here. Big up Dolphy the Trojan. Yeah. I got to jump off my car. I've been outside this job for a little while now still.
Oh,
I
what's
was
that,
trying to
bro?
wait for someone to jump on and I didn't want to force anyone, yo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
but
worries.
yeah,
Same
big
here.
up my G's. You get me? I'm
Yeah,
gonna
God,
be listening from YouTube though, yeah. Like
God, bless the whole unholy father. God bless the unholy father.
Just sweet. Welcome to the Heartbreak Hotel, man. We're taking bookings right now. Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah. We're taking heartbreak bookings and whatever. You get me? We got rooms to let in the House of Pain and all that. You get me on
Ramadan's
Agony Avenue.
soon, Ramadan's soon over, so we'll be coming back to you, man. You understand? We'll be taking
Trust
bookings from
me.
you, especially you, Zabira. I know you'll be the high G, but I know you'll be.
Hey, man, don't say Sabina's there too much, man. She'll jump on, mate, straight away. Bird cool, you get me? I ain't bad. Like a little old day, fam, you get me?
No.
You know too much, Charlie. Too much.
Yeah, man. Anyway, man, but big up everyone in the place. You get me? Yeah. Yeah. Big up all the Muslim gang as well, man. You get me? Like you're saying, remember we gave you a break over Ramadan, you know? Just remember that, innit? Yeah, but after Ramadan, we're gonna apply the pressure and the pain again, yeah. Now we do be. You know, it's G-Black in this bitch. Jeez, and we're back in business. Thanks.
Come on, man.
Come on.
What are you saying, bro?
Yeah. What about the death penalty thing? What you said?
Yeah. Well, what do you think?
I think it's different. Like you're saying, I understand who's got the right. No one does have the right to take another life. But if that person has taken a life, it's a precarious, if I'm saying the word right, position. You know what I'm saying?
But that's the moral of the story. Like, do you repay that with an eye for an eye, or do you, show it like a much more, like a better way of sorting the situation out, like, almost trying to make the person, because this was another thing that people look into, whether or not, instead of punishment, whether we can look into things like repairment, or I don't think repairment's the word, but in terms of like trying to,
build them back up. I agree with that. With
Veli, sorry,
druggies.
I was gonna say quickly, Veli, Jen Wallace is in the back. Yeah. Sorry, come through,
Yeah, sorry, bro. Yeah. I think that I forgot what I was saying, What tooth?
Yeah, you were saying about druggies.
Yeah, so with that process, with that way, I think it's more for like drug users, petty theft people, like burglars, like these type of people. I don't think they should get a custodial sentence. I understand that. We can work with them in the community.
Even with the idea of someone who's murdered someone, in it, because at the end of the day, you want the person who's murdered someone to understand how they've inflicted pain on the victim's family, innit? And sometimes before,
Big up, everyone. Big up.
Hello, Jen,
Big up.
you're quite low. You're quite low, so.
Oh shit.
If you probably put your mouth closer to the mic, pause. But
Is that better?
Yeah.
That is better. Yeah.
Okay. So I've had this like whole death penalty thing. Like I've had this discussion on a couple panels, and it always seems to, like, I don't know, I can't wrap my head around it. So is the death penalty is the concept of eye for an eye, is that not revenge killing?
Yes.
It is, right? Yes,
Yeah.
Ref.
Ooh, well,
Yes.
no way. Whoa,
Yes. It
revenge or
is.
retaliation? Whoa,
Both.
whoa.
Yeah.
Defense?
It's revenge killing. And if thou shalt not kill is the first commandment, then God wavers because he allows, he will forgive people for revenge killing. So yeah, this has like been a
I,
huge like thing. I've always been interested in this like death penalty concept.
I wouldn't call it revenge killing though. I would,
Why?
if someone killed my friend or my family member, and I've gone and killed them, I am retaliating, or I could even say defending my group of people against this killer.
Are you not getting
Yeah,
revenge?
but defending yourself is different from, you know, going out and seeking revenge, you know. So when you're putting it to that word, like
Yes.
if you're talking about if he continues to oppress you, then you're defending yourself. But if you're talking about something where you're going out to seek out the person so you can get kill them, that's not
Revenge. Yeah.
that's
Exactly.
it's
It's not. It's retaliation. It's retaliation.
Is
retaliation, revenge.
retaliation not revenge?
It's the same thing. Yeah, I
No,
mean, we can say.
wait. Let me.
How is
Okay.
it different?
Then revenge.
Yeah.
Revenge. I can't read. Okay, so revenge, right? So it could be considered revenge. It could be. It depends on how it's being taken. So I think we're getting it mixed up. So if you punch me and I've hit you back, is that revenge or is that retaliation?
Yes, absolutely.
So-
You
so
hurt
what
me,
the-
so I want to hurt you back.
Okay,
I
then.
want
So-
to feel justice, or whatever my sense of justice is, and get revenge for my pain.
Can you explain the situation of retaliation then?
What, brother? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on.
Come on,
You
bro, I
know
got you,
that's
man.
the same thing, Russ.
It's
You know
not.
it's the
It's
same
not,
thing.
man. It's retaliation, bro. Okay,
Retaliate.
so
What are the
your
definitions?
brethren.
Because
So,
yeah, let
so
me
your
look up
brethren's
the
gone to
definition.
cinema, and then something happened up there with some people up there. You know what I'm saying? They've mashed him up, yeah? Now, he's told you where they are, and then you go up there in retaliation and mash them up. It's not revenge is more deeper than that. Revenge is deep. It's like revenge
Why
is
though?
like, because the word revenge, I need to get my thing. I need to get the definitions of these words.
Yeah, if you could look up the definition, I would be interested because I can't do it this second.
It's like, do you know what it's like? It's like saying pig and pork. Is it not the same thing? You're not talking the same thing when you say pig and pork.
I hear what you're saying. It
So the
seems that way.
my original argument was okay, so if you were to, because we were talking about stoning people for cheating and blah 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 blah. So if you walked in on your wife and she was with next man in your bed, right? And next man sees you walk through the door and you kill next man, would God forgive you? And most of the religious people said yes.
No, but that's more revenge. That's okay. I've got the definition of revenge.
So hold on.
right?
You see, when you talk about retaliation, yeah, are you saying that in a situation where retaliation, it doesn't involve killing the person?
It can do, yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
anything.
Anything.
How's it? Okay, no problem. Let's hear your
Yeah.
definition
So
of
if
revenge.
you oh, you got the
The
definition.
definition of right, the action of hurting or harming someone in return for an injury or wrong suffered at their hands. Similar vengeance, retribution, retaliation, reprisal.
Oh,
so
wow.
it's similar.
Okay.
Wow.
It's
Okay.
similar. Yeah.
It's similar. Let me
Exactly.
get retaliation up now, right? Retaliation. The action of returning the military attack, counterattack. Okay, I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
It's the same shit, right?
Nah, it's a military attack. It's more for army. A retaliation. They're saying so. A retaliation
But
is like,
in essence, it's the same shit. Come on.
well,
right?
they've scaled it up, innit? They haven't put. I can't go by the definition. It's not a
Yeah,
one-on-one.
Unless
incident.
we're in a military situation, using military terminology, it's basically the same shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. thanks. So if you walked in on your wife, right, and next man ran out the door, right, but the next day you woke up and you're like, yo, I'm gonna go get next man and I'm gonna kill him, right? Would God forgive you?
I don't believe in God.
So the thing, me neither. But the thing is like most of the religious people said yes, and I'm like mind blown by this shit. Like, how
Why
is
would He
God?
forgive you?
Because it's justice, an eye for an eye. God says this and blah blah blah.
Okay.
Because justice isn't vengeance in their eyes. It's
But
a
that is
completely different
revenge.
thing. That's what I'm
That's
saying. Exactly.
that's
It's
revenge.
exactly revenge. Just like if you throw the woman in a hole and stone her to death, that's also revenge, is it not?
By the definition, it is. And
Right.
my guy, sorry, I don't know your name. You
Raf,
was
Jen.
right as well.
Raf.
Sorry, Raf.
Raf. Or
Yeah,
Raphael,
Raf.
yeah.
You was right. Yeah, revenge is like if man, he'll kill my brethren, I go back. Even if it's a fight, it's revenge. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I can understand the being upset in that moment, especially when it comes to a family member and they've been killed or whatnot and everything. Like, you want to have that type of pain inflicted on that person. The amount of pain that you're having right now, that person should receive in it. But
Right. And that's normal. That's a human
yeah,
feeling. Like, that's a
yeah,
human feeling. It's
of
what we
course.
do about it, right?
Mm.
But then
But
you
it's-
have
it's-
things like the Bible telling you go get an eye for an eye and blah blah blah. So it's like, what kind of message is this sending out?
So, is the death penalty revenge?
Absolutely.
Why is it if it's not revenge? I'm pretty sure if you go to the American system, they will tell you it's revenge anyway.
Well, they people to make the death penalty easier to swallow, they put it under the category of justice. So it's the justice. But the guy that pulls that switch, is he not a murderer?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's a murderer. Well,
Is he a murderer? Then they're like, oh no, he's a killer. Killer's not the same as a murderer. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I could kind of get with that definition, but he is intentionally taking the life of another human being for justice, for revenge for somebody else. He's giving them their revenge.
But I've seen newspaper articles where they said killer arrested. Isn't a killer like another way a murderer? So what's the difference?
I mean,
I think it's
I don't know.
Same thing. But is it the circumstances in way the death happens?
I'm against the
I
death
guess
penalty.
they say like, yeah, I am too. So I guess they say like,
I'm for
killing
it.
is like, really? Okay.
Yeah, I am. I can't lie. I do believe in an eye for an eye, even though I don't subscribe to it myself because you go to jail. But the way I'm raised, it's an eye for an eye, and I do believe that's right. Like that's just right. Just natural. It's natural.
Yeah, but I think everyone was raised to believe in an eye for an eye. If you do something wrong, you're gonna get punished. Like that's not something new. It's just about where we're coming to. Is like how do we as human beings elevate ourselves to dealing with situations like such as this, like where someone has killed someone in it, that's why I was talking in the beginning where I said that one of the things they've suggested is I forget what the name what it's called, but it begins with R. But basically, we're talking about how we rehabilitate people into understanding, especially these murderers, understanding what they did was wrong and how it affects people, and for them to get that understanding and that ultimate guilt. That's going to set them for the rest of their life in it, rather than.
But some people don't have that mechanism in their brain. Like some people are like, what do you call it? Like psychopath or like narcissistic.
So, yeah, hardcore killers. But
they don't have that like concept of guilt. And I think a dirt floor prison, like for life, should be good for that. Like there's no reason for us to kill someone.
That's the thing. Yeah, when you go to most psychologists, it's they'll tell you that it's not that they don't have that, it's the fact that they try to justify it each time they're doing something. So it's almost like a thing where I did this because it makes sense, and this is what their reasoning is for. Do you understand? Like Charles Manson will tell you that I had to kill all those people because otherwise they were already going to die, because it was the day was, you know, the day of reckoning was coming, or whatever excuse that he was going to give. But that when you actually break it down, and if you're able to be that person that gets through to them, most of them come to realize that what they've done is like really bad. And some people even opt for the death penalty. I've seen prisoners even say, yeah, listen, I deserve to die.
But okay, so before we even get to us elevating to help them, if someone attacks you, why should you elevate yourself to be like, okay, wait, I'll be the bigger person? Do you know what I mean? Why?
No, wait, that's a different situation. You're talking about in terms of defending yourself, innit?
Okay.
You understand?
Or even implying the death penalty on someone that's killed somebody, then why should we then elevate ourselves above how they wanted to act?
Well, that's a different situation, because if you're talking about like someone in a physical situation where they're trying to kill you and you defend yourself by any means necessary, some people will say that in that situation you don't have to necessarily kill the person to defend yourself and stop them from killing you. You can, you know, physically restrain them or injure them in a way where they can't, you know, they're not mobile enough to do what they were going to do. You know what I mean? So it's different to where now you're saying that we've gone through this procedure of what happened, the events and whatever. I still feel that this person needs to die, and it's because this person has hurt someone close to me that I feel that he needs to suffer. He or she needs to suffer for this.
It's not even suffer. Like, it's like, yo, that's how you wanted to end somebody's life. Now you've been caught for it. Your life will be ended. It's just, do you know what I mean?
It's not that if you wanted to end someone's life, that's different. Like, you haven't actually murdered the person. You're just thinking about murdering the person.
No,
It's
I'm
not the
talking.
same thing.
Well,
So
I'm
you
talking.
have murderous intent.
Yeah, no, I'm hypothetically talking about someone that has killed somebody. They've murdered somebody.
Yeah.
They're going through the court proceeding. We're deciding now if they get the death penalty. They definitely rolled out on that. They went out with their gun and shot them and went home, chilled out.
Do what? Say that again.
Say like they went out, shot someone, went home, chilled out, been arrested. Now, I'm saying they deserve the death penalty.
Okay, so why is that they deserve? Do you know the surrounding situations as to why? Because is it just the fact that they murdered someone? Did they take revenge for something? Did they feel like, you know what I mean? Like, human emotions is much more deeper than just, oh, he went out and went to go kill someone randomly.
100%. It could be revenge. It could be his friend could have gotten shot yesterday and he's gone out and done that today. I still think that you should get the death. Even though I do believe in the eye for eye, as I said, but I don't subscribe to it because it's a cycle. So if I kill you, you kill me, he kills him, it just goes on and on. But in the terms of the law and how people should be treated, just because you was in emotional pain doesn't mean that you should have gone and done that. You know what I mean?
So why doesn't that apply to the victims who want death penalty for people? Just because you're in emotional pain doesn't mean that you should want someone dead, right? Can't it go both ways?
How do you mean?
See how it's sticky? Like, it's so sticky because you can flip it like so many different ways. So like you just said, just because you're in emotional pain, you shouldn't have gone and killed someone. Therefore, you're going to get the death penalty, yeah?
Yes.
So the people who are, you know, the victims of the family of the guy he killed who are going for the death penalty, why doesn't that apply to them?
Well, see, now that's where the system comes in. It won't apply to them because it's out of their hands. Now it's in the hands of the law. That's why we have the law. If we didn't have the law, then it would just be in the hands of us. It's no ordinary people anyway, but it's just a procedure to stop revenge. So if the court do it, the family of the guy that that has been killed by the state, they're not going to retaliate on the defendant's family. But if the defendant's family go and do it, then that family have the right to retaliate on the defendant. You know what I mean? It's not. That's why we have courts and laws. And
yeah, but this is my point, where the courts and laws are contradicting themselves. Is they're saying that this guy has committed a act of murder, and therefore we are going to, you know, punish the guy by killing him. Like, this is where it gets a bit, you know, hang on a minute. So you're returning murder with murder, basically.
Right.
I know it doesn't seem right.
Yeah, it doesn't seem logical.
It seems like a lot of people tried to cover up murder and killing with justice, and that's where I don't like that line, that's the part that kind of bothers me. Like, oh, it was justified, it was justice, that's what he deserved. Like, how dare you say someone deserved death? Like, who are we? Are we, you know, some kind of gods who get to go around and sentence people whether they get to live or die? Like, I don't get it. And it's like, I don't even believe in God like that. So it's like, I don't understand where these people are like, oh, it's justice. Like,
honestly, I don't even think God even has the right to do that either, because if we're looking at even the basic understanding of human form, we have creators like parents, and would they be justified in taking our lives because they disagree with something that we did, or
yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, that gets, you know what I mean?
No.
Yeah.
I understand that. Yeah. But when we get into the nitty-gritty of somebody won't be here anymore because they've been murdered.
Yeah.
Like, okay, we can help this person that murdered somebody else. Let them back out on the street so they can enjoy the rest of their life. But someone else's life, it's literally stopped, bro. There's no more for
Why
them.
let them out? Why can't they just do life in prison? And why can't, like, there be like, I think there needs
What's
to
the
be
point
like
of that?
serious prison reformation, to where prison isn't like a hotel anymore. Like, they need to be in like a dirt floor prison with a bucket for the rest of their life.
Whoa.
Like,
Isn't that torture?
No. How is that torture?
Wrath?
They get to live.
Do you
They
agree
get
with
to
that,
live.
Wrath?
That's what. But I'm saying,
I would
is
say that,
death not torture?
I would say, yeah, but I don't think death is torture, because I don't know what happens when you die anyway. But yeah, like, yeah, I mean, it's
So
that's
that
why
way they can
that's why I
choose
put,
to reform if they want.
yeah, this is why I'm talking about reform. Yeah, I think that was the word, reform, in it. So
It's like forced reformation. Yeah.
yeah, but
Reform
you
or
don't have
stay
to
here.
you don't have to reform someone by you know, putting them in a shit environment. I mean, like I said in it, there is I think this has been used as well in some death penalty cases where they've had the condemned come and meet the family of the victim, and they've talked it out, and they've seen that in some situations it works. But in terms of, like, you know, the idea that some of these condemned obviously feel like, yeah, this is like, you know, that killing someone to, you know, make them understand what they did is wrong is a bit of a contradiction. This is where some victims I've listened to, condemned people that I've listened to, say, yeah, this is crazy, like what we're doing, this and this cycle of killing. But in terms of how it works, for the most part, yeah, I haven't really heard anything against it. I'm just trying to give it leeway to say, yeah, in case it hasn't. But yeah, in most cases it has.
What has worked? What reforming them?
Yeah, by having them face
I
the
said,
people
not
that they
them
killed.
understand. Yeah, face to face, like that. I would say as a type of punishment
Closure.
in themselves, because it's not really closure, because obviously they have to still deal with the fact that their loved one is missing, and the person who's done the murder has to deal with the fact that I've killed someone. And in most cases, they've, you know, come to this understanding that they have killed someone and what they did was crazy.
It depends on the circumstance of the murders that we're speaking of, because obviously, you know, there's different types. So if two different people were trying to kill each other, or one succeeds, one loses, obviously, that's a different type of circumstance than if someone, I don't know, got into an argument with someone and heatedly and then went and shot them. Do you understand? So,
I mean, yeah, I know there's so many different understandings of it. I mean, yeah, say that last point again, because I kind of blipped out. I think my dad was in the back. So yeah,
that's fine. So like, we're talking about like rehabilitation, obviously the meeting with people and sitting down, or some people don't deserve the death penalty. I do understand that there are killings where people, I wouldn't say deserve the death penalty straight off. We need to investigate. If there were two people trying to kill each other, they had a war or whatever, one succeeds, one loses, you know, I could understand where we're going to waver on the death penalty with that, if you get what I mean, because of the circumstances, yeah. But then if you have somebody that's, I don't know, they've just killed somebody, there wasn't in anything with them, they got into an altercation, within 20 minutes they've killed them, then it's a bit, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that you could also say that person, you know, like some people have anger issues in it. You could also argue that it was a spur of a moment thing, so it wasn't intentional, it wasn't planned, it wasn't premeditated. You understand? So how can you then, you know, I mean, whereas you have cases where it's premeditated, that they planned this, they said, yeah, this guy's, I'm gonna meet him up there, and this is where it's gonna go down, in it. So, like, you know, what I mean, it's different situations as to why some people might argue, yeah, this person needs to die because of this situation and whatnot and everything. But overall, it's like I like, that's why I'm bringing it back to this, like understanding that someone has killed someone, yes, and how do you make this person understand what they've done is wrong? Because you don't want to just kill them and then think, oh yeah, this is how it solves the situation of people killing. No, you want people in the society to understand like why this killing is thing is wrong and everything. And even if it can't reach every member of the society why killing is wrong, then yeah, at least the person who's done it, you know, that could be a stepping stone, and that person could be used to go and teach other people. And because another thing that people don't take into account is that the people who are involved in most death penalty or prison situation background or certain, you know, minority. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
This is a thing where how do we prevent murders happening or prevent these type of things happening? And like from what psychologists, I keep jumping over places, but I don't know if you guys have heard of the Zeitgeist movement.
No. Say it again?
Hello?
Say that one again.
Hello?
The Zeitgeist.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, bro. Ox, ready to add me back in, please.
No,
all right.
Can you
He
hear
can't
him?
hear us.
Okay.
He can't hear us.
Okay.
Veli, can you put
add,
Raf, in the back
Raf
and
back in.
bring him back?
What do you think about what he was saying, Jay?
I don't know, like this whole thing, it just like, it kind of amazes me because it makes me realize like how many excuses we try to make in our minds that killing is okay in some form or another. And it's like, I don't know, like it's weird because
I don't think it's okay. I think,
but I mean, we
it's
justify it
justifiable
to ourselves. Yeah, like there's a million reasons why somebody will tell you like that murder was justified. Like, oh, he was a bad person, or oh, he killed so and so, or oh, you know, like he didn't know what he was doing, blah blah blah. Like school shooting, oh, it was mental health. Like, and this is where I think like the question of the day, like mental health should never be used like as a fucking excuse for murder, you know. And I don't think that it should be like
but it can though, because if someone's not in their right mind, I'm waiting for you to get ready, and I'm gonna get ready. Use this on the phone.
I don't know. Some of the things about mental health I think are definitely bullshit. Like, I don't know. I don't really believe in like depression and shit.
No.
Like, people hate me because of it, but like, I don't know. Like, I think like kind of like depression is like a little bullshit, and it's like there's definitely things you can do to like make it better, or like,
Yeah,
but
but
I don't
depression's not the
know.
only mental illness. You've got schizophrenia, you've got delusions. This is a whole list of this
Yeah,
stuff.
but you think like 99% of the people who murder and kill people are not those people.
Okay. So do you think so?
They're not a schizo guy that's in a hospital somewhere. Like,
So do you think that we should? So the death penalty, we do need the death penalty as a deterrent in some cases, no?
I don't think so. No, I don't think that people should like. I don't know. Like, why do we need the promise of fear to know that like how to be right? Like, why do people need to be scared literally to death to understand that taking the life is bad? Like, I don't get that.
Yeah, can everyone hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, at least it's better. I swear, switched onto my laptop still. But yeah, what was the last thing said?
We were just saying, on your point, do we need to use the death penalty as a deterrent in certain cases?
I wouldn't use it as a deterrent. No.
But don't you think? Okay, so like,
I just don't. I just have hope for humanity that they're not beyond redeeming. That's how I look at it anyway.
Yeah, I guess I do too. Like, we should really be teaching our kids like the value of human life and not the value of money. But like, that's like taken away,
humanity's not beyond redeeming, but some people are.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, but some aren't people part of humanity?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like some parts of humanity are beyond redeeming, and then
I'm saying all parts. I'm not saying if, but me. I'm saying that there is everyone, even Charles Manson, even Hitler, is not beyond redeeming.
No way. No, bro, come on. No. Look. Some people what this is what it is, yeah. Like, obviously, as Jen was just talking about, we were talking about mental illness as well, and it's not really caused by a lot of people. But if you do certain acts, cold-blooded acts, you need to know that when I'm caught, I'm not just going to live the rest of my life out and die naturally. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit soft.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with that. I just don't think that a capital punishment is needed. Like I said, like, I agree with life in prison, like whatever. If it's a heinous crime that someone, but why? But okay, so life in prison. Okay, if they committed a heinous crime, then why do they not deserve a dirt floor? If they committed like a terrible, like, I don't know,
no, let's not torture these people. To me, if they've committed a heinous crime, you are a waste of resources right now. The oxygen you're breathing is wasted on you. So we need to just take you out. Just take you out. Seriously, that no prison, like life and all that. I don't believe in torturing them unless they're anyway.
But I think I remember something I was saying before.
I disagree.
It was I don't know if anyone's heard of the Zeitgeist movement.
No, that's where you cut out.
So the Zeitgeist movement was about there was a guy called Peter Joseph. He did a movie, 3-part movie that he put on YouTube. Yeah, I think it was I'm trying to find the name for it. So you have the Zeitgeist movement. Let me see if I can find this name. Hold on, sorry guys. Yeah, yeah, he had 3-part movie, and I think it was the second movie. Yeah, I'm trying to get the name for it so that you can actually maybe you can watch it. It's on YouTube because he's put up all the movies on YouTube basically.
Okay.
So sum it up like in a nutshell. Like, where were you going with that?
Okay,
Bringing it
so
up.
in the second movie, he talks about he gets a lot of psychologists and a lot of the groups of people who deal with you know, prison reform or deal with people who are criminals and whatnot and everything. And basically, he goes on to talk about how if we focused, that some of these psychologists come on, they said that a lot of the people who are in prison today come from a specific background and have have lived a specific way, even though so-called serial killers and whatnot. So they said that if they put more focus into that background and preventing them from coming out of that background and ending up as killers and whatnot, maybe that at least that's one way of reducing what we see today in terms of violence and whatnot and everything. So
I am with that 100%. I am with that 100%. Because when I googled the definition of death penalty, it came up as, wait, I'll actually read it to you because I was a little bit disgusted a second ago when it came up. It came about, they created the word death penalty to do with black men with white defendants, and they would just kill them. So
yeah.
What? Really?
Yeah. Google definition of death penalty. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So I understand that. I do understand that. But there are people in this world, Raph, there are people in this world, like some people, like we do need to start helping the kids in that now. But some people are way past gone, bro.
Yeah, but this is my point anyway. Like the original idea is that where it comes from is the fact that people in this, I recommend people watch it. I think it's called Zeitgeist Addendum or Zeitgeist Moving Forward. I don't know why it's not showing up in order which one it was in it, but basically it goes on to talk about, I think it was Moving Forward. Where they're talking about there's different sections to it where they talk about human nature and sociopathology. I think the human nature bit was nurture versus nature, and they go into certain certain psychologists who deal with people who are criminals and whatnot, and they were telling you their stories of certain criminals they dealt with and where they go into why they're doing it and what we should focus on, like making an environment where crime doesn't fester. Do you understand? Yeah.
I do. And if they're worth helping, then yeah, but some crimes.
Obviously now it's already happened, innit? So like what you're talking about now, what should we do about it, innit? Like we've got people who have murdered people. What should we do about it? Should we not kill them? So it's just that bit where I'm saying, like my argument's clear, like, you shouldn't return murder with murder, innit? But obviously people have their different opinions on that.
I respect that. I do. And Jen, you feel the same as well, innit? You just want to torture him. There's 3 different opinions. She wants to talk, and I want to.
Yeah, man, it's interesting still. I recommend people watch it. The Zeitgeist Movement. They have 3. Yeah, a lot of people don't know. There's these type of things out there where they go into certain things about what type of world do we want to envision. You understand? So it goes into the technology side and whatnot. I don't know if you've heard of Jacques Fresno.
No.
He was the leader of the Venus Project. So him and the guy who made the Zeitgeist movie, his name's Peter Joseph. Him and Jacques Fresno used to work together. Well, I think they split later on. Something to do with the fact that Jacques Fresno was a bit of a futurist, where he was, his ideas were something that you can actually, you know, it's on paper, but you can't replicate it right now
Okay,
because you don't have the technology. But whereas he was saying that, look, this is the technology we have. You know, hopefully with more free labor now, with free with more time for leisure, people will think up more technology and whatnot. That's the idea that the Zeitgeist movement was coming from. So yeah,
And that's to help our community from
this is to help
perpetuating
all
that
communities.
stuff.
Yeah, this is
All
it's not it deals with everything. So it's going into technology, into the how we human nature and what is understood about human nature. You know, a lot of people have this idea that human nature is human beings are just innately violent, and really and truly, when you go into certain societies, even before, even during the time, because in history we learn about the British, we learn about the Western society
Western
in
world.
general. Yeah, but people don't know that there were societies outside of that, and those societies had different moral compasses. Where I think
Hey, I'm gonna duck out, you guys. I gotta go to work. Big up though. Big up. Big up.
okay,
Big
yeah,
up.
yeah,
Take care.
large up everyone still, yeah. So yeah, he was talking about how basically people in these certain societies had a system where maybe like you see like how people would go if that's not your child, then I don't care for that child like that, innit? You understand?
Yeah.
So there was one where I think it was a priest that was talking to one of the Native Americans or whatnot, and he recorded his interaction where he said that, why is it that you are looking after every child as if it's your child? And I think the response was that you care about the fruits of your loins, whereas we see everyone as our child. So it's the idea of like it's just this different perspective of
It's a different community.
Yeah.
So it's different way of being raised, and
Yeah.
then you'll have a different mentality.
Yeah, and then there was other ones where they're talking about there were societies where if you had more material wealth, you were ostracized, and if you had less, you were seen as like a king. You're almost elevated, but that like like this is just examples here and there of societies that had these type of things. But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting.
Then I think he goes on to make an example of in Israel today. Apparently, there's a place in Israel. I think this is described in the film. That basically there is an area where there is no crime at all, and that's part of Israel's prison reforms is that instead of taking people to prison, they go and make them work on that farm as a punishment, or work in that area, or go to that area to live as a punishment, or something like that, or whatever. And basically, they just learn to be better human beings instead of actually putting them through a prison system. So yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I heard that. But that's good with the crime and stuff, but don't they kick the Palestinians out and that? Ain't they in war with the people across the water or something?
Yes, but like obviously I don't get into the political. I don't really. I've heard certain people were very like, oh, we don't like Palestine. Palestine is not a nation. I've heard certain people come up to me, or most of them, I said, yeah, I don't regard Palestine as a country. No, not Palestine. Sorry, Israel as a country, and yeah, they're occupying Palestine and whatnot and everything. Honestly, I've heard certain people put forward this idea of a two-state party or two-party state or whatever they call it, but like I don't really pay attention too much of the politics that's going on with Palestine and Israel.
No, the only thing I know is just what happened in the beginning. America helped them move them out, and them man moved in, and that's what I need to know.
Yeah. This was 1948.
Yeah, yeah, and that's the fact. After that, I'm like, okay, cool. Like,
You know, the first place they were gonna do for Israel was in Uganda.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying that, but then just recently I was hearing on it might have been Belly's podcast, someone's podcast, but they're talking about like big German communities in places in Africa.
Yeah.
And where they settled down and stuff, and I was like, right, where only Germans are there and stuff. I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah, because obviously Germany today doesn't have any nation that they owned, but at one point they used to own. I forgot the country. I think it was around West Africa. I forget the countries that they had as their own nation, as their own like colonial power or whatever. But obviously, what happened in World War One and World War Two was, yeah.
That's mad, isn't it? It's mad that what happens.
If you know the behind the story.
Yeah, but okay. So if they caught, but yeah, Hitler's a man, and he didn't really do anyway. But so if they caught Hitler and they gave him the death penalty, you would think that was wrong. Yeah. I would say that in terms of the way to deal with someone like a Hitler, like it's very, because he killed so many people, so everyone's gonna say, yeah, why not? But, I don't know, fam. I personally would try to understand the mind of Hitler, so that at least we know how to go about preventing something from happening. Before we kill him, or we're just going to keep him alive then and research?
Yeah, I mean, you can still torture a person by making them understand what they're doing is wrong. What they understood, making them understand what they did, rather, was a terrible thing. You understand, like, but I don't know. I don't. It doesn't sit right with me killing someone. So,
and no, you know what? I fully do understand what you're saying, because it's not a small. We can't comprehend the type of thing that is. You know what I mean? When you kill somebody, it's a massive thing. People don't look at it as what it is. It is, well, right. It is humongous. But I just couldn't. Maybe I'm simple-minded. I just wouldn't want certain people to live like. It's just like, yo, Willie Lynch. If he was in the dock, I would say, yeah,
Lynch.
Yeah, X him out immediately. There's no waiting time for him.
Right. Yeah, man. There's you know what? Yeah, like we can make the example of Hitler, but Hitler lost the war, innit? Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you got people who were on the winning side that were supposed to be seen as heroes today that are no different from Hitler, if anything. But
100%. There's a lot of evils in this world.
History is written by the winners. That's what they say, innit?
Of course. Who else writes it? Who else?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff.
It is. Okay. So what was that thing called again on YouTube?
The Zeitgeist movement.
Zeitgeist
movement. Yeah, he has. The first film is pretty much like a lot of people after they watched the first film got like, wow, like this is really good. Like they got really into it, like and whatnot. So he put up a second and third film, which goes into what he's proposing and certain things and whatnot and everything. So yeah, the first film, like if you're a bit of a conspiracy theorist, like you can look into certain things where he talks about 9/11 being a hoax or whatever. He talks about Christ and Egypt, how the Bible comes from Egypt, and all the concepts and everything all stemming from other religions and whatnot. Then I think the final one was where he's talking about the banks, and that one is the one part I recommend everyone watch. It's really deep because he took certain things that a lot of people would be like, right, I didn't know that. Like he talks about what does he talk about? He says, the Rothschilds.
Yeah.
There's one of them. I don't know if it's Rothschilds or Rockefeller, but what is one of them that there's an actor that was good friends with one of the Rockefellers, and because he was so close with the guy that Rockefeller, I think he let slip what the intentions of the whole elite was trying to do, basically. And I think he said that what they're gonna do is chip everyone, and then when someone, you know, disagrees with them, you know, all they just need to do is just switch off the chip, innit?
And we might be there now. We might be at the chip stage now. I am in the belief of that myself as well.
Yeah, I mean, do you know why it was interesting as well? Because the guy that said that he was friends with the Rockefeller, he had a picture of the guy of the Rockefeller he was talking about. Yeah, like they're in pictures together. But if you try to search for this particular Rockefeller, you can't find him.
He's not on Google.
Nowhere. You can't find him. Not on Google. Nothing.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, there are forces at play.
Yeah.
In this world, forces that are turning the cogs, and I'm just trying to navigate this maze best I can, man.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Though that it's kind of believable, because I don't know if you remember when Hillary Clinton had her I think WikiLeaks leaked some information on when she was running for president, running as nominee for Democrats, and she was against Bernie Sanders. And one of the things she said was that Bernie Sanders is we should discredit him by calling him an atheist or something like that, or doing like certain things or whatever and whatnot. And that got leaked. That email got leaked, and basically, like, Google was trying to cover it. Like, every time you typed it into Google, you could never find any information. You had to go into other search engines to find information and whatnot.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's serious. I mean, are you gonna? Okay, so I got a question for you, right? We're talking about all that. Are you gonna take the vaccine?
I obviously come from a scientific mindset, so I would like to take the vaccine because I don't think they're gonna put a chip in the vaccine. So yeah, I don't see issue with taking a vaccine, because the way I understand a vaccine is a vaccine has there are three ways how they there's three types of virus ways that they put a virus through a vaccine in it. So it can be an artificial virus, or like a paralyzed virus, or a dead virus in it. So I don't see how they're going to put a chip through a vaccine, to be honest. It won't work.
They might put the chip in the vaccine, but that might come afterwards. You might get a chip alongside the vaccine.
Do you know why? Do you know why? There's no point, putting a chip through a vaccine, because at the end of the day, people are already giving up, their rights.
Yeah, they're giving up for fun.
So
People
they don't
take
need
the
to.
chip for fun.
Huh?
People will take that chip for fun today. I've asked tons of people. They would love it.
Exactly. So it's not like, all they need to do is just deceive people into saying, yeah, listen, I will, you know what I mean? But even then, like, the one way they're already monitoring us anyway is through the internet. You've got the internet, you've got your phones, your phones has your location on, so they don't even need to use a chip. If everyone's got a phone, like, it's easy to get in contact with someone. They just hack the phone.
I'm not taking the vaccine on the basis of, I think the first vaccine is going to have a lot of negative effects on a lot of people. I think there might be 2 or 3 different. There's going to be a more improved one. So I think I'm going to wait. Because I think the people that takes the first one are going to be guinea pigs.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, before they even put out the vaccine, if you know how trials work, clinical trials work, they don't just put the clinical
they have to do it. They have to do it in an isolated place and all this and that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't just so it won't just work like that. They're not going to just be a guinea pig, because they've already made other people guinea pigs before they've released it to everyone to use.
Yeah, no, but I'm telling you, bro, it's not every time. Like, okay, so the World Health Organization is doing the vaccine, right? Or whoever comes up with it, and then they're gonna go through the World Health Organization.
Yeah.
I watched a short documentary. My memory's not well, so I won't have much facts. But I watched a short documentary on them that was on WorldStar.
Yeah.
I think it was on anyway. Yeah, it was on WorldStar, and their history of vaccines, even after it's gone through trials, and then they release it, it's not good, bro. It is not good. A lot of people, and there was a vaccine expert on there talking about it, but you can never trust these people.
But this is the point. Like, of course, was that like, I think someone was telling me that a lot of the science that we got today comes from Hitler's Germany, through experiments and whatnot on people, all the stuff they did on some of the Jews and whatnot. Like
that was in the documentary.
Yeah. So this is the point in it. Like this idea of testing on certain things on people so they can understand how it is. Some people are obviously going to die, but this is I mean, even me, I do. I'm not going to lie to you. I have an issue with that too. Like I do have an issue with that too. But yeah,
but I'm glad you brought up Hitler and Germany, because think of at them times there, right? So they had vaccines for stuff at them times there. In the same documentary, they're showing so there's a list of vaccines, right? And then they're showing a vaccine and saying, yeah, this vaccine does, I don't know, influenza or whatever. And they're not using it. They've created a different vaccine, which is then killing and harming a load of people. So why are they using that instead of using the first one, which is created, which works much better? And they said they're doing, and the scientist guy said they're doing that with the corona now. He said that there's a vaccine that we stopped using from after World War One. I think he said they stopped using it, and they've started, or maybe even World War Two. I can't remember what war it was, but after one of the wars, they've stopped using these certain vaccines and created these other ones, bro. The ones that we got now for Ebola and all these things. You know what I mean?
I don't understand. So what are you saying that the vaccines that you're using today is say that again, basically?
They've got better vaccines. So they created vaccines between World War One and World War Two, right? To deal with things. And then we've encountered different diseases and stuff after that. Now they use those vaccines on those diseases as well, and they work very well. But instead of using them, they stopped using them and created new vaccines to combat them diseases. Yeah. And then when they use those new vaccines, people are having side effects, like major side effects, but they still use them. They kill.
What type of side effects are you talking about? Like people dying.
Some dying, yeah. There's a lot of people dying. Obviously, they were talking a lot about the vaccines that got used in Africa, giving people like fucking autism and stuff like that.
Well, that is if that documentary said that they're giving vaccines that are making people autistic, that's pseudo, because they weren't actually. I've heard of I don't know if you know about the syphilis thing that America was doing when they were giving it to people in South America.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah. So
a while ago.
The idea is that they said they were given a vaccine, but actually what they were doing was testing syphilis treatments on people in Panama, or I don't know if it's Panama or one of those countries in South America. So yeah, that is that's different from actually what a vaccine is. A vaccine, like I explained earlier, was actually the virus itself.
Yeah, they give you a weaker form of the virus itself.
There's three types. So like you said, one of them is the weaker form, which is like, it's not very strong. One is a paralyzed form, and then one is a synthetic one where it's made in the lab. And basically, of those three, that's how vaccinations are done. Anything else where they're giving people diseases and illnesses is not vaccine at all.
Okay, so then some of them substances, what they were saying they were given to people, they're not vaccines. No. They're the substances
Yeah,
try and combat a disease.
Yeah, that there were substances that they were trying to test on people, so they probably spread people with HIV and seen whether or not they could come up with a treatment that they can use to treat the person, but under the guise of they're given a vaccine for something. You understand?
Yeah.
That could be the possibility of what's going on, and that has been, you know, explained where like the example I gave where they were giving people syphilis.
Yeah.
So yeah, when you're talking about vaccines, it's a completely different thing, from my understanding anyway.
So, out of the three, is there any one of those that you wouldn't really take, or you would dabble in all three?
Which one? The based on the virus?
Like the virus, like the weak form or the paralyzed.
I don't mind. I'll prefer the weak form. Obviously, like, you know, you don't want it to have a full blown effect on you, innit? But obviously, people have died from vaccination, but it's very, very low. Most of the time, it's the fact that they're just trying to build up immunity so that people can fight this off, innit? You know, this is like the flu every year. They've made different every year they make a strain to fight off the new flu in the summer or the winter. You understand? So this idea, it's not something. Yeah, it's been going on. Anyway.
I'm definitely still not taking it. I'm gonna try, and I'm not.
You can try and build up immunity. Like, you don't have to necessarily, like, even with COVID now, yeah. Because I'm one of the people that, you know, a lot of people won't agree with me. I'm one of those people that say, you know what, the reality is some people might get it and die. Yeah, it's kind of cold-hearted, but you know, that's the reality.
That's the reality.
Yeah, some people will get it and die. So it's like those people that do survive are the ones that are going to have the immunity to continue to push on and, you know, reproduce people and build an immunity to it. Do you understand what I'm saying, innit? So
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's like
I've said, the thing, it's more painful because I'm finding it's not a natural occurring thing that they created it in a lab. This COVID.
You think it's created in a lab?
Yeah.
Oh no way, bro! It was not created in a lab. You know, this COVID thing has been known for years.
I know. The SARS.
Yeah, they've been telling that. Do you know there's a one that's mutating right now that's looking soon to infect humans right now. It's called I forgot what it is. Prions. It's part of Prions disease. Yeah. Oh my days! Like, if you go and search up what it does to, you know, antelopes or I forgot the name. Deers in America. Yeah. It's so like it's crazy, bro. Like, and they've said that right now it's mutating, and that probably the next few years or next I don't know how long, but they're saying that it's coming so close that it could it can infect
humans.
Yeah, so yeah, I forgot the name of the disease. Let me see if I can find it now. I think it's called Mad.
Crazy.
What's it called? Chronic waste disease. That's what chronic wasting disease.
Chronic wasting disease.
Yeah.
Mad. And there's an antelope get it, and humans might get it now, which in a few years.
Yeah, because they haven't been like it's a lot of people ask, why is it that so-called that's it, Astro Inferno. Basically a lot of people have been asking why is it that scientists don't, you know, tackle these diseases and whatnot and everything. Why is they haven't come up with cures or whatever for it? A lot of people don't understand that it's not that scientists don't want to come out with it. It's the fact that the so-called US government and all these gov agencies and whatnot, they don't fund these people properly. So, for example, I go uni, right, and a lot of my uni professors are also lab assistants or lab people who work in the labs to find out, learn more about the body and whatnot. So one of my uni professors said to me that he doesn't really, it's not like he doesn't really want to be here. Like he's more interested in, because he deals with the heart and finding out about heart disease and whatnot and everything. But the fact is he has no funding, and the little funding he gets to be able to study the heart comes from being at uni here, teaching students, or from family friends donating to him or whatever, so that he can be able to fund certain research and whatnot. So that is the bulk of what's going on, because the people actually, like some people talk about what's it called, the pharmaceutical companies and whatnot. If you, I don't know this for facts in it, but I bet you any money that if you go and look into who owns and who benefits from the profits of the pharmaceutical companies, they are not people who are in farms who know anything about the drugs at all. They're probably just businessmen. So they basically, obviously, being a businessman, someone who's about profit, they're gonna be just dealing with, oh, we've already got drugs anyway, just push them through and just sell them to make more money. Do you understand what I'm saying? Are you still there? Guys in the chat, can you hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, guys. How did the internet just break? Yeah, guys, put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Yeah, I don't think I'm responding anyway. Oh, you can hear me? Yeah. All right, cool. So it's Don't Feed the Trolls has gone. All right. Yeah, I can see he's gone. Yeah, I was gonna go in and come out. Oh. So everyone's saying, man. What was he talking about? Was there anyone? Can't see anyone in the private chat still. Yeah, I can see it's me still. Thanks, Stu Bunts. Yes, I can see it's me still. Yeah, it's interesting, these type of conversations still. Where's Uncle Shaka? He was trying to bait me into a conversation about spirit again. You understand how to? I don't know why these people keep resurrecting spirit. Spirit's dead. You understand? Spirit is dead. Yeah. Right. They got the chat still. How many people are tuning in? 46 people, yeah? They got the chat still. Man, love talking about God and Muhammad as well. I need to now the Muslims today, man. Yeah, I mean, we don't need to talk about Muslims. So we've destroyed Christianity and Islam, and Abraham has gone this block so many times, innit? You know what I mean? Yo. Does fake Kemetic yoga? Who's doing this fake Kemetic yoga? Who's doing that? Chronic wasting disease. Guys, I urge you to go look into that. Chronic wasting disease is interesting. I was very shocked that about what it does. Chronic wasting disease. Yeah, they said it's mutating soon to affect humans. Chronic wasting disease. No, it doesn't affect humans, but they're saying that it's mutating, and the mutation is coming close to infecting humans. That's what I'm saying, innit? Yeah, I'm saying that. Go look into it. I'm not sure, you know. I don't know, innit? I'm hopeful, but otherwise, you know, it's back to the dark ages again. It's back to human beings relying on just, you know, fitter, more able beings to survive, innit? It's sad though. It's sad that we have to rely on. It's sad one. It wasn't a study. It was an interview I watched, basically with what's his name, Joe Rogan, and a guy called I forget his name. Forget his name still, but he said that he was.
Big up yourself, Renegade.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
I got one more job to do, yeah. Then I can jump on the help man out still.
Yeah. Don't watch that film. Don't watch that.
Yeah, so,
I don't know why
man.
my
Shout me
name's-
from YouTube if anyone's in the back.
Yeah, we'll definitely still. We'll.
What did you say you was gonna do?
No, my name changed. Because I used I'm using my laptop now. I'm tired of getting sucked out of the internet every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So I'm starting using my
So I
laptop now.
see.
But
So-
yeah.
Hey, do you know what, bruv? Yeah. Do you wanna share your screen on that skin, the evolution of skin color?
Let me see. How would I share it?
I'll show you. Just click share screen.
Yeah, it says
Then the first banner that comes up, click the blue thing like so you get rid of that, and then the share screen page. Click click share. I mean, you click share audio at the bottom.
share audio. Yeah.
Yeah, from that.
Okay.
Yeah, from that you have to have the tab up already, innit? But let me give you the link to the video.
Because it said I can see it says your entire screen, application window, or Chrome tab, and then it's like
Let me just give you the thing.
share audio. It's not allowing me to share anything still.
Yeah, because you ain't got the tab ready to show yet. But hold on. 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yo, welcome, brothers.
Hey, what's up, man? I'm glad we're all back together,
What's
man.
man?
How you doing, B?
Come on. Back in the House of Pain, boy. The Heartbreak Hotel is back in business.
Come on.
You're taking guests and all that, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm here to make my reservation.
All right. The, Skin Deep, the evolution of skin and skin color, or why evolution is true and many people still don't believe it.
I can get up on your page.
Which one do you want?
Color.
Brothers, you're making bare noise, cuz. Oh shit, you dropped out. Yo, Raf, what was you saying, cuz?
Evolution of skin color, innit?
Evolution of skin color. I'm gonna put the link in the private chat. All right, it's in the private chat, yeah. So you can just copy and paste it and
Okay.
slap it back on. Yeah, big up, brothers. I think he's gonna jump back on in a sec. He just
Let me copy it.
quite choose on his mobile, man. Yeah, man.
Okay. So this is what I do in it. I go to share screen. Boom.
Say that again.
It says share screen. You know where it says
Share screen.
don't show these
On the
two
share screen
content.
page, yeah. Before the share tabs and all that, yeah. Right at the bottom of the page, it's got like a click the button to share audio.
Share audio, yeah.
So you check that box, and then you share the page that you just got up, the YouTube page.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
How do I make it bigger?
Click cinema, I think. Cinema or full screen and large screen.
Where's that?
Up here, down the bottom. You see where the squares are?
Oh, what the
Ah,
frick?
no, you ticked it off, man. What you doing, man?
I'm joking.
Yeah, you got to reshare it again, yeah. But you know where this? You know when you go to YouTube video, yeah. Now you got to share the volume again. You got to share the sound again.
Shoot. Oh, okay, yeah. Let me go. Let me do that again then. Boom, 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 boom. Chrome tab. Boom, boom. I'm trying to see where.
No, go up. Yeah. It's on the screen now. You see where the square boxes are on the actual page by the volume.
These ones. Yeah.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah.
That one there. Yeah.
Is it big enough?
That's it.
Or, wait, hold on. Let me get this like this. Let me get like this.
There we go.
It's not
Full
better,
screen.
better,
Yeah. Now that's just the screen. So you got to just press play and you're ready, man.
Yeah, press play on it. Yeah.
Yeah. Mute your mic as well, yeah.
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Don, and thank you, James, earlier for your introductions. Very generous indeed. I'm thrilled to be in Santa Fe and extremely excited and honored to be a guest of both these institutions that have shed so much light together on the evolution of the human condition. Both of these institutions are the preeminent, really, institutions, private institutions, dedicated to shedding light on human history in the broadest sense. And they are to be treasured. And I'm particularly fond of the Leakey Foundation as it approaches its 40th year of munificence, having distributed tremendous amounts of money to young scholars, as well as some old established scholars who are interested in studying human origins and all aspects of human behavioral precursors and fossil evidence in the entire context of human evolution. So you're very lucky to be sitting and fermenting in the midst of the atmosphere created by these institutions. I'm very happy to talk to you tonight about a topic that many of us think about, but not so much in an evolutionary context. I would guess that tonight, as you were walking into the theater, you probably had a good look at lots of the people walking next to you or sitting next to you, and you were very interested in what they looked like. And one of the things that you used to assess them was their skin. Did their skin look old? What color was their skin? Did their skin have any particular marks on it? Anthropologists haven't studied skin very much because it's very hard to study. You don't have fossilized skin to look at in the fossil record. And so people tend to shy away from things that don't have direct physical evidence. What I'd like to introduce you to tonight is a line of research that I and some colleagues of mine have been working on for the last 15 years that has helped to shed light on some of the evolution of human skin using non-physical evidence in many cases, inferential, molecular evidence, all sorts of things that anthropologists don't necessarily resort to. So I hope you'll enjoy this little excursion and that you'll think more about skin by the end of the evening. Now, as I said, you all sized each other up and you looked at each other very closely, I'm sure at least some of you did, to see, all the different kinds of skin and skin markings and skin colors that we find around us. And so I really want to try to shed light on that diversity tonight. And I'm going to start out by trying to explain to you how we can reconstruct the history of human skin without a fossil record, and then talk particularly about the evolution of human skin color, which is, I think, really the topic of the day, quite coincidentally, in the world of politics, but also something that we need to think about in the context of our normal social interactions with our fellow humans. Skin color is not something just of anthropological interest, it's of tremendous social import and day-to-day import. So when we look at our closest relatives, okay, this is all of the so-called higher primates of the old world, and this is a family tree or a cladogram, and we're closely related to chimpanzees, and then more closely related to gorillas and orangutans and other old world higher primates. And what we have to do when we think about the evolution of human skin and skin color is try to think about what happened after the last common ancestor of these two lineages. In other words, what happened on this road to humanity? What did our skin look like? And how can we establish what our skin looked like? Well, one of the really interesting things we can do is just by comparative anatomy and physiology is look at the skin and the hair of all these animals. And surprisingly enough, even the darkest of these animals is very light when you go beneath the hair. And so animals that we think of as being very dark animals are actually very light-skinned, and they're covered with dark hair. And they look, this little chimpanzee is a very good example. Very, very light hair, very light skin rather, covered with dark hair. This is something that we don't really think about because often during the course of the animal's life, they will be exposed to the sun and they'll develop more melanin pigment in their skin. Now, these animals probably represent something very close to what the common ancestor of chimpanzees and humans looked like. And the fact that this condition, light skin covered by dark hair, is shared by all of our closest relatives leads us to believe that our common ancestor had this configuration and that very early members of our own human lineage did as well. So when we think about how can we reconstruct the configuration of the very earliest members of the human lineage, it thus becomes a logical deduction rather than a leap of faith. And we can think about early members of our lineage, such as this reconstruction of Australopithecus afarensis, Lucy's species. This species probably looked quite chimpanzee-like with respect to its skin. These animals were of short stature and they had rather ape-like lifestyles. They weren't tall, striding bipeds like subsequent members of our lineage. They had a much more ape-like way of going about things and foraging and resting and so forth. And so almost certainly their skin would have looked quite similar. And so this is how we've reconstructed it. And this is, I think, quite an interesting and sobering view of our earliest ancestors. But of course, when we look at the totality of the human lineage, we have early members of our lineage that looked like Lucy. They were small, sort of bipedal apes that had relatively small cranial capacities and probably acted in fairly ape-like ways. But when we get later on, closer to the present day, around 2 million years ago, we begin to see the emergence in the African fossil record of representatives of early members of the genus Homo. Many of the remains are found in Kenya, others in Tanzania and Ethiopia, and one of the most complete is shown here, about 1.5 to 1.6 million years ago. These animals, and I would call them actually these humans, look very different from their Australopithecine predecessors in that they have modern body proportions. This young man, as he was, would have grown up to be well over 6 feet tall. As it was, he died when he was probably about 9 or 10 years old and didn't achieve full skeletal maturity. But had he would have been about 6 feet tall and as strong and strapping a young man as one could imagine. These people that lived in Eastern and Equatorial Africa about 1.5 million years ago were very different from apes in the way that they went about their business. They were active, striding bipeds. Everything about their skeleton, and many studies funded by the Leakey Foundation, have shown that the skeleton of this individual betrays a very, very active lifestyle. These animals were not ape-like in their normal day-to-day activities. They didn't just forage for short periods of time. They walked, they ran, they were highly active. Now, what happens if you're a hairy ape-like creature and you're very, very active in a hot equatorial environment? All of a sudden, you have a real physiological crisis on your hands because it's not good to have a blanket on your own body, okay? There is a very strong circumstantial case that can be made just on the basis of the fossil evidence and the reconstruction of the activity levels in this human, that in fact, humans at this stage of evolution would have had to have lost most of their body hair, and at the same time would have had to have increased competence as sweaters. One of the things that modern humans do and their immediate predecessors do or did is sweat. We're really, really good at it, and all of our primate relatives are really, really good at it. Animals that live in hot environments especially have different mechanisms of keeping cool. Hooved animals, carnivores, they all do different things. Your dog pants. Your cat uses different mechanisms of keeping cool, including keeping cool through its nose and having special circulation around its brain to keep cool. Primates keep cool through whole body sweating, which then cools the underlying blood vessels through evaporation and allows cooled blood to circulate around the brain. It's at this stage in human evolution that we can infer from comparative evidence that we became functionally naked and very, very good sweaters. And it just so happens that there's excellent molecular evidence that now backs up this inferential story. Done by Alan Rogers at the University of Utah several years ago, a very, very important study on the evolution of human pigmentation, and showing that, in fact, at the same time in human evolution, about 1.5 million years ago, we gained the ability to sweat copiously, we lost most of our functional body hair, and we became mostly very darkly pigmented, because naked skin is vulnerable skin, and naked skin has to be darkly pigmented in a very, very sunny environment. So, why do we need to be such good sweaters? Well, one of the liabilities of having a big brain is that you have to keep it cool. Brains of all size are very heat sensitive, and the larger the brain, the more of a cooling problem that you have. Brains in primates are kept cool by having slightly cooler blood, oxygenated blood from the heart, pump around the brain to keep it cool. And so it's very, very important that blood that is circulating around the body have a chance to become cool from the surface cooling of radiative and evaporative heat loss. We lose body heat through a variety of ways. Right now, you're losing body heat into the atmosphere. Some of it you're losing into the ground. Some of it you're losing into the seat. If we were to raise the temperature in this theater by about 10 or 15 degrees Fahrenheit, you would start losing more heat to the environment. You might even start breaking out in a sweat. And if I got you to sort of all start exercising simultaneously and do jumping jacks or something like that, and it was 15 degrees hotter, you would sweat copiously, because the hotter the environment gets and the more exercise that you undertake, the more heat that you generate in your own body, the more sweating becomes important for you. And so in the history of human skin, we became functionally naked and we became very, very good sweaters. But naked, pale skin is extremely vulnerable to damage from the sun's rays, and especially from ultraviolet radiation. And so, as I mentioned a few moments ago, we now have very good evidence that at the same time as we became functionally hairless and very, very competent sweaters, we also developed full body dark pigmentation. And the pigment responsible for this is melanin. Melanin is an incredibly interesting chemical. It's actually a family of chemicals. It's produced in cells called melanocytes that reside in the skin here, right at the sort of the junction between the superficial epidermis and the dermis. And melanin that is produced in these melanocytes sits in various vesicles, and it does an amazing array of things. Its main function, it imparts color, that's what we see, but from a chemical and physical point of view, it does a wide variety of extremely important things. Melanin is a natural sunscreen, and the whole family of melanin compounds occur widely in nature. We find varieties of melanins in all vertebrate animals, or virtually all vertebrate animals, in many invertebrates. We find forms of melanin in fungi. Melanins are used almost ubiquitously in nature, and for the good reason that when evolution comes up with a good chemical solution to a problem, it doesn't abandon it. It uses it over and over and over again. It'll simply tweak it a little bit, change it a little bit, but don't change the whole thing because it works. And so melanins occur widely. They've evolved widely in modified forms. A form called eumelanin is the type that imparts most of the color to human skin. And in its isolated form, it's this really dark, sludgy stuff. If you got it in the bottom of a beaker, you'd think it was like, oh, this sort of very dark, almost black mucilage. But in fact, it's a very, very complex polymer, very hard to characterize chemically, but fascinating because it absorbs and scatters ultraviolet radiation, which is a very interesting physical property of the molecule, and it chemically neutralizes very, very damaging chemicals in the body. These things called reactive oxygen species that many people call free radicals. These free radicals can cause an enormous amount of damage in your body. They can damage DNA directly, they can damage other components in the cell. Basically, they can wreak havoc on the internal machinery of your cells. And so the fact that melanin can do all of these interesting things by residing in the skin and simply absorbing and chemically neutralizing these negative compounds is really quite remarkable. And so, of course, the deduction that is unavoidable is that the early members of our lineage, the earliest members of the genus Homo, these highly active bipedal primates living in equatorial Africa, about beginning around 1.5 million years ago, were functionally naked. They were very competent sweaters, and they had darkly pigmented skin. All of us owe our ancestry to this appearance, this highly adapted appearance that allowed us to be highly active with big brains in a very, very hot environment. But when we look around us and when you took stock of all the people coming in the door tonight, you saw people with at least a moderate range of skin color. And we know that within modern humans today, we find people who have everything from the very palest to the very darkest skin. And so having at least established that a very dark pigmentation was our resting state for early members of the genus Homo, our ancestral state, what happened in subsequent periods in human evolution when humans left equatorial Africa? Before I do that, however, I want to try to establish why dark pigmentation is so highly conducive in very sunny environments, because it does a lot more than just scatter UV and prevent some chemical damage. It prevents some other types of chemical damage that are particularly important or particularly relevant to human reproductive success. Our thesis in studying the evolution of human skin color has been a very simple one, that melanin pigmentation levels have evolved as an evolutionary compromise between the rates of breakdown of certain UV sensitive compounds and the rates of production of certain UV dependent compounds. In other words, you've got just enough melanin in your skin to protect you from the most harmful UV rays that are going to cause a lot of cellular damage and disrupt, in some extreme cases, reproductive success. And yet you'll have just enough so that you can continue to make some particularly important UV dependent compounds in your skin. In other words, you've got just enough melanin in your skin to balance these conflicting physiological demands. Now, UV radiation is a fascinating aspect of the electromagnetic spectrum. We, of course, are obsessed with the visible spectrum. The infrared spectrum is very important for us in communications and in some organisms' visibility. But here we are in the UV range. And UV, of course, these various species have different properties. I'm not going to go into it. Most of the properties of ultraviolet radiation, or most of the things that it does to biological systems, are harmful. But it's important to say that in the early days of evolution on the Earth's surface, ultraviolet radiation was probably one of the most important creative forces behind the evolution of biotic systems. In the days before Earth had much of an atmosphere, we got the sun's rays beating down on us more or less unimpeded, and life forms, the very earliest life forms, had to evolve all sorts of clever chemical ways to protect themselves against high levels of UVR and other ionizing radiation. So really, although we malign most of the effects of UVR, it has been one of the most important influences on human and other forms and other biotic forms of evolution in the history of the world. UV is basically, however, malign as far as we're concerned. It damages DNA directly as well as indirectly by producing molecules that can damage DNA. UVR produces free radical species that damage DNA. UV damages cell membranes and causes lots of disruption in the very casement of cells. And it breaks down some vitamins. And I'm going to dilate on this point more in just a few minutes. The only unequivocally good thing that ultraviolet radiation does for most vertebrates is that it catalyzes or begins of catalyzing vitamin D production in the skin. And it does this if you're a frog, does this if you're a lizard, does it if you're a mammal or a human. It does this in all vertebrates. It's extremely important. Vitamin D, as we'll return to in just a few minutes, is absolutely essential to the human physiological economy, because without vitamin D, we can't absorb calcium that we take in through various dietary sources. Now, these different types of UV these different wavelengths penetrate the skin to different levels. UVC, which is the very shortest, hardly ever actually impinges on biological systems, except in the areas where we have an ozone hole over the Arctic and especially over the Antarctic. So we don't generally have to worry about UVC. But UVB and UVA are big players. And we think about this all the time. Your dermatologist or your doctor might talk to you about these different species. UVB is a particularly energetic form of UV. It's not present at high concentrations, but it's quite lethal. Penetrates the skin to a short distance. It can do all sorts of damage to DNA. It can do all sorts of damage to other components of the skin. The one good thing it does is it initiates the process of making vitamin D in the skin. UVA is a longer wavelength, and it penetrates more deeply and it does more damage. UVA is present in much higher concentrations in sunlight. When you go outside today, 95% of the UV load that you're getting, perhaps even more than 95%, is UVA. It penetrates very deeply, and oh, does it do a number? It can create free radicals that can damage DNA, can damage DNA directly. It ruins collagen and elastin. So for those of you who have spent too much time out in the Santa Fe sun and you're feeling a bit wrinkly, you can blame UVA. UVA also breaks down folate. I indicated a moment ago that that was one of the negative aspects of ultraviolet radiation. Folate turns out to be monumentally important in the story of evolution of skin color, because folate is a B vitamin essential for the production of DNA. Without folate, which we get from green vegetables, whole grains, citrus fruits, and several other sources, without this important vitamin, we cannot produce DNA. The fact that this particular type of UV can break down folate is highly evolutionarily significant. UV adversely affects human and other organisms' reproduction by breaking down folate. And this is really what our research has added to what was already a very long-term study of the evolution of human skin color conducted by many anthropologists over decades. What we have added is really a new piece about vitamins, and specifically about the role of folate. Because folate is needed for the production of DNA, and DNA is needed for the production of new cells, all types of new cells, any process that interrupts folate or that causes folate stores in the body to be depleted is a serious evolutionary problem, because folate depletion will slow cell division. Cell division is something that all of you are doing right now. The cells in your gut, the cells in the lining of your mouth, your blood cells, all of them are undergoing division right now at a slow level, fueled by folate. Probably your breakfast and your lunch, all the things that you ate are helping to produce those processes. When else during life does prodigious levels of cell division occur? During pregnancy and early development. It is at this time when we see enormous rises in the rates of cell division. In women, this is a prodigious increase in a very, very short period of time. What happens if you don't have enough folate? And in fact, in the last 20 years, one of the most important findings, I think, related to sort of vitamin physiology has been the recognition that folate is essential for normal reproductive success because of its role in fueling DNA production and cell division. And when this is you, okay? At 3 weeks of age in your mother's uterus, this is what you looked like, okay? This tiny little worm of a thing about a centimeter long, absolutely undergoing the most dramatic levels of cell division, very precisely timed. What you're seeing here in this picture is the sequence the 3 to 4 day sequence during which the primordia of your nervous system were being formed in very precisely timed episodes of cell division. If there isn't DNA, if there isn't folate in abundance, then this process goes awry. It can go awry in a little way, it can go awry in a big way, but it's extremely important that folate stores not be interrupted at this critical time. If they are interrupted, a birth defect of varying severity can ensue. And this is why, beginning around 15 years ago, there was a tremendous amount of publicity about folate supplements. And now pregnant women and women who are thinking about getting pregnant are urged to take folate supplements and eat folate rich foods and eat folate enriched cereals and bread and so forth. And folate has become the word on every obstetrician's tongue. It's a very, very important molecule because folate fuels cell division normally in all of us, but particularly in developing embryos. So now we can circle back and say, my goodness, in order for us to protect those molecules essential for reproduction, we need to have a built-in sunscreen. And really, dark pigmentation in all phases of human history has evolved for this purpose as a natural sunscreen to slow the breakdown of folate by UVR, sorry, not URV, UVR. And also, it protects the DNA in skin and it protects sweat glands. So melanin serves several important roles, probably the most important of which is protection of folate stores. Now, as I said, humans didn't just stick around the equator. The fact that we're talking here in Santa Fe means that at some point in our history, people moved out of equatorial Africa. And we know from research funded by the Leakey Foundation and others that humans, in fact, moved out of Africa in a few major exoduses. One of them about 2 million years ago, and another beginning around 130,000 years ago. Homo sapiens was this last exodus. Under these conditions, when humans are moving out of tropical latitudes, what happens when you have a very, very well-adapted, darkly pigmented human all of a sudden going into new environments where UV regimes are much different? This natural sunscreen, which worked to great advantage to protect people against the dissolution or the breakdown of folate and damage to other molecules, this heavy level of pigmentation now actually works against the body because it is such an effective sunscreen that it slows down the production of vitamin D in the skin. When we look at NASA satellite data, and I thank here my husband and co-author, George Chaplin, for producing the maps that you'll see this evening, we were able to get lots of excellent data from NASA on levels of ultraviolet radiation at the Earth's surface. And George translated 191 million data points into a series of maps that allow us to summarize the levels of ultraviolet radiation at the Earth's surface. This is an annual average map that shows the intensity of UV. There's the equator, and you can see the continental outlines here in thin black lines. There's South America, there's North America, Africa, Eurasia, Southeast Asia, and Australasia. What you can see, as you would predict, is that the highest levels of UV are around the equator, but we see particularly high levels in dry areas here in equatorial Africa, but in the Sahara Desert today. Also very high levels over the Atacama Desert and other dry parts of Peru and Chile. Very high levels over the Tibetan Plateau and in certain parts of Southeast Asia. And look, as soon as you get out of the tropics, which is about 22.3 or so degrees north and south latitude, you get into significantly lower levels of ultraviolet radiation. So all of a sudden, the selective regimes, the natural selection regimes, change dramatically. Another thing I want you to notice here is that look at how much of the northern hemisphere is in these low UV zones. Much of northern North America and a large fraction of Eurasia is in this very, very low UV area. This has profound implications for the evolution of lightly pigmented skin, which I'll come back to in just a moment. So, what happens, coming back to the vitamin D story, what happens if you don't get enough vitamin D? Some pictures like this may be familiar to you, and possibly if you're of a certain age, your mother or your grandmother told you, you better take cod liver oil to provide you with vitamin D so that you have strong bones, so that you don't get rickets. These poor young people here in early 20th century Britain, here in Nigeria, 2003, these two sets of people, both afflicted by nutritional rickets caused by vitamin D deficiency, which prevents calcium in the diet from being properly ingested and properly used by the primordial framework of the bones. In other words, the bones cannot be properly calcified as a result of normal activity, and they become bowed by the body's weight. So the bones are soft and pliable. This poor young person lives in an area where there's lots of sun, but he has been raised in a sunless environment. So he has very dark skin, a natural sunscreen built in. He doesn't get outside very much at all, and has consequently not been able to make vitamin D in his skin at all, and has developed this very serious case of nutritional rickets. What's interesting is that vitamin D deficiencies not only affect the skeleton like this, they affect many, many other bodily systems in ways that we're just beginning to appreciate fully. In cases of severe nutritional rickets, even the female pelvis is very severely restricted. And so normal childbirth can almost be effectively precluded in cases of severe rickets and vitamin D deficiency. This is the sharp end of natural selection. This is abject failure of reproductive success in the most obvious way. And as I just mentioned, vitamin D deficiencies are not always obvious in the form of softening of the bones in young people or in adults, but we're now seeing through a variety of epidemiological studies that vitamin D deficiencies are associated with very high prevalences of certain cancers, prostate, breast, colon, and uterine cancer. All have been associated with chronic vitamin D deficiencies. Certain chronic infectious diseases such as tuberculosis, metabolic syndrome, and even seasonal affective disorder. Because, you know, vitamin D not only acts on the skin, not only acts on the bones, there are vitamin D receptors on virtually all the organs in the body, including the brain. So the behavioral effects of vitamin D deficiency are now just beginning to be appreciated. If this hasn't sold you on taking cod liver oil or the equivalent, I don't know what will. So to come to the other side of the story, we understood from our discussion a few minutes ago the probable reason for the evolution of dark pigmentation in skin. Now we can understand why depigmentation occurred, why loss of pigmentation would have occurred under particular environmental conditions, because it was important to maintain the potential for producing vitamin D, especially in areas of the world where UVB, these short UV wavelengths, were very rare indeed. If you go to England, 54 degrees or 52 to 54 degrees latitude, the amount of UVB that you will get throughout the year is very, very small. You'll get it through the summer months only, And you have to try to build up as much vitamin D in your body as you can during that time. As I'll advance to you in a few minutes, colonization of those very high latitude environments occurred very recently in human history and depended not only on loss of skin pigmentation, but on cultural innovations that made habitation of these latitudes possible. So what we have in the history of human evolution, modern human evolution, is depigmentation of skin in the ancestors of Northwestern Europeans and the independent loss of pigment in the ancestor of Eastern Asians, and the independent loss of pigmentation in the indigenous peoples of southernmost Africa, who are very, very different in their levels of pigmentation relative to people from equatorial Africa. The so-called Khoisan peoples or San Bushmen have very moderate or light levels of skin pigmentation compared to equatorial Africans. They too have undergone depigmentation through natural selection in order to maintain vitamin D production capabilities in their skin. One of the interesting facts that has emerged in the course of our work is that if you look at skin colors in all indigenous populations, females in all these populations will be lighter than males. Why is that? Some people say, oh, it must be sexual selection. It must be that males have chosen lightly pigmented females over the years. Well, what's interesting is that even in many populations where people, males and females, are not discernibly different to the eye, their skin color is only discernibly different to special instruments that measure skin color quantitatively. Even in those populations, there is a functional difference. And so our hypothesis is that the initial difference between males and females and lightly colored females in all populations was based on the fact that females, especially during their reproductive years, have to be very, very good at maximizing vitamin D production in their skin because they have extraordinary needs for calcium in order to fuel the production of a healthy embryo and fetus, and then during breastfeeding in order to make calcium-rich milk. So females in every population that we study have skin that's lighter than males, at least initially, we think, for a good physiological reason, because females are at the knife's edge of natural selection, even more so than males. And so when we look at the map of predicted skin color, and this is another one of George's excellent maps, in which skin color, we've taken the known skin color for indigenous populations and done a multiple regression to create a map of predicted skin color for the entire world. The regression including environmental variables, most notably ultraviolet radiation, to which skin color is most closely related. And what we find that's very interesting is that there are places in the world, continents like Africa, that are extremely heterogeneous in their skin color. And we know this when we travel throughout Africa. There are many very darkly pigmented people in equatorial Africa and in the Horn of Africa, but many lightly pigmented people as we get in the northern and southern extremities of the continent. The other interesting thing that we see here is that we see the same gradient in the New World. This map is actually a predicted, not actual, skin color. When we look at Native Americans from both North and South America, we find that this gradient isn't as pronounced as is shown here. The darks aren't as dark and the lights aren't as light. Why is that? Humans have been in the Americas for a far shorter period of time. We know from studies of archaeology and genetics these days, and even linguistics, that humans have been in the New World probably for less than 20,000 years, although archaeologists quibble over the exact dates. And so we see the same range of physical factors here, high ultraviolet light levels, but people have not had as much of a chance to adapt to these different ultraviolet light levels. Also, when human ancestors made it over the Bering Land Bridge or took coastal route along the coast of North and South America to colonize the hinterland of these continents, humans came with culture. They had a lot of stuff. And the stuff was very, very good at helping to buffer them against the exigencies of the environment, including high levels of ultraviolet radiation. So, in a sense, what we have in the New World is the same gradient as we have in the Old World, but it's less pronounced, partly because humans have been here for a shorter period of time, and partly because we're so clever at protecting ourselves against the environment, and we've gotten better and better at it as time has gone on. Now, one of the things that we see in all of these populations, these sort of intermediate colored populations, is that people can gain and lose pigmentation throughout the year. Many of you may be dying to get outside to get a tan. You've been inside all winter. It's been a long, hard, cold winter here in Santa Fe. You want to get outside. And your skin has the ability to gain in melanin pigment temporarily. And this does confer a very, very slight amount of increased protection against the sun. But don't fool yourself. It doesn't give you very much. So if you think, oh, I'm going to get that healthy tan, it's going to protect me against the sun. No, it's only going to increase your ability fractionally, and you will still have only about 15 to 20%. Even the best tanned person can only develop about 15 to 20% of the sun screening ability that a naturally darkly pigmented person can. So what's interesting about vitamin D pigment production in the skin is it varies according to the amount of melanin, and we can actually calculate the rate for any person of any skin color in any place. And we can easily do this, and we work with teams of epidemiologists all the time on this problem to help them out in their studies. But vitamin D production potential varies tremendously according to your native pigmentation and according to where you live. And so if we just revisit our map to remind us where we live, look at these huge areas, again, with very, very low UV levels. These were the crucibles in which lightly pigmented skin evolved. When people started moving into these areas, here, moving into Central Europe 50,000 years ago, into the eastern parts of Eurasia 40 to 50,000 years ago, these people were entering very low UV regimes. And we see the evolution of depigmented skin not once, but twice independently in the ancestors of these populations. If your skin is extremely pale, the very, very lightest pigmentation of skin, you can make vitamin D just about in most parts of the world through most of the year. The problem with having very lightly pigmented skin, however, is that in very sunny places with the high UV loads, your skin will suffer egregious levels of other kinds of damage, as I've just adumbrated earlier in the lecture. The only area where you can't make enough vitamin D is in this very northerly region here. Now, a lot of people live in northwestern Europe today. We'll come back to that in just a moment. So you can, with lightly pigmented skin, you can produce vitamin D in all of these areas. If you have darkly pigmented skin, the areas in which you can safely produce vitamin D from casual exposure to the sun are much more limited. These polygons represent the safe areas for people with very darkly pigmented skin, and they're quite small. You can see that as soon as a very darkly pigmented person, let's say from equatorial Africa or the Horn of Africa, ventures out of these areas, here, still within the tropics, they start running into problems of not being able to produce enough vitamin D in their skin. And so this is really the genesis of the depigmentation story. We started out as darkly pigmented members of the genus Homo, and we evolved independently as European and Asian ancestors anyway, to evolve depigmented skin via two genetically different pathways. And this has just been discovered by some of my colleagues at Penn State in the last few years. We're still awaiting the genetic evidence to show us exactly what changes occurred in the evolution of Southern African peoples that allowed them to become so lightly pigmented. But this work also is ongoing. Now, this same principle, the evolution of lightly pigmented skin, was important in our ancient cousins. We had inferred in our early comparative work that the ancestors or the relatives, the distant cousins of modern Europeans, the Neanderthals, must have evolved lightly pigmented skin because of the places where they lived in the circum-Mediterranean, but also in many parts of Central Europe and Western Asia that receive relatively low amounts of UV. So we, on the basis of just population history, reconstructed their skin as being depigmented. And then just late last year, some very clever people were able to take Neanderthal DNA, which is preserved in some in certain specimens of Neanderthal bones. And they looked at the sequence of the pigmentation gene in the recovered DNA. And what did they find? The same types of mutations that create light skin and red hair in Europeans today. Not the same, not exactly the same, but they would have been functionally equivalent. And so thence this reconstruction was well justified. And it's estimated that perhaps at least 10%, perhaps more, of Neanderthals actually had very pale skin and red hair. Now, at the other side of the coin, when we think about human population histories, humans have been on the move, like very, very major on the move in the last 50,000 years, and they've gone to areas of low UV, and then many populations have dispersed back into areas where there's a lot of high UV. The ancestors of southern Indian peoples, here's a young woman from the southern part of India with very darkly pigmented skin. Her ancestors from about 20,000 years ago lived in northern India, where UV levels were much lower than they are in southern India. Her ancestors were more lightly pigmented, but she and her infant are very darkly pigmented. Australian Aboriginal peoples and Melanesians are very, very darkly pigmented. Almost certainly, they reacquired dark pigmentation after a period of being relatively depigmented as their ancestors dispersed on the way to Australia, a process that probably took at least a few thousand, if not tens of thousands of years. So deeply pigmented skin evolved in early Homo sapiens and has been maintained very strongly in equatorial Africa, but it has also evolved, and we can make an excellent circumstantial case for it having evolved at least twice more, perhaps even more, independently in the ancestors of Australasians and Southern Indians. So just to give you a little teaser here, if we plot all fossil and archaeological sites for the genus Homo from 2 million years ago to 50,000 years ago, what we get is a map like this with a whole bunch of different dots representing different species. Don't worry about that right now. What we see is that this map shows where those dots would have lay relative to the competence of darkly pigmented people to make vitamin D. And we won't go into the different colors, but suffice it to say that even under the most permissive solar regimes, there were a lot of people living outside of areas that would allow vitamin D production if you had dark skin. In other words, there was tremendous amounts of natural selection pressure on the ancestors of these peoples to be lightly pigmented. And further, there were a lot of people living way far north here that lived way in those gray UV zones that I mentioned earlier. How did they make a living? They made a living because they had very depigmented skin and they had the technology to harvest vitamin D rich foods. Almost all of the peoples that we find, in fact, all of them, down to the last person, that live in extremely high latitudes, above 55 degrees north latitude, eat vitamin D rich foods. They eat marine mammals, they eat oily fish, or they eat terrestrial mammals that themselves have high quantities of vitamin D in their organ meats. Things like reindeer, which have a lot of vitamin D in their organ meats because the reindeer themselves eat vitamin D rich lichen. And they concentrate that vitamin D into their bodily organs, which are then consumed by humans. So basically, outside of these UV permissive areas, humans had to have not only light skin, but they had to have the technological wherewithal to harvest vitamin D rich foods. A really fascinating story of biology and culture being codependent. Many people ask me about the Inuit, the Eskimos of Alaska and northwestern Canada. How is it that these people have quite darkly pigmented skin? Well, firstly, when we look at unexposed areas of Inuit bodies, if we look at the inner arm, for instance, the skin is only moderately pigmented, but still it's much darker than we would predict. Why is that? Well, what's interesting about Inuit peoples is that they live in very UV rich environments. Not UVB rich, but they get a lot of UVA. Where does the UVA come from? Reflection from the surface of water, reflection from sun and ice. These peoples have evolved extraordinary compromises between skin culture, skin color, and diet. All Inuit peoples, the earliest Inuit and subsequent populations, have been dependent on vitamin D rich foods. Notably, in their early history, a lot of big marine mammals, these days on smaller marine mammals and oily fish. And these vitamin D rich foods allowed the people to have more darkly pigmented skin than we would predict for their latitude. Again, a fascinating push-pull kind of evolutionary compromise that has been struck as a result of the culture that these people maintain. If they no longer maintain this diet, what happens to them? They suffer from extraordinarily high levels of vitamin D deficiencies, which is one of the main public health concerns now in Inuit communities and in First Nation communities in northern Canada. Many of us today live in areas very far removed from our ancestral homelands. Many of us, here's a typical European man, he is visiting his colleague in Africa. He's at a great disadvantage because his lightly pigmented skin serves him very poorly. He will suffer from egregious levels of skin damage if he's not protected by sunscreen or by clothing or hats. And what we can't see We can see he's got some age spots and some sun damage and some wrinkles. What we can't see is the folate that may have been broken down in his blood vessels as a result of high levels of UV exposure. And we have no idea what knock-on effects that may have had on his physiology and those of his offspring. What happens when darkly pigmented peoples come to live in areas with low UV? What happens when people from the Indian subcontinent or from Africa take up homes in North America or Europe? They are very much out of their normal UV regimes, and their darkly pigmented, sunscreen-rich skin prevents them from making vitamin D in their skin, except during the very, very height of the summer for short periods of time. So these people run a chronic risk of vitamin D deficiencies. And this is something that we need to attend to with respect to public health concerns. We spend a lot of time, and doctors and dermatologists spend a lot of time telling lightly pigmented people to protect themselves from the egregious effects of too much sun. We now need to spend equal amounts of time instructing and educating darkly pigmented people to compensate for the lack of sun by taking vitamin D supplements. That's probably the easiest thing to do. And what happens if this doesn't happen? Well, bone diseases like nutritional rickets are on the rise in many darkly pigmented populations, and especially when people undertake very, very recent, in terms of evolutionarily recent, types of clothing. When you have people adopting cultural modes of body protection that prevent their bodies from making any vitamin D, this is a serious physical, physiological, and medical problem, and leading to increased incidence of rickets in many darkly pigmented populations throughout the world, especially those who wear concealing clothing or have inside jobs or who live inside most of the year. But now we're beginning to appreciate that vitamin D deficiencies aren't just problems of darkly pigmented people living in northerly places, but they're a problem for most of us. Dermatologists have been so effective at telling us to slather sunscreen on and to maintain clothes on and hats wearing and so forth, that many of us who have lightly pigmented skin aren't producing enough vitamin D in our skin through normal casual sun exposure. And so the easiest way to get around this is through taking vitamin D rich foods, taking vitamin supplements, or having short, and I mean short, bursts of unprotected sun exposure. Don't tell your dermatologist I said this, okay? Because I don't want you standing out baking for 20 minutes or 30 minutes, 10 minutes. And try not to expose your facial skin or your hand skin, which gets a lot of abuse. Try to expose other parts of your body. One dermatologist said, please encourage people to expose their buttocks. If that's what you would like, go ahead. But 10 minutes a week or so will be sufficient. You'll make plenty of vitamin D for all of your physiological needs, and you can store much of that throughout the year. But certainly in the wintertime, make sure that you take vitamin D rich foods or have vitamin D enriched milk or both. What's so ironic, and I'll close up very, very soon, is that now, of course, we live in a world where people want to change their skin color. If you've got lightly pigmented skin, you want to look dark because it's glamorous, it's healthy, it's sexy. If you've got darkly pigmented skin, you want to look lighter. In both cases, these chameleon-like changes are undertaken because people want to assume whatever the skin color is associated with affluence and privilege. Many lightly pigmented people associate a tan with vacations and luxury and freedom from labor. Many darkly pigmented people associate light skin with the same thing, freedom from toil in the sun. What is so sinister is that these people feel culturally very pressured to change their skin color. And especially darkly pigmented people in many parts of the world feel that in order for them to get a good education, to get a good job, that they need to have lighter skin. Women feel they have to have lighter skin to be, quote, attractive, unquote, to males. And there is preference in many populations throughout the world for lighter pigmented people. Colorism, with this favoritism for lightly pigmented spectrum of the lightly pigmented end of the skin color spectrum, is now a pervasive social and biological problem. And these darkly pigmented people, this is something that started among African American populations in the United States, quickly migrated to South Africa. It's now been taken on very strongly in equatorial Africa, so that darkly pigmented women who have this beautiful complement of natural sunscreen in their skin want to lighten their skin to be more attractive, to realize some kind of Western aesthetic ideal. And some people use legal and types of preparations, skin creams that they can buy in drugstores and supermarkets. They're fairly pricey, but they do it. Women who can't afford these go to illegal markets and they buy creams that have a lot of steroids, sometimes that have mercury or arsenic, that will kill the melanin producing cells. And this poor young woman was one of the people to use such very harmful, permanently harmful kinds of skin lightening agents on her skin. She once had beautifully, evenly pigmented skin, and now many of the melanin producing cells in her skin have been permanently damaged. A very, very terrible heritage that is really being visited upon, or a terrible practice that is being widely spread throughout many areas, and not just equatorial Africa, India, many, many parts of Eastern Asia now. Depigmentation to make oneself more attractive for both males and females is becoming more widespread and socially pervasive. Lightly pigmented people want to get darker, so if you're not going to sit out in the sun or bake out on the plaza, you might get a tan out of a bottle. And this is something that many, many people now do. They go to one of these tanning parlors, they get a spray-on tan, or they use this stuff out of the bottles that turns their skin temporarily darker. We want this look because we associate it with luxury and health and affluence and freedom from labor. So it's really, really paradoxical that humans seem to be always seeking something that they can't quite have with respect to their appearance. So to summarize, human skin color is an adaptation for regulating UV penetration into the skin. It's a good evolutionary adaptation. It's an excellent example of an evolutionary compromise. Evolution is very, very good at coming up with ingenious answers to difficult problems. Melanin pigmentation levels in skin are an excellent example of this. And UVR, ultraviolet light, has influenced human settlement patterns. Archaeologists haven't really thought about this before, but we now have to begin to think about this in our equations about what influenced human settlements at various times in the distant past. And human skin colors have evolved repeatedly in human history, the same skin colors over and over and over again. The fact that skin color is not unique to any human group means that it's useless as a marker of unique genetic ancestry. We can't use skin color as a so-called racial marker because skin color, the same skin color, has evolved over and over and over again. So it's a great example of natural selection acting on the human lineage. It's a horrible example of anything that is unique to any particular population. And skin color, as I hasten to point out to people, is an excellent example of evolution acting on you. If you're a biology teacher, if you're a parent, and you're trying to teach your students or your kids about evolution, right now, you probably tell them about fossils. You might tell them about the evolution of melanistic butterflies in certain environments. Well, now there is an example of evolution that you can talk to just looking at your own skin. The evolution of human skin color is a fascinating story, now quite well understood, immediately relevant to us in terms of our social commerce, in terms of our biology, in terms of our health, in terms of understanding why we look the way we do. Let's bring this into our classrooms and into our homes. One of the things I work very hard to do, and my husband with me, is bring this material into biology textbooks, into school curricula, so that kids can learn that evolution happened to them and they can see it as a testament in their skin. So as a parting set of remarks, appreciate as you look at people around you, as you go out tonight, as you look at this vast array of different skin colors and textures, appreciate that history, that unwritten history that isn't in the fossil record, but is every bit a part of our legacy. Appreciate that our skin colors, especially, are a product of human evolution, something to be wondered at, something to be talked about, something not to be hidden, and something I hope that can increase our mutual understanding of one another to good social as well as biological benefit. Thank you very much. I'd be very happy to answer questions, and I apologize for going on a bit too long. I think there'll be a mic coming around. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
My wife is darkly pigmented from Southeast
Yes.
Asia, and she's only been here for a few years. Is it advised that she should wear UV sunscreen type stuff, or in her adaptive process?
Probably during the height of the summer, and well, I would guess from now through August, for her to wear sunscreen, especially in the middle of the day, would be important to help prevent damage to her skin. One of the things you can do is just, or advise your wife to do, is, just go out for a short period. As I said, 10 minutes a week is really all you need. The fact that she has moderate levels of pigmentation in her skin, that's okay. She'll still get a lot of UVB during the summer months at Santa Fe latitudes. So for most of the year, she should actively use some kind of protection to protect her skin from damage. Because one of the things that we deal with is the fact that we live to be very old organisms compared to our ancestors. If you talk to an early member of the genus Homo a 1.5 million years ago, you would have been hard pressed to find anyone in the population over 30 years old. There'd be a few over 35, but most of the people in this audience wouldn't have been there. I wouldn't have been there, okay? So we as humans didn't necessarily evolve to be very, very long-lived organisms. So it pays us to do as much preventive medicine during our lives as possible. And that means, in your wife's case, probably covering up, wearing some sunscreen, especially in the late summer, the late spring, summer, and early autumn months. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The first question that this woman has about, do you see a correlation in eye color? Yes and no. In some populations, there is very, very conservative levels of eye color. In African populations, for instance, we see very, very dark eye color that matches very dark skin pigmentation. And dark eye color helps the eye for the same reason that dark melanin pigmentation in the skin helps the skin. The dark brown in the iris protects the eye, the retina, from high levels of UV radiation. It absorbs high levels of UV that is entering the eye and thus mitigates the UV load on the retina, which is very, very helpful. But this is not to say that these two are genetically connected, because we find a lot of populations, for instance, in Eastern Asia, we find people with light or moderately pigmented skin who also have uniformly dark eyes. So we can see that there probably were multiple different ways to get dark eye pigmentation, and that it wasn't necessarily related to skin pigmentation. And in the ancestors of Europeans, we see a tremendous variety of eye colors, probably driven by initially a few mutations that produced blue eye color, which is a very low level of melanin in the iris of the eye, and then various mixtures of blue-eyed and brown-eyed people subsequently to produce all the intermediates that we see today, hazel, green eyes, and so forth. We're just beginning to fully appreciate the evolution, the complexities of the evolution of eye color. And if you go to any of the medical search engines on the web, you'll see that this is a huge area of research right now. Your second question. The question about, are there organizations that are trying to fight this fad or this trend toward skin bleaching and loss of pigment? There are, but they don't hold a candle to the big cosmetics companies. And the big cosmetics and pharmaceutical companies are being very, very good at doing their thing, which is selling their products. And now that they have global advertising forums, big billboards, and electronic advertising at their fingertips, it's very easy for them to propagate imagery that has tremendous social effects. So even though there are some great health organizations that are promoting the idea that live with your skin, whatever the color is, enjoy your skin. If you've got darkly pigmented skin, revel in it and understand it, and don't be embarrassed about it. But these organizations don't have nearly the amount of money and marketing potential as many big companies do. Yes. Very interesting. Is there a difference in biologically between people who have sort of bluish black and reddish black skin? This is an area of very active research for me with some of my colleagues. And what we're doing is we're looking at the physical distribution of the melanin granules and the melanin producing organelles, or the melanin storage organelles in the skin, to see if the physical orientation in these different people with sort of blue black and reddish black skin is slightly different, because there are high levels of melanin. But what may impart the interesting subtleties of pigmentation, it could be a chemical difference in the different types of melanin, but it could also be an arrangement of the melanin containing organelles and how that causes the visible light to be reflected off of the surface of the skin. So that's a very good question. There was another, yes, right up here. Is there such a thing as race? No. That's the long and short of it. I mean, we as humans are very good at assessing diversity in appearance. And in the United States, as a result of our unique history of habitation, we have a history of human interactions that has led to certain people being called or given certain labels. And so in this country, we tend to refer to Black populations, white populations, Hispanic, and sometimes these are given the names of races. But what's interesting is that these are very much American historically defined entities. If you go to Brazil, the races that are defined there are different. In India, different again. In South Africa, different again. These there are no biological races because if you had the luxury to be able to walk from one end of Africa to another and through Eurasia, what you would see at least 500 years ago or so, before people started really moving around in a big way, is you would see a gradual climb, a gradual gradient in skin color, in hair color and texture, in facial features, head shapes, limb lengths, all of these things that have been used to define so called biological races by scientists in the past turn out to be very, very evenly and clinally distributed as we go from one population to the next. Now, as a result of modern human history, a lot of these populations have become fragmented and displaced, and people are not in the original configurations they once were. But in the original configuration of our species, we sort of integrated finally from one place to another. And these different kinds of features, skin color, hair texture, some of them almost certainly were the very products of natural selection, acting to produce better adaptations to local environment. Some other features which people have used to distinguish races, facial features and the like, may have simply evolved by accident. It didn't matter what shape nose you had or what shape eyelid you had. And so under certain circumstances, especially when humans populations were very small at various times in our recent past, at the end of the last ice age, some features of our body simply evolved because of small population effect, because our gene pool was drastically reduced and a huge amount of variation was eliminated. So what we see in humans is mostly an even gradient that has now been interrupted by historical factors and no real races. The races that we live with in this country have been very historically and culturally contingent entities. What I worry about very much as a biologist is that now in the biomedical fraternity, there's a great move to try to put races on a more scientific basis by saying certain people have various percentages of certain kinds of genes that predispose them to certain diseases. And therefore, we must target them in order to make sure that they live healthy lives. Well, sort of a nice idea, but a very pernicious premise. Because if these influences are allowed to succeed and race is put on sort of a pseudo-biological footing, and we have to fill out a census form and check certain boxes and say, we belong to this and that and the other, and there's some kind of biomedical reality attached to it, or supposedly attached to it, then that would be a lamentable situation indeed. Yes. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Right. In response to your first question, there are now very good textbooks available produced by the U.S. government. Your tax dollars put to good use. Look up on Amazon a book called Skin Deep, edited by Susan Gertz, Gertz. It's a wonderful book that provides lessons. It costs like $8 or something. It provides great lessons for middle and high school students to learn just about this. And it includes lots of stuff about tanning and skin bleaching as well. So that's, I think, very, very useful. Some of our work also is in popular form. Scientific American has various articles and readers that are available. And a lot of kids can enjoy these because they're very intelligible. With respect to the second point, I think it's very important as we study certain genetically related disease conditions that we not overgeneralize, and that there are certain populations from certain distinct small places that do have certain genes that predispose them to certain disease conditions at very high frequency. But that doesn't mean that you can generalize that one small population to a whole group that looks about the same. And it's that generalization that is extremely worrying. So, I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, this may be fixed when we all have our genotypes done at birth, and we all, have a little implanted chip that has our DNA sequence in it, and we can see exactly what genes that we carry that might predispose us to various disease conditions. Then we won't have to worry about checking a box that announces that we belong to a certain group. Until then, I really urge biomedical researchers to be very circumspect about how they define these populations, and that doctors prescribing sort of racially tailored drugs be equally circumspect about looking at the risk factors very individually and not overgeneralize.
All right, all right, all right. Yes, 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 yes. What's everyone saying? What's everyone saying? Can you hear me? Can people hear me? I'm not sure why people cannot hear me. I mean, I don't know why this thing no this thing self. Waiting me this one now. This one. Now why? Now why? No one can hear me. Oh, what's me this now? Now why? Hey, but it's a very terrible thing. Oh. This video when it comes through, chef. This one well. This one no be video. Listen. Can anyone hear me now? What is happening? What can anyone hear me?
Yo.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I thought no one could hear me. Shit.
Yeah, you man.
Oh shit. Yeah. Okay.
So what you say about that? Did you have anything that you wanted to talk about on that presentation?
How old was this video?
About 2012.
2012.
Mhm.
Mazza. So what they saying then that pale skin came first, yeah?
Not sure still.
Well, I don't know. That's what I got anyway. Like the pale skin
Under the hair.
Yeah.
And then once the hair was removed, then obviously.
But come on, man. Come on, like you see when even that's kind of misleading, Carl. You see when you talk about chimpanzees, right? Man, them need to know. Man, them need to go check this up here. There's two types of chimpanzees. Yeah, there's one called the pygmy chimpanzee, and the other one's called the common chimpanzee. The difference between the two is that what we know as a common chimpanzee is the aggressive one, the violent one. That's the one that everyone knows about in it, and it's more common because it's spread out across more places in Africa, in it. Whereas with the pygmy chimpanzee, it's also known as the bonobo. It's only found in one region, and it's like very, very few of them remaining today. And when you look at which one's closely related to us, it's the bonobo chimp. And not only that, under their hair, they are dark skinned.
Right. Wow.
Yeah, so that's just some information maybe people can go look into, innit? I don't know why. Well, it was all right. It was all right video. I mean, obviously, like I've got my own biases. I will say that I'm biased. But yeah, like so this I don't know. It's not fair to say that when you go back in time that they were just pale skin, because when you look at the chimpanzees that you have today, they have, and then also this idea that
To be fair, I don't think she said that they was pale skin.
no, but underneath their hair, they said that she even when they're dark, that they're very pale. That's what I got, bro.
They're dark and they're very pale.
Yeah, that's what I heard her say. Still, I'm not gonna lie. Like even when they're dark, they're still very fair under the skin, and that was what developed. And then she was talking about sweating, and through sweating, that's where they developed where they got rid of their hair, which yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Obviously, we're still coming up with different models, innit? Man's a very firm believer, I'll say. That's probably the only thing actually I won't say believer. That's one's a very firm proponent of the aquatic ape hypothesis, but I don't know. I do not know. I do not know. But anyways, yeah, it was a good video still.
There's another video in the back chat still.
Huh?
If no one's jumping on, there's another video in the back chat still.
Yeah, if no one's
one's
jumping
on. Yeah.
Just jumping
This
on.
one's about evolution.
Oh, these people, they're not ready for that, Brit Valley. Giving them too much medicine, bro. You know what I mean? One dose at a time, not too much dosage, you understand? Not ready for that, bro.
I'm saying, man. Overdose in the Heartbreak Hotel.
We've only just opened up the hotel, you understand? We can't give them everything, you understand? Sometimes you got to ease them in.
Oh shit, yeah, man. I wanna do some questions about the police this weekend. That's still
Yeah?
I'm gonna
Let's see if Raspet will come on. Let's see if all those anti-police people will come on. It was disappointing on the Bunde UK Empire thing, but hopefully this will make it. Oh gosh, yeah, I set up already just in case. Yo, can you still hear me? Walk one, what's going on? Want a video? Y'all look like brothers. Who looks like brothers? Me and Veli. Yeah, we are brothers, man. What's the problem with that?
as the leading barrister. You get me?
I can hear you now. Yeah. I couldn't hear you before. Well, go on.
Yeah, no, it cut out still. It was on split screen, but the phone gets hot in it, man.
What should I take it off split screen? Or I got another video. I'll set up the other
video you want to play, yeah?
I'll set up the other video.
You set up already. Yeah, if you want to play it, bro, like
how do I do it again? Do I go back in and come back in again or what? Yeah, I have to actually. Yeah. But I'm just saying, bro, you can't be giving them too much dosage, bro. You get me? Like certain people, they're not ready for this information, my G.
Yeah,
And we
well,
need
like I'm trying to say, yeah, even if there's minor mistakes in what the lady's saying, yeah,
mm,
it's like that's more of a comprehensive breakdown
of course,
of
yeah.
the evolution of skin compared to any hadith, Bible,
No, of course. I'm
Sikh
not.
text.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
100%.
saying? Like
Yeah.
whatever religion.
She even talked about the scientific
Yeah.
racism that goes on about skin color as well. So she's not wrong, fam. She was absolutely 100% correct. Yeah, I was just my gripe was the first bit where she was talking about the whole, but that was in the first bit of the video, innit? That's not later on in the video. Everything later on in the video, I couldn't disagree with. You understand? So yeah, it's just different. Yeah, I mean,
Man.
yeah, it's
Yeah, man
calm.
saying we look like brothers and that, yeah.
Yeah, we are brothers, fam. What? Go on.
Yeah.
Go
Oh,
on.
died you gang. Yeah.
Come on, man. What?
Do something. Hey, boy, Mitchell, you get me? Do something.
Oluwabeni.
Yeah.
Oluwabeni.
Yeah. Come on. Yeah, man. Yeah. I definitely look like an African dog anyway, bro, because any place that I work in where someone from Africa works, they always say, bro, you look like you come from my part of Africa. Like,
Man, days. Africans are too funny. Like there's a look for Africa and there's a look for Jamaica. That's the funniest. When people say that, I just laugh. Man. Like you need to come to my family, see the different shades. You got dark skin to light skin. You see my dad. My dad's dark. You see me. I'm a bit lighter, but I'm not like his type of dark in it. And then obviously you see my mom's very fair skin. Even to the point where my mom said that her grandmother, which is my great grandmother, had blonde hair and blue eyes. So you know what I mean? And I've got cousins with ginger hair, so and they're dark skinned like me. So like this idea where Africa has this monolithic look. Nah, man. Yeah, 100%, bro.
Wrong. Trust me.
Yeah, man. Don't know why people. Yeah. So no one's coming on then.
So what? Should we give them another 5 minutes to see if anyone jumps on first of all,
Yeah,
and then if they don't jump in, then we'll run into
the video. Yeah,
to the
no
next
problem.
one. You get me?
Come on, man.
Some more medicine. You get me?
Yeah, man. Too much. I'm gonna listen. You're the pharmacist. Yeah, you write the prescription out. You understand? All I'm doing is just dispensing it. You understand? So I don't want to give. I personally think it's too much, but you're the pharmacist at the end of the day. You understand? You know what I mean? So all I'm saying. Yeah.
I like boy, more medicine. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? Yeah, there's people. Most people don't comment when they watch. That's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know that most people don't comment when they watch. They just watch, and listen, and keep their opinions to themselves and whatever.
Yeah, that's like if people could come on and like actually see, like, you know, talk about what they thought about the video, like, especially people with the opposing view of the video, that would be interesting. But you know, like otherwise they start having their own conversation in the comment section about stuff like, I don't know. You see that guy with the? I don't know. He has a little.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Who's that? Oh no.
No, it's not. No.
Yay.
Yeah. No. It's a serious topic, man. Like, you know, this is one time that, you know, I you know, I've done talks on mental health. I know it sounds a bit weird, but I have, and I've suffered from mental health. So I obviously it's real for me, and whether it's real for you, I don't know. But I know people that have committed suicide or people that have thought about it. So yeah, for them it's real. Whether some people believe it's real. Well, what can I do if you don't?
I don't know if anyone denies that mental health is I mean, some people would argue that there is some type of
forms of mental health where they would say that, you know, just pull up your, you know, pull up your trousers and man up or something like that. But I don't think anyone would deny that mental health is not a real thing.
There are people, seriously, there are people that will just say, look, it's all in your head. Just pull yourself up. There's nothing
Yeah,
wrong.
that's what I'm saying.
And yeah, I know. So in that sense, I'm not saying they're not saying that it's totally, you know, like false, but they have this kind of mindset that makes the person who is suffering from mental health feel like they don't believe they're mentally ill, like they got a problem. So, you know, you'll have scenarios where, you know, you got a particular issue, like with depression, and somebody who's never suffered depression will be like, what's wrong with you, man? Just pick yourself up, dude.
Oh, I wouldn't even say that. I would say that, you know, like, the way I see it is that I don't think that there is no one, even today, and I feel everyone has a level of depression which they're suffering from. I'd say it's that how people deal with it. So it's like, are you going to spend your time laying there and complaining about it, or you're going to, you know, do something about it and just try and make steps every day? It's like almost when a family member dies, isn't it? You go into this like state of, you know, depression or whatever it's called, innit? And obviously some people will be like, you know, okay, you've mourned, or you've mourned for a while now. Like, when are you gonna start, you know, getting back to normal? You know what I mean? Like, we knew this was gonna happen, so why are you still, you know, in that state? You understand? So
Yeah, and the thing is that being depressed is normal. This is one thing I think people need to understand, that it's normal. When it becomes abnormal is when the depression is constant, like it's non-stop. Like if you're having a depressive state for, like, you know, a year straight, then it's a problem, or a couple of months. But being depressed, like, you know, for me, I've suffered from depression, but I'm not depressed now, and I haven't been for. Oh, sorry. Oh my God, the worst type of music.
Fucking ice cream man.
Ice cream fan in the
Ice cream
background.
man's driving fast, man.
Oh my God, that makes me feel happy. It brings back good memories when I was younger, man. But yeah.
Mom, you have ice cream.
So for me, like, for me, it's like I'm just happy being in the middle. Like, you know, a lot of people, like, you know, when you know, the reason why bipolar people have problems is that they have massive highs and then they have massive lows. The good place to be is in the middle. Just like be content, like you're alive. You know, at the end of the day, you know, everybody goes through troubles.
I would rather be massive high. I don't know about being content. I want to be a massive high still.
No. I think we just think differently like that. Like, for me, like, I don't mind being in a massive high. Like, if I've achieved something, like, great, yeah. I don't want to just be on a massive high, you know, just for living. I want to be.
Let me ask you a question, Raj.
Yeah.
After
You're gone.
like,
You can ask it now.
Yeah. Because I think this is happening a lot in this YouTube community. Yeah. So yeah, that there are people that are pretending to have some sort of illness because people let them say what they want when they get angry or whatnot, and they challenge them.
I don't think people should use, because a lot of people say they use the excuse, "Oh, Raj, you're autistic," and I'm like, dude, it's got nothing to do with my autism. I'm just being, this is what I'm like, yeah. And so I don't, and autism isn't a mental health, but I've heard people use that with me, in a sense, like trying to say, okay, he doesn't know what he's doing and he's not responsible for what he's saying. But no, I am responsible. I'm a grown ass man. What I'm saying, yeah, is what I believe. Whether I'm on the autistic spectrum or not, I'm still saying it, yeah. And that's what I believe. So I don't like people use. That's why I get a bit annoyed when people say, "Oh, well, you're no," because you're on the autistic spectrum, because they're trying to belittle me to make it as though that because I'm on autistic.
Well,
but the same. No, but let me just say something. The same thing is used for mental health. So somebody might have an issue with bipolar or stuff like that, and then, you know, people, oh, well, that person's like this and that person's like that. And I do give certain, I don't want to say names, but I do give certain people kind of like a little bit of leeway by saying, okay, I'm going to be a bit more empathetic, but it doesn't take away from bad behavior. Like, you're behaving badly.
But I'm saying that there's people online, yeah, that are acting in a way, yeah, which is heinous, and they can say and do whatever they want with hardly a check, yeah.
with that are not ill. Yeah, they're not ill. They're just.
Oh, all right. They're pretending to, or they're using it as an excuse.
You're not. Yeah, you're not ill. You're just a cunt. You're just a bitch. You're just horrible, innit?
Yeah. I agree with that. But let me just answer. But even if they were ill, let's say for argument's sake they were mentally ill, it's still not an excuse for bad behavior.
Right.
Yeah, it's still not an excuse. Like just because someone's got a mental illness, you can't just like give them a complete pass. You can give them a bit of, let's just say, a little bit of empathy. Like, okay, but no. If you're doing stuff that is vile, like if I'm mentally ill and I shoot someone in the head, like that person should still be charged with murder. Yeah, even though they're mentally ill, in my opinion.
You do. You go to a secure mental hospital.
Yeah, I know, but I that's still some form of punishment, and I still think that some people can easily push that through and say, "Oh, well, it was mentally ill, and that's why we did." That's why you have a lot of people trying to, when they're being convicted of a particular crime, they use the mental illness card in order to try and get a. Well, it's a lighter sentence in the sense that a mental institution. You don't have the same rigorous kind of like lockdown procedures. People can walk about. If you've seen One Flew of the Cuckoo's Nest. You can see how that can go wrong. I don't know if you watched that.
No, I've heard of it. I might have watched it ages ago, but I've heard of it.
Yeah. So basically, the story is that Jack Nicholson. Don't worry, it's such an old film. I don't care if I spoil it. Jack Nicholson, in order to get off of a harsh sentence in prison, he claims insanity, and he was so good at doing it that they put him in an asylum. And then by the end of it, he did become insane because he was around real insane people. And they lobotomized him towards the end, and he was just what I call kind of like a shell of a man by the end of it. So yeah.
Oh, is it when they chopped off like a bit of his brain or something like that?
Yeah. So they used to do surgery on the brain and all that kind of stuff. And
yeah, they were
cut
trying to
out.
experiment on him, and when they removed his like frontal lobe or something like
Yeah,
that.
it's called a lobotomy. So yeah, and by the end of it, he's just like he's like everybody else, and they're just like a zombie just sitting around. Yeah. So yeah, you might actually get what you said you was if you do actually hang around in them.
Though. Like that is kind of different because they actually did something to him to make him like they didn't actually like they could have like.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's not just playing up on.
Yeah.
On those.
No. I'm just giving you a worst case scenario. I'm just giving you a worst case scenario. Like so, if you start to say you're insane and then you go into an insane asylum and then you don't behave. They might freaking do something like that because they used to do electric shock therapy as well in the past, and that could damage your like your brain and stuff as well. But yeah, just I need to go and I'll come back later on. Yeah, I just wanted to jump on because you was on a thing. Yeah, and I just want to say like with the mental health situation. Remember, men have I think one of the highest causes of death for men in the UK is actually suicide. Yeah, and if someone's going to go to the point to kill themselves. Because of how depressed they are, then that's a freaking massive step.
But this is what people need to do. People need to understand what's making them depressed.
Yeah, and that's what I did.
So what's making men depressed then?
Yeah, I think. Look, yeah, I'm just gonna say from my perspective, one of the reasons I was depressed is because I felt like I was living a life for others. Like my family situation, people were saying I've got to do this, I've got to do that, I've got to work in there. And I was an artist, man, and I loved to draw. And I stopped drawing for 13 years. And that's when I was depressed. And I started drinking for 13 years. I didn't draw a single drawing for 13 years because I had to work. I had to do other stuff, my family pressures. And what I did was like, all right, like at the end of the day, I'm just going to start drawing, man. And that's what got me off the drink. It started making me concentrate on something I love. And I'm doing something that... I'm living my life for myself. Yeah, obviously it sounds a bit selfish, but I am. I'm living my life for myself, but I'm making money from it and earning an honest living. Yeah. And I've stopped drinking because the thing about alcohol is this, that it's just a plaster. Like, so I used to drink I didn't drink a lot every day. I used to drink like binge drink to the point that once I nearly died as well. I went into hospital for hypothermia and they said I was 5 minutes away from death. And I've been beaten up so many times when I was drunk. I can't remember who did it. Or I've just woken up, and I've got like a like bruised up and stuff, and so I was on one of those kind of like drunks that I start forgetting stuff where I was going, and so now I haven't drank for 7 years. I'm doing a job I love. Yeah, I know people think it's thingy. I'm not conforming to society. I'm doing what makes me happy. Just because somebody thinks having a family and kids, yeah, is gonna make them happy, it doesn't mean it's gonna make me happy. Yeah. I just don't. Everybody thinks differently, and I think the people just need to kind of live their life. Yeah, as long as you're not hurting anybody, and try and live your life how you want to do it without actually hurting other people. And that's what I've done. I've just drawn now. I'm going to start model making, which I haven't done for like 20 years. I used to be really amazing at model making as well. I don't drink, don't want to drink, and to be honest, you cut out negative people. Yeah, the problem is that most of your friends, I'm going to be straight with you, if you truly think about it, they're not really your friends. Like for me, when I used to have, I did used to have loads of friends. I mean, if you look at my old pictures, I used to have loads of mates, but all of them were drinking mates. Not a single one was a true friend, in my opinion, because all they used to do was to phone up. They would not ask me how I was, how's your day going.
Just clocked.
That's
how you got introduced to the EDL, innit?
No. I didn't get introduced like that. I didn't get introduced like I haven't. What do you mean introduced to the EDL?
All your drinking mates were probably EDL members.
No, I started drinking 7 years ago. I didn't start getting into the movement 2-3 years ago.
Okay.
My mates are all Sikhs.
Continue.
No,
So it was a sober decision.
Huh?
So it was a sober decision.
No, I'm saying most of my mates are actually Sikh. Yeah, nearly 90% of my mates are Sikhs.
Made the decision as a sober person to join the EDL.
Yeah. Well, I didn't join. I've never been with the EDL. Let's just not put that aside. Yeah, I've never been with the EDL. I've been kind of like associated with like Tommy Robinson, not the EDL. Now the thing is, like, I know it sounds bad, but I like to argue. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't care if people don't like that. That makes me happy. Let me do it. I'd rather be arguing than drinking and nearly dying on the street. Because when I used to drink, yeah, like that's a way for me to release, kind of like, you know. But I like a good argument. I'm sorry, it was therapeutic for me, man.
Are you saying all your drinking friends were Sikh?
Yeah. I'm gonna admit my right. So this is one of the biggest problems with the Sikh community. Yeah, the Punjabi Sikh community. We have a massive alcohol problem. Myself, I nearly died once. I know 2 people that actually died from alcohol poisoning or them sleeping and then dying. It's one of the biggest problems within our community, and half of my cousins are drunks. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I don't associate with them. Even the people, all my friends, still drink, and I don't talk to them. Like I just say straight, man, we're not in the same thing. All you want to do is drink. Yeah, so unless you want to do something productive, we'll chat. Otherwise, don't call me. And I'm being straight with you. Like I don't want to. If a man calls you up every day, going, Raj, let's go out for a drink, and they haven't even asked you how your day is, like there's a problem. Those people truly aren't your friends, man. All they are your drinking partners. So I've cut off most of the people I've known in the past. I still see them. Don't get me wrong. Like I just went to a mate's. His brother passed away. He was a friend of mine, and I went to the funeral. But I don't hang around with them no more. Yeah, I don't hang around with them. I used to hang around with them all the time, and they just, unfortunately, a lot of people's friends, I mean, straight with you, are frenemies. They like to see people in a worse situation than themselves, rather than saying to them, look, dude, stop drinking, man. Because a lot of my friends knew I used to draw, and I didn't draw for 13 years. And I mean, no one ever said to me, Raj, I will stop drinking, start drawing. And no, everyone's like, yeah, drink. Yeah. So they're encouraging bad behavior. Yeah, they're encouraging it because to them, yeah, it's like, you know, they got their own problems in the world, and they like watching other people have a worse time.
I wouldn't necessarily blame it all on the bottle, you know. Like sometimes alcohol can be like, for some people, like a medication for something that they're dealing with, but sometimes it's just some people do not mind drinking for you know, a recreational thing. Like it's not like a serious thing. Like so,
I totally agree with you. Yeah, because the thing is, like, I just can't handle my drink in the sense that if I start one drink, I'm gonna do it. And I had friends that could have 2 drinks and leave it at that. I'm a type of person. I'm quite obsessive. Like if I start, I want to finish. I'm not gonna start drinking and just have one. I'm gonna get to the point where I'm comatose.
Are you the type of guy that gets on the table and be like, "Let's get hammered"?
Let me say something. I'm just gonna say something here. Like I've actually, and I don't know. No, I'm not gonna say because people are gonna use against me. But
tell the truth. Come on, man. You
said
it now. You might as well say it.
All right. So this is one of the times I realized I had a problem because I bottled my brother-in-law in the head with a bottle because he used to beat my sister up and stuff, and that's a good thing, yeah. In my opinion, I got
Yeah, that's
arrested for that.
well.
I got arrested for that. I'm proud of that, man. He busted my nose up as well, which is why my nose is bent, and I'm proud of that. When I see my nose bent, I'm like, yeah, that guy freaking like, you know, I'm not taking that. But one thing I made a mistake was that I kind of like when I got punched in the face, yeah, by this guy, I went back into this bar. And you lot are going to say that I'm being racist there, but there was a table, yeah, and I didn't see who the table was, yeah, and I kicked the table over because I was so angry, yeah, and there was like, I think it was like 2 big white guys and 2 big black guys, yeah, and like when I kicked it, yeah, like I didn't know what I was doing, yeah, I just like, whacked it over, yeah, and that was one time that, you know, my actions almost got my mates, like I'm telling you, my mates almost got freaking smashed up because of my actions, because my mates they tried to beat me up, because you know when you're angry sometimes that you might punch a wall, or you might think, because I got punched up outside, so I went back into the bar, and I then first table I saw, I kicked it from underneath, and it spilled all the drink over the guys and all of that kind of stuff, and so they tried to beat me up, yeah, and in order to protect me, my mates got busted up as well, yeah. And so that's kind of when I was like, all right, yeah, my kind of actions, like my anger and stuff like that at that time, actually got my mates, one of them got his nose busted and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Rod was a fighter, yeah?
Yeah, one of my mates was a good fighter, so that's why I bring him with me.
Oh, okay, so you couldn't fight then?
No, I couldn't fight, but I would fight for my sister, trust me.
Okay.
Like if I I'll fight for my family and my sister, that's it. Like my family, my sister, and if someone tries knocking my turban off, then I'll fight. But other than that, I'm not a fighter. But if someone's beating my sister up and I see them outside and they're cheating with another woman while my sister's in the hospital, like, no, I'll hit a bottle in his head. And so then I got arrested for that. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that, man, because
Yeah,
I'm
man, no
obviously
problem, man.
I don't want it to go sideways because certain people are on the panel, so I'm going, and I'll be back later on.
Wait, who's the certain people? What the hell? Oh my days.
Yo, big up everybody.
Yeah,
Get
Rod,
me.
Rod.
Big up Outbreak Hotel. Then he's got some
Yeah,
fucking
man, well,
name
man.
blood.
Outbreak Hotel is open for service.
So that's sweet.
It's
We're taking
open.
booking.
Outbreak Hotel. Yeah, one point, Ralph.
Yeah, what you said, Unks? You good?
No, I
bro?
just got to take a phone call. I'll be back 1 second. 1 second.
Alright.
Yeah, let me just take this call. Let me just take this call.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
All right, cool, man. So what? Hey, Ralph, what are you saying, man? Do you want to should we get into the other one, or do you want to have a little chat with Captain about
I don't
anything
know.
like?
Wait for it. If Captain come on for something, innit? You gotta listen to it. Right? You man talking about something, innit? But did you hear that conversation though?
Which one? What? With
With
Rogers?
Raj. Yeah.
Rogers riding. They used to. What's it?
That was pretty funny still.
I cried when he was drunk. He bottled the bread and then he cheated on his sister.
No, he said he was beating up his sister still.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. Definitely.
Yeah, bro.
Well, you definitely should have smacked him up, cuz.
Come on, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
I like Raj, you know. Yo. Come on, man.
That's when man was calling him Raj Robinson before still. Yeah, man. Obviously, fuck that, man. Man was banging up his sister, innit, man?
Yeah,
So
man, I have that still.
man's got to fucking hold a bottle with his head top for that, bro. Trust
Yeah,
me.
man. 100%.
I
100%.
call that, man. So what you saying, Cap, man? Yo, Capo.
Yo.
What you saying?
Oh fuck! I'm on
You
this.
still on the phone?
No, he's I think he's on the phone still. On the phone still. So no one else is coming online. I don't mind playing the thing, but it's just because Captain's come on, innit? So
Yo, me play the thing, fam. Do your thing, innit?
I see.
You know
The
what?
show
Yeah,
must run.
Yo, Cap, listen, yeah.
The show must
Yo,
run,
yeah.
bro.
It's not a short play though, innit? It's a long video still.
Yeah.
It's a long medicine, you get me? Like you're saying that, right, obviously when some man come up with their debunking videos, yeah, Schiffer, yeah, They're like little 2 minute videos. Some other shits. Yeah. we got comprehensive shit. You get me? Man, that's what they're talking about. Yeah.
What's Shiverson called?
He's on Pinero's Minds, I think it's called Pinero's Minds. But
Pinero's Minds.
yes, he usually got a show every day at 8:30, but he obviously must have been busy over this little piece.
Yeah.
I ain't seen the show still, but yeah, man. Huh?
Who comes on?
Who goes on the show?
Yeah.
Nah, yeah, he's got a few people that jump on the waves. There's a full panel still. You get me? Obviously, it's not the same speakers corner, but some of the people that from my channel jumped over there as well. Like, obviously, come and tries to promote everyone's show as well.
Yeah, I heard that stuff. Large not ready for that stuff. Yeah, bro. What are you saying?
If you're not a pagan, yeah, and you've got a YouTube channel, and you jump on and put in work on my channel, I've got no problems promoting your channel. You know what I mean? Your show. Yeah.
Come on, man. So no one else in the chats wants to jump on.
No one don't want it with a block, man. You crazy? Men don't want it with a block.
We're not scared, you know. We're not scared still.
Y'all don't want it with hope. No. You hear me?
Give me the medicine to go away. That medicine.
We're running this rap shit. You hear me? James and Valley, we running this rap shit. Ultra Rap, we running this rap shit.
We're not scared still. Even Shaka Ra's scared, man. It's not even coming on here. He's trying to recycle the spirit thing. I keep telling him, bro. You can't come on here.
Believe in God, you get wrapped up in plastic and that's it.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Yeah, like a brand new sofa. Man up in plastic like a brand new sofa.
Oh, man. I'm good.
What do you say, Cat, man? Alright, but listen, yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna play. We was gonna play. We just played a video, yeah, on the evolution of skin tone. Yeah, it's a latest study. They've been doing it for how long? Was it about 15 years or something. Yeah,
Yeah, play your video, bro. I'm here.
Yeah, but there's now that we're playing another one there on why evolution is a fact. Yeah, and this one is going to be red pill season. So if you have a sky daddy, if you have a god, if you have a sky mummy, if you have a book that says it's some sort of science book when it doesn't say nothing to do with science in it.
Metaphysics book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got metaphysics. If you got spirits, if you got some spooky stuff, yeah. If you got anything like that, yeah, you are gonna get smiddled. You get me? Yeah.
Play the thing, man.
Yeah,
Play the
you're
thing.
gonna get some mouth right now. You get me? Yeah. All right, hey, Renegade off. Run the track.
Yeah, man.
No.
So tonight, I'm going to talk a little bit, or riff on the book, which you can buy, Why Evolution is True. Talk a little bit about the evidence for evolution. It's a consilience in the Wilsonian sense, in that many strands of evidence come together. And segue, I guess, into the reasons why Americans don't like evolution so much, and you all know that. And at the end, we'll talk a little bit about religion and the dysfunctionality of American society. But most of it will be... I didn't say that religion was the dysfunction, right? So it turns out it's not, but it's connected to that. And that's something I'll talk about at the end. But I want to start with the facts, and this is a little bit about about the American resistance to evolution. This is a paper that was published in 2006 by Miller et al. In Science, in which they ranked 32 countries in terms of the acceptance of their inhabitants of the theory of evolution, actually human evolution. So the length of the blue bars, this is 100%, is the proportion of people who accept evolution. The yellow is people that aren't sure, and red is people who think evolution, or at least human evolution, is false. And you can see there's Iceland and Denmark and Sweden are at the top with 80% acceptance, and things go downhill as you go further south in Europe. But the really embarrassing part is this, which is where we fall. Out of 32 countries, we're number 31 with acceptance of evolution of, well, it says here about 40%, but it turns out that's actually way too high. But it's, nevertheless, it's a national embarrassment. The only country below us is a Muslim country, which is largely fundamentalist and has its own reasons for rejecting evolution. So this is an embarrassment. Imagine if you surveyed the countries of the world, of the technically advanced countries of the world, and you found out that only 40% of Americans accepted the germ theory of disease, or the theory that matter was made up of atoms. You'd say there was a crisis in understanding or education. Well, here it is for something that's just as true as the theory of atoms and germs, which is the theory of evolution. And I'll try to persuade you tonight of the truth of this theory if you aren't already, although I suspect that most of you already are. So I want to talk a little bit more about the resistance to evolution. So here's another poll that was taken by last year by the Gallup poll, in which a large sample of Americans was surveyed about how they thought humans came to be. They got three choices: you either evolved from an earlier species, which is straight naturalistic evolution; you're created by God in the last 10,000 years, poofed into existence. That's young Earth creationism. And human beings evolved, but that evolution was guided by God, either made the right mutations or installed the soul at the right point. And that's called theistic evolution. So here's the answers to that question. 40% of Americans were young Earth creationists. 38%, which is surprisingly high in my view, accept evolution, but thought that God tweaked it. And 6% were unsure. Well, you can do the math and subtract for 100. Only 16% of Americans accept the way evolution the way we Americans or we scientists understand it, as a purely naturalistic, materialistic process. So that's 1 in 6 of your neighbors believes the way scientists do, or people who work in this museum. It gets worse if you ask Americans what they think should be taught to children in the public schools. They're given a choice of 4: evolution only, creation only, intelligent design, or all 3. And again, you can do the math. Only 12%, 1 in 8 Americans think that only evolution should be taught in the schools. And the other, you're either unsure, but most of them think that some mixture of evolution and creationism should be taught. And in fact, the most misguided answer is this: all 3. This is the American sense of fair play at work here. 55%. Let the kids sort it out, okay? It's like saying, okay, teach them astrology and astronomy and psychology and let them sort out who regulates human behavior. But it's pretty distressing. If you guys think that because you're in Massachusetts, you're the best in the country and you're sophisticated about these things, well, you're pretty good. But if you grade the public school standards for teaching evolution in the various states, you can see here the South gets Fs and stuff. But Massachusetts only gets a B, not an A. And the reasons for that are, first of all, Massachusetts state standards, at least according to this paper, disguises the fact that humans evolved. I don't know how they disguise it. And second of all, that cosmological evolution, or the origin of the universe, is not taught until high school. So it's put on. So for that reason, you guys are rated a B, which is okay compared to like Alabama and Texas, but you could do better. So do something about that disguised human evolution in your state schools. Okay, so of course the result of this suspicion and dislike of evolution amongst Americans is that it causes these incursions into the public schools at regular intervals, in which creationists or intelligent design people try to get their theories taught to people. This is the Dover case. You're probably aware of this, in 2005, in which intelligent design was mandated to be taught in Pennsylvania high school. And there was a big brouhaha in the courts. Unfortunately, it was struck down as not science. But this happens. These brush fires occur at regular intervals in America, in which creationists try to get their misguided views taught in the public schools. So to try to combat this, I wrote the book, which is you can get, or join the museum, which is even better, to get a free copy, which lays out, hopefully in a non-confrontational, objective way, what the evidence for evolution was, trying to convince people that evolution was true so that this stuff wouldn't happen again. Now, it turned out that this is probably a misguided effort. There are certain branch of people in this country that you cannot convince with evidence, but I did the best I could. So for the next, say, 30 minutes or so, I'd like to talk about why evolution is true, the various lines of evidence for evolution, and what it is. The reason I wrote this book, besides just laying out the evidence, is sort of threefold. First of all, evolution is probably the supreme achievement of the human intellect, I think, even more so than calculus, because it tells us the true story of where we came from. And it's amazing recursion that this brain has figured out where this brain came from in the first place. It's a pretty marvelous thing when you think about it. Second of all, presenting evolution versus its alternative, which is creationism, tells people how hypotheses are tested scientifically. How do you adjudicate these two views of the origin of the universe and life in the face of evidence? And finally, the evidence is pretty cool. I mean, a lot of the evidence is very intriguing. I'll try to show some of the more gee-whizzy stuff tonight. So, and it comes from various areas of biology. It's drawn from, it's not just the fossil record. So I want to talk to you about why evolution is true. I won't ask you to raise your hands because those who think that it isn't true aren't going to raise their hands, but I'm sure there are at least a few people in here. And even if you accept evolution, I'd like you to know the reason why you should accept evolution. I'll be evidence for it. So to answer the question why evolution is true, first I have to tell you what we mean by truth in science. Since I'm telling you why the theory of evolution is true, I have to tell you what a scientific theory is to begin with, and then what the theory of evolution really is, because it's more than one thing. It's not necessarily what everybody thinks it is. And finally, the real stuff, the meat of the talk, the evidence why evolution is true. Okay, so what do we mean by a scientific claim being true? Those of you who practice science know the answer to this. We have no handle on absolute truth in science. There's no bell that goes off when we find a fact that says, okay, you've got the absolute truth now, you can stop. It's always provisional. So the best definition of scientific truth that I can think of is actually one that Steve Gould, who used to work in the museum, constructed, which is basically an assertion for which there's so much evidence that it would be perverse to deny it. I think that's a really, it's a really good way to define scientific truth. It doesn't mean that it's an absolute truth. It just means you'd be dumb if you didn't look at this evidence and say, this is the reality of nature, okay? And here's a scientific truth. It's a theory as well, Adams. Scientific truth that infectious diseases are caused by viruses or bacteria. And what I'll try to convince you tonight is that there are just as many facts in support of evolution as there are of these other so-called theories as well. These things are theories and at once are scientific truths in the sense that you'd be dumb if you said you didn't think atoms existed. You'd be dumb if you didn't think cholera was caused by a microorganism. You'd be dumb or perverse if you said that you didn't think evolution occurred, which of course is more than 40% of Americans. Okay, so I hate to say that, but I mean, it's not really dumb in the sense of stupidity. It's ignorant. Well, I don't. We'll go into this at the end of the talk. Okay. So we always speak of the theory of evolution, just as we speak of the theory of atoms and the germ theory of disease. What do we mean by a scientific theory? Creationists always dismiss evolution. You've heard this yourself. It's just a theory. Ronald Reagan did this in 1980. It's only a theory. I think that there are other things that are just as good. But a scientific theory is more than a hypothesis. I mean, a hypothesis or a guess. A hypothesis or a guess is something like the Celtics are going to win the playoff, which is not a very good hypothesis or guess. But a theory in science means more than that. It's a coherent group of propositions meant to explain facts about the world. So when we talk about the germ theory of disease, it is that the facts that we know about how diseases are transmitted point to microorganisms as the cause. Atoms are pointed to as the cause. Many, many different lines of evidence as the fundamental chemical constituents of matter. So that's why we still call it the atomic theory and the germ theory of disease. But none of you doubt the fact that matter is made of atoms, or I hope that infectious diseases are caused by microorganisms. And the theory of evolution is just like that. It's a group of propositions, which I'll outline in a second, meant to explain facts about the real world. Okay, what's the difference between a theory and a fact? Steve Gould talked about this extensively in his natural history columns, and there is no difference, at least in my view. A theory is a set of propositions to explain facts about the real world. When a theory accumulates a certain amount of evidence that supports it, as we have for the theory of atoms, the theory of germ theory of disease, and the theory of evolution, then it graduates to facthood. Okay, so basically, when I say evolution is a theory, I can also say it's a fact at the same time, and it is. And I'll give you the evidence, which is in this arrow here. Okay, so what is the theory of evolution, the Darwinian theory? I mean, the theory of evolution is many things. Number one being the one that you think it is, which is that evolution happens. That is, organisms evolve. As an evolutionary geneticist, I define that as genetic change in populations over long periods of time. Okay, but there's actually 5 parts to the theory of evolution. And if you want to say it's true, you have to say that all 5 parts are true. Okay, so there's part 2, which is that it's usually gradual. And by gradual, I don't mean, you know, it takes gazillions of years for evolution to occur, but I mean, it does not happen overnight. It takes hundreds or thousands or even millions of years for appreciable genetic change to happen in populations. Okay. These parts of the theory don't all stand or fall together. You can have evolution, for example, but it doesn't have to be gradual. So you have to support each of these pillars independently. Speciation occurs. This is my area of expertise. It's more than just evolution. You have to have a lineages which branch to create descendant species. If we had, this branching had not occurred, we'd still only have one highly evolved species with us today, the lineal descendant of the first organism. But we have at least 9 million species on Earth today, and that's because this branching process has occurred, and it's happened so profusely that now we have to represent the tree of life by this sort of circle of life, and even this is compressed considerably. There's the ancestral organism right there of all species, and then it's just branched into these gazillions of things here through the branching process. So we have to support that too, okay? Now, the process that organisms split, the idea split, leads to the converse, that if you trace any pair of organisms back in time, in this branch here, for example, B and C, if you trace them back in time, you're going to find a single ancestor that was their common ancestor, the so-called missing link. So part 4 of evolution is that all species share a common ancestry. You can pick any 2 species on Earth, like a fern and a squirrel, and we can now trace back approximately when that common ancestor lived between these 2 species and when it lived using molecular data. But this, of course, this splitting process and this common ancestry has to be supported independently. Here's the common ancestry of humans in the primate lineage. We share a common ancestry with chimps about 7 million years ago, with gorillas about 10, orangutans about 13. What we mean by being most closely related to something means that our common ancestor with that thing existed more recently. So we're more closely related to chimps than we are to gorillas because our common ancestor with the chimps lived more recently than our common ancestor with the gorillas. You probably know all this stuff, so my apologies if I'm preaching to what you already know. And finally, the last part of the pillar of the theory of evolution is the idea that much of evolutionary change, although not all of it, is caused by the process of natural selection, which I will assume you know or have an inkling of because it takes too long to describe. It is the only force, it's not really a force, it's what happens. It is the only process that occurs that gives organisms the appearance of being adapted to their environments. The marvelous fins of the fish, the beak of the woodpecker, the spines of the cactus, and so on. And again, this is independent of what I said before. You can have all this stuff, points 1 to 4 occurring, and yet it might not have occurred largely by natural selection. There are other kinds of evolutionary processes that have been proposed to cause both adaptation and evolution. So these are the 5 pillars of the theory of evolution, and I'm going to try to support all of them in the talk. So what is the evidence? Evolution is a scientific theory. Most good scientific theories make predictions about what you should find if they are true, and that is also true of evolution. The first one, which is the most obvious one, is if life originated on Earth in the distant past, this is Jack Szostak's area of expertise, and evolved, we should see that the first organisms on Earth were very simple, at least the first fossilized ones, and that as time passed, organisms on average became more complex, and that the organisms that you find most recently in the fossil record would be the ones that most closely resemble the things that on Earth today that are alive, because they're the ancestors of those things. You know this is the geologic column. You can see it from the Archean to the Quaternary, back from the origin of Earth at 4.6 billion years ago to the recent times. The earliest traces of life occur at 3.6 or 3.5 billion years ago, and those are stromatolites, blue-green algae, which they used to be called, they're known as cyanobacteria. They're these things. So the earliest forms of life that we do see fossilized about 3.5 billion years ago are indeed simple. Life obviously originated way before that, but the first things we see are there. And then as you go up, you see other forms coming in, fish, land, plants, and perhaps things that we find more complex towards the top. You don't see humans down here. You don't see dinosaurs up here. This is in line with what evolution predicts, okay? Other predictions. There's speciation. Okay, so lineage is sometimes split. We should be able to find examples of this splitting in the fossil record, and we should be able to find examples of common ancestry in the fossil record. Well, it's not that easy to find one lineage splitting into two in the fossil record, since it usually happens relatively quickly, but we do have evidence, and in fact, we've seen new species arise in a human lifetime. Here's an example of a new species arising in 1.7 million years. It's a diatom, a marine organism, which has a really good fossil record, because when they die, they just sink to the bottom of the ocean. They're covered by sediments. You stick a tube down in the ocean floor and pull it up, and there you have a record of millions of years of evolution by cutting into the core. So this is the diatom. One characteristic, the height of the organism, of the height of the hyaline area, it's like this length in micrometers, and this is the age. So we're going up towards more recent times over a period of 1.7 million years. And you can see here that we see evolutionary change that sort of bounces around. It's not directional, but it is indeed evolutionary change, and it's gradual. But I've left off part of this graph. If you actually look at the core carefully, you will see here's a splitting event, where this thing actually split at this point or somewhere around there into two different species. That one of them that became smaller in size, maybe because these were competing for food. Here's some fossil evidence for splitting. If you want, now people aren't impressed by diatoms, they want something more, they want a big charismatic organism. So here's the horse. We have a really good record of horse evolution, which mostly occurred in Western North America, at least that's where the fossils are. And over a period of time, I think it's probably 25 million years, but I can't be sure about that. We start with a small animal about that big, Hyracotherium, and we can trace at least one lineage up to the modern horse there, in which there's substantial evolutionary change going on. Loss of toes. This one had 4. The toes gradually shrink and get smaller and smaller and smaller until we have only 1 toe in the modern horse, which is actually the hoof of the horse. It's walking on its single toe, the metatarsal. And there are other lineages as well. Lots of things are going on besides the loss of toes here. The animal's getting bigger. The teeth are getting bigger because it has to deal with grass, since the forests are being replaced by grassland. So there's all kinds of major evolutionary change going on. And you see gradualism, you see evolutionary change, and you see splitting all in this branch of horse evolution. You can see it's not a simple lineal descendant from Hyracotherium to this horse. It's a branching pattern, just like our own ancestry of humans, okay? Evolution makes further predictions. If creatures share common ancestry, then we should be able to find evidence of common ancestors for different species that live on Earth today. And here's one that was predicted in Darwin's time by Thomas Henry Huxley, who observed that there were certain similarities between birds and reptiles. They both lay eggs. There's similarities of their circulatory system and the way their hearts are constructed. And so Huxley and his contemporaries suspected that because we knew that reptiles were down there in the fossil record, but there were no birds 300 million years ago, that birds descended from reptiles. Okay, so that's a prediction that was made before we had any fossils to test it. What you want to look for, ideally, is the missing link. The missing link is that single species of reptile which gave rise to all modern birds on one hand and all modern reptiles on the other. So creationists will say, find us that species. And if you can't, you're out of luck. But evolution does not require that you find a single link to show that birds descended from reptiles. You don't need to do that. What you can do is find early birds, or the lineal ancestors of birds, that have reptilian characteristics at about the time that this branching is supposed to have taken place. So we don't really, when they say the missing link is still missing and therefore we don't have evidence that birds descended from reptiles, that's a false requirement. It's a too strict requirement. In fact, creationists say this all the time, and they'll make fun of this. I've been at lectures by creationists where they'll say, well, those stupid evolutionists tell us that birds evolved from reptiles. Well, okay, if you believe that, then this is what you're going to have to look for in the fossil record. This is called a crocoduck. It's a croc of something, but but you don't need this, because and I've been in audiences where the creationists will laugh and say, those stupid evolutionists, how could they think something like that? And they'll wave their Bibles if they have them. But in fact, we do have something like this, but it's even better because it is the real intermediate form between modern birds and reptiles. And here's one example. There's been in the last 20 years a huge number of fossil finds, mostly from China, of things that are sort of half reptilian and half bird. And here's one of them, Cynodontosaurus millenii, which dates back to about 125 million years in the fossil record, which is after dinosaurs had already been in existence for some time, but before we find modern birds. So it's right where you'd expect it to be. Basically, this thing that you're looking at, you can't tell whether it's a bird or a reptile. It's very similar in its skeleton to the theropod dinosaurs. And here's theropod dinosaurs. You've seen them from Jurassic Park with these fast-running bipedal dinosaurs that might have been hot-blooded and vicious, and some of them were quite small and bird-like. And here, their skeletons look almost like this one here. You can see the skeleton, Sinornithosaurus. It has dinosaurian characteristics. It looks very much like a theropod. It has teeth. Can't see them so well. There's a tooth there. Its fingers are unfused. If you look at your chicken wings, fingers are fused. They're not like that. This is reptilian. And it has this long bony tail, and you know from looking at the Pope's nose on your turkey that no bird has a long bony tail. But there are these things, and they're feathers. These are impressions of feathers. This thing was a feathered reptile. Well, some Cladist is going to take issue with me here. A feathered thing which is similar to theropod dinosaurs, but has this new addition here. And it probably looks something like this. It appears at the right time in the fossil record, 125 million years ago. It probably looks something like this. I think it was in Nature or Science a couple weeks ago, they found an even earlier form of something like this, in which it was basically a dinosaur, but it had thin filaments of feathers on the thing. So feathers probably did not evolve to help these things fly. They evolved for other reasons, perhaps due to thermoregulation or species recognition, or other reasons. But at any rate, what better thing can you have to show that birds evolved from reptiles? It's prediction that has been verified by many, many fossils like this. Here you have a dinosaur, a reptile that has feathers, okay? This is the crocoduck that creationists are always saying that we don't have. Whales are another story. In the last 30 years, whales were another mystery. I remember going to a lecture by Duane Gish, a famous creationist, at the University of California, in which he said, well, these stupid evolutionists tell us that whales evolved from artiodactyls, which are animals like cows. They're even-toed mammals. And he said, well, what would that require? And he showed a picture of an animal. The front half was a Jersey cow, and the back half was a fish. And it was standing on the edge of the water, but it had a question mark over it. It said, like, what am I? And all the creationists laughed in the audience. It's a stupid scientist. Well, okay, we didn't have the fossils then. So all we could say is we're pretty sure that whales evolved from tetrapods because there's so many affinities genetically and morphologically between artiodactyls, even-toed animals, and modern whales. Well, people have filled in this gap in the last 20 years. This is one of the most remarkable examples of an evolutionary prediction being fulfilled. Well, first of all, we found something that looks very much like the common ancestors of whales. It's like the muntjac, the small deer of Southeast Asia that's known to dive in the water to escape from predators and stay underwater for several minutes. We have this thing called Indohyus, which is very much like a muntjac, but it has certain ear structures which make us think that this is indeed the animal that gave rise to modern whales. And then we found all these things. We have a series going back, starting 50 million years ago and going to 42 million years ago, of things which progressively become less and less deer-like and more whale-like. Their limbs shrink, their front limbs turn into flippers, their rear limbs go away, the nostrils move at the top of the head to form a blowhole. All kinds of, the ears change so that there's no external openings. There's all kinds of modifications going on. And we have all these intermediate forms now that show this progressive loss. Here's one of them. I think this is Rhodocetus, but I'm not absolutely sure. You can find it in the book. And so this happened over a period of 8 million years. That's a remarkably fast rate of evolution. We evolved from our ancestor for chimpanzees. It took us about 7 million years of divergence. This is about the same amount of time, 8 million years, to go from a deer to a whale. Now, and we have the transitional form. So when creationists say we don't have one thing, one kind evolving into another kind, you cannot say that this and that are the same kind of animal, whether you use biblical kinds or species. Here we have a major evolutionary transition that's been documented, was predicted and documented by fossils. And this is probably the best thing that's happened since Darwin, is the efforts of paleontologists to confirm him. We have fossil record of fish transforming themselves into amphibians. Tiktaalik, you've probably heard of Neil Shubin's work. We have amphibians turning into reptiles, reptiles turning into mammals, and reptiles turning into birds. And of course, the human fossil record, which was posited by Darwin to exist in Africa in 1871. There were no early fossils then. probably the most dramatic evolutionary prediction that has been succeeded. And sure enough, in the 1920s, they began turning up human ancestry beginning with Australopithecus in South Africa. Okay. So we have all these predictions of the theory of evolution that have been verified. We have common ancestry, we have gradualism, we have genetic change in populations, and we have speciation. But there's also what we call retrodictions, things that make sense only in light of evolution, but aren't necessarily predicted by evolution. There are all these biological puzzles in embryology, in morphology, and in physiology that people couldn't understand until Darwin's theory of evolution. And it was Darwin who first deduced most of this evidence in 1859. Here's one of them. This is a dolphin embryo, spotted dolphin embryo at 24 days. If you know your embryology, can everybody see this? Okay, I guess you can see it over there. These are the limb buds. This is the front limb. This is the hind limb. This looks remarkably like a human embryo, which is more evidence for evolution. This thing develops into the flipper. But why is there a hind limb bud? Why do dolphins have this thing? They don't have hind limbs. You can see that right there. There's nothing there, right? Well, why? It's because we now know from both fossil and molecular evidence that dolphins descended from land animals that had 4 legs. And what we see here is a remnant in development of that hind limb beginning to develop. Here it is in a tetrapod which still has its hind. Okay, that's the hind limb bone. Tetrapod that still has its limbs and keeps its limbs until a dolphin. This is a human embryo at about the same age, 30 days. 4 limb, hind limb bud, see in the same place. This becomes your arms. This becomes your legs. There's one on each side. In the human embryo, this continues to get bigger and forms your arms. This continues to get bigger and form your legs. In the dolphin embryo, that hind limb bud goes away. It starts developing and then it disappears. Okay, so you have to ask yourself, why would a creator make a dolphin embryo that starts to develop legs, but then aborts them at a certain stage of development? It doesn't make any sense under the hypothesis that was going in Darwin's time, which was creationism. It makes sense under the hypothesis that this animal evolved from something that had 4 legs, and it shows the remnants of that ancestry in a certain stage of development. Whoops, but then aborts them before it turns into the dolphin. So these become flippers, and these things go away. Occasionally, however, you have an atavism in a dolphin. A dolphin will be born with hind limbs. Very, very rare. Here's one of them. Turned over. You can see there they are right there, sticking right out. And if you look at them, they will have the bones of the hind limbs in them. So the genetic information is still there, but it's been repressed by evolution. Okay, that's the hind limbs of the dolphin. Whoops, sorry. Okay. Here's another thing that doesn't make sense. How many of you are aware that babies get hairy at some point in their development? Do you know that? You all were hairy at the age of about 6 months. You develop this thick coat of hair called the lanugo in utero, okay? And then it gets shed before you're born. It just falls off into the embryonic fluid. Unless you're born premature, which this infant was, and then the baby is covered with hair. Fortunately, that hair is shed as well. But you have to ask yourself, if you're a creationist, why would the creator put hair on a human embryo and then get rid of it? I mean, one possible answer is, well, it keeps it warm, right? Well, you know you don't need to keep warm in the womb because it's thermoregulated at 98.6 in there. You don't need hair. The answer to this question of why we have this is perfectly understood if you realize that we evolved from animals that were hairy and were born hairy, i.e. apes. We're the naked ape, but we still show our ancestry from hairy apes at this stage of our development, which is the same stage in which embryonic apes develop coats of hair. It's just that we begin to develop it and then we abort it, okay? If you go upstairs in the MCZ, you will see skeletons of whales and sperm whales, one like this. Next time you do that, or if you just walk over, I'm not sure what the building is, right? Northwest building, okay. Just look through the windows in there and you'll see 3 skeletons, a killer whale and 2 other kinds of little whales. And if you look closely, you'll see those things. You'll see 2 little bones hanging down, suspended by wires from the skeleton. They're not part of the skeleton in that they don't serve a structural function. In fact, they're embedded in the muscle. What are they and why are they there? They don't make any sense because they don't seem to have any function. And if you're a creationist, and remember, we're testing 2 hypotheses here, which are still amongst most of Americans opposing hypotheses, evolution versus creation. Well, it's because, as I said before, whales evolved from animals that had hind legs. These are the remnants of the hind legs and the pelvis that the whale used to have. So next time you go to a museum and look at a whale skeleton, look for these little bones hanging down from wires, and you'll see right there evidence that only can be explained by evolution. Sometimes there's an atavism. This is a humpback whale that was found by the famous explorer Roy Chapman Andrews back in the 20s or 30s. And sometimes a whale will be born with a couple of feet of legs sticking out right in the right place. And this is when you dissect them, you'll see that bones that are recognizably bones of the legs. You'll see the femur, the tibia, and the tarsus bones. You can see the scale of this. This is about 2 feet long. Okay, how do you explain the fact that whales still have genetic information that enables them to make hind legs? Only evolution, because they evolved from animals that had hind legs. Okay. You can make a further prediction from what we know about genetics and evolution now about what we would expect to see when we sequence the genome of an animal, which has only been possible in the last 20 years or so. When a structure disappears, like the hind legs of the whale or the hair of the humans, the way evolution does it doesn't just snip out the gene from the DNA saying, okay, I'm going to take away the leg genes now, remove them from the DNA. That's not the way it happens. What happens is those genes get silenced by mutations, and that makes the character disappear. So we can predict that in our genome, or in the genome of many species, we will find genes that no longer function, but that were functional in an ancestor, are no longer useful for that organism evolutionarily, and therefore have been silenced. But the DNA still remains as sort of a silent witness to our ancestry. Now, here's a human embryo again at the age of 4 weeks, and this is one of the silent witnesses that I'll talk about. This is both a vestigial or a non-functional trait and a non-functional gene. Here's the human embryo. So what is this thing here? It's, any of you guess? It's the yolk sac. Okay. We don't have yolk. Chickens have yolks. Reptiles have yolk. We're descended from reptiles way back when. We still form a yolk sac. There's nothing in it. It's as empty as a child's balloon at Park Street. There's nothing in it, and yet we still form it. It has no function. Why do we do that? It's a remnant of what we had when we were reptiles. But now that we can sequence human DNA, and this just appeared, I guess, about a year ago, we find that we have the genes for making the proteins that used to fill up the sac in our DNA. We still have 3 genes to make yolk in the human genome, but they're dead. They've been silenced by mutations. Okay, now how can a creationist answer that question? Why do we have these genes in the first place? Unless at one point they were active in one of our ancestors and have since been silenced. We not only have dead genes for making yolks, we have dead genes for making vitamin C. Humans don't eat vitamin. I mean, the reason we need vitamin C, we have to take it in our diet, why sailors get scurvy, is because we can't make it ourselves. But almost every other species of mammal can make vitamin C. We need to get it in our diet. Presumably we got enough of it in our diet when we were apes and fruits and stuff that we didn't need the synthetic pathway for making vitamin C. And so we don't use it anymore. In fact, that pathway is still in our DNA, but the last step in the pathway, the gene that makes the last transition from one molecule to the vitamin C that we need, is dead. Okay, it's gone. And it's inactivated by the very same mutation that inactivates the gene for making vitamin C in gorillas and chimpanzees, which also cannot make vitamin C. Now, how do you explain that? Why would the creator endow us with a fully fledged biochemical pathway and then wipe it away with a single mutation and yet keep it in our DNA? You cannot explain that in any other way except we have common ancestry with animals. Same with the genes that enable us to smell. We have hundreds of them, but the vast majority of our olfactory receptor genes, and this was a Nobel Prize was awarded for this work several years ago, the vast amount of genes that we have that enable us to smell are dead. We are organisms that rely on our sight and hearing to apprehend our environment, unlike a lot of our ancestors or relatives like cats and dogs. So if you look at the DNA of our genome and compare it to the DNA of a dog or a cat, you'll see that dogs and cats have lots of different genes enabling them to smell different molecules. We have those same genes too, but they're dead. They're inactive. They've been rendered useless by mutations, okay, because we don't need them. So our genome is a graveyard of dead genes that testifies to our ancestry. The last line of evidence for evolution, retrodictions, and again, this was made by Darwin in Origin of Species. Much of this evidence was first apprehended by Darwin. The vestigial organs, the embryology, these were all loose facts floating around in the journals of biology that nobody had ever thought to say, well, what does this mean? It only makes sense if, and then the if was the Origin of Species. And he had 2 chapters in that book on biogeography, which is the distribution of plants and animals on the surface of the planet. Okay. And I don't have time to go over this in great detail, but this is, to me, one of the most compelling bits of arguments for evolution that was made. And Darwin was justly proud of this. He thought that biogeography and embryology, because he didn't have a fossil record then, were the two killer points of evolution. So what are the facts about biogeography? Well, I'll just talk about one area, which is what we see on islands, in particular oceanic islands, which we define as islands that were formed from below the sea and appeared without any life on them. Volcanic islands, for example, like Hawaii or the Galapagos, or coral reef islands like Bermuda. These are known as oceanic islands because when they first appeared, nothing was on them. Those are in contrast to what we call continental islands like Britain and Madagascar and New Zealand, islands that used to be part of continents but then floated away from them due to plate tectonic movement. So here's Lord Howe in the South Pacific. It's a small island, but it's famous because it has lots of endemic species on it. And this is the thing that Darwin noticed, that for oceanic islands that were formed de novo, as opposed to continental islands, they had lots of weird endemic things on them, but they were lacking certain things. And oceanic islands, for example, like Lord Howe, do not have any endemic, which means endemic means found only in that place, mammals, reptiles, amphibian, and freshwater fish. Okay. And this is a general characteristic that Darwin noted. I mean, everybody knew this back then. Well, not everybody knew it, but if you went to the scientific literature, you would see, well, I went to Hawaii and there were no native mammals there. Or I went to the Galapagos and there's no freshwater fish. But those facts have not been collated or put into a synthetic framework. Hawaii has no endemic amphibians, reptiles, mammals, or freshwater fish. Okay, plenty of insects, plenty of plants, plenty of birds, but it lacks these things. Okay, why is that? Same with the Galapagos. The Galapagos has a couple of reptiles. It has the forest tortoises and this marine iguanas, but it doesn't have any endemic mammals. It doesn't have any endemic amphibians, no endemic freshwater fish. How do you explain that? Continental islands like Great Britain or New Zealand have plenty of these things on them. So there's these major kinds of animals missing from oceanic islands. So how do you explain that if you're a creationist? And the creationist, well, I know the creationist mindset so well that I can pretend I'm one. And they say, well, the Lord did not see fit to put these things on the islands because these islands are unsuitable habitat for things like amphibians, reptiles, mammals, and fish. Okay, so how do you test that assertion? Well, it was Darwin who did that. He just observed that when you introduce these things to the islands, they do really well. Here's two of them that did really well in Hawaii. If you've been to Hawaii, the first time I went to Hawaii, this nearly scared the hell out of me. I was driving down the road and this thing ran across a mongoose. And it turned out they had been introduced to control snakes, which had been introduced accidentally, and they were eating all the native birds. And mongoose are doing really well in Hawaii, thank you. And here's another one, an amphibian introduced in Hawaii. It's the cane toad, which you know from the movie The Cane Toad, if you've seen that, has taken over Hawaii. So as Darwin pointed out, these islands are suitable habitat in many ways for these animals and plants. They just don't occur there. Why is that? Obvious. How could they have gotten there in the first place? And that is the reason why on islands we see plenty of plants, birds, and insects. Plants can float across to a newly formed island, or they can be crapped out by birds. In fact, many island plants are actually crapped out by birds that are flown from the mainland. That's why there are so few trees on islands, because tree seeds are too big for most birds to eat. And birds, of course, can fly to an island. Insects can fly or be blown. So there's plenty of this stuff on the islands. There's so little of that stuff. Darwin pointed out, well, that makes sense if these endemic things that live on islands were descended from things that got there by overwater transport. And it's hard for a mammal, and even harder for a reptile or an amphibian, much less a freshwater fish, to get 600 miles across the ocean to get to the Galapagos. Okay. And the final sort of nail in the coffin in biogeography is if you look at the species on an oceanic island and you look where else in the world are the species that are similar to them, they're on the nearest mainland. And Darwin pointed this out for the Galapagos. If you're standing on the Galapagos, he said, you will feel an affinity with the flora and fauna of the western part of South America. Okay, why is that? Because these animals in the Galapagos descended from the animals in South America, despite the fact, how many of you have been to the Galapagos? Fair number. You know, if you've been there, you know it's nothing like the west coast of South America in terms of habitat. It's dry, rocky, lava habitat with not much water. The west coast of South America is rainforest. It's wet. So it's not a similarity in habitat that makes the animals in the Galapagos resemble those of the South American mainland. It's because they descended from them. It's their ancestors that came over water. Okay, so I dwell this at some length just to show you, because I've never heard a creationist even try to explain this evidence. They just sort of turn their heads and pretend it doesn't exist. The last prediction of evolution is that we have bad design. Okay, this is if you're my age, then you will be aware of this bad design. Fortunately, I have not yet experienced it, but I know it's going to happen because of this. Oh, sorry, because I see this on television every night. And I see men running from their golf carts to the restroom, so I know what's in store for me. If you know the way natural selection works, it takes what's there and modifies it into something else. Okay, so the flippers of the whale come from the front limbs of land-dwelling tetrapods, and that's why they still have separate digits and things. And so you don't expect evolution to result in a perfect design. It's jerry-rigged process because you're constrained with taking what was there before and going to something new, but every step in that process has to be adaptive because that's how natural selection works. So, so you predict that organisms are full of bad design. The cliche case is the appendix. I'm not going to talk about that. How many of you have had appendicitis? Okay, so you'd be dead if you lived before surgery. I think 15% of Americans get them. Bad design. Okay, creationists will say, well, it might help the immune system a little bit. It doesn't help the immune system enough to compensate for those 15% of people that would be dead with their appendix. So that's the cliche example. But I like the prostate better because not so many people know about it. Prostate gland, as you probably know, is a gland which, as in males, is next to the bladder. It surrounds the urethra, which is the tube through which urine flows. The prostate gland produces seminal fluid, the fluid that helps the sperm be transmitted down the duct, and it's a gland that surrounds the urethra. Okay. The problem with this design is that this gland is prone to swelling in later age. I won't ask you to raise your hand if this has happened to you, but it will if you're a male, or at least I don't know what the statistics are. I don't want to look them up, but I know they got to be common because it's on TV every night. Okay, so about a certain age, your prostate gland enlarges. When it enlarges, it cuts off the urethra. It squeezes this tube, and you can't urinate, and it's painful. And you all know about this, and that's why you have this stuff. That is a bad design. You do not put an organ prone to swelling around a collapsible tube if you're an intelligent designer. You put it somewhere else. Okay. Robin Williams noted this in one of his movies. I can't remember the name of it. It wasn't one of his better movies where he becomes the president of the United States accidentally. He's asked to pronounce on intelligent design, and he says, intelligent design, just look at the prostate gland. Look how it's designed. It's like running a sewage pipe through a playground, which is in fact what this is. So I could give lots of examples of this, but you know, it's in my book. Buy my book, and you'll read a whole chapter on this stuff. Okay, so, and finally, the last prediction, I can't go into this in detail, the one that creationists love to do is, if evolution or adaptation results largely from natural selection, then we should be able to find examples of natural selection operating in nature. In Darwin's time, we didn't have any, really. He used artificial selection, selective breeding, as an analog for natural selection. But we really want to do more than just watch a rose turn into a rose that has more petals or turns a different color. We want to actually see that happening in nature, because artificial selection, although it's a very good analog of natural selection, is mediated by human choice. We want to see it actually happening. Well, we now have enough cases to show that it is quite common in nature. We've had 300 cases at least that are pretty well known. They're all documented, or at least a lot of them in this book. This is actually old now, in the 70s. We have a lot more cases of natural selection in the wild by John Endler. And the most famous case that you're probably aware of is that of the medium groundfinch on the Galapagos, Geospiza fortis, which underwent a drought. The big seeds, juicy seeds that, the juicy small seeds that it used to live on before the drought died. All those plants died. It was forced to deal with big seeds that were tough to crack. And sure enough, the animal evolved. The population underwent a transformation in which its beak got 10% bigger in 1 year. Okay, this is natural selection. That's a lot of evolutionary chains. I mean, if you extrapolate it to like 1 million years, that would have a beak bigger than the moon. Okay, That didn't happen, of course, but I mean, it is a case of evolution that's been well documented. It's described in this book, The Beak of the Finch by Jonathan Weiner, which won the Pulitzer Prize, deservedly so. Okay, so summing up the evidence for evolution. First of all, we have all these different lines from different areas. We have a fossil record which shows gradualism, change, splitting, and common ancestry. That's 4 out of the 5 requirements for the theory of evolution to be supported. We have the existence of vestigial organs, a completely different field of biology, our appendix, the whale's pelvis. We have these weird quirks of development like the lanugo in humans and the rear limb buds in dolphins. We have the examples of bad design like the prostate gland, our spines, the painful childbirth that human females are forced to endure because of the constraints of their pelvis and our need for big brains. Biogeography, a completely different area of evidence, and examples of natural selection in nature. So we have all this stuff, each of these from a different area of biology. What does that mean? It means that you're perverse if you don't put this stuff together and say that evolution is true, okay? Now, there are conceivably some facts that could show that evolution was wrong. I've made a list of them. I mean, like all things, evolution is a provisional truth. There are some things that could convince me, at least, that it didn't happen. Now, that we don't have any of that evidence, but I just want to make a list to show you that we're aware that this theory could be falsified. Fossils in the wrong place. I mentioned humans in the Precambrian. If you had an adaptation in one species that was good only for another species, for example, if you found a nipple on a female mole that could only be used to suckle a mouse, if you found something like that, you'd be hard-pressed, because natural selection can't do that. If you found a lot of that, you'd be hard-pressed to think, and I've made all these other examples too, but we haven't found them. We haven't found any of these. So despite a million chances for us to find out that evolution was wrong, we haven't found a single one. Evolution always comes up right. And that means, as in any scientific sense as you want to accept, that evolution is true. Okay. So that's the end of the evidence part, but I just want to take a few minutes at the end to talk about why people don't believe it. In the book I describe, I lectured to a group of wealthy businessmen on the North Shore of Chicago who paid me a goodly sum to come up and lecture to their group about the evidence for evolution. And afterwards, one guy came up to me and said, "Well, Dr. Coyne, I found your evidence that you presented, some of it, which I've already presented, was very convincing, but I'm not convinced." Okay, and I scratched my head internally, of course, and thought, well, why would somebody find convincing evidence and not be convinced? But in fact, most Americans are not convinced by evolution. This is the belief in evolution has been static for the last 26 years. This is a graph showing the percentage of Americans that accept creationism, young Earth creationism, Earth 6,000 years old, people and everything else poofed into existence, theistic evolution, God-guided evolution. I mean, I don't even know if I count these people as believing in evolution, because they say that, yeah, things evolve, but God changed things here and there. I mean, that's not evolution the way scientists understand it. And then people who believe in evolution the way, or accept evolution the way scientists do, these numbers, they've barely budged, okay, over this period. In this period of 26 years, we have had Carl Sagan, we've had Stephen Jay Gould, we've had Ed Wilson, we've had Richard Dawkins, we've had National Geographic, we've had the animal channels. It's not like people don't know that there's evolution out there, but they still, look at these figures, are flat. And of course you don't, sorry? Don't know. Okay. Those are the people that are afraid to say they're creationists. I don't know. That's just a guess. So, I mean, there's a slight and heartening uptick here from 9 to 14%. It's in absolute terms, it's only a 5% increase, but in real terms, it's 5/9 or 55, 55% change. But really, and my book came out in 2009, but I'm sure you're not going to see a dramatic uptick due to my book. I mean, it's flat. So why is this? We know that evolution has occurred. It's a scientific fact as solid as the fact that there's atoms and that infectious diseases are caused by bacteria. Why is this? Well, you know why it is. Why are we here? Why are we next to the bottom? There's a simple one-word answer which people hate to hear, because although it's true, it's invidious to many people, and that's this, which is religion. the reason why we have opposition to evolution in this country and not in the other countries is because we are an extraordinarily religious nation. In fact, of all first world countries, we are the most religious. Now, it may seem stupid for me to tell you that creationism comes from religion, because you know that. I have never met a creationist in my life who was not motivated by religion. And they'll tell you that. And the churches will say, we don't believe in evolution because it contravenes scriptures. Or Muslims will say it contravenes the Quran. So if you just listen to what people say about evolution, you will know that the opposition that we have to acceptance of evolution is not due to Americans being stupid or being unexposed to the evidence. It's due to the fact that they have another belief system which prevents them from accepting evolution, and that is religion. Now, I know we have a fairly well-off liberal crowd here, and when I debate liberal theologians, I'm surprised at how little they really know about how religious Americans really are. So I want to talk about how religious, very briefly, Americans really are, because that's what's preventing us from understanding evolution. What proportion of people in the United States believe in the literal existence of angels? How many? What, can somebody like shout out guesses or something? Whoa, you know the data better than I do. 63%. It goes higher if you go to hell. 70% believe in hell, 70% believe in heaven. I think 70%, well, 92% of Americans say that they believe in God, and about 75% they absolutely believe in God. If you ask them how many accept evolution, and you're being generous here because I'm including theistic evolution, 40%. Okay, these things don't exist. What Darwin said it does exist. Yes. Oh, you can't. Is that a general problem? I'm sorry. I'll move the mic up and try to speak a little louder. Thanks for telling me. Okay, is that better? I'll try to talk louder too. Okay, and if you can't hear that, then you need a hearing aid. Okay, so this is what we're facing. Belief in angels. 63% of the people that you see, not necessarily walking around Harvard Square, but just taking a cross section of American believe in angels. Okay, why is evolution so strongly opposed by religion? Well, you know why it is. First of all, evolution, it doesn't teach this, but it has this philosophical effect on people. It has effective views on origin and our expressionless. We are primates descended from other primates that were sort of hairy and probably walked on their knuckles. We're not the special objects of creation, according to the theory of evolution. We're just one little branch, albeit a big-brained branch, on the tree of life, and we're no more special than a squirrel is. And I always think that to myself when I see the squirrels and walking across Harvard Yard. Effective views of purpose and meaning. A lot of people will read evolution as saying, well, we have no purpose. We just descended from inorganic molecules 3.5 billion years ago. Life has no meaning. I'm going to shoot myself if you're Camus or something. But I mean, this is true. This is what these people say, and this is what creationists will tell you why they don't like evolution. And finally, its effect on morality. If morality was not handed down by God, then why don't we just behave like beasts? Because we evolved from beasts. Okay. So for these reasons and many others, religion does not like evolution. Unlike any other branch of science, save perhaps cosmology, evolution hits our feeling of solipsism in the solar plexus. It just says we're just highly evolved rotifers. So, okay. Okay, so I mean, I shouldn't have to try to convince people that religion is the cause of anti-evolutionism in America because it's so palpably obvious. But when I do that, there are many people whom I call faitheists who don't necessarily believe in God themselves, but think that religion is a good thing because it keeps the masses down, it keeps them happy. You don't want to diss religion because so many people find it. I mean, I really don't understand it. You can argue with somebody for being a Republican. You can say they're stupid for being a Republican. You shouldn't have these views. And political views are held very deeply as religious views. But if you tell somebody their religious views are wrong, they don't want to hear about it. They call you strident and militant, and there's something wrong with you. So when I say that religion is the cause of anti-evolutionism or anti-science in America in many ways, it's palpably obvious, but I have to convince people. Okay, it's not only the cause of anti-evolutionism in America, it's the cause of anti-evolutionism throughout the world. Here's a graph that I plotted where I took 32 European countries, the same 32 I showed you before. I simply plotted on the x-axis the degree of belief in God of the inhabitants of each country, from low God to high God beliefs. And it's basically the way they do this, I think, is how often do you pray every day to yourself. That's the index I think they use for this. And then the acceptance of evolution from the graph I showed you before. And you see the strong negative correlation here. These countries up here with high acceptance of evolution like Denmark, Sweden, etc., have low belief in God. There are countries, believe it or not, where only 20% of the inhabitants believe in God. Look to Scandinavia for those. And then as the countries become more and more religious, the acceptance of Darwinism goes down. This is a highly statistically significant correlation. Where are we? Right there. Highly religious. There's Turkey, but only below us. We're highly religious, 80% here, the answer to this question, and low acceptance of evolution, about 40%. Okay, so what does this mean? You can interpret this kind of correlation in several ways. I'm almost done here, by the way. First of all, you could say, well, if it's just these two factors affecting each other, maybe the more you accept evolution going up here, the less likely you are to be religious. That is, learning about evolution turns you into an atheist, okay? And certainly for some people that's true. I think that happened to Darwin, for example. And certainly people who go into evolution, eventually, a lot of them, their religious belief tends to be eroded. But I think the main reason for this correlation is the other one. In fact, I know it's the other one. It's that belief in God prevents you. It puts a mental wall up between you and accepting the facts of evolution. Why do I know this? Well, I'll give you a statistic in a minute. But many people get their religion. In fact, everybody gets their religion before they get their Darwin. So those barriers to accepting evolution are instilled in you by your parents or your peers or your church before you get to understand evolution, and they prevent you from understanding it. So I think, and there's possibly an uncorrelated third variable here. In fact, I know there is, but this shows you that I think that acceptance of religion is a palpable and important force in blocking acceptance of evolution. What it means, of course, is that me standing up here and telling you about the vestigial bones of the whale is not going to do crap, right? Because if you are determined by your faith not to believe that, then no matter what I tell you, you're not going to. And here's some proof from it. This is a Time magazine poll taken in 2006 that generally asked Americans, if science found a fact that contradicted the tenets of your faith, what would you do? So you have a choice. You accept the fact, despite the fact that it contravenes your religion. You accept your faith and deny the fact. In other words, you're perverse, or you get cognitive dissonance. Okay, so here's the answer. What percentage of Americans would reject the fact in favor of their faith? What is your guess of what that? How many? You people are really cynical. In fact, it's 64%. Okay, but look, that's a frightening figure. 64% of Americans will reject a scientific fact if it goes against the dictates of their faith. If this doesn't tell you why evolution is not accepted in America, because the Bible tells you that evolution didn't occur, then I don't know what does. Okay. So what's the conclusion from this? Well, if you want people to accept the fact, the sort of conclusion that you would draw is, well, you got to get them to reject their faith. In other words, get rid of religion. A famous professor told me the other day, if I had my way, I would shoot everybody in this country that's religious. I won't name him/her because you'd have to wear a Kevlar vest, or she would have to wear a Kevlar vest. But it is the fact that I think that the root, that what this mandates is that if we really want evolution to be accepted by Americans, we have to loosen the grip of religion on their minds. At least those forms of religion, not all forms of religion, but those forms of religion that make people resistant to evolution. And it's not just fundamentalists. 29% of Catholics, which is a faith that's officially designated as accepting evolution because the Pope said evolution is okay. 29% of Catholics are young earth creationists. Okay, so it's not just the fundamentalists. It's religion in general, even those so-called mainstream or even liberal faiths. People just don't like it because it doesn't make them feel special. Okay, so how do we get rid of religion if you want to do that? Yeah, I don't advocate shooting people that are religious. That's a violation of the First Amendment. I believe in persuasion, but I don't think you can just do it by saying, well, your faith is foolish, because there are reasons why people are religious. There are reasons why Americans are more religious than other countries. We're not dumber than Swedes or Danes, so why are we more religious than Swedes or Danes? And I think the answer is that America is a far more dysfunctional society. That may strike you as something that's incongruous, but a far more dysfunctional society than Sweden or Denmark. There's a lot of work coming out in sociology now which shows that in many ways, our society, compared to those societies that are A, less religious, and B, more accepting of evolution, our society is dysfunctional in ways that will make people become religious. Here's one paper from last year by Solt et al., which just, I mean, you don't have to look at the data, but these are 12 different indices of religion across 71 countries of the world. Each point is a separate country, and these indices of religion on the y-axis or the vertical axis here are plotted against the Gini index, which is an index of income inequality. And in every case, there's a highly significant correlation. Those nations in which there's more income inequality are those nations who are more religious. Okay. And you might wonder, well, why is that? Karl Marx had the answer to that, but I don't consider myself a Marxist, but I think he was right about one thing, not just one thing, but this thing in particular. And you can show it in a better way. This is why Greg Paul, some of you may know of his work, a sociologist, he calculated for 17 first world countries. They're labeled by letters here, and I think Japan's on here as well, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Ireland, Great Britain, etc. He took for each of these countries a measure of how healthy their society was. And he calls this a successful society scale. And it combines things like availability of medical care, infant mortality, corruption, drug usage, venereal disease, income inequality, other indices which sociologists take as being indicative of an unhealthy society, and combine them into what he called the successful society scale, which goes from 0 to a really bad society to 10, a really healthy society. And then for each of these 17 countries, he plotted how successful their societies were, how high they are in the scale, with what proportion of the people believed in God in those countries. That's the correlation. It's a pretty strong correlation, and it's highly statistically significant. The more inhabitants of a country believe in God, the less successful their society is, and vice versa. There we are. We have the highest religious belief and the least successful society. We're pretty well off compared to some of these places. We have huge degrees of income and inequality. We don't have good health care. We have high child mortality. We have too many people incarcerated. If you combine those into this supposedly objective index, we're down pretty low. So there's a negative correlation between religious belief and how successful your society is. Okay, now why is that? So we have a complicating factor here. America's religious, we're religious, and that makes us reject evolution. But why are we religious as religious? Because at least according to sociological theory, we're dysfunctional. And why is that? Why do we get this correlation? Well, there's two ways to explain this. First, you can say, well, the more people that believe, we'll get rid of Darwin for the time. The more people that believe in God, the less successful your society is, because religious people make their societies less successful. Now you can make stories about that, about the Taliban. You can make stories about Republicans, for example, things like that. Yeah, I mean, you can see my political affiliations. It's too late for me to hide them in this talk. But I don't think that's the reason for this. I think that the reason, and the sociologists who do these correlations think that the reason is that, and of course Marx thought the reason was as well, that if you live in a society which is basically dysfunctional and unhealthy, and you see people doing better than you, and you can't go to the doctor and get medical care, and there's corruption, and a lot of people are in jail, you need solace and support somewhere. If you can't get it from your society, you get it from the man in the sky. Religion is the opiate of the masses, the sigh of an oppressed people. Okay, so the ultimate conclusion, and this is the end of my tale about evolution, we're a long way from hind limbs and horses here, but I've taught evolution for 30 years, and I just got frustrated by not being able to make headway in the education of many people. The thing that blocks American acceptance of evolution is religion. I firmly believe that, because there is no such thing as a non-religious creationist. You can have religions without creationism. You do not have creationism in the world anywhere without religion. The conclusion that is, we were not going to make headway in getting people to accept evolution in this country until we become less religious. Now you're going to say, religion's here to stay. Can't happen. My answer to that is 2 words: Sweden, Denmark. Okay. 300 years ago, deeply religious societies, most of Europe was. Most of Europe now is far less religious than America. It can be done. Okay. So if you want people to accept Darwin, the conclusion is make them less religious. How do you make them less religious? You don't go saying your religion is stupid. You create a kind of society in which religion is no longer needed as a form of solace. You create a society which is more just, which is more equal, and which is more caring. And regardless of how you feel about religion, I think that that's one goal that all of us can agree on. Thanks very much. Sorry.
You don't know.
Yes, 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 yes. What's going on, people? Creator is dead 2020. You get me? No more. No more. We will continue. Come on. It was a good video still. I liked it still. I did miss one bit on the natural explanations for what's that natural selection in it. So I missed that example. I was there for a bit of it, but yeah, missed it. I'll still go back and watch that. It's a shame that a lot of people, other people weren't watching it, you know, like, come on, man, like, this is really, like, do you know what we need to do, Veli? We need to play this on a day, yeah, where we're getting 100 people in the chat, fam, because I don't know why people don't want to listen. You get me? This is useful information that everyone needs to know. Definitely need to have people knowing this information. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, man, we can hear you, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll
say.
Did you heard what I said, innit?
No, I didn't hear that. Before I was trying to log on still.
I was saying that we need to play it on a day when there's 100 people in the chat, because this type of thing, yeah, needs to be out there. This video was good still. I liked it. I liked it still.
Yeah.
But it's really true, yeah. A lot of people, just because they believe in there's some type of higher force, they don't want to accept certain things, and it's I don't know why people struggle. Even me, I'll still make the argument that even though evolution is a fact, that it doesn't contradict the fact that there might be a creator.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't say that there is, like, obviously in my opinion there isn't, but it doesn't contradict it. Evolution is just describing how life diversified on the planet. So yeah, anything beyond that we don't know.
Like something that gives you much more answers than these questions.
Yeah.
It's got to be 100% more truthful than something that leaves a million more questions than answers.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people make that argument that you know, that everything's been answered in these books, but then when you start asking the question, they said only the creator knows best, or only the creator knows, or sometimes God works in mysterious ways, or whatever type of excuse they try to look for in it. Like, it's funny still.
Well, from it showed whales have got leg bones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whales have got leg bones.
I already knew those information still. I already knew some of this information. Like, but the one thing I thought that whales come from was what was it? They come from dogs. That's what I thought. Yeah.
Hey, Blood.
Come on.
Yo, man, you just came to body everybody on a Monday like that. Wow.
Yeah, man. I told him.
Yeah, man.
So
So it's back in business.
I saw it come. Damn.
I've got rooms for sale.
He came to
Yeah.
KO all of y'all believers, all y'all. You know what I'm saying? Book followers, boy. Golly.
Book followers.
Nah, because I'm a believer too, but I'm not a book follower, so
No, of course.
you know,
Yeah. Oh,
I can embrace evolution. My spirituality don't limit me. Like he was talking about, they got that limit. I don't got that limit.
So did you see the part where they showed the evolution of a horse?
No, I didn't see the whole thing.
Hey, Raf, did you see that part when they showed the evolution of the horse?
I kind of saw some of it, but it was the idea that they were walking on
The skeleton from the beginning, it was first, and then obviously it had five toes, and now it's got a hoof, which is basically one toe.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
A
saying?
hoof is one toe.
Yeah.
No, you know what?
Five toes. Yeah,
If
toes
you ever
before.
go on vacation and you end up riding a horse or anything, well, I don't say vacation because if you ever go horseback riding, for me it just gives a whole different appreciation. Like I was feeling so bad for my horse. It was like horse slavery or something. Like my horse was clear that they didn't want to do this shit. They was like, "Oh, bro, seriously, like we don't want to go down there." And then the place was kind of wet and slippery, and the horse was having to go real slow, not to fall. And I just felt like we could just walk, man. Let the horse just chill, you know, because they don't like even when they're tired. When a horse is tired, they just lift one leg up. You know, they don't like lay down, so they have to stand up all the time. I don't know, man. I was feeling bad for the horse. I was feeling bad.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, because the way they evolved, is it like obviously they're not evolved to carry humans or whatever in it, but yeah, man.
Yeah, the horse knew where we was going, but they was just like going faster when they were supposed to go faster, it's going slower, and I was just like, oh man. And my homeboy, his horse was. Oh,
Hello,
Lord.
how are you? I am under the water.
Oh boy, yeah, you're not doing good in these streets.
YouTube trolls are back.
Dang, on your first day, Belly. What? Tell you why you're mad, son. Tell you why you're mad. Boy,
I'm upset.
it's vex them my vex. It's vex them my vex. Listen, you better play some good music today when the show is over. Play some good music for them.
For the bad minders, yeah.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, man.
Too bad mind.
So,
Too bad mind.
you came up, man. How you feel like the team?
What's good, Bernie Bay? Why are you staying on or quiet? Where's your intro? Where's your intro?
Yo, I know those horses. Well, you said the horses had 5 toes, and then now it has 1 or something like that. I didn't see that part about the horse.
Yeah, you came in with the still.
Bernie,
But it was
you
still
can't
a
just be
horse, though,
coming in
wasn't
here.
it?
You can't come in here without your intro. It's your boy Bernie Bay, Morris American Muslim. Come on, what's going on?
Come on, man.
Hey, you just did it for me, so you already know what's up.
Eh. That's classic, man. That's so classic when you do it. I'm getting ready to take me a little walk. Get some vitamin D, even though it's cold outside. Even though it's cold.
So if the horses changed to this evolution, that means something like empathy is also has evolved into what we call empathy, huh? So it can change later on, like 1,000 years later, huh?
Well, that's what evolution is about. It's about slow changes, not like drastic ones.
What do you mean by empathy?
Cool. What I mean by empathy.
Yeah.
Empathy, like emotional empathy, like feeling, having feelings for.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, you talking about the empathy that I had for the horror?
Well, but here's the thing, Melanated. Let me tell you where my confusion is coming from with these atheist religious sets. I have one set saying that empathy came from evolutionary psychology and natural selection. And then I have a totally different set that I spoke to last night. He says that empathy came from a combination of experience, knowledge, history, and philosophy, whatever that means. But that's where he said it comes from. Then today, I had a sister on this chat room. She said all above. She said it's both. So I'm just trying to get some consistency so that way I can burn my Quran and mail any of you guys. I can mail you the answers for free and be an atheist.
Bernie, why do you do that? Like when somebody wants trying to ask you a question, but you just keep talking. Like sometimes while you're speaking, it might not be clear what you're saying, and somebody might just have one little question so you could continue to provide clarity, but you just keep talking.
The same answer.
You said what?
Yeah, it was the same
I
answer.
I didn't really understand what he meant by you. So you're saying that empathy is a biological function? That was my question.
I heard from one atheist religious that atheism came from evolutionary psychology and natural selection.
Evolution.
And
okay,
then
who
I heard
evolutionary set? Who was that?
I thought you said empathy.
Who was that? Who was that said it, Bernie?
I thought you said empathy.
He is talking about
I don't know.
I got her name, but she
where
has the icon picture of a cat. But she said that
you talking about
it was
Jen?
evolutionary
Jen
psychology combined.
Jen's a Buddhist.
Jen is a Buddhist.
I don't know the name. I don't take atheists serious. I don't know her name.
She's not an atheist.
Okay.
She's a Buddhist.
So she said evolutionary. A what?
She's
a Buddhist, you joker.
Well, it depends on which set.
She told you that. She told you that yesterday.
The Buddhists I studied had an issue with.
She did tell you that yesterday.
But
he's doing that thing. He's
Okay,
doing
so
that.
she
You know
has
what Bernie does? Yeah?
like,
He does
what
that.
is it?
He does that thing where he pretends that he didn't hear the answer, or he didn't see Fingal, and then carries on with his line of questioning, even though you've answered the question.
Oh,
You gotta be
okay.
honest, bro. Yeah, be honest with that.
Okay, I think that
Fingal,
goes both
man. Get
ways.
further.
But so I heard that from one set. I don't want to keep
She's not a
doing the
set. She's
atheist
just a
thing again.
person.
Let me keep
No,
going
you're
until
saying
you
a set.
get
She's just a person.
Okay,
She's a
so
person.
the second. Gotcha.
Yeah,
So the
there's
second
no
set
set.
of atheism, they say that this empathy comes from a combination of experience, history, knowledge, and philosophy. Then a third atheist from a totally different set, they say is all above. So which one is it?
Yeah, okay.
I'm lost.
So
I'm not gonna lie, I'm
we'll
lost.
start. Let's start with the sect. Yeah. So there's no sects of atheism. So that was conjecture number one.
Wait. So wait, no, but the guy did say
Conjecture number two.
Ravelli, the guy in the video did say that there was
been characterizing my question. I'm just waiting on an answer.
the guy, Ravelli, I'm sorry. Ravelli, the guy in the video did say that there were two different types of atheists. They were the type of atheist people that basically accept evolution and say that God facilitated evolution, and then there were evolutionists.
I was an atheist.
No, but you can't.
Oh no, they're not
you can't be an
atheists. I'm sorry, they're not atheists.
No. He said there was two. He said there was two types of creationists in it. So there was a creationist that say that God created everything, yeah, and then there's the creationists that say evolution, like Orthodox more. He's like evolution was part of God's plan, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he tries to fix it in that.
Okay, my bad.
So which one do you think? A, B, or all above? Which one you believe in?
Believing
about empathy. He's still asking you about empathy. I don't understand how empathy
what do I
is
believe in
something
about
biological.
empathy? How empathy came?
How's empathy biological? I gotta understand that. How could it be?
I feel like it was all of the above. It wasn't just 1, 2, or 3 in it. I feel like it was all of the above.
So, just want to make sure I got you. So you say it's a combination of knowledge, experience, history, philosophy, evolutionary psychology, and natural selection.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. What about you, Renegade Wrath?
So you're talking about empathy, evolutionary psychology and sociology. Is that what you said?
No, he said shit.
Sorry.
He said natural selection. How is
Yeah. What?
empathy?
So wait. What's the question? I don't understand.
Okay,
I
no
blacked out
problem.
for a
I'll
little
start
bit.
over
So,
again.
yeah. Repeat
So
that.
I asked, I'm okay. So according to my Quran, it says to not follow the people of the majority because they follow nothing but conjecture. They lead you from the straight path, right? So I'm trying to confirm this, and if it's not true, then I would be an atheist. But so
But I don't
far,
even
it's just been
understand
true.
it. I don't even understand it to
I'm
say
about
if
to
it's
break it
true or
down.
not. How could? And you're not providing any guidance. You're not explaining it.
Yeah, but wait, Mel.
I'm
Ask
applying scientific method.
Bernie.
I'm
How did
testing
empathy?
the statement.
Bernie. How did empathy develop? Tell us how.
They ate the apple. That's what he's going to tell you.
Oh my goodness, that cannot be how they
How
develop
did
empathy.
empathy
Here's
develop,
the answer.
Bernie?
Here's the answer that I got, Renegade. Before I go there, here's Renegade. He wanted to know what I was talking about. So I said, you know what? Let me just test this. Let me do what I'm told to do and test, not just be gullible and follow conjecture. Let me test this out. So let me ask some atheists. Where does morality come from? So I picked one of the moralities, like empathy. So I heard from one atheist, Renegade. He said it's from a combination of experience, knowledge,
Oh, he's talking
history,
about Rob.
and philosophy.
That's Rob. He just won't say the name.
I
That's Rob.
talked
He
to a
says that.
totally different atheist, right? Just like in scientific experiment, we call it,
Listen, forget about all that.
say,
Just give us your answer, innit? You said all these answers
okay.
before, innit? And
So
everyone
the people
knows
of
the
the
answers
book, you
you
hear this,
said.
right? See how the atheists just kind of throw themselves in there with the no, just answer this. You see what I'm saying? Now I'm trying to be
No, because you're
scientific
repeating
now.
yourself at this point. You're
Yeah, because
repeating yourself.
you've repeated
Messed
this.
up for
This is like the
Renegade.
third time
What's
you
he
said
asking?
this now.
No, I didn't
I'm doing it for
understand what you
Renegade.
were saying. Still, to be fair,
Yeah,
but
exactly. See what I'm
but
saying? Let's not get
but
emotional.
this,
You atheists
no, I
are
mean,
emotional. I get it.
I mean, how
I'm
does it
trying to be
relate to
respectful.
how does it relate to evolution? Like, 'cause that's when I was the first one that picked up on. You've said
No, the thing is,
evolution from
Renegade, I'm
within.
hearing different answers. So I'm
Yeah,
trying to get a
But how does
consistency
it
so I
relate
can
to
be an atheist.
evolution?
evolution.
How
Yeah,
does
that's
it
not.
how does it
Yeah,
relate to evolution though? You brought up evolution, natural selection, and the evolutionary process pertaining to empathy, and you're not making the
Well, that was
connection.
option B.
How is it
That was option B.
option B? What the heck? What in the world does natural selection have to do with empathy? Why are they in the same sentence? Why?
You gotta ask the atheist. They gave me that answer. The atheist gave me that answer.
I don't
You
believe that they
see
said
my
that
point?
to you. I think you misunderstood them. So since you're not telling me the person who said it,
But
you're not
listen,
saying no names.
All right, so Renegade.
you just tell us where empathy
Renegade.
comes from, innit? Because
Those
it's
I'm
like
getting interrupted. Most atheists do this because they don't want me to get
yeah,
to
You're
it.
not saying
I
no
don't know why.
names.
Yeah,
You want to
Renegade
be.
yeah, I'm the weird one.
Renegade understands. Raph,
I'm the
did you
weird.
understand the point now that he was making, or
I
did you
think
need him to go and
Even though I didn't
more?
make it, but go ahead.
what he's trying to make an argument is for where does morality come from in it. So he's trying to
Right.
go to
I'm
atheist
just trying to get a
morality.
consistent answer. That's it. Why am I being backed into a corner on just asking a question? I'm doing the
no,
scientific
no,
thing
He's
and
just
asking
gonna say,
questions.
but all he's
So
doing is saying,
Renegade,
there's
I'm
atheists
just
are giving
asking.
different answers
It's
to
either
different
option
questions.
A.
But
Yeah,
his
to
answer
morality.
to every question is God done it.
That's like saying,
That's it.
does eating grits
God done it.
eating grits part of the natural selection process? What the hell does grits got to do with it? Like you just bringing up some random something, and then you want somebody to
No, but it's
answer
dumb
you.
though, because
They probably just gave you
is
some
empathy
bullshit ass answer.
listen. Is empathy exclusively a human trait?
Renegade, did you understand
Is
the
it?
three options?
I've noticed that every time I'm asking you questions, you try to slide away from my questions. Like,
See how they
you're moving
crowbar their
like
way into
Turbo Odozo.
into this whole logic and think that, oh, I'm the weird one.
All right,
Renegade.
say
It's either
that.
A, B, or C.
I'm
Which one
waiting
do
for
you
him to
choose?
bring up gayness. It's just like a
I'm
few.
waiting for Renegade to go ahead and see if my explanation
Yeah,
has
he
been clear enough.
understands your explanation. Yes, he understands it, but he don't understand the
Hey,
connection.
Melanated
And you
speaking
ain't
for you,
you ain't
Renegade. Is
explaining
that
that
okay?
part. You ain't explaining that part. You ain't explaining the connection. You want to answer to your questions, but I've been asked you
I still never heard
what they have
Renegade
to
answer.
do with each other. But before you even ask Renegade the question, I asked you what do they have to do with each other, and you didn't answer my question either.
Yeah,
But go
hey, are
ahead,
you
carry
two
on,
going out or
carry on,
something? Just speaking for you? What's going on?
carry on, keep running to my question. Go ahead. I won't forget it.
I'm just trying
I'll
to
ask
answer
you again.
Renegade Raph's question. You do know he asked me a question, right?
Yeah.
So as soon as you finish,
Hey, people of the
then
book.
you can
Hey,
answer
people
mine.
of the book. You are hearing this, right?
Please answer
Share
mine.
this StreamYard, share this link so that the people of the book can see why we have the confusion that we have with atheists. Renegade.
Okay.
It's either A, B, or C.
But there's
A.
no,
No,
there's
you can
no,
call
there,
everybody who's
Empathy.
not a Muslim an
Let me get it
atheist.
out. Let me get it out. Let me get it out. I'll be done in 20 seconds.
there's
You
no
can just call
confusion.
everybody an
A.
atheist.
Empathy came from evolutionary psychology, or natural selection, or B. It came from a combination of experience, knowledge, history, and psychology, or C. All above. Which one do you choose, Renegade?
Oh, he asked you
There's
to
no
choose.
single
That's what
answer.
you,
There's not a single answer to how we developed empathy. Like why? Like even animals have empathy. What are you trying to say, bro?
No, but bro, don't let him slide away. Don't let him
Yeah,
slide away. Just give him your answer so we can get to
yeah, all of the
give
above.
him so
All
we can
of
get
them.
to his
I'm
answer.
just where it's coming from, A, B, or C. Whether you, or if you're not too sure of A or B, why don't you tell me what
He
your
picked C.
idea of where empathy
He
comes from?
picked C.
Yeah.
He picked C. He picked all of the above.
So Veli just answered for you.
No, I said C.
No,
So
he
I
did,
said all
he,
of
he
the
said
above.
C
You
first
cool
of
with
all.
I said
I
all
didn't
of.
answer for
You
him. He
said
picked
C?
C.
Yeah, I said all of the above. Yeah.
So knowledge, experience, history, philosophy, natural
Yeah.
selection, and evolutionary psychology.
There even might be
So there was a
more to what
time
you're
when
saying,
empathy
but yeah,
didn't exist. So there was a
when
time
it
empathy
was.
didn't
Bloody
exist.
hell.
of
Is
course,
that your
when people didn't exist.
All right. So are you ready now? Are you ready to give an answer to any of the questions that you've been proposed now?
You guys already know my answer. I'm trying to understand you guys.
We don't know your
Because I hear so
answer.
many different
We don't know your answer. You can't tell us we know it.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I have a question.
Yes,
What's
you
your
do.
question,
You
Belly?
hear
Because
it enough.
I wanted to ask my
Running
question.
and
I
running
didn't.
away.
I wanted to know.
You
I
know,
wanted to
they
know
just
if he
pick
could
up a Quran or a
provide
Bible or
clarity
something.
as to what empathy has to do with evolution. If he could just answer that.
I have no idea. An atheist gave me that answer, so I'm even trying to I'm trying to find out with you. An
It's a
atheist told me
trait of
these
compassion
answers.
shown between. It's a trait of between sentient beings. So where do you think empathy come from?
You guys already know my answer.
So
I'm
then
a
say it.
theist, so you should already know that.
No, I don't know. We
It came
can't
from
guess.
the
There's different types of
It
theists.
came from
We
the
don't know.
Bible.
Just answer the
Here,
question.
I'll give it to you in atheist lingo. It came from the first cause.
And where did the first course get their empathy from?
What's the first cause?
The first cause is beyond time, space, and matter.
Beyond
Yeah, but how
time and
did they
space.
get their
Wait,
empathy?
hold on, no, hold on, Belly. This is where I don't understand what you said. It's beyond space.
Look at my picture.
He's just
Look at my
he's
picture.
just like
There's something
vague.
outside
Why
of
he just
space.
can't answer the direct question?
I
Are
did.
you saying? Are you
Look at
saying
my
it's
You
picture.
should have
something
you
My
should have
outside?
told
profile
him
picture.
All right.
I'm
So
thinking of a
no, but
letter
wait.
between
Remember,
A and
his
T.
See the
answer
black
was
circle right there?
his answer was
That's
his answer
time,
was
space,
his
and
answer
matter
was
creation,
it
right?
came
Anything
came
outside of
before space time or whatever that I see.
And
It
matter.
came before whatever the
Not
first
space.
reaction was. Yeah. So how did that first reaction gain empathy? Where did that get empathy from? How does that know what empathy is? Because if that's one thing by itself, how does it know what feeling pain
It
is?
is.
How does it?
It's
Wait.
like saying
Listen. How does it know? Listen.
where the
Listen
time,
to
space, and
the
He
matter
ain't listen
question.
to the question.
Listen to the
He got to answer
question, bro.
before you
It
Listen
even
to the
ask the
question.
question.
You
infinite.
can't answer the question before I give you the question.
Yeah,
Time, space,
yeah, he
and
can.
matter. It's all
Bernie.
time. It's all
Bernie.
and it's all matter. That's why we
Bernie.
give the chemical
You can't do that,
this first
Bernie.
cause
It's
has been
conjecture.
all encompassing,
Bernie.
all power, all knowledge.
Bernie.
That's why I said,
Bernie.
no, my
Listen,
answer.
let me
He's
give
not
you the
gonna
question now,
answer.
yeah? So you can answer. Let me give you the question so you can answer, yeah? So if you're a single being by yourself in outside of time and space, yeah, which has never seen nothing else, feel no pain, how do you know what empathy feels like?
Hey, big up, Aurora Dawn.
Do you understand the question you just asked? Because I don't.
I'm asking you, yeah. Let me ask you again then, yeah? Okay.
Y'all know I'm
So
just
if
in the way with
you're,
this, right? I'm just having fun so
if
people can hear you guys' responses.
yeah,
It's just a Pisces thing, maybe.
Let
I
me
don't
ask you
know.
the
I
question
already
then.
know.
Let me
I
ask you the
already know what
question.
your answers. Yeah, go ahead.
I've not got an answer. I'm trying to ask you for the answer because I don't know the answer. But I've got the question, so I want you to give an answer to the question. 'Cause I don't believe in
Sure.
God, or I don't believe God is outside of time and space. Yeah. So if something
Yeah,
is
I
a
can
single
respect that you
being
see it
by
that way.
itself, yeah. If something is a single being with no wants, no needs, yeah, and nothing, it doesn't need nothing to sustain it, yeah. How does it understand what empathy is?
Because it is.
That's a really
How do you
deep
understand
answer
yourself,
right
man?
there. That's a really
How do
deep
you
answer. I
understand
mean, I love
yourself? If
I
you
love all
are
the
yourself.
details you're providing. I love all the details you're providing in your answer there, Bernie.
How do you understand yourself? You yourself is this. You know
How
Whoa.
do
you
I
exist.
understand
How
myself?
do you
How
know
do I
that?
understand empathy? How do I
Wait,
understand empathy?
he answers a
Because
question with a question.
because you're having it by the effect that it has
Is that
on
your
you.
is that your que-
It's me.
Nah, barely went
yeah? So
on.
what? Yeah, sorry, I was
That's
going mute
only
real quick.
1/3 of the
Oh
way
no, I thought it was
Anonymous
me.
felt to experience
Nah.
empathy. We say in our scripture that inspiration can come in 3 ways, not just from a book. So I'm with you. You know, it doesn't need a book. I'm with you. I got you. We don't. The book is an instruction manual, just in case you forget. Just like a phone comes with an instruction manual, a car comes with an instruction manual. It
For
doesn't mean you don't know how to drive.
Is
It
that the
doesn't mean you don't
same?
know what a brake
So what's
paddle
the
is.
instruction manual
It doesn't
for
mean you don't know what a rear
the
vision light
kids?
is,
Why?
or what an
What's the
emergency
instruction
lighter
manual?
is. But
Listen,
just in case you need some
listen.
information on where the water pump is,
Listen.
on where the gas
If
tank
you're
is,
gonna,
you might. Some people just
You
don't.
guys
Some people
trying to talk,
forget.
you guys trying to talk you down.
And
why
obviously,
would
when it comes to
something
the
come with an
universe,
instruction manual?
Yo,
If you don't
I
need an
would love to
instruction
hear
manual
an
to understand
argument
it, why
in
would it come
Bernie's
with an
house.
instruction
He
manual?
just overtalk his wife. He probably like, shut up. All right, you win. Just check him out. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's
so what's your question about the instruction manual? It's just an instruction manual. You don't got to read it.
yeah. Why do you need an instruction manual?
Just in case you
Wait,
forget.
what he
Same
just
reason
said?
why
Wait.
He said
So
it's just
he
an
talks so
instruction manual.
fast.
You gotta read it.
comes
He
with an
talks so
instruction
fast.
manual.
He
A
be saying
table,
stuff and
a
you don't
chair,
even
a
notice.
TV. We all know
This
how to
dude
press the
said
power
it's
button, but it
just
comes
an
with an instruction
instruction
manual.
manual,
Now,
but
doesn't
you
it?
don't need it. You don't need to read it.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, you don't need to read it.
So then why would God make a book and then not want you to read it? That don't make no sense.
Not one. Because he's merciful. That's there just in case you forget.
Oh my gosh.
That's
The same reason
merciful.
why a
That's
manufacturer
wasteful.
will build any
But
other product in this life. We all are
that's
experiencing
like
the
that, but
creator
that's
within.
wasteful.
Come with
That's
instruction manual.
no, that's wasteful. That's like
Just like
cooking
when
food and you
I die,
already
I'm gonna
ate,
put an instruction
just
manual
in case you
in
get
my
hungry
will or
again.
something for my child. I want my child to
Okay,
know
listen,
something. Or, hey, just
Bernie, listen. That my response to what you just said is, to me, in my opinion, that is wasteful, because that's like cooking food when you already ate, just in case you get hungry again. People, that's wasting food. That don't make no sense.
But
That's
yet,
not like
Big Mama has.
intelligent.
But yet, does Big Mama got a cooking book though? Yes or no?
No.
Does Big Mama have a cookbook?
No.
Okay.
But if she doesn't have a cookbook, it's to
She know how to cook.
take
What
the
she need a
instructions
book
of
for?
cooking.
She
It's
know
to learn
how
how
to
to
cook.
cook. Like listen to what you're saying, yeah. But listen to what you're
Bad
saying. Yeah?
analogy.
You're saying that you're saying everyone gets an instruction book to do stuff, yeah. But who gave your the one that gives the instruction? Who gave that in? Where's the instruction book? Who gave that the instruction book? Because like you're saying that it's got feelings of compassion, empathy, and stuff like that, yeah. Where with being something just by itself, yeah. How can you understand what empathy is? If
The
you don't
people
have
with
no
this
needs or no
empathy
wants,
be the
yeah.
biggest
If
damn
you've got no
murderers and
feelings or
killers,
whatever,
but they got empathy.
yeah. If you've got no feelings and you don't need nothing at all, like how can you understand like what any sort of like love is, what hate is, what so and so is, fear is? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it don't even make sense. It don't make no sense. Yo, Alex, what are you saying? No. That's what he's saying, yeah.
Big Mama doesn't have a cookbook.
Is that the best Alice got,
That
yeah?
would make me lean back. That would make me
Oh, man,
lean
you
back.
ain't gotta try harder, man. Trust me.
That one made me lean
Yeah,
back.
man.
Big Mama didn't have a cookbook, but yeah, my wife had a cookbook from my grandma. That's crazy. And my mom
Listen,
and two
the
of my
cookbook,
cousins, a lot of
listen,
people,
but you gotta realize other
okay.
cultures, people do things differently. The cookbook is being in the kitchen, it's learning, being up under your grandma, seeing how you do it. That's how we got down. We ain't no book. The book is, I saw my grandmother take the spoon. She said, when you turn that rice, you know, if you got enough water, enough rice, you turn the spoon and you could stand up the spoon in the rice. That's when you have a good balance of water and rice. Then you can't see that in no book. Who you getting that in the book from?
And what happens if grandma has a heart attack and you wasn't around to be around with that cooking? Wouldn't she leave a book
Well, guess what?
behind
If
for
my
the family
grandmother
to
had a
learn
heart
how to
attack
make that
before she
special
taught
peach
me stuff,
cobbler?
I don't need to be knitting those recipes because clearly it wasn't
Melanated,
good healthy food.
I can randomly grab 10 sisters.
Clearly, I
One
don't
of
need
them
them
got a
recipes.
cookbook
If
from
my
Big Mama.
grandmother had a heart attack before she could teach me how to make rice,
Melanated, I
and
can
guess
grab
what?
10
That's
random
unhealthy
sisters in
food.
the United States
That's
of
unhealthy
America.
food.
One
I'm
of them
sorry.
got a cookbook from Big Mama.
No.
One of them got a cookbook from Big Mama.
No.
Okay, you just trying to please these two men. That's fine. You must like them or something.
I'm trying to please them because I disagree with
Get
you.
rid of that-
It ain't all
get rid of that
about you,
picture.
Bernie. It ain't always about
Get the
you.
Catch Me
It don't-
Outside picture on there.
I don't gotta do nothing for no man. I don't know where you get that from because I disagree with you. Now I'm appeasing to men. You sound crazy. So what if I was agreeing with you? Would I be appeasing
Wait,
to
and
you?
you a man? Hey, Bernie, ain't
Exactly.
you a man?
So if I was agreeing
Once again,
with you,
people,
then
look, as you can see,
I
I'm
was
just
the
doing it so
secret.
people can see the reactions and the
you just
responses
saying
that these
you
people
just
are
speaking
making. They just follow
foolishness.
conjecture. She
You
just
just
threw
speaking
out
foolishness.
history
What's
of
Did you
conjecture?
learn a
ancestral
new word?
tradition
Listen
to
to what.
Did you
leave
learn a new
behind
word?
Wait. Mel,
of recipes
calm down a
of
second, sis.
delicious
Hold on
peach
a sec, yeah.
cobbler,
But
of
listen to
delicious
listen
beans
to what
and
Bernie's saying,
cornbread.
yeah.
And I'm the weird
Listen.
one?
Just listen. Listen.
Listen closely,
Listen to
people.
what he said, yeah. Remember, we've asked him, Mel and Raf, yeah. We've asked Bernie about 3 questions, yeah, and all 3 of his questions is, I don't know, yeah. I don't know. Yeah. And then he says that we follow conjecture. What the hell is going on,
I
bro?
appreciate your
I'm
conjecture
agreeing
because I
with
gave an
y'all.
answer. Never said I
It
don't
So
know.
couldn't be that y'all making
See what I'm
sense.
saying? You know how Big
let me
Mama, I
ask
know
you the
you don't
question
believe in
again.
It
Big
couldn't
Let me
be
Mama
ask you
that
the
living
y'all
question
making
traditions,
again.
sense.
but
I
I know
Let
got
me
you
ask
know
you
how
the
you know
question.
how Big Mama
Wait.
think.
Hold on,
So
Mel.
stop
Let me
holding
ask
your
him the
faith
same
certain
question.
way
Let me ask him the
because
same
you're
question and see what. And let's hear I don't know come out of his mouth or no answer, which means I don't know. Yeah. So where does God get empathy from? Bernie.
You know how Big Mama say not to hold an ugly face too long because it might get stuck that way. You guys have been following conjecture so much you don't even know that you're conjecting. You don't even
Oh
hear
my
it. You need to
goodness.
play back.
Could you please learn
You said
another
I said
word?
I don't know.
So
I don't
have you
know.
got? Was that
But
an
I know
answer?
I gave
Was
some
that the
answers
answer?
other than I don't know. To you,
What
I
was the
said
answer
I don't
then?
know.
What was the
You
answer?
said
That's
What
how
is the
what was the
answer?
strong your
answer though?
conjecture is.
What was the
You guys
answer?
What
just
is
shrug
your
your
answer,
shoulders to
Bernie?
this whole thing. Good. You're too
Bernie.
busy following conjecture. You want to know
Bernie.
what I said.
What's your
I
answer?
said that God is all loving. He is compassionate. So it comes from him. He is all of it. Proof
How
that
does
he
he know
gave
what
in a
compassion
book
is?
with instructions on
How
how to
does he
deal
know
with
what
this life,
compassion is?
how to deal with your higher
No,
self
you
and your
said he
lower
is
self
compassion. How do you know what compassion is?
by the effect that it has on me. Now, did I say I don't know? So don't tell the group, don't tell
No.
the people in the crowd that I say I
I
don't know
said,
now.
how did
No, you follow
God
conjecture.
know what compassion is? It's like you're not even
How
answering
do you
the
know you
question.
exist?
I'm asking you, how does God know what
By your
compassion
very
is?
presence,
You're
you
saying
know you exist.
God is compassion, and then I asked you, how do you know what compassion? God knows what compassion is, and then you said, how do I know I exist?
Because he exists.
I'm like,
That's how you know
bro,
you
yeah,
exist.
but I'm talking to you.
You don't need proof of that,
But I'm
do you?
talking to you.
You're just speaking to me,
Okay,
huh?
so can you hear my voice? Yo, Bernie,
So you
can you hear my voice? Wait, Bernie, can you hear my voice?
yes,
Can you hear
I
my
know you
voice?
exist.
I'm gonna start
Yeah.
counting how many
Do you
times
hear
you
your
said the
voice?
word
So did
conjecture.
you answered your own
So for
question?
me
Did
to
you
ask
answer your own
you, do
question?
your voice exist? That would be a pretty irrelevant question.
Wait. So
You know that your
wait.
voice
You asked me
exists
a
by the
question, yeah?
very
How do I know
fact of
I
you
exist? How
behaving
do
that.
you asked? Wait. Listen. You asked me a question. How do I know I exist? I Stu, can you hear my voice? And you said, Yeah, I know you exist. So, did you answer your own question? Okay. Bernie's bad still. He's running. I'll run Ninja
Well, I
Turtle.
appreciate it, family. People of the book, just listen to the conjectures, man. This is why we gotta stay in the man. That's why we gotta
I
stay in
like
these
Bernie Bello,
discussions.
you know.
It's so funny because the powers that be that screws us over, a lot of them are atheists. That's the
We
funny part.
beating them up, fam, every day. We beating them up, man. We're just beating them
So,
up.
Bernie, what does conjecture mean? What does conjecture mean? What's the definition of conjecture?
Guesswork means just pulling things out your ass, just going along with the flow, like you guys just did with this answer on morality. One person said A, that is psychoevolution, along with natural selection. Another person said B, but here's the behind the scene part. I wanted to share this later. I'm just that slick that I asked the same person that gave me B, and I told him what the person A told me, and then they changed it and said, "Oh, well, it's all above." So it's only two people I spoke to, but the second person said, "Oh, okay, I changed it. It's not B. It's A and B. It's all above."
So have
you see how you guys just shrug your shoulders through this whole thing? You just shrug your way through life. LGBT is okay.
It's like you're.
Pedophilia is okay.
There we go. There we go. There we
Just
go.
shrug your shoulders through life. You're shrugging your way through this.
Oh my gosh, here we go. Yeah,
Man, I'm not the one with the drag, dressed in drag, going to these schools teaching kids how to twerk. Hey, it's not me, man.
Wait, hold on, Bernie. Can I ask a question? Yeah, how did the creator?
Hey, do you guys know that LGBT has gotten so strong at this point? They made their way into the cartoons now. Literally, they made their way into the cartoons now. They're like no insinuating.
You know,
really
Bernie,
a guy.
You know, Bernie, I've known you before you were on G Vlog, yeah. You don't talk like this, you know. On when you've been on other people's channels, yeah, you're so calm and easy to talk to. Why do you do this, fam? You're actually a smart boy, fam, but you just I don't know why you bring all these. Yeah, fam. Yeah, I don't know why you're doing that, fam. Get me. Let's have a proper conversation, fam. Get me. Like,
when he starts getting wrapped, he starts going to LGBT.
I appreciate the psychoanalysis, but I mean, I think all atheists are just emotional. It's just we are. It's okay to be passionate, and we have no issue with you guys feeling the way you feel about God and stuff, because we would call it the fitra. It's natural to talk about God, so you can't help it. We agree that you can't help it but talk about God. We call that the fitra.
I've known Bernie.
Because nobody talks about the fairy godmother. Nobody talks about
Bernie.
Nobody
when
talks
answer the questions. You have
nobody talks about Santa.
Bernie wants
has
to
3 hours to talk about why Santa doesn't exist.
Another man broken on the block.
It doesn't exist, and we move on. We never talked about
Another man broken on the block. G Block breaks people. Yo, listen. Have your feelings intact before you jump on the panel, man. G Block breaks people.
Look, the Heartbreak Hotel is open. The Heartbreak Hotel is really open.
It's fully open, mate.
It's fully open, fully active. Get me. We've got our first customer. Oh gosh. So Bernie,
special suite.
Yeah, Bernie. I was gonna ask you still. So you see the video, yeah? Do you disagree with evolution then? Or do you agree with it? Oh, he's not answering, is he? All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
What I miss?
Not much, man. Bernie. I know Bernie from being on other shows, isn't it? And he's usually calm, you know. He talks calm. He interacts.
You got upset? I missed it.
Nah, I don't know if you got upset. I felt like he was just continuing to talk in circles again, but you know, I mean,
it's the Dragon Belly.
Yeah,
Belly be making jokes. and then he starts singing reggae tunes on you, may make you feel mad, yo.
Yeah. You know what Kushat Smoke said? Did you read what Kushat Smoke said?
No, I can't see. What he said?
He said, "Belly broke Bernie."
He said, "Belly what?"
Belly broke Bernie.
Listen, I was just in the store. You know, you gotta wear your stupid ass mask. My God, be feeling like you can't breathe. Ooh, I can't wait to this stuff to be over with.
Yeah, I know.
And these people was looking at me like, why you don't got that mask on when you came out your car or whatever. Like, I'm gonna wear my mask when I go inside the store. Like,
Yeah.
Just walking around with a mask on.
Mm.
It's a bit much. Dang. I don't know, man. Like, empathy, natural selection. I hope that wasn't Rob who said that craziness.
Do you know what it was? I feel like it's more to do with what's it called, in terms of empathy or certain traits guiding our evolution. So yeah, to a degree, certain traits may guide your evolution, but being like empathetic doesn't always. It's just one of many traits that could guide an evolutionary trait in it, change in it. So it's not
like your ability to gain empathy can help in your, like, you know, make selection and things of that sort, and reproduction and
like almost, you know, like lions moving groups in it. So there's a level of empathy there where they know that they in order to survive, they have to interact with each other and help each other to survive. Whereas tigers move in single groups in it, not
they live by themselves.
Yeah, solo.
But
Yes.
but what you're saying is like, so the way when he said it, how I heard it was more like empathy is an aspect of natural selection.
Nah.
And I just wasn't hearing the connection. I was just like,
Yeah.
so then I kept saying, all right, can you clarify that? Like, why was, to me, I was just like, why was that even an option? Or if it wasn't an option and the person said that, I would have wanted an answer. Like, what are you talking about? Empathy.
That's why I asked him in the first place. But that's only me trying to understand it from me trying to do mental gymnastics in my head to understand what he's really trying to say. But general, like,
Okay, I'm back, people. Where we at?
yeah, yeah. I don't know.
How about we try this? Let's do this, because we'll just go in circles all day with, you know, my conjectures, your conjectures, or what you think is conjecture. We agree on something. How about we come to common terms on some things? Some things we do agree. The universe is this.
Universe of what? Cool. Can't hear you.
Cool. The universe is this.
Yes.
Cool. There you go.
I agree too.
Wait, Bernie, I want to ask you something about the space thing.
Yep, here we go.
Yeah. So you said that there's something beyond space. You said something beyond space, right?
No, I just said the universe is this. I'm just trying to come to common terms on some things.
No, he said
I'm not trying to go there
space
again.
he said beyond space and time, something like that.
Yeah, but even that, just that little thing, space, beyond space. What do you define space to be?
How do I define space?
Yeah.
Well, let's come to common terms first. Do we agree that space exists?
Yeah, I do understand. I agree that space exists, but though I'll even go further and say I define space as everything that we call the universe.
Okay, and the universe is this, so space is this.
Yes.
But something outside of space or outside of the universe, that's what the question was.
Yeah.
Something outside of space.
Yes.
That would just be more space, wouldn't it?
Exactly. So then why you
All right, there we go.
Space?
So now we on another common term.
Okay.
So what's beyond space then? If it's just more
I think
space?
sometimes those things just sound good. It sounds like really, sounds spiritual, religious. It sounds like beyond space and time. It just sounds good. But you probably just said, like you just said, beyond space is more space. So it's still space. Like when you really get them to explain it, they really
Yeah.
don't mean beyond space.
Okay.
I can respect you see it that way. So I would define space as the measurement of time. And I would define time
Hey,
as the
Bernie,
measurement
do
of
you
space.
know that? Do you think that there is an end of space? Do you know where the end of space is?
There's no end of space.
Yo, British
Let's
people
see.
are
So that we don't
hilarious.
backtrack into the previous topic, I prefer not to answer that question.
British people.
And I was just wondering if you knew where the end of space was, or if it was conjecture.
Yo, the sarcasm.
I respect that you see it that way, but I prefer not to go any further on that topic, and let's just go back on what we all can agree on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well.
See what this is. Pay attention, people of the book. It's pretty quiet.
I mean, the only reason I said that is because when he asked you a question, you said the only thing. Sorry, the truck passed me. But when he asked you the question, you said the only thing beyond space was more space. So it wasn't that I saw it that way. I was just summarizing what you actually said. So what I'm saying is that you probably said beyond space and time, but when you are actually, ask questions about it, what you really didn't mean beyond space and time, because you just said there's nothing beyond space but more space. That wasn't me it wasn't me changing your word. It's what you literally said.
Sure. Well, my definition for the word space would be the measurement of time, and the definition of time to me would be the measurement of space.
Wait. What is the measurement of space is the measurement of time?
Space is the measurement of time, and time is the measurement of space.
So the universe is the measurement of time?
And space, yes.
So is there any matter in there at all?
Yeah, there's matter.
Yeah, but you didn't mention that, so I didn't know if that included matter or not.
Yep, because I was talking about space.
Right, but isn't there matter in space?
Yeah.
Okay, but I don't want to
space.
assume that you believe that. I don't want to assume that that's your position. See what I'm saying? So it would be for you to state what your position is.
Where you get this olive oil from? Hold on a second.
Yeah, that's
I could be wrong. All right. Anyway, time is the measurement of space. Space is the measurement of time.
So when you're saying that time and space are synonymous with each other, so you're saying they exist at the same time. Well, it's not same time. Yeah, you're saying it exists independently of each other. Can you hear me?
Can't have time without space, and vice versa.
Yeah.
So not following this definition. So you can't have time without space. Can you give an example of this time and space?
Very simple question.
Can you give an example of it?
When,
All right,
when were you? That's my example. When were you? See what I'm saying?
When was I what?
Exactly. So you got to have space in order to answer that question.
What? I'm asking you when. What were you talking about? When was I 10 years old? When was I, in school?
There you
I don't know
go.
what you're talking
You just
about.
expressed time and space. They can't go
That's
from
not
one
time
another.
and space.
It's not time and space.
Because where would you put it? And when would you put it there? You see what I'm saying?
Yo, I know you used to be. Oh my God!
Yeah, I know that sounds very LSD and very shroomish, but
you really
take it slow. Take it slow. Leave it alone. Get rid of that emotionalism about religion. Let's just talk about it. When would you put it? Has to be answered by the very opposite of it.
No, Bernie.
You know what I'm saying? Where would you put it? Would have to have location.
Bernie.
And you would have to have a measurement in time.
Bernie, yeah? Listen to what we're saying in it, yeah? If you're saying there is something beyond time and space, because you're saying time and space are the same thing. I don't even know why you're even saying time and space if they're the same thing in the first place anyway. But let's say that...
Nope, that's not what I said. There we go with the conjecting attitude again. This is what I said. I'm going to say it slowly.
Did you not say that time and space are the same thing?
Measurement, okay. The interruptions is why you guys not hearing me. Space is the measurement of time. Because in order for me to go outward, there has to be some motion. And the measurement of that motion obviously describes time. In order for me to have time of a beginning of what, that answer has to be answered by space.
Okay.
Or else there is nothing to begin.
Okay, let me give you how do I say this now? So let's say you're not in motion, yeah, you're just standing in one spot there, yeah. Is there no time?
Yeah. Because how long have I been standing there?
Wait. So you're arguing that as soon as you move, that's when time starts.
The fact that I'm there. It has to be answered by time.
It has to be answered by time. Okay. So you're saying that before that, let's say before you weren't there, innit? Was there no time?
Hey, is on here. No, go ahead. Come on, leave it alone.
What was them?
I don't know, man. They just conjecture. I don't know. Just
everything is in motion. Yes, everything is in motion, Shakara. But the point is that before everything was in motion, was there no time? That's what we're trying to find out. You get me? Oh my gosh, don't bring me nuts. Shaka, let's stay off that. Yeah? Behave yourself. You get me? This trolling is not good for you. Hey.
Bless up, Kushite.
Yeah.
Bless Shakara.
Yeah. No, I was trying to.
I mean, I don't think we could. I mean, this is, I don't know the whole science behind it, but I would say my answer to that would be no. There wouldn't be any time before motion, because I would think that's when. Maybe there was time, but I don't think we were like counting it.
Yeah, because I can say,
you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it was like counting, because it was just stillness.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They weren't. That's what I'm arguing. That's what I'm saying. Your what you're saying don't really make sense, because you're just saying that okay, as soon as I start to move, that's when you start counting. But before you were moving, were you not? Who was like? Are you saying there was no time then? Or you just?
Well, there was time for us as humans, because there's still time going on. But I think like time considering like existence.
Of course,
you know what I'm saying?
This is what Bernie's trying to get away from, innit? Yeah, he knows I'm gonna ask him, okay, if there's something beyond time and space, right? This thing that's beyond time and space, where did it exist in? Because as far as I'm concerned,
listen, when you pass away, you'll be able to find out.
No.
But I think when you ask that kind of a question, I think it's more rhetorical. So there's no need to keep asking it and like making like waiting, because that's like me asking me like what. I guess I could look it up on my phone. So that's gonna be a bad example. But what color eyes will my great granddaughter have? I don't know. You see what I'm saying? You can't be serious. It's not a real serious question. asking something that someone could not possibly know. So you're asking them about the creator that they believe in, what gave them this or what told them that. How the hell they supposed to know? They just gonna be making up some shit. That's all they gonna do. That's all they could do.
At least be honest, like you don't know, innit? That's what we're trying to get man to
No, man, you already know they don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's a rhetorical question because you know they don't know. So you're asking it to say, like, aha, I got you. You don't know this.
All right.
But
Well, I mean, beyond time and space, there's nothing beyond time and space. Thing. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing. There's just more space in it. You get me? Like, I don't know where people get this. Time has a t equals 0 because I don't think if we know that the first law of thermodynamics says that energy can either be created nor destroyed, it transforms from one form to another. Why are we still saying that there is a t equals 0?
so the energy always been sun. Know what I mean?
Yeah. So let's not
That's
get.
pretty much what they're trying to say. You know, like the energy has always been.
Let's not say that they're trying to say that because they're trying to tell you that the universe was created. So let's not say
Oh,
that.
okay, my bad.
Yeah.
But the universe. So even from like a creationist perspective, if the universe was created, that really you could say that this universe was created. That doesn't mean that the God, you know, in air quotes, didn't have a different universe that was just like an uncreated universe. Does that sound weird?
Yeah, that sounds weird. That sounds so weird. I was like,
But do you understand what I'm saying? What I'm
Do
saying
any
is
of
that
you guys agree with
it wouldn't
the
be
Big Bang?
it wouldn't be a creation. Like this wouldn't be like a new creation. It would be a different creation. You see what I'm
Do
saying?
you guys agree or disagree with the Big Bang? Let's get some foundation.
Nah.
here. You guys agree or
You ain't firing no shots, no new questions. You won't even answering nobody's questions, man. Nah.
We're still talking about time
You
and
go on
space. Do we
mute.
agree
You
with
go
the
on
Big
mute.
Bang?
You go on mute for like 3 hours and then come back and you got a question.
Talk about time. That was about 3 minutes. But
Right.
do you guys agree that the Big Bang exists? We're still talking about space and time, so you know, put your atheist swords in your shield. Do we all agree that the Big Bang existed?
Is everyone on the panel an atheist? According to you, Bernie?
no. No, you should know that.
You should know
I
that
don't
before
believe
you.
there's such thing as atheism, to be honest. I only believe everyone is really just agnostic. But that's Bernard's opinion. That's my strong opinion. Everyone is just agnostic, or you're a believer, or you're just agnostic. To me, because I know a lot of atheists, as
but
myself.
that's not answering. You really are good at this, like not answering the person's direct question. I'm talking about the people that are on this panel right now.
Yeah,
Right?
welcome to our world.
Are all of us atheists? I'm asking you that question.
Are there ways up in there? I'm just asking. I don't want to get all back.
I'm asking your opinion. I'm asking from your understanding, yes or no. Yes, we are atheists, or no, we are not. What's the problem?
I'm trying to talk about astrophysics. And
Well,
we keep
I'm
getting back
trying
into
to,
religion.
because you keep using this word and you don't even know the people that you're speaking to. You don't even know what the orientation is. You should start there. That's where you should start.
Figure it out too. Come with me and help me figure it out too. Here we go. Say Islam to everybody. Say Islam. Yeah. That's okay, man. You don't gotta be afraid of them. Okay. Does the Big Bang exist? I want to get back on science. I told you I want to talk about religion because we obviously keep,
Well, then
going
stop
there.
telling people what they are instead of asking them what they are. Because I'm going to tell you I'm not an atheist. So stop calling me an atheist. Stop saying you atheist. Stop saying you atheist. Because I'm not an atheist. Thank you.
I respect that you see it that way. Do you agree that the Big Bang exists?
You respect that I see it that way? Ain't no other way for me to see how I identify. You can't. Ain't no other way to see it. I'm just saying, the verbiage that you use, your word choice is very suspect.
All right, so I'll just say you're not sure. What about Renegade? Do you believe the Big Bang exists?
You're really good at doing that. answering things to people.
Ditto.
Why don't you just say you're not answering me? Because that's exactly what I'm not doing. Is I'm not answering you. Nothing more, nothing less.
And I have no choice but to respect that. What about
There
you,
you
Renegade?
Yeah, I said Big Bang. There was a Big Bang. Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah, I
prior to
don't
the
know
Big
if there was
Bang,
a Big Bang.
time, space, and matter, it still existed, right?
But they don't. The Big Bang doesn't say that there was nothing before it. It just says there was an inflation. That's all it says.
Inflation?
Yeah.
Break that down. What do you
But I
mean?
think that it's possible. I think it's more possible that there was a Big Bang
Hey,
than
Ben, so you know,
other stuff that
in your
people
understanding,
come up with.
does the Big Bang mean there was like a big explosion, or was there like a big coming together or something?
Right,
Like, what do you think it means?
Yeah, Bernie, he's asking you still. Yo. Yeah, like I said, the Big Bang is an inflation, isn't it? So from
You answer this question for him, man. You should have answered. You should have let him answer, man.
oh.
You should have let him answer, man. Hey.
Bernie's left, man.
Yeah, at least, you know why? Yeah, because at least you would be able to get what his understanding of the Big Bang is, isn't it?
All right,
Because
yeah.
like, I don't understand much about it. Yeah? And I say that if you at least get sort of what level man's coming from, then you can understand why man's asking some questions in it that man's asking. But
Yeah, when Bernie comes back, maybe he will answer that question, innit? He was
he's got to
like,
put another 50p in, man. He's got to put another 50 cent in the meter. You get me? Like, kind of, no, the life keeps running out, man. He ain't got past the first stage.
Okay,
yet.
I'm gonna drop that quarter.
He ain't got
Okay,
past
I'm
the
back.
first
I
boss
put
yet.
50
You
cents.
get me?
All right, what's the question?
Back on there, back in the game. So my question to you was, what's your understanding of the Big Bang? What do you think? What does the Big Bang mean? Was it like a big explosion?
Big Bang. Yeah, it was a big explosion. And then time, space, and matter, and what we see now in life. See on my diagram. That's
why is he
You're cutting out still.
Oops. Yeah, look at my profile picture right there. Blow it up.
One sec.
No
Oh,
way.
he's on, yeah.
It's Uncle
Yo,
Shaka.
Shakara, Ashe. All praises
So
go to Olaran all day, every day. Yeah, as you can see here, people, you have the Big Bang on the left, and then time and space being expanded, which science agrees with, and the Quran. You have the present in the middle, and the future is eventually going to collapse. And outside of that time and space, you have this divine present and knowledge that is responsible for the Big Bang.
Yeah, but where's the outside of space? The outside. You know the outside of space. Where's that?
Yeah,
On your
The outside of space.
I'll be back in about half an hour.
It's outside of space.
I'll be back in half an hour, but I'll keep myself muted.
Cool, bro. Yeah, but where is outside of space though?
All right, Renegade.
Where? Yo.
At that point, there is no where outside of space. It's just, it's an infinite existence.
What spaces are they outside of space?
Yeah, because space obviously has limits. The ball outside you will say, well, this is something that is obviously that exists outside the ball, but it's not inside the ball. It is outside of it.
Yeah,
so the same way it goes with
where
something outside
is
the universe is time. It's inside of it.
Where's the outside?
See, that's the thing. At that point, there is no where. There is no. Most people.
Yeah, there is that because obviously there's space.
This type of
experience,
I might lose like.
So as far as we're talking about space, we're talking about galaxies inside this universe.
No, even if we go there too, clusters, all of that
Where's
is
the
inside
outside
this
of the
black ball in
universe?
my illustration. All of that.
Yeah, but I'm saying where you're not really getting it still. The outside of the universe. I'm trying to ask for, like you see on your
Well, at this point,
diagram
that's
there.
when you get quantum
Wait,
and you
wait,
get a
listen. You see
psychedelic
on your
point. You
picture.
start sounding
Listen. On your picture, yeah. On your picture, yeah, you've got outside of space in it, yeah. So you've got like space limits. So how did you get to how did you understand where the limitation of space is? Like where the end of space is? How did you
from
get that
science.
understanding?
From science via the Big Bang. Yeah, we have no clash with science. Big Bang, boom, time, space, and matter. But yet, energy and matter can't be created or destroyed. But yet, it exists because of the Big Bang. So, what created something that can't be created or destroyed, unless it is outside that very power? It is something beyond our understanding that is able to do something like this. We just pretty much give it an identity. We call it God. We have no issue with the first cause.
Yeah.
Ashe,
Yeah.
Shakira, Ashe. All praises go to Oleron. Oleron, I submit to. Oleron, I seek for help.
Hey, no, hold on.
Guys,
Shakira's wearing a sombrero. You don't try to hide behind Shakira's sombrero. You know.
I appreciate your conjecture. No, just greet my brother. It's a me and him convo, so you're not a believer, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, big up yourself, Shaka, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, I fucking forgot about that, man. I need to text my brother. Yo, yeah, big up yourself, man. You man, hold a little reason real quick, man. I just need to make a phone call real quick.
Just being polite. What up, Shakira? What's your demo on the Big Bang or the beginning of reality?
I don't really have a problem with the Big Bang. In fact, a lot of ancient African creation stories have concepts that would be very similar to the Big Bang. So yeah, I don't really have an issue with it at all. As a concept, anyway. You know, delving more into it, you might think, well, what's this, what's that? But yeah, as a concept, I don't have a problem with it. Like that.
Yo, so Shax, what did you see that? Did you see that documentary you played a bit earlier?
I briefly, not a documentary. I saw a speech that you played, but I only saw like 2 minutes of it.
The one, the skin color one with the lady, or the
Yeah, the lady.
Oh yeah, no, we just done a different one after that still. Yeah, we done a second one after that. It was like the facts of evolution, innit? And then it was basically showing like some of the animals, like the horse, dolphin, the whale, and all the different their different stages of evolution, innit? Like I think the birds, and do you know what I mean? Like stuff like that still. So yeah, we was like talking a little bit about that, and then Bernie was asking us a question about what was it? Compassion, empathy. Yeah. So he's asking where we get empathy from. Yeah. And then he's got a list of 3 different answers to pick from. So me and Ralph picked all of the above sort of thing. But I've asked Bernie where does God get empathy from, innit? Like how can God learn about empathy or not understand what empathy is when he's or she or whatever it is, yeah, just God is just there by itself outside of space-time has no wants, no needs. So that means like it's sort of got no feelings in it. Like she's not gonna feel. It feels no pain. Feels no pleasure. Like, yeah. So if you've got none of them, yeah, how do you understand or give someone the feeling of empathy?
Well, that's an interesting question for those who have that kind of concept of God in it.
Then Bernie just said a million conjectures, and then now we're at the bit of where's the outside of space, like where is the outside?
There is no outside of space. And these are the questions that like particle physicists are trying to deal with right now. Like what exactly is space? You know what I'm saying? That was
and where's the outside in it? So when it ends, or where's the ending of space? What's there then?
Yeah, if there is it, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not as though we know. You get me? But yeah, them things that will blow your mind, you know, like when you actually look into the amount of planets and galaxies and solar systems that actually exist, like we're talking about billions in it. Yeah. So to know the limits of that, like if it ends and where it ends is just it's just next level, isn't it? And I don't know. You know?
Yeah, this is that. But Shax, you see, this is why I keep trying to say why religious people are not honest, bruv. Because they'll blatantly tell you that they know God done this, that, and the other. We don't even know all the planets in the universe yet. That's like at least the man will say, "Man, right, I don't know." You get me? Like, I think.
Are you saying we gotta know all the planets to know God?
Yeah, you gotta know.
Let me make sure I understand this question. I gotta know the planets to know God.
Yeah, that's not what I said anyway. Yeah, but like I was saying, yeah, I notice how you don't want to answer no questions, but you just want to make statements. So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you another question then. Why you come off mute? Yeah, you dare to open up your mic again. I don't know why.
I appreciate your conjecture. I respect that you believe that I'm not answering your question. It's not what you like
You
to
didn't
hear.
answer a question. What was the? All right, so I'm going to re-answer the first question that I asked you again. I'm going to re-answer the first question that I asked you again, and I want an actual answer. Where does God get empathy from? That is the simple question. Yeah, I've now broken it down into like 5 words.
Empathy. What do you think about that answer? Make it quick before you forget.
Empathy.
Yes.
So God is empathy.
Yes. Hurry up before you forget.
So what is empathy? All right, explain the definition of empathy.
I'll give you a smart answer here. Follow conjectures.
Conjecture, Bernie.
The ability to understand and share the feelings of another person.
Say that again.
Quick before you forget.
Say that again. No. Read it again. Read it again. Okay. Understanding the. Go on. Read it again.
The ability to understand and share the feelings of another. Here are some synonyms: compassion, sympathy, pity, feeling, concern, consideration, tenderness, kindness, sensitivity, insight, brotherly love, decency.
So if you're a single being, listen to this then, and let me ask you the question again, yeah, because it's like you don't understand the question, yeah. If you're a single being outside of space and time by yourself, how do you understand what compassion is?
How do I understand what?
Jeez, when I read bad luck.
What compassion is?
How do I understand compassion?
No, not you.
How
does God, yeah, before he's created any man, any space or whatever, yeah, by himself, how does God even know what compassion is if there's no other beings there?
There are other beings there.
You remember
What
what
do
the
you
wait? You remember what the definition? You remember what the definition of compassion is? Yeah. Wait, are you putting partners with Allah? Did you just put a partner with Allah?
I respect that you see it that way, but it has nothing to do with the fact that other beings existed with God. We never said we didn't.
You're saying that there's
You have
other
to check
beings
out
that
my
existed
episode
with God.
on why are we here in the first place. See what I mean? People of the book, just conjectures. They base their whole
That's shocking.
ideology of the movie based on the preview.
That's shock.
They watch the preview of a movie and they think they understand the whole movie.
So now you're
Even
saying that
without
there
the
was someone
spoiler.
there with. So there was someone there with God. So that's how he felt compassion. Yeah. That's what you're saying now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Check out my episode on why we're here. Why are we here in the first place? And Satan is the Khalifa of this earth.
So Allah created itself by itself. Yeah. But there was other people there.
Yeah, there were angels and jinn and Satan and us humans.
Who created the angels and jinns and so on and so on?
We were all chilling.
Yeah, but who created them stuffs?
Who created what?
Who created the jinns and the angels and the other beings that was there before the earth was created?
Before the earth was created.
Yep, before the earth was created, who created the jinns and the so-and-sos, all the other bits and pieces that you just said was there? Who created all them?
Elohim.
So before Allah created
Who also goes by the term
them,
Elohim. Quran.
before Allah created all those beings, was Allah ever by itself, or did Allah ever have a partner with him? Yes or no?
No, Allah has no partners. When He breathed forth, then stood the seven spirits that's responsible
So
for the
again,
creation of this cosmos.
we're going to go back
It
to the
goes by the
first
name
question.
of Elohim.
The first question of compassion. Remember you read out the definition of compassion. How does a single being by itself, in existence alone, with no wants and no needs, understand what compassion is?
Because He is it. Just like no one in the
But how do
room
you
with you.
become compassion
I'm answering
with
your
a
question. I get
feeling
your question.
that is,
I'm answering
how
your
do you
question.
become compassion,
I'm answering
which
your
is a
question.
feeling
I didn't
towards
get to the
someone
first
else
word of the sentence.
when there's no one else there?
I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. You exist in the room by yourself. You know you exist just by your own existence. You didn't need no one to tell you that. So you know just by your own existence. That's how God operates. Then He created
So
and
if I
breathed
was the
forth
only, listen,
creative spirit.
if I was the only existence by myself here, how would I understand what compassion is if I'm just by myself?
Because you, I'm hungry. Because you are it.
Yeah, but how can
Let's
I
do a
be
wordplay and take
compassion
out compassion and
when,
say reality.
listen. No. We're sticking with compassion, innit? Because you brought it up first of all, yeah? And now you're going to try and run from it, yeah? So, first of all, yeah, you read out, I asked you on purpose to read out the definition of, it wasn't even compassion, yeah? It was, I can't remember what it was. What was the first word? But it is compassion, but it was empathy, that's it, yeah? So,
Yeah, they're all synonymous.
why I asked you to read out the definition of empathy, yeah? Because I'm like, obviously you can only be empathetic to someone else, innit? Like, you can't be, like, I don't know how you can have an empathetic feeling without something else being there.
It's
Someone
just
else being
beyond
there.
your comprehension, Veli. That's all. You
Yeah,
exist,
so that's
man.
why
You don't need your son to tell you
yeah.
you exist.
I never said
You just
I
know
never said
you
I don't exist.
exist.
That's not.
You
I never
didn't
said I don't
create,
exist.
but you didn't
None of
create
that.
your
None of
son.
that. None of that's
That
coming
doesn't
to.
mean you're
Bro,
a person.
you're trying to side. Don't run. Don't run, Bernie.
It's not the side. Let's
Don't
stay on
run.
topic. Let's stay on topic.
Stop running.
You exist.
Stop running. Stop
And the
running.
attributes of
Stop running.
you,
That's that.
it still exists
That's not the topic.
within your existence.
The
That
topic
includes
is
love,
how
the power,
the topic. That's not the
and
topic.
knowledge.
That's not the topic, mate. It's not the topic. The topic
Because
is
you think.
how.
Because you think. Because you think. Therefore you are. Boom.
All right. So how
Boom.
does
Think
all
slowly.
how does
No, you didn't think slow enough. Pass the
bro?
mic to
Are
someone
you
else.
listening to what
You
I'm
didn't think
gonna
slow
say?
enough.
Are you listening to what I'm saying? Because it's like you're
And
just
this
trying
is
to
why
talk about
people
other
of the
stuff
book, for those who's
because you're
listening, this
scared of
is why we
answering the
need
question.
instructions. This is why we need scripture. How can you explain algebra to an 11-year-old?
No,
And
this
the
is why you
11-year-old
need the
would get a
scripture
headache. 11-year-old would
because you
get a
can't
would get a headache. So in order for me to
I figured
explain
out your
something like
boss
algebra, or
before you
chemistry,
figured out
I
your
would have to
boss, and
dumb
you
it
it's
down.
like you just want to hide behind the curtains with your boss, like playing peek behind the curtain with a flipping toy. Like, forget about that, bro. Come
I
to
respect that
reality, the
you
real
see it
work.
that
Like
way.
I'm trying to say. Listen.
I respect you see it that way. Muslims is all big about reality. We're
Listen to the
so big
point.
into reality,
Listen,
we create things that help out reality, like medical advancements, astronomy, mathematics, and stuff like algebra.
You're
So
not,
we have no
bruv.
issue with
Listen to
reality.
the
Go
question,
ahead with the
bro, and
question.
stop running, bruv. Bruv, listen, I'm not going to forget the question. All the time you keep trying to sidestep it, I'm not going to forget the question. And I'm going to keep asking it until you answer it properly. Like, it's like you keep running away, bro. Like, and I've only asked you the same question about 20 times now. Yeah, and you've not given one answer that actually even makes any sense. Yeah, all you said is God is compassion. And I'm saying, how can you be empathy when there's just you by yourself? How does that work out? Like, you've read the definition of empathy out. Feeling compassion towards someone else, another being. So by definition, there needs to be another being there for you to even understand what empathy is. Yeah, you need to have feelings towards this other being or whatever, yeah, to at least to understand what some sort of empathy is. How do you gain that without being anything there? Welcome to this, brother. All right.
Yo, Veli.
Yo, Wagwan, man. Big up yourself, bro.
Yes, my brother. I love these kind of questions, you know. Like, do you mind if I have a bite of the cherry? Let me try and explain
I
it.
do want someone to at least to try to give an answer that's worth
I'm
listening
gonna try, yeah, but
Go through,
remember,
bro.
I ain't rehearsed the answer or nothing. You get me? It's just from the heart, innit? Yeah?
Yeah, go on.
All right. So where God is and where we are is two different things, innit? So we're governed by space and time.
Okay, I'm back.
So we have duality, right? In God's creation, where God is, yeah, outside of creation, other things do exist, like heaven exists, the throne of Allah exists, Allah Himself exists, the angels exist, for example. All they exist in a spontaneous kind of like existence eternally. There's no space and there's no time. So to Allah, when you ask the question, how can you put yourself in the position of someone who does not yet exist? You ain't yet created that person. Yeah. Now, when you ask a question from one realm to the other, you got to understand that there's going to be two possible answers. Yeah. One we can relate to in terms of space, and one we can relate to in terms of time. So the question is a matter of time. You're saying, oh, at this present time, there is only Allah. He hasn't created any angels. He hasn't created anything. He hasn't even created man. How can he therefore have empathy for these other people? Yeah. Now, my answer is this. To Allah, everything exists potentially. So same way how I'm a man, yeah, and I haven't had a child yet, I know in my heart, yeah, how it feels to be a dad without even having a child, because that thing comes from inside me, innit? It's not the outside world that makes me who I am. It's the expression of my inner self outwardly into the world that makes me who I am. So, but same way with God, yeah, God will not even.
But you had a dad before that, though. You had a dad before you had a dad before you.
Yeah, but me having a dad don't make me know how it feels to be a dad, bro. Yeah, it makes me know how to act as a dad. Like, yeah, take them for ice cream on Sunday. But that feeling of protection over your child, for example, like them fatherly instinctive feelings that don't really kick in until the woman hands you the baby and you're like, rah, is this what you was growing for 9 months? You get me? And then everything changes, isn't it?
That means, yeah, that's what I
now,
was
all
going to
that
say.
is your potential.
Hold on, yeah.
Go on.
Why I said that, yeah, just on that point, yeah. Why I said that to you on purpose, yeah, is because I knew you was going to say that. Well, not until you actually have the child yourself, and then you feel so and so. So
yeah,
like you just said, like you can't feel it until the child's actually there. Like, again, until the actual person was there. How did you get the empathy?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I
So
actually
on
heard
Earth, where there's
I
space
actually
and
heard this
time,
from a Christian
nothing's
side.
actually real. Nothing's actually real until it's real. You get me? But potentially, it does exist in a potential format. Like, for example, like I said, you're not a father yet, but you know roughly how it would feel that if I gave you a baby, even someone else's baby, you would feel paternal instincts over that child. You get me? That's an instinctive thing, isn't it? It's not something you learn. It's part of who you are, isn't it? So likewise, the attributes of Allah, yeah, like compassion, are not Allah Himself, but they are like something that emanates from Him, like they're projections of Him. They're like attributes of Him, but it's not Him. But it's just like, you know, like you have a feeling in it. Like, you know, when I get angry, it's different, and when Veli gets angry, it's different, and when Ralph gets different, it's different. But it's the same anger, but it's the expression of that person.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's different. It's different things that you're getting anger for, but it's a different feeling of anger, isn't it?
What you mean every time you get angry?
Let me try to break it down in the form of a joke.
No.
Let me,
It's like
hey,
the
Khan,
same
if I
feeling
can,
of.
and I gotta go.
But 1 minute. Let me
I
conclude.
gotta
Let me
go after
conclude,
this.
and then you
Real
can
quick.
have another go. You can have a second go. So Veli, as far as I'm concerned, I've answered your question. Now that doesn't mean that you're going to be satisfied with my answer, but do you think that I've like given you an honest answer though? Like I haven't tried to run,
Yeah, I
innit?
feel like you gave it. Yeah, you tried at least. It was better than it's just conjecture.
Alright, cool.
You know, I say that. Yeah.
All right, so
Whether
just to
I
recap
accept
my
your
point
answer, I feel
before I
like
dip.
To try to camelback.
Yeah. So like I'm saying,
It's a good joke. It might
in the linear time, things either exist or they don't exist. But in God's realm, which is eternal realm, things exist potentially. They only come into being when God wills them to. You get me? So to say that they never existed or they then become existent don't make sense, because to God there is no time and space.
I'll put it in the form of a joke, and I do gotta go because I'm gonna get into this documentary called 1804. For my brothers and sisters out there, please check out that documentary. I'm gonna watch 1804, about Haiti, the hidden history of Haiti, the Haitian Revolution, by Tariqa Nasheed. Please check it out. Please. You can even rent it for 2 days. You don't gotta buy it. But I'll leave it with this joke. There's actually one thing that God cannot do.
Go on then.
Anybody care to take a
Go on.
guess?
What is it?
Learn, because he
Smells
already
and
knows
farts.
everything. So because he didn't know how to learn, that's why he created creation. All right, I gotta go. Peace and love.
Because he didn't know how to learn. Man, don't really work out still. It's like, imagine if you know everything, yeah. That don't really make sense what you said still. But yeah. So what are you saying though, Khan, man? Welcome to the Heartbreak Hotel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
You're
I
in
got my
room
blue suede
112.
shoes on,
You get
innit?
me? Where
Yeah,
the players
man.
dwell.
Yeah.
You get me?
Yeah. I like these kind of questions
Search
though,
will
because it
catch
makes you
them for
think, innit?
Dell.
Gets your grey matter working
Yeah,
and that,
yeah.
innit? It's all good. But there ain't no real correct answer, like especially when you're dealing with laymen's. You get me? Like they're not gonna ever give you the answer you want, innit? Like, and unfortunately, there's different types of Muslims. Like these guys, yeah, bro, they believe that God's everywhere. You get me? So they have a different approach. Like you're saying to them, oh, God exists in a realm outside of time and
He said,
space.
yeah,
But
that's
to
what he's
him, it
no,
don't. To
that's
them,
what he
God's
said.
everywhere.
No. That's only Orthodox more. Bernie said that God exists outside of time and space.
Yeah, but not only.
His
Like
picture,
as
his
Sunnis,
picture,
yeah,
listen,
go
his
on.
picture is space and then there's outside of space.
Yeah.
So and that's why I kept on asking him, so where is the outside of space in it? Because you've got a picture of space and the outside of space.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you know where the edge of space is. So that's why I was asking him, where's the edge of space in it?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Where does space end?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, cuz. You only man.
So
But yeah,
man.
where's the outside of space?
It's
And
8
where's
o'clock,
the
man. It's late, isn't it? What time you been up to since?
about 6 still.
First day back in on the fucking G block, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, man.
How's it all go?
That's it, man. It's cool, man. You know what I mean? That Heartbreak Hotel had a little refurbishment.
Yeah,
Rooms
hit
are
the
looking
ground
all
running and that.
cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, now they all turn
Alright.
up. Now they all turn up. Now they all
Yeah,
turn
man.
up.
What in
They
the
all,
chat, Raf?
Mm.
What?
no. Everyone wants to turn up now. The people that needed to watch the video, they're not here to watch the video. But as soon as
I watched the video, man, but I'm not gonna lie. I've seen it before, and I kept falling asleep and waking up. But that woman's amazing. I've seen that video before.
We played a different video after that still.
Oh, right. What was that one? Maybe
Yeah,
I've seen that one as well.
It was about evolution, why it's a fact, the facts of evolution.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Yeah, it broke down what a scientific theory is. Yeah, I'm not sure that most of the people in the chat even paid attention to when the guy was talking about that.
They can't even get their head around it. It's a deep.
Well, he explained that anyway, and then he explained why the facts of evolution, and then showed a couple of diagrams of certain animals and how they've evolved, and even where their old dormant genes sometimes
pop up.
Sometimes pop out, yeah. So like fishes, like dolphins with legs and whales with legs and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
But you know when human babies are born, they got that coating on them. Have you ever seen a newborn baby?
Yeah.
And it comes with that oily coating, isn't it? Like, it comes with it.
that aquatic ape theory or something hypothesis. It's called I forgot what it's called. It's called or something. It's called. Let me get up again. It's called the Vernix.
The way it was explained. Go on. Vernix, yeah, that's it. Vernix.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, what about it?
That Vernix
yeah,
stuff.
so obviously
You can only find it in seals. Monkeys and apes don't have it on their young.
Yeah, you can find it in seals and humans.
Yeah, but also what it showed as well is that in the womb of mother's babies, that they start to grow hair like all over their bodies, but it all goes off in it, like it all falls off.
I'll ask you a question.
Before they're born.
Who's got the most amount of hairs on their body, man or woman?
No.
Woman, probably.
No, they're both the same. Got the same amount of follicles. So even some of the hairs that you can't see, if you used to count every single hair, there's the same amount of hairs.
That was just a guess anyway. I thought I'd try.
It's the same amount of hairs. Yeah, but still it's interesting, isn't it?
Even though I thought it was men. Yeah,
but
I thought it was men, but I thought let me guess women because he's trying to be slick there with her thing.
No,
he still was being
trying to
slick.
share some info.
Yeah, he still was because it weren't one or the other. It was both. Yeah, because you remember you gave men or women. Yeah, and then said both.
Yeah.
You're like what?
Yeah.
You didn't give me the option.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, but most people say men, innit? Like they're like, yeah, men, because how can it not be? But they don't realise for every big dirty hair you got thrown at your face. Yeah, woman's got like a little very light little hair, because every follicle's got hair coming out of it, even if it's just like invisible. So the follicles are the same amount. Yeah, man. So no, like fetal development is an interesting one as well. Like how the baby starts off like a square, and then it flips and becomes a tube, and then inside the tube the heart forms, and that would take quite long. That takes ages. I found that amazing. That, to be honest, that humans have got a line going, like obviously on us you can't see, it's invisible, but there's a line going right down your forehead, down the middle of your nose, through the middle of your lips, through your gums, through your chin, and all the way down your body. You've got an invisible line where them two ends of that square join together to make a tube.
You know what? Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah. No, I didn't know that. Yeah, but that big up for that point though. Yeah. But before we run out of time on today's show, yeah, I want to ask Shako is there still, yeah, and I want to ask you as well, Khan. I want to ask you about the.
Yes, Rasta.
No, but I want to ask both of you still. Yeah. Go on, you brother. Yeah. So yeah, Shax, you first. Yeah, I want to ask about the question of the day. Yeah, so I'm asking. Obviously, I understand mental health is a real issue in the community or in the world, not even just in the community. Yeah, so between all races, all colors and creeds or whatever. Yeah, shapes and sizes, whatnot. Yeah. So but I do feel like there's a thing of people trying to feign injury, so they didn't like they're wilding out and acting like there is something wrong with them when they probably ain't. Do you know what I'm saying? They're just horrible, or they just want to be. They're just getting away with it, or no one's not telling them. People are being with kid gloves around them all the time, or whatever. So they go a step further and a step further. Like, although there is some people with.
Yeah, come close to the mic. Come close to the mic. Pause.
So, yeah.
Who me, Shakara?
Oh. Yeah, Shakara. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. At the same time, you know, that can also be a feature of mental illness. That's the funny thing about it. So that I'm agreeing with you, but I think I said this before one time when there was a particular kind of conversation happening on here. There's a documentary about manic depressives, and I think you can watch it on YouTube. But it's by Stephen Fry. Yeah, it's hosted by Stephen Fry anyway, because he's a manic depressive in it. And it got to an interesting point in the documentary where he was saying, but with everything, because they were dealing with, you know, what it is, manic depressive and blah blah blah, and he spoke to a few people that are manic depressive and they got to a point where they asked him. So he said, but with all of the difficulties of being manic depressive here, there's an element of it that I wouldn't get rid of even if I could, and that is like that there's a sense of enjoyment that comes from, you know, being unpredictable. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a sense of, you know what I mean? It's a part of the thing whereby, you know, that ability to just go off, is something that, you know what I'm saying, they would like to hold on to. And he asked a few people about that, and they actually agreed with him. They recognize that, So I'm agreeing with you on two senses, innit? I feel like in this day and age, you get me, because mental illness is that, you know, there's a heightened focus on it, and rightly so. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people are just going in with shaggery. You know what I mean? That's the reality of the situation. So, but at the same time, going in with shaggery and liking it can also be a feature of mental illness. So it just depends on how you look at it, innit?
Yeah, man. So it's like you say, the thin line sort of thing. Like,
thin line, innit?
Yeah.
But
like another true thing with like what Buddha said earlier. Yeah, sorry to cut you, brother. Yeah, another true thing like what Buddha said earlier was like, obviously, someone that has got mental health issues ain't gonna recognize it themselves, innit? So although everyone around them might be saying, "Oh, that person is so and so," they ain't themselves probably ain't gonna say, "Well, I've got this issue or so and so myself," innit?
Until someone tells them.
When it's usually diagnosed by outside, innit? Something outside rather than being.
Yeah, man, that's it. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, I feel like because I don't know, like when you say this thin line thing, I'm putting it in the that people that use mental illness as an excuse to go on with shaggery. There's still something wrong with them, innit? Like psychologically speaking. So what is mental illness? Like is attention seeking in and of itself mental illness? Like is a want for, you know what I'm saying, for attention? You get me? Like a sign of, or is it just a deficiency in your character? Like is it a character flaw, or is it a mental sickness? I'd say that there's a degree to which it could be just a character flaw, but then there's a point at which it becomes a symptom of a mental illness.
Yeah.
Well, to me, I'm saying that if we're looking at deficiencies or mistakes in people, if we're looking at someone with a broken thumb, I can compare that to a normal thumb and say, yeah, there's something wrong with that thumb, innit? Like it's not working properly. You get me? So with mental health, I can't really compare my mentality to your mentality, really and truly. I don't really ever think I can understand your mentality as well as I can understand my mentality. So what we then have to look at with mental health is are people in a state of not being able to move forward or not being able to cope with their burden, then that you call that a mental health issue. Get me? So that's the difference between a physical something wrong with you and a mental something wrong with you.
Mm,
Does that make sense?
yeah.
Yeah.
I would say that too.
But
You know what?
yeah.
There was
So if
another
that person can't go on.
No, no, yeah, I was gonna add like, Carl, my sister works in a mental, kind of like a mental asylum or whatnot. Yeah, not like a,
Institution, yeah.
not
Yeah.
like a proper, like it's more like a one where you can come in and go out, whatnot, and everything. Yeah. So when
Okay.
she is like a mental health patient or whatever, but yeah, basically she said that one thing she noticed is that the ones that accepted that they had a mental illness actually dealt with it a lot better than the ones that were always in denial about their mental illness.
Yeah.
So once someone's been diagnosed, it will, like, you know, depending on how quickly they can accept they have a mental illness and actually do something about it, is when you usually see progress, rather than people who you
Who
know,
are in
she's,
denial.
yeah, it's interesting still when she said that to me. Carl.
Yeah, that is interesting because, like, if you think about it, it makes sense. Because if you don't have the ability to be self-reflective enough or self-aware enough to know that you got something wrong with you, you're not really going to be able to, you know, instill update on your software or correction to your thinking. You get me? So, for example, if every time I see the color red, I just want to take off all my clothes, yeah, I can build a synapse inside my head that will resist it. That will say to myself, like, every time I expose myself to this color red, I'm going to force myself to not take off my clothes. You get me? Like, I would do something completely different. And because I'm aware of it, I can build a defense against it. Whereas someone who don't even have that idea of, like, understanding their thought processes or analyzing themselves will need someone else to do that for them, innit? They will need someone like a third party to analyze them. So that's the whole science of psychoanalysis, is that they're saying that, you know, there's parts, like the brain works in parts, the mind works in parts, like the psyche, and they're not all aware of each other. You get me? So sometimes you need a third party to kind of like highlight things to you. Now, once they've highlighted it to you and brought it to your attention, it should be quite easy for you to locate that problem and work on it. But if you can't, then that just highlights that you haven't got really that self-awareness. So when you think about self-awareness being an integral part of a human being and what makes humans different from animals or even from children, like when you see like experiments done on children, they can tell you at what age does a child become self-aware. So what they will do is that they'll put like a little sticker on the child's face, and when the child goes near the mirror, yeah, at first he's looking at it and he's thinking,